In her previous life, Nanyi was ensnared by the deceit of a scoundrel and her stepsister, ultimately administering poison to the one she cherished most, leading to her family's ruin. Now reborn, she intended to wield her newfound strength to torment the vile and cherish her husband, resolutely rejecting the scoundrel's proposal, vowing to compensate him with all her love. However, the demeanor of Lord Huo Siyu was markedly different this time around. In her former existence, Huo Siyu's unwavering affection for Nanyi was well known throughout the imperial city. He kept her by his side for eternity, bestowing upon her every desire, even offering up the entirety of the Huo family. Yet, he never received her reciprocation, only the deadly porridge she served in this new life. He resolved to liberate both her and himself. Yet, she persistently surrounded him with affection, professing her love. Huo Siyu declared, "Miss Su seems fond of Bai Chengli. I wish you both a joyous marriage." To which Nanyi retorted, "Pa, only a dog would fancy Bai Chengli. Lord Qi, my heart belongs solely to you." Chapter 1. A Dual Rebirth. Nanyi, I willingly drank the poison you offered, for I loved you. Yet, loving you has become a burden. In the next life, I hope you will love me in return, will you? Upon uttering these words, blood spilled from Huo Siyu's lips as he tilted his head, breathing his last. "Hey, Huo Siyu, you can't be scaring me like this." Nanyi knelt by the bed, staring at the lifeless Huo Siyu, her mind a blank slate. She had merely added a touch of sleeping pills to the porridge she served him. How could it lead to such profuse bleeding and his sudden demise? "I never wish for your death." Tears streamed down Nanyi's face. True, she despised Huo Siyu, loathed him to the core. Had he not interfered, she would have long since been entwined with Bai Chengli. After years of relentless effort, the Huo family had finally collapsed. She sought revenge, believing it would liberate her. But even after retreating to this backwater city, he refused to grant her a divorce. Fortunately, her stepsister Su Shernua provided her with sleeping pills. Once administered to him, she could elope with brother Chengli. But now he had unexpectedly died, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Bang! In the next moment, the door was forced open with violence. It was Su Shernua and Bai Chengli, hand in hand, resembling an intimate couple, causing Nanyi's heart to skip. "Brother Chengli, what is this?" Su Shernua wore a triumphant smile. "Nanyi, I must thank you sincerely for your perpetual foolishness. Had you not placed your trust in me, the Huo family would not have collapsed so easily, and the Bai family would not have ascended to the apex of the imperial city so swiftly. And now, the once mighty Huo Siyu is dead. He can no longer impede us." What? Nanyi's pupils constricted, finally processing the reality. "What have you done to me?" Su Shernua gazed down at the exquisite face she envied and declared with glee, "Fool, you thought it was sleeping pills? It was arsenic. Ha ha ha. You have unwittingly killed him, the only one who ever loved you sincerely. You think Brother Chengli loves you? Dream on. He has always been mine, enduring humiliation to please you, all to make you willingly serve us. Thankfully, you proved somewhat useful, providing us with the Huo family's secrets that allowed us to bring down Huo Siyu." Nanyi listened in disbelief. Why? The pain in her heart nearly rendered her unconscious. Why had Bai Chengli betrayed her? Surely, he was the one who would risk his life to save her. Bai Chengli scoffed. "Nanyi, I never liked you. Were it not for your temporary utility, I would have discarded you long ago. You remain unaware, but it was not I who saved you. It was Huo Siyu, the very man you have slain. Furthermore, it was not Huo Siyu who killed your wet nurse. Ha ha ha. You are so easily deceived, believing every word. You are as foolish as a pig. Only Huo Siyu ever cherished you. And that child you longed for? You are dying. So I might as well reveal the truth. That child was never mine. I have never shared a bed with you, for I found you repugnant. I would never want a woman who has been touched by Huo Siyu. With a child." Nanyi trembled, the premonition welling up within her. "Indeed, the child was yours and Huo Siyu's." Bai Chengli smirked. "I found a half-grown child distasteful and discarded it." Ha ha ha. "You, what did you say?" Nanyi's eyes turned a deep crimson as her body could no longer withstand the weight of the revelation, collapsing onto the floor, blood spilling from her mouth. "I will kill you," she hissed, baring her teeth. But Bai Chengli delivered a brutal kick, her head striking the edge of a table, blood pouring down her face. "My dear, let us depart," Su Shernua said, linking arms with him as they strode away. Flames erupted, for the room had already been drenched in gasoline by them. "Huo Siyu, I am sorry, I was wrong, I regret." It was only in the final moments of her life that she recognized her true feelings. After all those years, she had long ceased to harbor animosity towards him. As the house succumbed to flames, suffocating, Nanyi summoned her last vestiges of strength to crawl onto the bed, clutching Huo Siyu's lifeless body tightly. Her lips remained pressed against his in life and in death. Together, I beg the heavens for another chance, Lord Qi. This time, let me love you. I shall never betray you. Golden light shimmered. "Sister, wake up. Please wake up. The engagement banquet is about to commence." That a sweet voice echoed in her ears. So familiar. Was it not Su Shernhua's voice? Sister, what is the matter? Brother Chengli is set to propose to you tonight. Why have you fainted from happiness? A proposal? Wasn't that 7 years ago? Could it be? Su Nanyi jolted awake. She had been reborn, and at a most opportune moment. Tonight was the very night Bai Chengli intended to propose to her. In her previous life, she had been blinded, believing the scoundrel Bai Chengli's deceitful words, insisting she would marry no one else. Reflecting on it, Bai Chengli had likely already been entangled with Su Shernhua by this time. How foolish she had been to reject Huo Siyu's proposal in favor of Bai Chengli. No, her actions were far more egregious. She not only rejected him, but also discarded the flowers and diamond ring he had gifted her into the trash. She had callously declared, "I will never marry a pervert who lurks in the shadows." How heartbroken Huo Siyu must have been. Fortunately, the heavens granted her a chance at rebirth. In this life, she would not be deceived again. She would love Huo Siyu earnestly, within the mysterious and opulent confines of the imperial garden. Huo Siyu sat solemnly upon a tiger chair, his gaze fixed upon the bouquet of flowers intended for a proposal that lay upon his desk, his countenance shrouded in gloom. Seventh Master, the ring has arrived. They truly lack efficiency, delivering it at such a crucial moment. His assistant, Ling Tian, puffed breathlessly into the study, a delicate gift box in hand. He expected the Seventh Master to be brimming with excitement, yet Huo Siyu merely gestured dismissively with his fingers. Dispose of it. Pardon? Ling Tian's mouth fell agape. Incredulous, Seventh Master, are you not to propose to Miss Su this evening? In his slightly reddened eyes lay an unprecedented resentment, as Huo Siyu parted his lips. Who said I was to propose to her? The ring is yours. Now leave me be, do not disturb my solitude. Ling Tian remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that a ring worth a staggering 1 billion was being handed to him. Moreover, had the Seventh Master finally come to his senses? What merit did Su Nanyi possess that warranted a proposal? Not proposing was indeed the right course of action. Unbeknownst to them, Huo Siyu within the study clutched his heart tightly, his brow furrowed in pain. The ache was reminiscent of that moment when he witnessed her poison the porridge. It was a pain he wished never to endure again. In his previous life, he had bound her to him, imprisoning her for eternity. Now, in this new existence, he had chosen to liberate Su Nanyi, as well as himself. Chapter 2. The Proposal. Downstairs, did Aunt Zhang stew bird's nest? I still feel a bit unwell. Could you please bring me a bowl? Su Nanyi said to Su Shernhuan. Ah, sister, are you ordering me? Su Shernhuan pouted, an air of grievance about her, yet her eyes harbored a sinister glint. How dare you give me orders? If it weren't for the inheritance left by our deceased mother, I wouldn't bother pretending to be close like sisters with you. Su Nanyi cast a sideways glance. What is this? Are you unwilling? Did we not agree that despite being stepsisters, we share a bond akin to that of true sisters? If you can't even bring me a bowl of bird's nest, how can I possibly consider dividing the inheritance with you? The mention of inheritance swiftly altered Su Shernhuan's demeanor. Sister, how could you say that? I'm not unwilling at all. I'll fetch it for you right away. Taking advantage of her descent down the stairs, Su Nanyi swiftly grabbed the phone that Su Shernhuan had left on the table. Opening it, she perused her chat history with Bai Chengli. Brother Chengli, you're proposing to her tonight. You wouldn't really be falling for her, would you? How could that be? You know, Wan, my heart belongs only to you. Being with Su Nanyi is merely for show. Once I acquire the land left by her mother, I'll discard her immediately. The scoundrel and the shameless woman, not to mention the entire Su family, covet the land her mother left behind. In her past life, she had been blind to their true natures. After Bai Chengli's proposal, she had naively revealed all the land to him. She continued scrolling through the photos, discovering several images of the scoundrel and the shameless woman, arm in arm, clad in revealing outfits. She saved them all, determined to ensure they would go viral during the proposal banquet. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Su Nanyi hurriedly returned the phone to its place. I don't want to drink anymore, Su Shernhuan. Just leave it there. The proposal banquet is about to begin. I need to freshen up and get ready. With that, Su Nanyi entered the bathroom, oblivious to the fury radiating from Su Shernhuan, who felt incensed. She was the true lady of this household. Why should she be ordered around by Su Nanyi, who had only been brought back from the countryside at the age of 10? Inside the bathroom, Su Nanyi caressed the unsightly scar on her left cheek. She would never forget that winter 4 years ago, when the family went camping and Su Shernhuan had deliberately hurled a barbecue tray at her face, resulting in the burn scar. Yet, Su Shernhuan claimed it was unintentional, and the family urged her not to pursue the matter. She believed them. Thanks to the scar-removing cream she had developed herself, her face had long since returned to its flawless state. However, when Su Shernwan pretended to care and remarked that she liked the scar for its artistic quality, she had gone along with it, even painting a scar on her face that remained until now. Today was the day to wash away all that humiliation. Emerging from a bathroom, she discarded her faded black attire and donned the coming-of-age gown her mother had prepared for her years ago. The vibrant, eye-catching red dress, with its sweeping train, shimmered with every step. Paired with her naturally curly hair, the elegant gown transformed Su Nanyi into a vision of grace, shedding her former identity as a struggling university student to become a noble socialite. Su Shernwan clenched her fists in anger upon seeing her. "Sister, why are you wearing that dress? It's inappropriate. Hurry and change." Brother Chengli said he likes you to be simple and unadorned. "And where's the scar on your face?" Su Nanyi smirked. "I couldn't care less what he likes. I look stunning in this gown, and I shall wear it. As for that scar, it was simply too unsightly, detracting from my beauty. But I find it very artistic. It looked beautiful on you, sister." With a dramatic turn, Su Nanyi seized the knife and fork from the dining table, holding the sharp edge against Su Shernwan's cheek. "If you like it so much, sister, I could arrange a scar for you as well." The sharp edge seemed to pierce her flesh, threatening to break skin at any moment. "Sister, I don't want it." Su Shernwan cried out, trembling all over. The cold sensation vanished, and when Su Shernwan turned back, she found Su Nanyi had already left. Her haughty demeanor bore no resemblance to the former Su Nanyi. "Strange," she murmured to herself. "Su Nanyi seems like a completely different person now, both beautiful and proud. What if she really does capture Brother Chengli's heart?" In the banquet hall, the moment Su Nanyi made her entrance, she captivated the attention of every guest present. Goodness, is that really Su Nanyi? Where has her scar gone? She has become so beautiful. She finally decided to dress up today. Indeed, we have never seen such beauty in the imperial city. With such looks, why did she previously walk with her head down, shoulders hunched? You may not know, but this young lady grew up in the countryside and was only brought back at the age of 10. The aura she carries is incomparable to Su Shernwan's. One is a bumpkin, and the other is a true socialite. Guests freely discussed Su Nanyi, unfazed by their remarks. The opinions of these strangers held no weight for her. In this new life, she cared only for Huo Siyu, the man who had cherished her in her past life. However, scanning the room, she found no trace of him. Perhaps she was too impatient. In her previous life, Huo Siyu had also appeared at 7 o'clock. This gave her the perfect opportunity to deal with the scoundrel and the shameless woman first. "Sister, so it's you here? It's rather inappropriate to show yourself so early." The sound of Su Shernwan's high heels echoed behind her. Su Nanyi could hardly be bothered to turn around. "What is inappropriate about it? I'm here waiting for my beloved." Observing her angelic visage and devilish figure, Su Shernwan was consumed by jealousy. Damn it, why didn't they let Su Nanyi starve in the countryside? "Sister, Brother Chengli prefers reserve girls. He hasn't arrived yet, and you're already drawing attention to yourself. He might feel like he is being cuckolded." Su Nanyi's lips curled into a smirk. "Cuckolded? Ha! I wish Bai Chengli a lifetime of green pastures atop his head." Suddenly, everyone at the banquet turned their gaze toward one direction. Bai Chengli had appeared, dressed in a tailored suit with expensive shoes and a meticulously styled haircut. He stood in stark contrast to Huo Siyu. One resembled a spirited real estate agent, while the other was a true paragon of excellence. In her past life, she had truly been blind, forsaking a man of great stature for a mere pretender like Bai Chengli. I love you. Will you marry me?" Bai Chengli knelt in the center of the hall, holding a microphone and a bouquet of flowers. But wait, who exactly was he kneeling before? He was facing a banquet staff member instead, until Su Shernwan anxiously directed him, "This way, Brother Chengli, my sister is over here." Only then did Bai Chengli realize he had knelt before the wrong person. Reorienting himself, he beheld Su Nanyi in her red gown and cascading curls, left momentarily speechless. He had always known Su Nanyi wasn't unattractive. It was merely the birthmark on her face that had repulsed him, coupled with her previously drab attire that he found embarrassing. Today, however, she appeared sultry and alluring, with skin as smooth as cream and a perfect figure. The guests below began to cheer. What's going on? Bai Chengli can't even distinguish his own fiancée. Is this really love? Not only is he confused, but how many of us here can truly tell the difference? Su Nanyi's transformation is astounding. She has become a genuine phoenix. Such praise only served to enhance Bai Chengli's pride, a smug smile gracing his lips. Since she went to such lengths to adorn herself for him, he might as well indulge her tonight. Wan had mentioned her chaotic personal life. It mattered little, as he only intended to enjoy a single evening with her. You are my one and only. Marry me. He awaited her affirmative response with eager anticipation. But Su Nanyi grasped the microphone, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. I refuse. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, particularly affecting Bai Chengli, whose composure faltered. He stood abruptly and stormed over, demanding, Su Nanyi, what do you mean by this? Who are you trying to put on a show for at such a time? Everyone knows how desperately you loved me in the Imperial City. Chapter 3. I accept your proposal. Su Nanyi clapped her hands, and on the grand screen behind her, explicit chat logs and intimate photographs swiftly materialized. They all featured Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli. Brother Chengli, your sexy little maid is here. What are your orders? Wan, with a playful expression, get ready, I'll be there shortly. Brother Chengli, what about my sister? You're her boyfriend after all. Wan, I only love you, you know that. Following this, several tantalizing photos emerged, showcasing the two in embraces, tongues out, and indulging in massages, exceedingly provocative. The guests below watched, their pulses racing, some attempting to shield their faces with their hands, yet peering through their fingers with utmost seriousness. Good heavens, this Su Shernwan is truly scandalous. Even seducing her own brother-in-law, all while claiming to be the esteemed young lady of the Su family, a renowned socialite of the Imperial City. Yet this is her true nature. Bai Chengli, appearing so pristine, was indeed playing such a lecherous game behind closed doors, already entangled with his sister while seeking to propose to her. How shameless! The murmurs escalated. Su Shernwan, caught off guard by the spectacle, was bewildered. Were those photos and chat logs? Did my sister secretly look at my phone? Bai Chengli's face turned ashen, and he confronted Su Nanyi with fury. Why would you do this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? I admit I haven't been attentive enough to you before. I'll care more for you now. But this fabrication, have you considered the damage to Wan's reputation? Apologize to her at once, or I will never forgive you. Su Nanyi stared at him, speechless, and declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed this. Bai Chengli has been entangled with my sister from the outset. Today, I shall sever my relationship with Bai Chengli and wish them a miserable fate together. Moreover, these chat logs and photos were all procured from my dear sister's phone. Entirely authentic and utterly reliable. Scoundrel and harlot. Ugh. With that, she cast aside the microphone and descended from the stage like a queen. She scanned every corner of the banquet hall, but failed to catch a glimpse of Huo Siyu. A flutter of anxiety skipped her heartbeats. She focused intently. In her previous life, Huo Siyu should have been presenting her with a ring at this very moment. Oh well, since he was late, she would seek him out herself. As for Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli, a disdainful smile graced Su Nanyi's lips. This was merely the beginning. 1,000 cuts and brutal trials. This was just the first step. Driver to the Yuan. So Nanyi Lakav. In her past life, Huo Siyu had always resided in Yuan, and after forcibly marrying her, she too had made her home there. The place she once despised had now become her most cherished memory. Yuan? The driver exclaimed in terror. So Nanyi Smail Nawinguli, aware that everyone avoided this place like the plague, for it housed Huo Siyu, the infamous seventh master Huo, reputed for his violent temper, mercilessness, and a history of bloodshed. It was rumored that a group once ventured there for adventure, only to be devoured by tigers, leaving no trace behind. Driver, just drop me off across the street from Yuan. So Nanyi Lentif. Inside Yuan at that moment, Butler Wang rushed to the study in a flurry, as if he had seen a ghost. Seventh Master, Miss Su has arrived. I wonder what brings her here. Could it be that she hasn't received Bai Chengli's proposal and has come to settle the score with the young master? He had long suspected that this woman was not to be trifled with. Why had the young master chosen her? Huo Siyu opened his eyes and approached the window, confirming it was indeed her. No entry. Yes, sir, Butler Wang promptly replied. Like his assistant Ling Tian, he too harbored a strong dislike for Su Nanyi. Miss Su, our seventh master has retired for the night. He does not appreciate being disturbed, especially not by you, the butler asserted. Su Nanyi, however, was not convinced. Butler Wang, Huo Siyu doesn't sleep at night. He sleeps during the day. Don't deceive me. I must speak with him. Please don't stop me. She pressed forward. The elderly butler, unable to halt the young woman, found himself thwarted by Ling Tian, who stepped in to block her path. Miss Su, are you not comprehending? Our seventh master has no desire to see you. Oomph. Besides, why are you here instead of indulging with Bai Chengli? Upon seeing Ling Tian's sudden appearance, Su Nanyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, memories of his tragic fate from her past life flooding her mind, causing her heart to tremble. In her previous life, she was consumed by the desire to escape, always secretly contacting Bai Chengli, deliberately leaking her whereabouts, which ultimately led to a disastrous accident. Ling Tian had fought tooth and nail to protect her, yet he never woke again. Noticing Su Nanyi's emotional state, Ling Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Miss Su, why are you crying? We have not wronged you. Or is it that you feel wronged by Bai Chengli and have come to seek solace here? Do you think our seventh master is merely a backup? Wiping her tears, Su Nanyi steadied her emotions, aware that given her past transgressions, it would be impossible to earn their trust now. She turned away, and Ling Tian assumed she was finally retreating. Yet she shouted towards the illuminated window, Siyu, it's me. I've come to find you. Let me in, please. I wish to see you. Soon, Ling Tian received orders. Let her up. Everything in Yuan was familiar to her, as she had meticulously studied every detail while plotting her escape in her previous life. Siyu. Su Nanyi called out to the man before her, her voice laden with affection. It felt as if a century had passed, after enduring countless trials. She finally stood before him. The images of his tragic demise flashed before her eyes, and Su Nanyi shook her head. In this life, she would never harm him again. What brings you here, Miss Su? Huo Siyu spoke coolly, his gaze no longer affectionate, as if she were a mere stranger. Su Nanyi sensed a change in him compared to her past life, but maintained her smile as she inquired, Siyu, why didn't Tiyu come tonight? Huo Siyu's eyes reflected confusion. Miss Su, I do not comprehend your meaning. Where should I have gone? In her urgency, Su Nanyi exclaimed, to propose. Bai Chengli was to propose to me tonight. You were supposed to come too. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the roses on the table. She recalled they were the very same bouquet Huo Siyu had held during his proposal in her previous life. It seemed he had intended to propose as well. Thank you. I adore them, Su Nanyi said, cradling the flowers to her chest, a blissful expression as she inhaled their fragrance. Huo Siyu swiftly concealed his smirk, reverting to his indifferent demeanor. Miss Su, since you like them, take them. Unless you have other matters to discuss. Who says I don't have other matters? Su Nanyi interjected eagerly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. He had clearly prepared for the proposal. Why hadn't he commenced? She would express those 3 words herself if he wouldn't. Siyu, where's the ring? Put on my finger. I accept your proposal. Huo Siyu. Chapter 4. You shouldn't return to disrupt my heartbeat. Though he was uncertain how she had learned of the proposal, he cared little. He simply craved tranquility. Miss Su, I am unsure whether you are jesting, but I have never contemplated proposing to you. It is getting late. You ought to take your leave. Once again, a dismissal. The expression on Su Nanyi's face was tinged with embarrassment. Not only was he not proposing, but he was also outright denying any intentions of doing so. Siyu. His words were left unspoken as Huo Siyu, with an indifferent demeanor, interjected, Miss Su, we are not well acquainted. You should address me as Master Huo Qi. Master Huo Qi. He was the infamous Huo Qi of the imperial city, feared by all. Yet, he alone displayed a gentleness towards her, insisting she call him Siyu instead. How had things changed so drastically in this lifetime? Suddenly, Su Nanyi seemed to recall something, revealing the coral bracelet adorning her wrist. Master Qi, who claimed we are not familiar. This bracelet was a gift from you on my birthday. You asserted that extravagant jewels were too mundane. Thus you salvaged coral from the depths of the South Sea and had a monk from Qingshan Temple crafted into this bracelet to bless and protect me for a lifetime. If we were not familiar, why would you bestow upon me such a precious gift? Her gaze was unwavering, bright and filled with a mischievous glint, as if to say, I've caught you in your own words. A barely perceptible cold smile graced Huo Siyu's lips. It was remarkable she remembered these details, believing her eyes were only for the gifts bestowed by Bai Chengli. But what of it? With an air of nonchalance, he replied, I merely instructed my subordinates to procure a random bracelet. Perhaps it holds some value. But the tale of retrieving coral from the South Sea, how naive you are to believe such fabrications. So non dai Nanyi presideron fine. If you claim the sentiment behind this bracelet is false, then what of your previous declarations of love towards me? What do those amount to? Huo Siyu's expression darkened, his eyes stormy with impending fury. In his past life, he had indeed professed his feelings, yet she had shown little regard. He would not forget her words. She had called him a twisted pervert unworthy of the light of day, a sentiment she had voiced herself. Misu, I simply sought a diversion out of boredom. You are aware that I cannot bear the sunlight, confined to the shadows, distanced from the human realm. I found it tedious. Hence I attempted to pursue someone. If you took it seriously, I must apologize. Nanyi's hands turned cold as she met his distant, foreign gaze. For a moment, she wondered if perhaps she had misinterpreted his intentions. Yet in her previous life, he had clearly. She swallowed the tears welling in her eyes, a fractured smile gracing her lips. It matters not if it is all a fabrication. Siyu, I adore you. Will you grant me this chance? With that, she produced a delicate ring from her dress pocket. Not a grand luxury, for her current allowance was scant, and time had not permitted her to prepare extensively. It was but a simple token. Siyu, I wish to marry you. Will you take me as your wife? Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at him. Huo Siyu's focus fell upon the modest ring, a stark reminder of how desperately he had once yearned for her to present him with a ring. Yet now, its ease of acquisition left him disinterested. His eyes regained their icy composure. Miss Su, I am unwilling. Nanyi found herself aimlessly returning to the Su residence. In this rebirth, certain events seemed to have veered from their original course. Huo Siyu, it appeared, truly no longer harbored any feelings for her. Master Qi, it has been confirmed that Miss Su rejected Bai Chengli's proposal. It seems she has uncovered some evidence of his affair with Su Shernwan. Huo Siyu chuckled coldly, the flicker of a once-awakened heartbeat swiftly settling into tranquility. Indeed, Nanyi, had it not been for this betrayal, you would not have sought me out. You should not have come to disrupt my heart. Within the Su household, Su Xingxiang was on the brink of explosion, with a resounding crash. He hurled his computer at Nanyi's head, narrowly missing her as she dodged. He pointed and berated her. Nanyi, you have brought shame upon our family. I regret bringing you back from the countryside. Just look at what you have done today, spreading rumors, slandering your own sister, and framing Bai Chengli. Do you not realize that Bai Chengli's willingness to marry you is only because you are a daughter of the Su family? Su Shernwan rushed over, patting his back, feigning the role of a dutiful daughter. Father, please do not be angry. Sister did not mean it. It must be my shortcomings that have upset her. I will rectify my ways and earn her acceptance once more. She then turned, feigning innocence as she apologized. Sister, I am sorry if I have caused you any unhappiness. I will not hold it against you, for we are sisters forever. Please tell father you are sorry. He will forgive you. Such pretense made Nanyi want to retch. Yet, all the members of the Su family adored her act, with Su Xingqiang especially pleased, patting her hand in approval. Wan, you need not apologize to this wretched creature. She is in the wrong, and you constantly shielding her will not change that. She will never appreciate your kindness. She is a heartless wolf. Nanyi's fists clenched, trembling slightly. Her father's words filled her with anger and hatred. In her previous life, he had been similarly swayed by her stepmother Lin Hui and Su Shernwan, aligning with them and coaxing her into relinquishing her inheritance. Su Xingqiang had not always been this way. She recalled the joy in his eyes when she first arrived at the Su family. Alas, with a stepmother came a stepfather, and she was determined to take her revenge on him as well. Yet for now, she needed to manipulate him further. Father, I am wronged. I did not defame my sister. I merely saw those photos on her phone. If you do not believe me, check her phone yourself. Of course, she has likely deleted them, but recovering images and chat records should not be a challenge for you. Upon hearing this, Su Shernwan immediately feigned distress. Father, I absolutely did not have any dealings with young Master Bai. If you do not believe me, you could check my phone. She promptly handed over her device. And Su Xingqiang, seeing her obedience, quickly dismissed his earlier doubts. Su Nanyi, you have gone too far. Wan has done nothing to provoke you. Why must you always oppose her? You are sisters and should get along well. Su Nanyi mimicked her sister's demeanor, adopting a submissive stance. For she knew her blind father would fall for it. Father, I have always heeded your words, caring for my sister. The truth is, Bai Chengli is not fond of me. He is enamored with Wan. Unfortunately, they are both oblivious to their true feelings. Thus, I am left with no choice but to employ such harsh measures to help them realize their affections. Chapter 5. The scoundrel and the shameless must be locked away. Su Xingqiang's previously dark expression morphed into confusion. Su Nanyi, what do you mean by that? Bai Chengli does not have feelings for you? With tears welling in her eyes, she replied, Father, it is not as it seems. He approached me solely for Wan. Each time we meet, he inquires about her. When she fell ill, he was more concerned than anyone else. His heart belongs only to her. They're truly meant for one another. I cannot bear to separate them. Father, please allow Wan and Bai Chengli to become engaged. What? Is what you say true? Su Xingqiang slammed the table, the revelation startling him. He then asked, Wan, do you have feelings for Bai Chengli? Su Shernwan found herself at a loss for words. She did like Bai Chengli. The Bai family was indeed a prominent name in the imperial city, though not as esteemed as the Huo family. Yet, she could not fathom how Su Nanyi had come to know this. Su Nanyi observed her hesitation with a cold gaze and promptly interjected, Father, the affection Wan harbors for Bai Chengli is all encapsulated within her love letters. If you doubt this, do peruse her drawer. I chanced upon several of those letters just the other day. Su Shernwan, bewildered, pondered what love letters he spoke of, for she had never penned any. However, Su Xingqiang had already instructed the butler to search, and indeed, a plethora of love letters emerged, all addressed to Bai Chengli from Wan. Just as Su Shernwan was about to refute, asserting that she had not written those, Su Xingqiang sighed, gazing at her with affection. Wan, it appears I have erred, neglecting your feelings. If you too hold affection for Bai Chengli, then currently, Wan did have feelings for Bai Chengli. Yet the Bai family only recognized Su Nanyi as a potential daughter-in-law. The Su group was embroiled in significant difficulties, and only with Su Nanyi's marriage could the Bai family's patriarch be persuaded to extend assistance. Alas, it seemed Wan was destined to endure grievances. Wait, esteemed father-in-law. A booming voice resonated from the front door, revealing none other than Old Master Bai accompanied by Bai Chengli. Su Xingqiang hastily rose to greet them, bowing and scraping. Old Master Bai, what brings you here? If there is an issue, a mere phone call would suffice for me to visit the Bai residence. Old Master Bai's gaze settled on Su Nanyi. Nanyi, it has come to my attention today that my grandson has committed a folly. He ought not to have grown too close to Su Shernwan, causing you distress. I have reprimanded him, and he assures me it shall not occur again. I believe we should proceed with the wedding as planned. The swiftness of Old Master Bai's actions was striking. Why was he so adamant about her marrying into the Bai family? Was it not equally suitable for Su Shernwan to wed into their ranks? The scoundrel must be firmly restrained. Old Master Bai, I believe it will be best to reconsider. Your grandson and my sister share a genuine connection. Let them marry, and I shall withdraw from this matter entirely. Old Master Bai was taken aback, striking Bai Chengli's thigh with his cane. This entire debacle is your doing. You must clarify things post-haste, lest Nanyi misinterpret the situation. If you cannot placate her, do not blame this grandfather for being unsparing. Bai Chengli, realizing the urgency, stepped forward. He understood that his heart belonged to Su Shernwan. Yet his grandfather had decreed that only by marrying Su Nanyi could he ascend as the heir of the Bai family. For the sake of the Bai family legacy, he felt compelled to betray Wan. Yet, gazing upon Su Nanyi, he found her beauty captivating. He was momentarily swayed, deciding to first placate Nanyi, indulge in her charms, and then ultimately discard her. Nanyi, I apologize. I should not have grown overly familiar with your sister. I regard her merely as a sibling. My heart belongs to you alone. You must trust my sincerity. Please do not be angry. Let us marry tomorrow. Nanyi stepped back to distance herself from his insipid aura. She replied coldly, Bai Chengli, I am aware of your affections for my sister. I willingly withdraw. Our relationship is nullified, and you shall wed my sister tomorrow. Bai Chengli, alarmed by her words, questioned what more she desired. He had apologized and offered comfort. What further satisfaction did she seek? Previously, a mere beckoning from him would have her eagerly at his side. Now, she dared to show him disdain, as if she were of some esteemed caliber, when she was merely a discarded plaything. Nanyi, I recognize my mistakes. Do not create a scene. I will marry you. There is no need for further tests. Tests? Nanyi found the irony amusing, reflecting on the foolishness of her past affections. She addressed Old Master Bai directly. I appreciate your concern, but I, Nanyi, shall never marry Bai Chengli. If the Bai family insists on having a granddaughter-in-law from the Su family, let be my sister, Su Shengwan. There is no need to persuade me further. Su Shengqiang's expression darkened immediately. Nanyi, how dare you speak to Old Master Bai in such a manner? You are being utterly unreasonable. Apologize at once. Should you provoke Old Master Bai, he may withdraw his support, and the company could face bankruptcy. Old Master Bai waved his hand dismissively, a benevolent expression gracing his face. Nanyi, do not be so hasty in your refusal. The wedding can be postponed by a couple of days. Tomorrow is my elder's birthday. I would be honored if you would grace us with your presence. Nanyi, naturally, intended to attend, for significant events were bound to unfold. As Old Master Bai departed the Su residence, his affable smile vanished, replaced by a countenance of ruthlessness and cunning. The fortune-teller had foretold that only with Nanyi's marriage into the Bai family could they ascend as the foremost family in the imperial city, flourishing for 10 generations. Should they fail to secure this union, the Bai family would face extinction within 5 years. In the early hours, Nanyi finally settled into bed, glancing at her phone where her conversation with Huo Siyu had halted at yesterday's messages. I have a surprise for you tomorrow. I hope you will like it. Scrolling back, she found various invitations and gestures of goodwill from him. He reached out almost daily, yet she had never reciprocated. 7th Master, may I visit you tomorrow evening? Your health has been poor. I can assist in nurturing you. After waiting for half an hour without a reply, she finally grasped Huo Siyu's sentiments. Sister, are you awake? Su Shengwan's voice drifted in from outside. What scheme was she concocting now? Sister, what were you thinking? Why did you decline young Master Bai's proposal today? Tears glistened in her eyes as she feigned innocence. Nanyi found this amusing, responding insincerely, Sister, I do this for your benefit. If I do not withdraw, how could you have the opportunity to marry Bai Chengli? You have harbored feelings for him for quite some time, and as your sister, I must ensure you seize this fortuitous chance. Su Shengwan sought any inconsistency in her sister's demeanor. Nanyi, typically so foolish, today spoke and acted with an unusual shrewdness. Moreover, despite her affection for Bai Chengli, she so readily relinquished him. What could be the reason? Sister, come with me to the Bai residence tomorrow, Nanyi invited. Su Shengwan's face momentarily reflected astonishment before she quickly adopted a submissive demeanor. Sister, that may not be appropriate. Old Master Bai did not invite me. I am not worthy. If only I were as charming as you. Nanyi suppressed a smirk internally while projecting ease. It is of no concern. Simply accompany me and bring a gift. Old Master Bai will not object. After all, if Su Shengwan did not attend, the day's performance would falter. Chapter 6, A 1,000-Year Ginseng and a 10,000-Year Tortoise. The Bai family was awash with festivity. Old Master Bai was indeed a prominent figure in the imperial city. An esteemed guest continuously arrived to celebrate his birthday. Upon disembarking from her vehicle, Nanyi was greeted at the entrance by none other than Old Master Bai himself. Nanyi, you have finally arrived. I feared the events of yesterday had soured your spirit, and you would not honor me with your presence today. Nanyi reciprocated with pleasantries. Old Master Bai, you flatter me. Regardless of the circumstances, You are my elder, and I shall always hold you in high regard. Only then did old Master Bai smile, stroking his beard with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Upon noticing Su Shernwan, he felt a surge of displeasure. He had not invited her. Yet here she was, audaciously intruding. Were it not for her, Su Nanyi would have long since consented to marry into the Bai family. Su Shernwan pouted, her eyes brimming with fear and humility, deliberately invoking sympathy. Old Master Bai, may I wish you a joyous 80th birthday, wishing you health and longevity. Here is a small gift I have prepared for you. With that, she presented an invaluable 1,000-year ginseng. The guests present were taken aback by the display. Miss Su had truly spared no expense. It seemed the events of yesterday had been genuine, and she indeed sought to win Bai Chengli's affection by currying favor with the elder. The Millennium Ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. I wonder what gifts Miss Su has prepared. Prompted by this thought, Su Nanyi finally retrieved her gift from the vehicle. Master Bai, I am aware that you have encountered many rare items and that material luxury holds little value for you. Rather, it is the sentiment that matters. Thus, I have personally embroidered this longevity tapestry for you. It features myriad variations of the character for longevity, a gift that requires immense effort. Yet, Su Nanyi did not invest such heartfelt dedication. Having been given a second chance at life, her sole focus was on Huo Siyu, pouring her time, money, and affection solely into him. Therefore, this tapestry was merely a purchase from an online marketplace. To her surprise, Master Bai joyfully accepted it. Nanyi, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Your gifts always resonate with this old man's heart. Truly, you are the most considerate granddaughter-in-law. He did not spare a single glance at the Millennium Ginseng presented by Su Shernwan. The guests present began to whisper among themselves. Did you see? Master Bai only acknowledges Miss Su. He looks down upon whatever Su Air Miss offers, be it Millennium Ginseng or a 1,000-year-old turtle. If it were me, I wouldn't regard it either. How could someone who attempts to seduce her brother-in-law possess any redeeming qualities? Besides, have you noticed how much more beautiful Su Nanyi has become? Su Shernwan simply cannot compete. Hearing such comparisons, Su Shernwan felt a murderous rage brewing within her. Su Nanyi, well aware of her sister's thoughts, intentionally provoked her. Sister, do not take the guest's words to heart. Your Millennium Ginseng is indeed a splendid gift. Look, it has already been properly secured. Just then, a male servant carelessly tossed her Millennium Ginseng into a box. Damn it, that gift cost me all my pocket money from these past years. As they entered the banquet hall, Su Nanyi was assigned to the most prestigious seat, while Su Shernwan was relegated to a distant position. Her hands clenched tightly, and a venomous glare was directed at Su Nanyi. She silently mused, you won't bask in glory for long. Soon, you will embarrass yourself. It was a grand occasion for Master Bai's birthday, and all the younger generations of the Bai family had returned. Master Bai had 2 sons and 2 grandsons, with the eldest branch traditionally favored, earning Master Bai's affection. However, for reasons unknown, he suddenly began to value the second branch's grandson, Bai Chengli. Consequently, the eldest grandson, Bai Chengli, harbored deep resentment towards them. Today, he seized every opportunity to taunt him. Oh, is that not my dear brother Bai Chengli? I heard you were rejected in your marriage proposal yesterday and caught in a scandal, tut-tut, entangled with your sister-in-law. What a disgrace, Bai Chengli retorted with a smirk. If I were you, I would be more concerned about my future. After all, Grandpa intends to groom me as his successor, and soon the entire Bai family will be mine. You should prepare to sleep on the streets. Bai Sangin scoffed. The Su family you're pursuing is insignificant and offers no advantage to the Bai family. How could marrying Su Nanyi possibly earn you the old man's approval? Upon finishing his words and turning his head, he spotted a woman in red among the guests. His pupils dilated. It was Su Nanyi, and she appeared more stunning than ever. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Bai Chengli approached her. Su Nanyi, who had been longing for conversation, found herself face to face with Bai Chengli, the sworn enemy of Bai Chengli. She recalled how, in her previous life, Bai Chengli had made it a point to undermine Bai Chengli, causing him considerable embarrassment. Miss Su, you look truly exquisite today. I sit beside you? He asked politely. Su Nanyi nodded. discerning the ambition lurking in his eyes. In the future, this man could potentially become a valuable ally in her endeavors. Young Master Bai, you are far more capable than your brother. It is undoubtedly you who will inherit the Bai family, she said with a charming smile. Bai Chengli felt somewhat uncomfortable, clearing his throat. As for inheritance, I do not concern myself with it. I only wish for my grandfather to remain vigorous and protect the Bai family. So Nanyi chuck it lately. Recognizing that pleasantries can be spoken by anyone, she folded a napkin and offered it to him. Young Master Bai, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. We are on the same team. Bai Chengli accepted it, contemplating her words thoughtfully. Suddenly, a commotion arose as someone shouted, Lord Ho Chi has arrived. What? He actually came? Nanyi grasped the edge of the table, her heart racing with anticipation. Why was he here? He had not appeared at this event in her previous life. Master Bai welcomed him respectfully. Lord Chi, I had no knowledge of your attendance today and apologize for the delayed welcome. Huo Siyu was clad in protective gear, with a thick hood obscuring his features, revealing only his striking eyes. His attire resembled armor, and tales of his aversion to sunlight were well known throughout the city. So his appearance did not elicit much shock among the attendees. Only a few whispered, why is the vampire showing himself in daylight? Is he here to feast on humans? Huo Siyu nodded at Master Bai and waved his hand. Ling Tian promptly presented a gift. For Master Bai's 80th birthday, I have brought a humble offering. I hope I may partake in your celebratory wine today. Master Bai's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The Ho family was the most prestigious in the imperial city, and Lord Qi was a legendary figure no one dared to provoke. Of course, how could Lord Qi not partake? Please do come in. Master Bai personally escorted him to the main seat, fortuitously positioned directly across from Nanyi. Many guests, upon seeing Huo Siyu, instinctively distanced themselves. Master Bai intended to sit beside him, but at a mere glance from Ling Tian, he promptly stood again. Lord Qi, there are other guests arriving. I must attend to them. Chapter 7, This is fruit wine. It won't intoxicate. Lord Qi. Nanyi gently inclined her head, offering a sweet smile in greeting. Huo Siyu merely nodded slightly, his gaze shifting elsewhere. Nanyi felt a pang of disappointment. She acknowledged that in her previous life, she had owed Huo Siyu so much, and his indifference in this life was something she had to endure. Once he shed his outer garments, revealing his devilishly handsome visage, his long, phoenix-like eyes were devoid of warmth, and his pallid complexion added an air of sickly beauty. Though he appeared gaunt, only Nanyi knew of the strong physique concealed beneath those garments. Thoughts of certain matters made her cheeks flush slightly. She swallowed hard, an action that did not escape Huo Siyu's notice, prompting a faint, almost imperceptible smile to grace his lips. Lord Qi, you ought to drink less. It is not beneficial for your stomach ailment. Seeing Huo Siyu down 2 glasses of wine in quick succession, Nanyi felt a surge of anxiety. Huo Siyu scrutinized her, his voice devoid of warmth. How do you know I have a stomach ailment? Nanyi's heart leaped with joy. Lord Qi, have you forgotten? I am a medical student. Although I have yet to become a formal physician, my medical skills are quite commendable. Lord Qi, please hire me. I assure you I can remedy your stomach issues. In her previous life, she had been hailed as a genius medical student, but alas, love had clouded her judgment, and she abandoned her studies after Bai Chengli remarked that he did not favor women overly ambitious in their careers. This time around, she was determined to excel in her medical studies and heal Huo Siyu's aversion to sunlight. Huo Siyu's expression remained impassive, as if he did not perceive her suggestion as particularly noteworthy. My personal physician is of world-class caliber. Nanyi's resolve only intensified, her eyes sparkling with determination. Lord Qi, I beg you to reserve a position for me. Once I become a renowned physician, you must employ me. Huo Siyu offered no further response, merely casting a sidelong glance at Ling Tian, who promptly understood and departed. Nanyi scanned the room, but she could not spot where Ling Tian had gone. Never mind. She ought to attend to her own affairs. In her previous life, it was also at the birthday banquet of Lord Bai that she was drugged and hazily carried to a bed. When she awoke, she found Bai Chengli lying beside her. She presumed that they had consummated their union, and thus their wedding date would be hastily advanced. However, recalling Bai Chengli's words just before her demise in her former life, She realized that she had never truly surrendered herself to him. Moreover, she distinctly remembered Su Shernwan blushing as she emerged from the adjacent room. At the time, she thought nothing of it, but now clarity dawned upon her. On that fateful night of her unconsciousness, Bai Chengli had been in the next room, engaging in an illicit affair with Su Shernwan. A surge of animosity welled within her, yet she managed to restrain herself, smiling at Huo Siyu as she said, "Seventh Master, I need to use the restroom for a moment." Huo Siyu regarded her silently. Guided by her memory, Nanyi deftly slipped into the room where they were clandestinely meeting. She installed surveillance equipment, directing one camera towards the head of the bed, and fearing it would not suffice, she set up another. Satisfied with her work, she stealthily exited the room, only to collide with Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, what brings you here?" His earlier trajectory seemed to have originated from the adjoining room, the very chamber where she had lain unconscious in her former life. Ling Tian wore a stoic expression as he replied, just surveying the area, remaining vigilant. "If anyone intends to harm Seventh Master, I will be able to pinpoint their location immediately." Upon returning to the banquet, the celebration had officially commenced. Lord Bai delivered a speech and proceeded to toast each guest. At that moment, a waiter approached with a small wine jug. A smirk crept across Su Nanyi's lips. The drama was about to unfold. "Miss Su, this is sent by Miss Su Air. It is fruit wine. You will not become intoxicated. Allow me to pour it for you." Su Nanyi nodded, offering no resistance. And under the watchful gaze of the waiter, she deliberately drank the cup of fruit wine. She had concocted the antidote the previous night and had consumed it half an hour ago. The drug held no effect on her. Lord Bai approached her. "Nanyi, do stay tonight. We have prepared a fireworks display in the backyard. You have always adored fireworks, have you not?" Su Nanyi smiled and politely declined. "Grandfather, I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow. I must retire early tonight, but I will visit you again at a later time." Though Lord Bai wished to extend his invitation further, Su Nanyi feigned a headache. "Grandfather, I feel a bit dizzy. I shouldn't have indulged in so many drinks. I would like to rest for a while." He promptly summoned a servant to assist her. Su Nanyi opened her eyes, bemused. It was indeed just as it had been in her previous life. The maid who attended her was the same, guiding her to the same room. Feigning unconsciousness, she allowed the maid to lead her to the bed, whereupon she overheard the maid reporting, "Young master, Miss Su has fainted." Once the maid departed, she retrieved her phone to check the surveillance footage from the adjacent room. Based on the timing, Bai Chengli and Su Shernwan should have been fervently disrobing by now. Why was there no sign of them next door? Su Nanyi furrowed her brows. What was Bai Chengli doing, moving so sluggishly even in his infidelity? A few wafts of incense filled her nostrils, and she turned to see 2 sticks of incense burning on the bedside table, their fragrance refreshing. Yet, she recalled that there had been no such incense in her previous life. The door handle turned, and Su Nanyi quickly lay back down, closing her eyes, sensing the bed beside her dip slightly. To her astonishment, Bai Chengli's self-absorbed voice reached her ears. "Su Nanyi, you look particularly lovely today. You claim you do not wish to marry me, yet you hover around my vicinity all day. I could claim you for myself, but my heart belongs to Nanyi. However, a taste of my affection would not be out of the question." Suppressing the urge to retch, Su Nanyi mentally cursed. That insufferable Bai Chengli. What was he doing here instead of next door, indulging in his tryst? Should he dare to make a move, she would be certain to break his hand. Just then, the door swung open, and someone rushed in. "Brother Chengli, why are you looking for Su Nanyi? You should be next door. Wasn't it agreed that I would offer myself to you today?" It was Su Shernwan, having not found Bai Chengli in her room, come to confront him. Upon observing Su Shernwan's heartbroken and innocent demeanor, Bai Chengli felt a pang of sympathy. "Nanyi, fret not. My heart is yours. However, you are aware that my grandfather insists I marry Su Nanyi. Now, she is adamant about not marrying me, so I must first consummate our union. But I will not forsake you. Otherwise, you both shall serve me together." Su Nanyi nearly wished to strike him dead. How could he utter such revolting words? At that moment, a new voice echoed from the doorway. "This is my last time assisting you. Brother, this behavior is rather unseemly. If grandfather discovers that you are truly involved with Su Shernwan, he will undoubtedly be disappointed in you, and you may lose your position as heir." It was Bai Chengli who had overheard everything from outside the door and recorded it. It turned out that someone beside Seventh Master had alerted him to pay attention to the happenings in these two rooms. Now that he had the recording, he hurried off to find grandfather. Bai Chengli, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily pursued him, determined not to allow grandfather to heed Bai Shangyan's words. Su Shernwan, feeling wronged, clutched his arm. Brother Chengli, do not leave. Today should be our wedding night. I have prepared many surprises for you. Bai Chengli swallowed hard, torn by desire, wishing he could strip her of her garments and indulge right there. Yet he knew he must first placate Lord Bai. Su Shernwan stomped her foot in frustration, casting a venomous glance at the still unconscious Su Nanyi before departing. Still pretending to be faint? The cold voice of Huo Siyu pierced through the room. Su Nanyi opened her eyes, her heart fluttering upon seeing him. Seventh Master, what brings you here? She asked joyfully, wondering if he had come out of concern for her. Huo Siyu offered no response, his gaze piercing as he commanded, "Open your mouth." Obediently, Su Nanyi complied, witnessing him press a small black pill into her mouth, his cool fingers brushing against her lips, sending a delightful shiver through her. This is the antidote. The wine you drank was laced with a narcotic. Su Nanyi was well aware of this, yet she wondered how Huo Siyu was so informed. She swallowed the pill, a wave of sweetness flooding her heart. Seventh Master, you truly care for me. Although he had not proposed, he had remained, as always, the first to arrive in her time of peril. Huo Siyu lowered his eyelids, the tragedies of their past life resurfacing, and he pressed his brow, striving to suppress the anguish within. He then stated, somewhat indifferently, Miss Su, you will encounter many dangers in the future. This will be the last time I assist you. Take heed of your own safety. Henceforth, her matters would be her own to navigate. His presence here was solely to sever the fate that bound her to Bai Chengli. From this point onward, she would no longer be subject to his whims. They would each traverse their own paths. Her destiny was now in her own hands, and he would no longer be a part of it. Striding away, he was taken aback when he felt a warm embrace encircle his waist. Looking down, he saw her clinging to him. Let go, he commanded, his voice frigid. Su Nanyi gazed up at him with a wounded expression. Seventh Master, you clearly have feelings for me as well. Shall we be together? Upon returning to the banquet hall, Huo Siyu and Ling Tian had already departed. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady her stance as his resolute rejection echoed in her ears. It matters not, she fervently encouraged herself. In her previous life, she had rebuffed him countless times, and in this life, any rejection he faced was merely her just desserts. The venerable Bai Patriarch hurried towards her, having just heard everything from his two grandsons. Damn it, this matter must not reach Su Nanyi. Nanyi, you're not feeling dizzy, are you? Today, we have failed in our care, the kindly Bai Patriarch inquired. Su Nanyi shook her head. Grandfather, I simply indulged a bit too much. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave. However, the Bai Patriarch reached out to stop her. Nanyi, do stay for dinner before you depart. I have already spoken with your father. He is aware that you will not be returning tonight. A glint of sharpness entered Su Nanyi's eyes. The Bai Patriarch's stubbornness was indeed remarkable. Grandfather, if you still wish to persuade me to marry Bai Chengli, please refrain from wasting your breath, for I, Su Nanyi, will never wed Bai Chengli. It seems my sister has quite the fondness for him. Perhaps you should consider her instead. A stiff smile appeared on the Bai Patriarch's face. Nanyi, you have always been the granddaughter-in-law in my heart. Your sister, Su Shernwan? What is she really? I know you harbor some misunderstandings about them, but look, today Chengli has kept his distance from your sister, not uttering a word. Huh. Su Nanyi's lips curled into a cold smile. They nearly ended up in bed together. Is that what you call nothing? The Bai Patriarch was truly resorting to deceitful tactics to ensnare her as his granddaughter-in-law. She was not one to shy away from confrontation. Grandfather, you must be aware of today's events. My sister and Bai Chengli were secretly meeting in a room. I fear they may have already engaged in conjugal relations. What more do you wish to deceive me about? With that, she departed without a backward glance. The Bai Patriarch observed her retreating figure, a shrewd glint in his eyes. In the past, Su Nanyi had wept and clamored to marry Chengli. What had changed recently? His ineffectual grandson, having already administered an aphrodisiac, why not simply consummate their union? The thought of him seeking to consort with Su Shernwan was a source of disappointment. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Xingqiang awaited at the door. Well, you didn't anger the Bai patriarch, did you? You must placate him, marry into the Bai family soon, and avoid causing me trouble. Su Nanyi smirked mockingly, maintaining an obedient facade. Father, I perceive a shift in circumstances. Today, my sister was caught on a date with Bai Chengli. The Bai patriarch may very well acknowledge her as a granddaughter-in-law. Just think, she's far more charming than I. Wouldn't it be better to assist her in marrying him? Su Xingqiang certainly entertained that notion, yet the Bai patriarch had set his sights firmly on Su Nanyi. If only he could marry one off, it would be splendid. After all, the Bai family was a prestigious lineage in the imperial city, and Nuan would become a wealthy matron. As night fell, a maid knocked on the door, announcing that the master and mistress wished to see Su Nanyi. With a sardonic smile, Su Nanyi followed the maid into the hall, where she encountered a tearful Su Shernwan and her venomous stepmother, Lin Huihui. Master, Su Nanyi must be severely punished. Her wicked heart has wronged Nuan, leading to her expulsion from the Bai household. Su Xingqiang's beard bristled with fury. He would not allow anyone to sabotage the alliance with the Bai family. Su Nanyi, what is the meaning of this? Have you been slandering your sister? Su Xinuan, eyes brimming with tears, implored, Father, you must stand up for me. I am innocent with Bai Chengli, yet my sister insists I was on a date with him today, which resulted in my expulsion from the Bai family. I can no longer face anyone. I might as well die. Chapter 9. Only with private clothing can one sleep soundly. Su Nanyi had long prepared her rhetoric, mimicking Su Shernwan's countenance, her eyes glistening with feigned tears. Father, the situation is not as my sister claims. It is she who harbors feelings for Bai Chengli. Yesterday, she beseeched me to take her to the Bai household, insisting I inform the Bai patriarch of their secret meetings. Only then would he acknowledge her. Su Shernwan's typically gentle visage could no longer conceal her fury. Father, I have never asked my sister to do such a thing. She is deliberately framing me. I could never seduce my brother-in-law. Now everyone believes this of me. I have lost all face. Lin Huihui hastily chimed in. Master, the truth is evident. Su Nanyi is consumed with jealousy and cannot abide the sight of our Nuan's happiness, thus tarnishing her reputation. What are you waiting for? Expel Su Nanyi from the Su family at once. Su Xingqiang's face darkened ominously, his judgmental gaze fixed upon Su Nanyi. You are envious of Nuan. I will not spare you. Su Nanyi felt no pain. She had grown accustomed to his bias. Yet, the performance must continue. Father, it was my sister who compelled me to act thus. She truly loves Bai Chengli. You have no idea. She must hold his private garments to sleep at night. What? Su Xingqiang gasped in shock. Such news would be a disgrace. How could the Su family have raised such a daughter? Seizing the moment, Su Nanyi pressed on. Father, I have evidence. Come with me to my sister's room. Lin Huihui, dark-faced, retorted, Su Nanyi, cease your slander. Our Nuan is a refined young lady, incapable of such outrageous behavior. Whether she did or not will be revealed soon. Su Xingqiang said sternly, leading the way upstairs. The three of them arrived at Su Shernwan's room, where Su Xingqiang, in a fit of rage, flung back the covers to reveal 3 pairs of men's underwear neatly arranged on the left side of the bed. Lin Huihui attempted to defend. Master, they are merely 3 pairs of underwear. What does that prove? Is Nuan forbidden from wearing men's underwear? Su Xingqiang shot her a glare, prompting the steward to pick up the 3 pairs, only to exclaim in astonishment. Master, these underwear are embroidered with the name Bai Chengli. Su Xingqiang trembled with rage. How could a Su family have produced such a shameless daughter? Su Shernwan, what further words do you have to say? Su Shernwan's face drained of color. Indeed, the underwear was a gift from Bai Chengli, a result of his peculiar obsession with having women keep his undergarments. She had warned him of the risks, yet he insisted that not keeping them meant she did not love him. But how did Su Nanyi come to know this? Master, this must be Su Nanyi's plot to frame Nuan. Our Nuan is self-respecting and would never engage in such behavior. Lin Huihui was quick to shift the blame onto Su Nanyi. Enough. Su Xingqiang kicked the bedside cabinet in frustration. He had never anticipated that his pride, Nuan, would stoop to such degrading actions. bring Su Shernwan to her room and confine her there for 3 days. With that, he stormed out, and Lin Huihui hurried after him. In the room, only Su Shernwan and Su Nanyi remained. "Sister, why have you treated me this way? Are we not good sisters?" She grasped Su Nanyi's hand, full of grievance. Su Nanyi evaded her grip but smiled. "Sister, I only wish what is best for you." "For my own good?" Su Shernwan was bewildered. "Indeed, sister knows you wish to marry Bai Chengli. You must first convince father. Only with his approval will your plans proceed smoothly." Then what was today? A spectacle. "Sister, you are rather dim-witted. Cannot you see? You must make father aware of your determination to marry Bai Chengli. After today, as performance, he will surely find a way to persuade the Bai family. Simply await your entry into the Bai household." Su Shernwan was left dazed, unable to fathom Su Nanyi's seemingly benevolent intentions. Once back in her room, Su Nanyi changed her phone and anonymously posted, "Breaking news. Absolutely true. The second young lady of the Su family secretly treasures Bai Chengli's undergarments, finding it impossible to sleep without holding them close. She even attached photos of the underwear she had taken in her room, with the name Bai Chengli prominently displayed. Within a mere minute, this revelation ignited a fervent discussion among 30,000 people. Wow, is it really that shocking? I told you the rumors about Miss Su and Bai Chengli were true. Who would have thought she actually sleeps with his underwear? What a peculiar taste. And she dares to call herself a socialite. How absurd." The comments continued. "Are all men in the world dead? Why must Su Shernwan seduce her own brother-in-law? I wonder how the Su family plans to handle this. I refuse to believe Su Nanyi would still marry Bai Chengli after this scandal." With the situation escalating, Su Shernwan had no choice but to consider marrying Bai Chengli. It seemed she was undeservedly fortunate. Watching the replies with satisfaction, Su Nanyi glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 p.m. It was about time for Huo Siyu to have his meal. She changed into a different outfit, spritzed on his favorite perfume. And when she descended to the first floor, she took advantage of the momentary absence of others to stealthily slip her second phone beneath the butler's pillow. The butler was under Lin Huihui's employ and had committed numerous wrongdoings in his previous life, typically tasked with monitoring her for Lin Huihui, even engaging in assassination plots. It was his hands that had led to Ling Tian's demise. Upon arriving at the Yu Garden, she was met as usual by Uncle Wang and Ling Tian, who barred her entry. "Miss Su, our Yu Garden does not welcome you. We hope you will refrain from visiting again." Su Nanyi waved the bottle of medicine in her hand, saying, "I am not here to cause trouble. Seventh Master must be feeling unwell again, and I brought medication." Ling Tian, with an unwavering demeanor, responded, "Miss Su, our seventh master has a professional medical team at his disposal. With him around, his stomach issues are hardly a concern." Su Nanyi sighed, realizing how unexpectedly difficult it was to see Huo Siyu this time around. Just when Ling Tian relaxed, thinking she had retreated, the alarm in the Yu Garden suddenly blared. Looking up, he was astonished to see Miss Su attempting to scale the wall. Goodness, did she even comprehend how perilous this was? Su Nanyi was not one to surrender easily, having often climbed trees to gather wild fruits during her rural days. A mere wall seemed no more daunting than crossing a small stream. However, this time, she had underestimated the challenge. The wall surrounding the Yu Garden was constructed from a uniquely slippery material, and once her foot made contact, she slipped downwards. Just as she was about to crash down, she instead fell into a cold embrace, her waist tightly held. "It's you, Siyu," she exclaimed, knowing he would always appear in the face of danger. Chapter 10. The revelation of her secret regarding the undergarments had been exposed. Tears welled in her eyes as she instinctively reached for his neck, but Huo Siyu's gaze darkened, and he loosened his grip on her waist, causing her to land heavily on the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," she whimpered, rubbing her sore backside while casting a pleading glance at Huo Siyu. Despite her painful fall, he merely shot her a cold look before turning to leave. Su Nanyi quickly followed, disregarding her pain, for clinging to his leg was far more important. "Seventh Master, is your stomach still bothering you? I brought medication tailored to your condition. I assure it will be effective." She offered her attentions from behind. Huo Siyu paused, narrowing his eyes, and commanded Uncle Wang to escort Miss Su out. Uncle Wang immediately prepared to lead her away, but but Nanyi was unwilling to forfeit her chance to see him. In a moment of desperation, she grasped his wrist, grinning, "Seventh Master, I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner yet." As her warmth enveloped his hand, he felt a mix of desire and irritation and swiftly shook her off. "What? Has the Siyu family become so impoverished that they can no longer afford your dinner?" She replied with a playful smile. "You know, in that house, there is no place for me. Their affections are all directed towards my stepsister. No one cares about me." Huo Siyu regarded her intently. She had become remarkably astute in this lifetime, seeing through the true nature of the Siyu family much earlier than before. Unlike her previous life, where she had often benefited them. "Since Miss Siyu has not had dinner, Uncle Wong, please pack a meal for her to take with her," he instructed. Uncle Wong promptly dashed to the kitchen. Nanyi was momentarily taken aback, her expression a mix of resentment and frustration. "Seventh Master, noticing her predicament, Huo Siyu's mood lightened considerably. Before long, Uncle Wong returned with a packed meal. Nanyi found the situation somewhat comical. Huo Siyu Woon Tea let her enter, and she was left carrying dinner home. As she departed, she slipped the prepared medicine into his hand. "Seventh Master, take 3 pills before dinner. This is enough for a week's supply. I will return next week to bring more." Once she had left, Ling Tian voiced his confusion. "Seventh Master, why has Miss Siyu changed? She no longer seems intent on marrying Bai Chengli and keeps coming back to our garden." Huo Siyu replied indifferently. "Perhaps she's simply lost her mind. Maybe this time around, she discovered the scandalous affair between Bai Chengli and Su Shernwan earlier than expected, leading to a different course of events. As for whom she chose to marry, it was of no concern to him. A wolf raised in vain, both foolish and dim-witted. I have no desire to involve myself in her affairs." Upon returning to the Siyu family, Nanyi found Su Xingxiang with a grave expression, while Su Shernwan was weeping. Lin Hui seized the opportunity to complain. "Sir, it must have been Nanyi who did this. She anonymously posted about the undergarments, intending to make us the laughingstock." Nanyi looked bewilderedly at Su Xingxiang. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I merely went to a restaurant to pick up dinner. What happened?" Su Xingxiang, intrigued, asked Nanyi, "Do you truly not know?" He tossed his phone in front of her. "Take a look for yourself. It's all over the internet, and our family's reputation is in tatters. The only ones who knew about this were us. It must have been you." Nanyi hastily grabbed the phone and glanced through the messages. Perfect. The situation had unfolded just as she had anticipated, and Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli's reputations were utterly ruined. For now, she feigned ignorance. "Dad, I swear I didn't do it. I'm still a member of the Siyu family and would never betray us." Lin Hui scoffed, "Whether you did it or not. There are only a few who knew, and you must be jealous of our Wan, which is why you devised this scheme. Sir, hurry and throw her out." Nanyi's gaze darted to the butler. "Dad, I suspect it was the butler. He isn't a member of the Siyu family and has the most motive to do this." The butler, caught off guard, hurriedly defended himself. "Sir, it wasn't me. You have treated me well. I would never betray you." Seizing the opportunity, Nanyi insisted, "Dad, let us not waste time. We should search his phone. The post must have left a trace." With a fierce order, Su Xingqiang proclaimed, "We must uncover this traitor today." The group headed to the butler's quarters, and Nanyi leaned against the wall, confident they would eventually find the phone. Sure enough, "Sir, we found it. There's a phone under the pillow, and the posting account is still logged in." Su Xingqiang took it and exclaimed, Well, we have a traitor in our midst." He turned to the butler. "What do you have to say for yourself? We have treated you well, yet you choose to expose our secrets for others to mock us. Guards, beat him up and throw him out." The butler, terrified, cried out in protest. "Master, I am wholeheartedly loyal. That phone is not mine. I have never even seen it. Someone must be trying to frame me. Master, you must stand up for me. I have been part of this family for nearly a decade, and I have long regarded the Siyu family as my own. After all these years, Su Xingqiang may be reluctant to let me go." Nanyi's eyes flashed with determination. She must not allow Su Xingqiang to soften. With a firm twist of her thigh, tears welled up. "Father, I am wronged. No matter how I plead, I'm still the eldest daughter of the Siyu family. Yet the steward, taking advantage of my mother's absence, has repeatedly bullied me." He stutters and cannot even voice his intentions. Su Xingqiang, though indifferent towards the child of his ex-wife, was particularly concerned about his reputation. He immediately sought to rectify the situation. Nanyi, what are you afraid of? How has this scoundrel dared to bully you? I am the head of this family, and my own daughter should not be subjected to the whims of a mere steward. With this newfound support, soon Nanyi began to articulate her grievances clearly. Father, the steward often makes lewd remarks towards me, professing his affection and even suggesting I become his mistress. How could I ever agree to such a thing? What? Su Shengqiang's fury ignited like a spark meeting a gust of wind, soaring to great heights. Steward, you dare to harass my daughter? Bring him to me. Break one of his legs and cast him into the mountains to fend for himself. The steward immediately fell to his knees. Master, I have never harassed the young lady. It must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Nanyi's expression hardened. Are you implying that I risk my reputation to expose your true nature, which is merely a misunderstanding? Father, while his mistreatment of me is one matter, it shows a fundamental lack of respect towards you. How can we allow such a person to remain so close? Chapter 11. The Wedding Dress That Won't Fit. Su Xingqiang would not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. He was accustomed to bowing and scraping outside, but at home, he must be the undisputed leader. What are you standing there for? Drag the steward out. Just as the steward was about to be dealt with, Lin Huihui felt compelled to intervene. Over the years, she had invested a considerable sum to persuade the steward to assist her. It would be a tremendous loss if he were disposed of. Master, please do not be angry. It's not worth it to become upset over this matter. I believe there are still some uncertainties surrounding the steward's actions. He has a wife and children, and his wife is quite beautiful. Why would he harass a young girl? Besides, he knows this household better than anyone. If we rashly dismiss him, we might struggle to find a reliable caretaker for this family. Upon hearing this, Su Shengqiang's anger subsided significantly, especially with the soft hand resting on his chest. Su Nanyi concealed a smirk. Lin Huihui indeed had her ways. With a mere gesture, she could placate Su Xingqiang, which explained her long-standing position within the Su household. In her previous life, Su Nanyi had even regarded Lin Huihui as a mother figure. But in this life, things would not be so simple. With tears in her eyes, Su Nanyi continued, Father, the steward has shown me disrespect for many years. He seems to have a preference for underage girls. Perhaps he has even bullied my younger sister. Such audacity! Su Xingqiang's face turned crimson with rage. Under his very nose, his most cherished daughter and Su Nanyi could have been victimized by this pervert. Unforgivable. He shall not be spared. Drag him away and break his legs. He is never to approach the Su family again. Whoever dares to intercede on his behalf shall be cast out as well. With this decree, Lin Huihui could only watch in dismay, casting a displeased glance at Su Nanyi. What was her motive in opposing her? Did she truly believe the steward harbored such intentions? Su Nanyi chuckled inwardly. Although the steward had yet to harass her, in 2 years' time, he would begin to pursue her relentlessly. The sooner he was expelled, the better. Moreover, only by removing him could the Su family welcome a new steward. She took a few steps forward, feigning innocence as she clung to Su Xingqiang's arm. Father, Aunt Lin is right. Without the steward, we lack assistance in our daily lives. We must quickly select a new steward. I have an excellent candidate, my wet nurse, who cared for me until I was 10. She hails from a prominent family, is poised and knowledgeable about etiquette, and is exceptionally devoted to the family's leadership. Her words were deliberately crafted for the ears of Su Shengqiang and Lin Huihui, for who would not desire a compliant steward? However, her wet nurse was indeed a peculiar presence, paying no heed to anyone's wishes. Su Xingqiang appeared contemplative, while Lin Huihui's displeasure grew. Master, I cannot agree. The steward is integral to our household. How can we simply appoint someone we are unfamiliar with? That wet nurse is only familiar with Su Nanyi. How could she pledge her loyalty to us? Su Nanyi stepped forward with a smile. Aunt Lin, what do you mean? I thought we were all on the same side. My wet nurse treats me well, so naturally, she will be loyal to you as well. Besides, Father knows my wet nurse well and understands her capabilities. She was aware of certain past events. The wet nurse had originally been the steward of her maternal grandfather's household, concerned that his daughter might suffer after marrying Su Xingqiang. Her grandfather had summoned the wet nurse to accompany her. The wet nurse was also somewhat attractive, and it was rumored that Su Xingqiang had once harbored feelings for her. But she had firmly rebuffed his advances. As the saying goes, one is often haunted by unattainable desires from youth. Su Xingqiang, lost in thought, seemed to be reminiscing. Very well, let us bring her here. After all, she shares a deep bond with your mother. Since your mother has passed, I shall take care of her sister in her stead. Su Nanyi quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, father. My wet nurse will surely take good care of this household. She then turned to Lin Hui. And thank you, Aunt Lin, for facilitating my longing for my wet nurse. Otherwise, how could father have such fondness for you? You are beautiful, gracious, understanding, kind-hearted, and an exceptionally rare stepmother. This flattery left Lin Hui speechless, who had initially intended to oppose the wet nurse's entry. Now, she could only awkwardly chuckle. After all this commotion, the meal Su Nanyi had brought back had gone cold. She entered the kitchen to reheat the dishes, humming a cheerful tune as she anticipated reuniting with her wet nurse in just a few days. In her previous life, her wet nurse had met a tragic end, unjustly blamed on Huo Siyu. In this life, she vowed to protect her wet nurse at all costs. Sister, where did you buy this food? It smells amazing, better than what our chef prepares. Su Shirwan appeared in the kitchen, feigning curiosity. Su Nanyi proudly declared, this is takeout from the 7th Master's residence, made with top-notch ingredients and prepared by an elite team of chefs. Naturally, it tastes better than our home-cooked meals. Su Shirwan probed, Sister, are you referring to Huo Siyu? But didn't Tiyu say you despised him? Why are you accepting his food? Brother Chengli might get upset. Su Nanyi smiled slightly and beckoned her with a finger. Sister, do you wish to marry Bai Chengli? I can help you. Su Shirwan hurriedly protested. Sister, it's not what you think. I have no connection with Brother Chengli. Those are all mere rumors. Watching you and Brother Chengli tie the knot is what would make me happy. Such a good actress. Su Nanyi squinted her eyes and boldly declared, however, I do not have any fondness for Bai Chengli. He is both unsightly and dull. I must have been blind to have ever taken a liking to him. Yet, you and Bai Chengli are indeed a perfect match, dear sister. Oh no, that is not meant as an insult towards you, but when the two of you stand together, you simply complement each other. Moreover, it is common knowledge among netizens that you have a rather embarrassing incident concerning his undergarments. It seems you're destined to marry Bai Chengli after all. Su Shirwan's face flushed with embarrassment. The incident regarding the undergarments had truly brought her great shame. Dreaded butler. She timidly inquired, Sister, whom do you fancy now? It cannot possibly be the infamous Lord Huo Siyu, can it? I've heard he is a deviant, with a penchant for violence. You must not marry him. Su Nanyi feigned regret. Alas, what do you mean by marriage? I am merely nursing an unrequited love. Lord Shi does not harbor any such feelings for me. Yet, in her heart, she thought, indeed, I will marry no one but him. After enjoying their meal, Su Nanyi wiped her mouth in satisfaction, only to be startled by Bai Chengli's abrupt entrance. Su Nanyi, it is quite late. Do you not have any awareness of your own weight? At this rate, you will be unable to fit into a wedding dress. And do you wish to embarrass me? Chapter 12. I will sleep beside you. Su Nanyi felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, wondering where this barking dog had come from. Oh, she recalled, it was the dog from Su Shirwan's household. Thus, she deliberately shouted upstairs, Sister, your fiancé has arrived. Why are you not hurrying down? Bai Chengli attempted to grasp her, but Su Nanyi swiftly evaded him. His expression was one of disbelief. Su Nanyi, how long do you intend to carry on with this nonsense? I have already humbled myself. I am offering you an olive branch, yet you persist in being unreasonable. Rolling her eyes, Su Nanyi retorted, Bai Chengli, I must warn you. If you continue to harass me, I shall report you to the authorities. If you marry Su Shirwan as you ought, I might consider sparing you. Bai Chengli was visibly exasperated. Enough. Are you simply jealous of your sister? How childish you are. That is your own sister we are talking about. I apologize. I will keep my distance from her. Is that satisfactory? Su Shirwan had descended the stairs and, upon witnessing their quarrel, felt immense joy. Yet she still attempted to mediate. Sister, Brother Chengli, please do not argue over me. It is all my fault. I should not have cherished the brotherly affection that brother-in-law provides. Bai Chengli felt a pang of guilt. Su Nuan was truly wonderful. If it were not for that old man's insistence, she would have been his ideal choice for a wife. Su Nanyi, listen to how kind and innocent your sister is. And here you are, consumed by jealousy. Is your heart made of stone? Disinterested in further dialogue, Su Nanyi ascended the stairs with brisk determination, wishing to avoid any further interaction. Little did she know, Bai Chengli followed closely behind, brazenly declaring, "Well, we are to be married soon, so I shall be spending the night at your residence." Su Nanyi, which room is yours? Su Nanyi scoffed. What business do you have in my room? I assure you, there are no undergarments of yours there. You. Bai Chengli felt utterly humiliated by this incident, as friends mocked him for it, and tonight he had been compelled by his grandfather to clarify matters. Su Nanyi, do not push your luck. Those are mere rumors. I assure you, my relationship with your sister is entirely innocent. As for the undergarments, that must be a misunderstanding. If others accuse me unjustly, I can overlook it, but for you to say the same about someone who supposedly loves me, you are being exceedingly petty. Su Nanyi rolled her eyes. Have you lost your senses? I do not love you at all. You are currently embroiled in a scandal with my sister. Marriage is the only way to quell public opinion. You ought to focus on persuading your grandfather. Bai Chengli's face fell. Do you truly not love me? Who is it that used to chase after me, delivering meals and fruit daily, peeking at me from behind? Su Nanyi held her head high. Do not misunderstand. I was not doing it for you, nor was I spying. I merely wished to send my affections to someone else who did not reciprocate, and you happen to benefit from that. Attempting to deny their past feelings to garner his attention? You would not indulge her. Su Nanyi, your indifference is fortuitous. I, too, have no affection for you. I shall marry Nuan instead. I will return home and persuade my grandfather. Prepare yourself for tears. Bai Chengli, are you serious? A booming voice interrupted. It was Su Xingqiang returning from work. The company had been struggling, and many debts remained unpaid. He had only just managed to send a few debt collectors away. Old Master Bai insisted on awaiting Su Nanyi's marriage before providing financial support to the Su family. But now he was aware that his beloved daughter, Nuan, also had feelings for Bai Chengli. Sighing, he truly wished to marry Nuan off to him. After all, the Bai family status would grant her a life of luxury. As for Su Nanyi, she could marry anyone, as long as it was someone decent. He was at a loss for how to approach Old Master Bai about switching brides. However, since Bai Chengli had brought it up himself, he would pass the dilemma back to him. Bai Chengli, both Su Nanyi and Nuan are my precious daughters. If you dare to mistreat either of them, my fist shall make quick work of you. Now, decide whom you truly wish to marry. Bai Chengli chose to unsettle Su Nanyi further, sneering. I intend to marry Su Nuan. Very well. You shall marry Nuan. Our family consents. Now return and clarify matters with your grandfather, and hasten to finalize the wedding. Su Xingqiang tossed this hot potato into Bai Chengli's lap. Su Nuan was overwhelmed with emotion. He was genuinely willing to speak to Old Master Bai on her behalf. Brother Chengli, she dashed forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. Bai Chengli cast a triumphant glance at Su Nanyi, who remained unperturbed, huffing. She is merely pretending to be strong. As midnight approached, Su Nanyi finally settled comfortably in bed. A strange noise from the window drew her attention, prompting her to rise and investigate. To her surprise, it was Ling Tian, standing at the corner of the wall below, holding small pebbles. Is Lord Qi here? Su Nanyi hurried down the stairs, glancing around, still conscious of her appearance, having applied a touch of vibrant lipstick. Ling Tian cleared his throat. Miss Su, Lord Qi has sent me to inquire whether you intend to return his belongings. Su Nanyi was utterly bewildered, her large, damp eyes blinking in confusion. What belongings of Lord Qi? Ling Tian responded matter-of-factly. Miss Su, this evening, Lord Qi kindly packaged your dinner. Those bowls belong to our estate. You would not wish to keep them for yourself, would you? Su Nanyi narrowed her eyes. They were merely bowls. Was Huo Siyu truly so petty? It was undoubtedly a subtle hint. He wished to see her. Having steeled her resolve, Su Nanyi hummed a tune as she retrieved the bowls from the kitchen. Where's your vehicle? I shall accompany you to the estate. Ling Tian appeared apprehensive. Miss Su, Lord Qi only requested I retrieve the bowls. He did not instruct me to bring you along. Lord Qi does not wish to see you. Clutching the bowls, Su Nani pointed at him. Ling Tian, you truly misunderstand your Lord Qi. Is it merely the bowls he desires? Does he lack bowls? Hurry and drive. Upon hearing her logic, Ling Tian reconsidered. Once they arrived at the estate, Su Nani dashed upstairs. She intended to return the bowls to Lord Qi in person. At this hour, he would likely be in his study, immersed in work. She gently pushed the door open and entered to find Huo Siyu seated, his focus intense. Long fingers striking the keyboard with precision, enveloped in the warm glow of the lamp. Quietly beautiful. To let you in. He did not need to look up. He already knew it was her. Su Nani smiled as she approached, carefully placing the bowls on his desk, propping her elbow on it, and gazing intently at him. Lord Qi, I came of my own volition to return the bowls. Would you like to inspect them? Huo Siyu glanced at the bowls, noting their pristine condition, before shifting his gaze to her face, adopting a businesslike demeanor. After a thorough inspection, you may leave now. Su Nani, playfully defiant, pulled a chair and sat opposite him, a smile gracing her lips. Seventh Master, it's quite late, and the roads are fraught with danger. Please allow me to stay. I can sleep beside you, even on the floor, if necessary. Chapter 13. Must you become amorous in such circumstances? Huo Siyu remained silent, engrossed in his work on the computer. Su Nani, believing he had finally softened, felt joy for a mere 5 seconds before Ling Tian knocked on the door. Miss Su, Seventh Master has asked me to escort you home. With a look of disappointment, Su Nani glanced at Huo Siyu, who made no move to retain her. Thus she reluctantly followed Ling Tian. Upon reaching the door, she turned back, saying, Seventh Master, I shall come to see you again tomorrow. Upon returning to the Su family mansion, she was coincidentally spotted by Lin Huihui, who was up for a midnight visit. Su Nani, why are you still awake? I saw you return from outside. What were you up to? Pointing to the courtyard, Su Nani replied, I had too much to eat tonight and couldn't sleep, so I came downstairs to exercise a bit. I'm so tired now. I'm heading to bed. Aunt Lin, you should rest early as well. Wait. Lin Huihui felt something was amiss with Su Nani these past few days. Aren't you even the slightest bit upset? Bai Chengli has said he intends to marry our Nanyi. You aren't hiding outside crying, are you? So Nanyi smailed calmly. I would shed tears for someone like Bai Chengli, that scoundrel. Aunt, I wish my sister and her husband a lifetime of happiness and many children. The following afternoon, Su Nani arrived early at the airport, waiting until she spotted a woman wearing sunglasses, exuding youthful vitality. Nanny, I'm here. Elated, Su Nani rushed over. It had been many years since they last met, and after experiencing the parting of life and death in her past life, all she desired at that moment was to lie peacefully in her nanny's embrace, just as she did in her childhood. Hey, Su Nani, keep your distance. To her surprise, the nanny disdainfully poked her forehead. Who allowed you to call me nanny again? That makes me sound old. Call me Sister Jing. Immediately complying, Su Nani chirped. Sister Jing. Good girl, that's my little Nanny. And Jun Jing finally enveloped her in a warm embrace. Now, tell me, what prompted you to summon me to this city? Have you encountered some troublesome matter? I've opened 3 farm stays in the countryside and am living quite blissfully. If you're struggling here, just come back to the countryside with me. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Nani gazed at her without blinking. Sister Jing, I just missed you. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and you never replied to my letters. And Jun Jing chuckled sheepishly. That's because I knew you were doing well at the Su family. Besides, running the farm stays keeps me quite busy. What issue are you facing? I could be your helper. If nothing's wrong, I might just head home now. Fearful that she might leave, Su Nani exclaimed, There is something. You are Su Nani's nanny? Upon entering, Lin Huihui was already waiting. She was eager to see what this rural nanny looked like, one whom Su Xingqiang, that old lecher, had consented to employ as a housekeeper. And Jun Jing greeted her with a perfect smile, speaking in a charming and refined manner. You must be Mrs. Su. You are truly beautiful. I am Jun Jing, Su Nani's nanny. I am very grateful for all the care you have provided Nanyi over the years. This child is particularly grateful and praised you for being a gentle and virtuous stepmother, saying that without you, she wouldn't be where she is today. Is that so? Initially intending to assert her authority, Lin Huihui found it hard to retaliate against such flattery. Su Shenwan tugged at her sleeve. Mom, are you letting Junjing off just like that? She must be in cahoots with Su Nanyi. We cannot keep her here. Lin Hui's eyes gleamed with malice. Don't worry, today is the day. Su Nanyi had already arranged the rooms, placing her own next to hers, so that she could respond swiftly to any disturbances. And Junjing tossed her luggage aside and collapsed onto the bed in comfort. Nanyi, I see your stepmother and stepsister are not to be underestimated. How have you managed all these years? Surely you don't think they're good people? Su Nanyi felt a lump in her throat. Sister Jing understood their true nature with just a glance, while she had spent a lifetime discerning their facades. Downstairs, chaos ensued. Lin Hui was loudly reprimanding the maid. Xiaohong, where is my pearl necklace? Did you steal it? I treat you so well, and this is how you repay me? Hand it over, or I'll call the police. Xiaohong, on the floor, protested, Madam, I didn't take it. I never entered your room. This is a misunderstanding. Someone else must have stolen it. Lin Hui slapped her across the face. If it wasn't you, then who? I only allow you into my room. You dare frame someone else? Xiaohong, tearful, pointed at Su Nanyi as she and Junjing descended the stairs. Madam, it was a new housekeeper who took it. I saw her enter your room this afternoon. If not her, who else could it be? She's never seen anything good and must have stolen your pearl necklace. Su Nanyi exchanged glances with Junjing, amused by the swiftness of such treachery. And Junjing, bold and unafraid of trouble, addressed Xiaohong. You're called Xiaohong, right? You claim I took the necklace. What evidence do you have? Anyone can make baseless accusations. I saw you sneak out this afternoon to sell the necklace. Lin Hui, suppressing her delight, remarked, Housekeeper, don't rush to rebut. Since there are witnesses, let us search your room and see what we find. And Junjing raised her hand to block her. Madam, of course you can search my room. But let us make one thing clear. If you cannot prove that I stole the necklace, what will the consequences be? Lin Hui waved her hand dismissively. Who cares? If you didn't steal it, today's events will be a misunderstanding. If you did steal it, I'll call the police. My necklace is worth 200,000. You want to be able to repay it even if you go bankrupt. Su Nanyi stepped in front of her. Aunt, you may search, but if the necklace isn't stolen by my nanny, what will you do to atone? What is all this commotion? Su Xingqiang returned home in a fury. Another creditor had come to the company for debts, and he was utterly fed up with the chaos at home. Couldn't they have some peace? Lin Hui eagerly approached him. Master, it's a serious matter. The new housekeeper is a thief. She stole my pearl necklace, which I bought for 200,000. Su Xingqiang followed her gaze upstairs, his eyes lingering as Junjing appeared just as beautiful as before, with time leaving no mark on her. Lin Hui seethed with anger. This old lecher had to become infatuated in such circumstances. She swayed her hips. Master, we're about to search the housekeeper's room for the necklace. If we find it, she'll be expelled from the Su family. What if we don't find it? I didn't take it, and Junjing replied, her gaze piercing as it met Su Xingqiang's. Su Xingqiang, annoyed, retorted, Hui, and Jing just arrived. She's a guest. You're trying to humiliate her on her first day here. It seems you're deliberately looking for trouble, trying to embarrass me. Chapter 14. Unlike you, already aged. Master, my 200,000 necklace was stolen, and you're ignoring such a significant incident? And you're blaming me for being here? What? Has someone stolen your heart? A flush of embarrassment crossed Su Xingqiang's face, and he cleared his throat. All right, if you want to catch the thief, then do so. If you find them, just throw them out. Su Nanyi quickly interjected, Dad, I want you to be a witness. If the necklace wasn't stolen by my nanny, how will you punish Aunt Lin? Su Xingqiang pondered for a moment. Lin Hui needed a lesson, or she would become increasingly arrogant, thinking she could do as she pleased. Here's the deal. If the necklace wasn't stolen by Jing, then I'll punish Hui to return her family for half a month. She is not allowed to return until that time is up. Lin Hui's expression turned frantic as she pleaded, Master, you cannot punish me in such a manner. I must remain with the Su family, for this is my home. I shall not leave. Su Nanyi, with a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips, mused that this punishment aimed at Lin Hui was merely a means to satiate his own ulterior motives. Now that the wet nurse had arrived, He could hardly contain his eagerness for Lin Hui to be out of sight. But she would ensure the wet nurse's protection. She would never allow that old man, Su Xingqiang, to bully her. A group of them strode into Rujian's chamber, with Xiao Hong tasked to search. It wasn't long before she discovered the stolen goods tucked away in a drawer. Master, madam, look. This is the necklace. I told you the new housekeeper must have stolen it. How could she have ever seen such fine things in the countryside? She likely intended to claim it for herself. Lin Hui's eyes sparkled with delight as she prepared to urge the master to enact the punishment she had just mentioned. Master, the facts are clear. You must expel this housekeeper at once. Su Xingqiang found himself in a difficult situation. Su Nanyi scoffed. Who said my wet nurse was the thief? I believe it was Xiao Hong who pilfered the necklace and is now attempting to frame her. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and switched to the surveillance footage. Having installed cameras in this room long ago, she had prepared for this moment, stocking up on monitors and trackers in her new life. The footage revealed Xiao Hong stealthily opening the door, concealing the necklace in the drawer, and then exiting the room with a satisfied expression. Well, the truth is evident now. The necklace was stolen by Xiao Hong. Aunt Lin, father just said that if you lost, you must return to your family for half a month. Lin Hui could hardly fathom that Su Nanyi had installed cameras in the room. How infuriating. She quickly reverted to a feigned weakness. Master, let's expel Xiao Hong. I was merely caught up in the moment. Please forgive me. Su Xingqiang seized the opportunity, his face darkening. Hui, you have gone too far, unjustly accusing our guest and shaming me in the process. Pack your things and return to the Lin family tonight. I will send a driver for you in half a month. As for Xiao Hong, we will call the police and report her for stealing from the family. Xiao Hong, in a state of panic, turned to Lin Hui, pleading, Madam, save me. You were the one who directed me to do this. I did not steal anything. Fearing the truth would be revealed, Lin Hui struck her twice. Silence. First, you wronged our new housekeeper, and now you dare to accuse me? Master, summon the bodyguards to remove her at once, lest she taint our ears with her lies. Without uttering another word, Su Xingqiang ordered Xiao Hong to be taken away. In his murky eyes, Su Xingqiang gazed at Rujian with an affectionate expression. You remain as beautiful as ever. And Rujian's face was devoid of emotion as she replied, Master, the countryside nurtures one's beauty, unlike you, who's grown old. Before Su Nanyi could suppress her laughter, she hurriedly pulled Rujian back to their room. Your stepmother is indeed wicked. Thankfully, you have kept some tricks up your sleeve. Nanyi, you've changed. You're no longer the fool I once knew. Su Nanyi piresit had forehat, realizing that her foolishness was evident to everyone but herself. During dinner, Rujian had arranged the meal, but the chefs, drivers, and maids were all dismissive of her authority as housekeeper, leading her to terminate their services. Now, Su Shiruan anxiously approached Su Xingqiang, complaining, Dad, look at this housekeeper. She lacks any competence and has a terrible temper. I heard she even made my nanny cry, and she dismissed all our servants. Su Xingqiang, uninterested in such trivial matters, dismissed her concerns. A few servants are not worth worrying over. If they are gone, so be it. He longed for a peaceful family dinner. But the constant crying and complaints were beginning to wear on him. Enough, Wan. These matters do not concern you. Once Bai Chengli persuades old Master Bai, you should prepare to marry into the Bai family. Stop seeking out troubles daily. Su Shiruan felt frustration bubbling within her chest, but she refrained from lashing out at that moment, vowing not to let Su Nanyi and the housekeeper escape her wrath. After dismissing many staff members, Rujian swiftly posted new job openings, 2 maids, 5 chefs, and 1 driver, with interviews scheduled to commence the following day. Once she had completed these tasks, she noticed Su Nanyi bustling in the kitchen, packaging 4 dishes and a soup. Nanyi, who are you preparing these meals for? Don't tell me you're now doing charity work. And Rujian teased. With a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, Su Nanyi smiled softly. Sister A. Jing, come with me. I want to introduce you to someone I admire. As the car approached Yu Garden, Rujian began to grasp the basic details about this Lord Huo. Huo Siyu, the eldest grandson of the Huo family, had been involved in a car accident at the age of 8, leaving his mother paralyzed and him missing until he was brought back by his grandmother at the age of 15. and Rujin reflected on the information she had gathered online. He must have had a difficult 7 years. What a pitiful child. Nanyi was oblivious to the hardships Huo Siyu had faced during that time. As in her previous life, she had been wholly devoted to Bai Chengli and had never thought to learn about him. Clearly, she needed to catch up on this knowledge. Upon reaching Yu Garden, Nanyi was once again blocked from entry. Uncle Wang, the steward, spoke with a tone of resignation. "Miss Su, why have you come again? Our seventh master has expressly stated he does not wish to see you." Just as Nanyi was about to employ her persuasive skills, and Rujin chimed in, "Brother Wang, it's you." Only then did Uncle Wang turn his gaze to Rujin. "Ah Jing, is that really you? Everyone said you had perished. It's wonderful to see you're alive." With tears welling in her eyes, and Rujin replied, "Brother Wang, I am indeed alive. My lady married a scoundrel, and after the divorce, I took her to the countryside." The two began reminiscing, eager to catch up, as they had both graduated from the same Steward Academy, sharing a senior-junior relationship. Not to mention Uncle Wang had long harbored feelings for her. Seizing the opportunity, Nanyi slipped into Yu Garden, confidently knocking on the study door. Tomorrow's plan is set. Huo Siyu concluded, only to hear a knock at the door. Typically, when he and his assistant Ling Tian discussed important matters, interruptions were rare. Today, however, who could it be? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a youthful, vibrant, and beautiful face. "Miss Su?" he inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. Chapter 15. The Wild Rose Left to Bloom. Nanyi cradled the lunchbox in her hands. "Seventh Master, thank you for packing dinner for me yesterday. I would have starved otherwise. Today, I have prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all of which are my specialties." As she spoke, she took his hand, leading him toward the dining table downstairs. Just as Ling Tian was about to speak, Huo Siyu shot him a glance, prompting him to step aside. As Nanyi unveiled the lunchbox, the exquisite aroma wafted through the air, and Huo Siyu recognized her culinary prowess. In her previous life, when Bai Chengli feigned illness, she had traversed great distances to deliver meals. Jealousy had consumed him as he had begged her to cook for him, but she had erupted in a kitchen tantrum, declaring she would rather cook for a dog than for him. And Rujin joined them at the dining table. Huo Siyu squinted his eyes, finding it curious that she was both cooking and serving as his wet nurse. So much had changed. Nanyi eagerly introduced, "Seventh Master, this is my wet nurse, Sister Jing. She just arrived today and will be living with me from now on." Huo Siyu nodded, his expression neutral. "Be cautious." Nanyi trembled at his words. Be cautious? Could he possibly know that Bai Chengli would later target her wet nurse? No, surely she was overthinking it. Huo Siyu savored each dish she prepared, finally fulfilling a long-held desire to experience her culinary skills. "Thank you," he said, and Nanyi beamed with joy, eagerly serving him more, wishing to feed him personally. "Seventh Master, would it be all right if I came to cook dinner for you every day?" She smiled brightly. Huo Siyu narrowed his gaze. The Su residence is not close to here. Nanyi rested her chin on her hand, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "That's why, Seventh Master. Take me to your garage, and let me choose a car. It won't be far if I drive here myself." Huo Siyu chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Miss Su intends to exchange 4 dishes and a soup for a car worth several million?" Nanyi opened her mouth slightly. "Several million? Is there no cheaper option?" "Certainly there is," Huo Siyu replied mysteriously, leading them to the underground garage, where indeed an unremarkable vehicle awaited at the corner. "Old man Lo," she exclaimed, "isn't this the car that old grandfathers use to pick up their grandchildren?" "Yes, what's wrong? Does Miss Su not want it?" Huo Siyu looked at her with amusement, while Ling Tian nearly burst into laughter. It was, in truth, quite different from the car she had envisioned. But since it was a gift from him, she gladly accepted. "Seventh Master, I'll take it." "Thank you. So it's settled. I'll come to cook for you every day. By the way, may I use the kitchen? I want to be bringing takeout. Every day? That's quite a long-term commitment." "Nanyi, are you sure you can manage that?" Huo Siyu's demeanor shifted, and he said nothing more. "By the way, Seventh Master, which car will you be driving tomorrow?" She needed to ascertain the vehicle quickly. "How do you know I'll be going out tomorrow?" Huo Siyu asked, raising an eyebrow. "Seventh Master, don't you go out every day?" "We all do," she replied innocently. Huo Siyu did not press further, and casually pointed to a Ferrari. "You'll drive this one tomorrow." Su Nanyi flattered him. "Seventh master, I've never been in a Ferrari. Please let me take a ride." Huo Siyu, though puzzled, agreed. Su Nanyi climbed into the car, deliberately exploring its features, praising its aesthetics and performance, while subtly placing a tracker under the seat. Ling Tian, having noticed her actions, was about to voice his discontent when Huo Siyu raised a hand to stop him. He was curious to see what Su Nanyi's intentions were. Once old man Lu was in motion, Su Nanyi glanced at the static red dot on her phone, feeling a sense of relief. She remembered that tomorrow marked Huo Siyu's mother's birthday, which was also the anniversary of her death. In her past life, his mother had perished on this day, allegedly poisoned, though the details remained a mystery to her. She was determined to save Huo Siyu's mother. Unexpectedly, Enruging spoke up, logically, after enduring 7 years of hardship. Exposed to the elements, his skin shouldn't be this flawless. What is his secret to such beauty? Su Nanyi sighed. He cannot be exposed to sunlight. Enruging's eyes widened, filled with pity. That is truly unfortunate. Su Nanyi clenched her fists, resolving that in this lifetime, she would cure his hidden ailment. Returning home late, she was surprised to find Su Xingxiang waiting at the door. "Jing, it's been years since we last met. This is a reunion gift for you." He handed her a necklace, adorned with diamonds, undoubtedly expensive. She accepted it, maintaining her composure. "Master, I didn't prepare a gift for you. You know that since Madame went to the countryside, life has been tight, and I have no spare money." Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt flickered across Su Xingxiang's face. Nanyi was taken aback. How could he feel remorse? It seemed that her sister, Jing, had a way of understanding his thoughts. Once back in her room, Su Nanyi saw Jing operating her computer. Curiously, she leaned in to discover a second-hand website. "Are you planning to sell the necklace he gave you?" "What else would I do?" Enruging retorted. "If I keep a necklace given by your scoundrel father, your mother could rise from the grave to beat me. You know how much she despises him." Su Nanyi was well aware that her mother had fallen in love with Su Xingxiang at first sight and insisted on marrying him, only to later discover his infidelity. In a fit of rage, she divorced him, leaving the Su family without even taking her belongings. Someone has bought it. To her surprise, it happened so quickly. Nanyi leaned in closer, feeling that the username seemed familiar. Wild Rose Unfettered? Could it be Su Shernwan? Does she really need to purchase second-hand luxury goods? The moon had risen high, yet Enruging showed no signs of fatigue, having just finished reviewing the previous housekeeper's accounts. The discrepancies in the accounts were profound. She didn't mind stirring the pot a bit more. "Nanyi, do you need pocket money?" Su Nanyi blinked awake. "Sister Jing, you're still up?" "Of course. I need money. Su Xingxiang only gives me 10,000 a month. But do you know how much he gives Su Shernwan? 300,000. It was outrageous that both were daughters of the Su family, yet the disparity in their allowances was a staggering 290,000. Only Su Xingxiang could commit such an atrocity. Enruging affectionately patted her head. "The injustices and unfairness you endured under your scoundrel father, I will reclaim for you. The accounts are inflated." The former housekeeper pocketed a considerable sum. To put simply, labor costs, repair fees, replacement costs. All the supplies for the Su family were priced above market value. He could easily pocket at least 1 million each month. Suddenly invigorated, Su Nanyi asked, "Sister Jing, what do you plan to do?" Enruging wore a cunning smirk. "Of course, we will continue to quote according to the accounts. We will also share the profits, 50-50. Su Nanyi gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 16, Saving His Mother. The following day, upon noticing the red on her phone moving, Su Nanyi hurriedly drove old man Lu to follow, and Enruging joined her. "I'll accompany you. Who knows what dangers may arise? I can help." Unable to contain herself, Su Nanyi enveloped her in a big hug. "Seventh Master, there's a car following us. It's the old man Lu you gave to Miss Su yesterday," Ling Tian reported. Huo Siyu glanced in the rearview mirror and indeed saw her. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "No worries, let her follow." They drove to the most luxurious Onshi sanatorium. Perched atop a mountain with breathtaking views and fresh air, the preferred retirement spot for the affluent. Huo Siyu deliberately waited for old man Lu to park before exiting the vehicle. He slowed his pace, allowing the others to catch up. Su Nanyi hurried a few steps ahead, feigning a chance encounter, her smile beaming. Seventh Master, what a coincidence to see you here. The sanatorium was renowned for its confidentiality. Ordinary individuals could hardly gain entry. She needed to intercept Huo Siyu, otherwise, who would take her inside? Huo Siyu chose not to expose her ruse and casually inquired. Miss Su, you're here to visit a patient as well? I wonder which member of the Su family is residing here. Su Nanyi quickly fabricated story. My father's second, uncle's third, grandfather's nephew's cousin is staying here. Seventh Master, let us go in together. Huo Siyu regarded her with amusement and nodded. All right, let us go in together. At the entrance, the manager greeted Huo Siyu with utmost respect. Seventh Master, you've arrived. Just give us a command, and we will send someone to fetch you from Yuan. Huo Siyu merely acknowledged with a sound and proceeded inside. However, Su Nanyi was stopped. May I ask who you are? The manager inquired, noting her unfamiliarity. Not just anyone could enter their sanatorium. Su Nanyi hurriedly pointed to, I'm with Seventh Master. The manager bowed, awaiting Huo Siyu's instructions. Huo Siyu pondered for a moment before thoughtfully responding. She is Miss Su. Her father's second, uncle's third, grandfather's nephew's cousin is indeed here for retirement. Check if it's true, and if so, let her in. With a swift turn, he departed without casting a glance back. Alas, no matter how fervently Su Nanyi called out to him, he remained unyielding. Her toes curling helplessly, a true revelation was imminent. Upon investigation, the manager's expression turned frigid. Miss Su, there are no relatives residing here. I must insist you leave promptly, or I shall be compelled to summon assistance. Indignant, Su Nanyi stormed out, hands on her hips, her gaze fixed on the towering wall, a plan forming in her mind. If Huo Siyu would not assist her, she would devise a solution on her own. She first climbed a tree, navigating the robust branches until she reached the wall. Extending her hand, she called out, Sister A Jing, hurry, let me pull you up. And Ru Jing shook her head, casting a helpless glance at Su Nanyi. They made a phone call. To Su Nanyi's astonishment, she sauntered confidently through the entrance. Sister A Jing, what extraordinary ability do you possess? Su Nanyi exclaimed. You could have at least informed me of your arrival. I would have gone down the mountain to meet you. After disappearing for so many years, the world claimed you were dead, but I never believed it. You are far too clever to have met such an end. A man in his 40s, impeccably groomed, greeted them. He was the senior manager of the sanatorium. He eagerly guided them to the ward where Huo Siyu was to visit. Sister A Jing, we've arrived. I won't go in. Shall we dine together another time? And Ru Jing expressed her gratitude, suggesting they plan a future gathering. Once the senior manager reluctantly departed, Su Nanyi inquired stealthily, Sister A Jing, could he also be a classmate from your Butler Academy, harboring crush on you? And Ru Jing pinched her cheek playfully. Do you think a middle-aged man would be enamored with me? He is a junior of mine. I assisted him during times of financial hardship. Su Nanyi now understood. Her sister's connections indeed spanned the capital. Surely, not all the butlers of affluent families could be her acquaintances. The woman in the hospital bed was a striking figure, her pallid complexion revealing a resemblance to Huo Siyu. She was indeed his biological mother, Gu Jiushuang. When Huo Siyu was 8, Gu Jiushuang could no longer endure her husband's emotional infidelity, and she resolutely divorced him. Tragically, on the day she took him away, she was involved in a car accident. She shielded Huo Siyu with her body, saving his life, yet succumbed to a vegetative state, never to awaken again. Seventh Master, I will administer the nutrient solution to the lady, a female nurse approached. Huo Siyu fixated on the nutrient solution, and moments later he stepped aside, allowing the nurse to take her place. Just as the needle was about to pierce Gu Jiushuang's hand, Su Nanyi burst into the ward. It's poisoned. Apprehend her. Ling Tian reacted swiftly, executing a shoulder throw that sent the nurse crashing to the ground, fortunately catching the nutrient solution with steady hands. You dare to poison? Huo Siyu's voice was frigid. Seventh Master, please spare me. I would never poison anyone. This is merely nutrient solution, not poison. The nurse pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ling Tian, clutching the nutrient solution, declared, if it is indeed nutrient solution, a simple test will reveal the truth. He brandished a syringe. drawing a vial to attempt an injection into her vein. The nurse retaliated with a kick, rolling aside and producing a concealed weapon from her sleeve. Before anyone could discern its nature, it was already hurtling toward Huo Siyu's heart. Seventh Master, be careful. So Nanyi lang forvarth. Huo Siyu detected the genuine concern in her eyes and evaded, the weapon embedding itself in the wall behind him. Relieved, Nanyi grasped his arm, inspecting for any wounds. Seventh Master, are you unscathed? Did she injure you? She seized the opportunity to admonish him. You see, had you allowed me to accompany you, this nurse would not have had the chance to scheme against you. Henceforth, you must take me along wherever you go. Finding no injuries, her hands wandered, clearly revealing her intentions. Huo Siyu shot her a sidelong glance, swatting her hand away. At that moment, the nurse coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is bad. She intends to take her own life. Ling Tian rushed to pry her mouth open, but it was too late. The nurse had succumbed. Seventh Master, this woman ingested poison and has died. I failed to notice her intentions. Please allow me to bear the consequences. Ling Tian bowed in contrition. Huo Siyu waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing. An update crackled through his earpiece. Seventh Master, the accomplices have been apprehended. 3 men, battered and bruised, lay incapacitated on the floor. How audacious. These were undoubtedly underlings of his uncle, brazenly casting aside discretion. Previously, they would hire thugs from outside, yet now they sent their own. It seemed his uncle was prepared to sever ties completely. Deliver the body to Hua Guangzong, Huo Siyu commanded coldly. The 3 men were dragged away as Huo Siyu regarded Nanyi, who stood dazed in the doorway, his brow furrowing. What is the matter? Are you afraid? She had witnessed the gruesome reality of bloodshed. Surely, fear gripped her heart. Yet perhaps this was beneficial. She would think twice before venturing to the Yew Garden again. Chapter 17. I wish to protect you. No, I am not afraid. Nanyi reassured herself, for upon her rebirth, she was no longer the Na'vi girl of yore. She understood the gravity of taking a life, yet the blood-soaked scene conjured memories of his final moments. Above all, her heart ached for him. She stepped closer, grasping his wrist, while others perceive you as the formidable Seventh Master, who recognizes the multitude of dangers you face daily. Seventh Master, I wish to protect you. Her heartfelt declaration stirred something within Huo Siyu, yet he angrily shook off her hand. I require no one's protection. The director of the sanatorium, having learned of the poisoning incident, rushed in a state of panic, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Seventh Master, this was our oversight. We shall enhance our vigilance henceforth. All medications administered to the lady will be tested first. Huo Siyu toyed with the knife in his hand, remaining silent. The director's heart raced with fear. His trembling hands sensed Huo Siyu's dissatisfaction, prompting him to add, Seventh Master, we will replace the nursing staff, ensuring no ill-intentioned individuals gain access. Only then did Huo Siyu sheath a knife, striding out of the lounge toward the ward, prompting Nanyi to hastily follow. He sat quietly at the bedside, grateful to have preserved his mother's life this time. Mother, I shall return to see you again. Turning his head, he noticed Nanyi seated at the adjacent bed, holding Gu Jiushuang's hand. What do you intend to do? Huo Siyu inquired. Nanyi gently closed her eyes, speaking silently within her heart. Future mother-in-law, greetings. I am your daughter-in-law, Nanyi. Rest assured, I will treat him well. Once she had sincerely uttered these words, she lifted her gaze to him. Seventh Master, let us visit Madame Gu together from now on. Her radiant smile seemed to brim with affection for him, compelling Huo Siyu to avert his gaze, unwilling to look further, and he muttered a low refusal. There is no need. He exited the sanatorium briskly, with Nanyi trailing behind. Miss Su, do you not have your own affairs to attend to? He paused, tilting his head to question her, clearly displeased with her persistent following. Nanyi tugged at the reticent and rude Jing, exclaiming, Who says I have nothing to do? Sister A. Jing and I have an interview this afternoon. What interview? Huo Siyu inquired, curiosity piqued despite himself. Nanyi's heart brimmed with joy as she eagerly explained. The servants at home are all spies for my stepmother and stepsister. I cannot abide them. I intend to replace them all. Huo Siyu assessed her, noting her newfound acumen and sophistication. They each departed in their respective vehicles. arranged for several of our people to infiltrate the Su family. Ling Tian was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Could it be that the seventh master still held onto his feelings for Su Nanyi? Huo Siyu cast him a dissatisfied glance. Su Xingqiang and Old Bai are no easy adversaries. Sooner or later, they will set their sights on the Huo family. Ling Tian accepted his orders, feeling too embarrassed to expose the seventh master's intentions. It was evident that neither the Su family nor the Bai family could pose any threat to the Huo family, let alone a mere 10 of them combined. The seventh master was clearly intent on placing someone to protect Miss Su. He understood this. The seventh master was merely stubborn. Meanwhile, in another corner, old man Lu was sighing intermittently and shaking his head, his gaze towards Su Nanyi filled with worry and pity. Nanyi, the person you have chosen this time is indeed superior to Bai Chengli. He doesn't seem like someone who would toy with your emotions. However, I perceive that he is rather indifferent towards you. How will you endure this? Su Nanyi responded with a simple, earnest smile. He is not indifferent to me. It is I who have erred in the past and have chilled his heart. One day, I shall warm him back. Upon returning to the Su residence, the interview was about to commence. Su Shiwan, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Enrujin. You are merely a dog of the Su family, thinking you are something extraordinary. Who gave you the authority to dismiss my nanny? Bah! Enrujin did not relent. Miss Su heir. I am a steward appointed by the master, and I possess the authority to dismiss servants. If you have any objections, direct them to the master. I must proceed to the interview now. Su Shiwan's face flushed with anger. The nanny was her ally, and now dismissed, she found herself lacking a capable assistant, especially since Su Shengqiang forbade her from rehiring the nanny. Unable to confront her father, could she not deal with this country bumpkin? She produced a packet of powder she had prepared, discreetly adding it to the tea. This powder was highly destructive to the skin, causing severe damage. A wicked smile crossed her face as she eagerly anticipated the sight of Enrujin and Su Nanyi with ruined faces. The interview began, and many candidates arrived, with at least 10 vying for each position. The first to be selected was the maid, a crucial role. Su Nanyi would not forget that in her previous life, she had planted Su Shiwan's people among the maids in the Yu Garden to collude in stealing Huo Siyu's secrets. Over 20 candidates entered, young and old alike. She scanned the crowd until she spotted a familiar face. A Yu? Isn't that the person beside Huo Siyu? Though she had always performed menial tasks in the Yu Garden, she eventually learned that a Yu was both skilled and shrewd. Not knowing what her motives were, Su Nanyi whispered to Enrujin, I choose a Yu for the maid position. Enrujin nodded in agreement. Hello, Miss Su, Miss Heir, and Stewardin. I am a Yu, 28 years old. I grew up in poverty, having worked as a cleaner, a postpartum caregiver, and a maid, proficient in household management and child care. During the self-introduction segment, it was finally a Yu's turn from her inconspicuous corner. She appeared quite earnest. In the end, Enrujin posed a few symbolic questions, to which a Yu responded excellently, securing the maid position. Wait, I disagree, Su Shiwan interjected, always wanting to interfere. Having also placed her candidate among the selections, she could not allow a Yu to be chosen. She deemed a Yu too rustic and unrefined. If my friends come over and see such a plain person working for me, they would surely laugh. A cold smirk graced Su Nanyi's lips. Then whom do you prefer? Su Shiwan pointed to a woman standing in the center. I want her. She has taste and can help me with outfits. This woman was her informant, and Su Nanyi would not allow her to succeed. Wan, we are selecting a maid, not a concubine. Practicality and experience are what we need. What use are mere decorations? Let us see who can organize clothes better. Indeed, Miss Su's suggestion is excellent. Let them compete directly, and whoever wins shall be chosen. Enrujin chimed in. A Yu was confident, while the other candidate appeared anxious, introduced by Lin Hui, primarily to assist Su Shiwan in her mischief. She was not suited for such tasks. 2 wardrobes filled with clothing were on display, and ultimately, a Yu completed the task first. Chapter 18. You gifted me a diamond necklace. Su Nanyi nodded in satisfaction. A Yu performed exceptionally well. The clothes were neatly organized and categorized by season, showcasing her experience. A Yu shall be our choice. Su Shiwan was infuriated, glaring at her informant. Bah, you can't even handle simple organization. What are you good for? Are we not hiring 2 maids? If you choose you, then I will take this one. One for each of us, quite fair, wouldn't you say? She had reviewed the hiring criteria, and new 2 maids were to be selected. Nanyi stood up and tore down the recruitment notice affixed to the wall, defiantly stating, "Initially, we were to hire 2, but due to budget constraints, we now only have 1 position available." And Rujin calmly nodded, maintaining his composure. Indeed, the number of hires has changed. We were to select 2 maids, but the master has only approved 1 position. Impossible. You are deceiving me. Father wouldn't care about such matters. And Rujin, how dare you deliberately oppose me? And Rujin showed no fear of her accusations. Instead, a hint of hostility crept into his otherwise steady demeanor. Miss Eyre, the recruitment was entrusted entirely to me by the master. If you have any objections, you may address them with him. Now, let us continue the interviews. Next position. The recruitment process resumed. Su Shiwan sat in her seat, feeling the loss of her status as a miss of the Su family, though she found solace in the pot of tea before her. Let you bask in your triumph for a while longer. Next came the interview for the head chef. Su Shiwan exchanged glances, signaling for someone to refill the tea. Sister, Stewardin, this interview is truly exhausting. This is the Earl Grey tea Father purchased earlier. It's delightful. Su Shiwan took the lead, sipping a small amount. Nanyi raised her cup, inhaling its peculiar aroma. A furtive glance at Su Shiwan, noticing her malicious grin, made her understand. Curse that mosquito. You ruined my cup of tea. Nanyi angrily covered her cup, refusing to glance at the Earl Grey again. You, please help us by pouring some new tea. And Rujin, grasping her implication, called Yu to assist, opting not to drink himself. Su Shiwan grew anxious. Sister, where are the mosquitoes? I checked when it was served. Your tea is quite clean. Nanyi smiled. Sister, a great dead mosquito is right in your cup. Who knows which blind fool brewed the tea? You should avoid drinking it. Su Shiwan shook her head. There are no mosquitoes. Sister, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Nanyi feigned surprise. Oh, then you must have unknowingly gulped it down. Sister, why the rush to drink tea? Su Shiwan felt nauseous. That wretched Nanyi is deliberately trying to disgust me. During the head chef interview, Nanyi selected a familiar face, remembering that this tall, middle-aged man was responsible for her meals in her previous life. The head chef was remarkably skilled, having won numerous culinary competitions both domestically and internationally. Su Shiwan found it impossible to replace him. Ultimately, Su Shiwan stormed off in a fury. Now the maid, head chef, and steward were all her people. As for the other positions, she had plenty of opportunities to make changes. When Su Xingqiang returned, the selections had already been made, and he expressed no objections, as he had always trusted in Rujin's capabilities. As tears streamed down her cheeks, Su Shiwan hurried to report, "Dad, the steward is bullying me. It's merely an interview to select candidates, and when I offered a few suggestions, she completely disregarded my opinions. Not one of the individuals she chose aligns with my preferences." Recently, Su Xingqiang had been vexed and irritable due to issues at work. Although he cherished the playful antics of his youngest daughter, he now found them rather bothersome. Enough. You have no say in what kind of person this household needs. Stay out of the steward's affairs. Tell me, has Bai Chengli contacted you? With tears still glistening in her eyes, Su Shiwan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Brother Chengli. Not yet. Su Xingqiang tugged at his suit tie, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Wan, your primary focus should be on securing Bai Chengli's support. Do whatever it takes to persuade old Master Bai. Nanyi is already relinquished Bai Chengli to you, so do make me proud and refrain from nitpicking at home. Understood? Hearing the instruction, Su Shiwan murmured her acknowledgement, too timid to voice any further objections. In the bedroom, Nanyi summoned you. I am aware of your numerous talents. Do you understand why I instructed you to dispose of those 2 cups of tea? Ayu's expression turned serious. Miss Su, I surmise those 2 cups of tea were problematic and not fit for consumption, correct? Nanyi nodded, affirming, indeed, the tea had an unusual taste. I cannot identify what was amiss, but something was certainly off. Now, do you grasp my predicament in this household? Bending slightly, A Yu replied earnestly, Miss Su, I am willing to share your burdens. Su Nanyi smiled, thinking that this agent of Huo Siyu was indeed astute. A Yu, although you are officially the maid of the Su household, I wish to enlist your assistance. I will treat you well, but you will encounter dangers in the future. Are you willing? A Yu, having long understood her mission to protect Su Nanyi, readily agreed. Of course, Miss Su. Su Nanyi promptly presented her with a jade bracelet, a keepsake from her mother, worth a considerable sum, marking it as her only indulgence. A Yu initially declined, but Su Nanyi insisted, accept my bracelet, and you shall be in my service from now on. After a few more instructions from Ru Jing, Yu exited. Well, look at you, Su Nanyi, now adept at winning people over. You've changed remarkably, no longer that foolish little girl from your childhood. Su Nanyi blushed slightly at this remark. Sister Jing, was I truly that dreadful before? And Ru Jing playfully tapped her nose, saying, let us just say, I used to think you resembled your father more. Now, you're beginning to mirror your mother. In the evening, Su Nanyi took the initiative to knock on Su Shernwan's door. Sister, has Bai Chengli sent any news? Did he manage to persuade old Master Bai? Su Shernwan's expression stiffened, realizing her sister had come to gloat. A day had nearly passed, and Su Shernwan had already reached out to Bai Chengli. But he remained vague in his responses. Sister, why are you so anxious? Do you still harbor feelings for Brother Chengli and wish to marry him? Yesterday, he mentioned he would marry me. Didn't that fluster you? Su Nanyi found this amusing. Her sister, though lacking in ability, possessed a pride that rivaled the heavens, always believing others sought to ridicule her. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? If you marry Bai Chengli, I would be happier than anyone. So, do urge him along. Aim to have your wedding before summer break concludes. Su Shernwan, concerned about her pride, coldly huffed. Of course that's feasible. You may not know, but today, Brother Chengli gifted me a diamond necklace, quite expensive. Chapter 19. The position of my granddaughter-in-law will eternally belong to you, Su Nanyi. With that, she revealed the necklace from its box, sparkling beautifully. It was the very same one Su Xingqiang had given to Ru Jing the previous night. Su Nanyi refrained from exposing the truth. Once she returned to her room, she inquired, Sister Jing, how much did you sell that necklace for yesterday? And Ru Jing replied, I sold it for 400,000, although its original price was around 600,000. I offered a discount. Why? Have you discovered who the buyer was? Surely, ISNTU, my dear stepsister? Su Nanyi nodded, and Ru Jing's eyes widened in realization. The Su family, though somewhat affluent, had a favored daughter who could only afford luxury goods through second-hand purchases. It appeared the Su family's finances were dire. Nan, you must be cautious. Your scoundrel of a father is likely plotting to claim your mother's inheritance. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Su Nanyi began to ponder whether there was an ulterior motive behind this marriage. Old Master Bai seemed adamant about her marrying into the Bai family. Could it be that by marrying her, the Bai family would assist the Su group? Before long, there was a commotion downstairs. A Yu rushed in to report, Miss, Old Master Bai has arrived, and he brings a betrothal gift. Su Nanyi asked, did Old Master Bai specify to whom the betrothal gift is intended? A Yu responded, Miss, it is for you. This old man was indeed stubborn. Nanyi, come see if you like these jewels and ornaments. My granddaughter-in-law deserves the finest. If you desire anything else, voice it to the old master, and I shall have it arranged immediately. Su Nanyi cast a glance, recognizing the old master was generous. These jewels were top-tier, luxurious, and likely worth more than all of the Su family's assets combined. However, she had no intention of accepting them. Old master, have you perhaps mistaken your intentions? Or has Bai Chengli not informed you? He does not intend to marry me, but rather my sister, Su Shernwan. Old Master Bai's face stiffened in anger. Yesterday, that rebellious grandson had dared to declare his intent to marry Su Shernwan before him. After being punished to kneel before the ancestral tablets, Bai Chengli could marry only one person, and that was Su Nanyi. He understood that entrusting the prosperity of a family to a single marriage was dubious. Yet it was what the master had foretold, and his predictions had always proven accurate. Nanyi, that spoiled brat, has grown up accustomed to indulgence and still lacks understanding. I disciplined him severely yesterday. and he will no longer dare to speak out of turn. Rest assured, the position of my granddaughter-in-law will eternally belong to you, Su Nanyi. It will not be given to just anyone. At that moment, Su Xingqiang's expression soured. He had hoped Bai Chengli's words would carry some weight, but it seemed he was of no consequence. Caught between his two daughters, he sighed, feeling pity for his Nanyi. Old master, I will not beat around the bush. Su Nanyi, will absolutely not marry Bai Chengli. He has wronged me, so please take back these betrothal gifts. Old master Bai continued to fix his gaze on Su Nanyi, perplexed by her sudden cunning. It was she who once cried and begged to marry. His expression darkened further. Su Xingqiang stepped in to mediate. Old master, you can see the situation here. Nanyi has grown up in the countryside, lacking proper education, and may have inadvertently offended you. Look at my younger daughter. She is the true lady, more suited to your grandson. Old master Bai didn't even glance towards Su Shernwan, dismissing her entirely. He looked down on the Su family stature. If it weren't for the master's words, he wouldn't have come to this modest household to present betrothal gifts. He had already lowered himself for Su Nanyi's sake, making multiple visits. He issued a final ultimatum. Su Xingqiang, think carefully and advise your daughter. I shall leave these betrothal gifts here for now. I've already instructed the master to calculate an auspicious date. Once the date is set, we shall hasten to arrange the wedding. With that, he departed with his entourage. Su Nanyi frowned. This old man was indeed a formidable opponent, and she was alone and weak, relying on a father who was hardly dependable. After closing the door, Su Xingqiang adopted a stern demeanor once more. Su Nanyi, warm. At this juncture, I find myself devoid of alternatives. I must proceed as originally intended. Su Nanyi shall wed Bai Chengli. As for warm, my dear, you have suffered enough. Rest assured. Your father shall find you a more suitable match in due course. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Shernwan felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, yet dare not voice it. Su Nanyi harbored a deep-seated loathing for her utterly inept father, who wavered like a feather in the wind. As the clock neared 7 in the evening, Su Nanyi and Enrujin stepped out, embarking on their journey to the Yew Garden in the old man's car. Enrujin offered her counsel. Do not place your hopes on your unworthy father. He will not assist you. Did you not observe how Bai Taijia nearly groveled at the feet of others upon his arrival? In my view, your best course of action is to marry someone else first. This way, Bai Taijia will be unable to coerce you. Su Nanyi contemplated this, yet her heart remained steadfast in her desire to marry Huo Siyu. Regrettably, was unwilling. Upon reaching the Yew Garden, no one impeded their entry this time. Su Nanyi made her way directly to the kitchen. A few kitchen maids greeted her with utmost respect. Miss Su, how may we assist you? Seventh Master sent us to help. They were quite considerate. Su Nanyi delegated the tasks of cooking rice, washing vegetables, and chopping to others, while she took charge of the culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, upstairs, Huo Siyu emerged from the bathroom, casually drying his hair. Ling Tian reported, Seventh Master. Miss Su has come again today. Oh, she has returned? Huo Siyu lifted his eyelids, his damp hair obscuring the delight in his gaze. Let us see. In the downstairs lounge area, Sister A. Jing and Uncle Wang, the butler, were engaged in conversation. Jing, how fare you at the Su residence? Has anyone troubled you? Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly assist you. Uncle Wang spoke with tears glistening in his eyes, genuinely pained for her plight. And Rujin patted his shoulder. Brother Wang, do you still not know me? Who could possibly trouble me? It is my dear Nanyi who has been coerced into marriage once more, and it is none other than the elderly Bai, who insists on having her as his granddaughter-in-law. Uncle Wang beamed with joy wonderful. Finally, an opportunity to lend a hand. A Jing that is easily resolved. Seventh Master has feelings for Miss Su, and I shall seek an opportunity to bring this matter to his attention. At that moment, Huo Siyu descended the stairs. At the dining table, Su Nanyi quickly filled his bowl to overflowing. Seventh Master, you must eat more. You appear too thin. These are all your favorites, and I shall prepare your beloved dishes every day henceforth. Huo Siyu glanced at the several seafood dishes on the table. Miss Su, how did you know these are my favorites? Su Nanyi paused, momentarily taken aback. She had assumed these were his favorites because they often graced the table in her previous life. Realization struck her. These dishes were, in fact, her own favorites. "I'm sorry, Seventh Master. I remain unaware of your preferences," she admitted, her head bowed in sincerity. Huo Siyu sampled the food, observing her downcast gaze, and could not bring himself to be unkind. "It matters not, as long as there is food to eat. Miss Su's culinary skills surpass even those of my professional chefs." Chapter 20. Your fate aligns with Bai Chengli. "Really?" Nanyi's spirits lifted in an instant, her eyes sparkling with joy, clear and bright. Huo Siyu's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head away. At that moment, Uncle Wang approached Seventh Master. "I heard from Assistant Ling that Madam nearly encountered danger at the sanatorium today, thanks to Miss Su's timely warning." Indeed, after leaving the sanatorium in haste, he had not had the opportunity to inquire about certain matters. "Miss Su, how did you discern that the nutrient solution was toxic?" Nanyi had prepared her response in advance, lifting her chin confidently. "Seventh Master, I have previously informed you that I am a medical prodigy, capable of detecting the distinct components of pharmaceuticals. The scent of that nutrient solution was evidently off, so would you consider hiring me as your personal physician?" Her boastful demeanor caused the tension in Huo Siyu's face to ease slightly. He inquired further, "Miss Su, why did you visit the sanatorium today? You have no family residing there, and the Su family lacks the standing to be accommodated there." Nanyi's heart sank momentarily. Seventh Master, it was I who took her there." Just as Nanyi stumbled over her words, and Rujin stepped in to clarify. "I returned to the city not long ago and wished to reconnect with some old classmates. One of my juniors works at the sanatorium, and I wanted to pay him a visit." Nanyi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, that is precisely it. I certainly wanted to fulfill Sister A. Jing's request." Huo Siyu opted not to pursue the matter further, while Uncle Wang's thoughts wandered. Could her junior be the one secretly infatuated with her? That simply would not do. He could not allow him to get ahead. After the meal, observing Huo Siyu in good spirits, Nanyi smiled sweetly. "Seventh Master, considering I have saved your mother's life, would it be unreasonable to request a reward?" "Not unreasonable," Huo Siyu reclined slightly, pondering how she had gone to such lengths to save his mother. He was keen to discern her true intentions behind these efforts. "Seventh Master, I shall be forthright. I hope to come and go freely from the Yew Garden, and your people are not to obstruct me." "Very well. Is there anything else?" Nanyi hesitated briefly before articulating another request. "I do not wish to marry Bai Chengli, yet Bai Taija is relentless in his pursuit of me as his granddaughter-in-law. I wish to understand why he is so insistent. Seventh Master, could you assist me? Only by comprehending Bai Taija's motivations could she effectively counter him." Huo Siyu had already unraveled the reasons in her previous life. That greedy old fox, rather than exerting effort in business, spends his days dabbling in fortune-telling and fate-altering. Such a foolish relic. He could indeed assist her, but prior to that, he needed to clarify one issue. "Miss Su, I have a question, which I shall only ask once. Have you truly given up on Bai Chengli, and will you not regret this in the future?" Nanyi's expression was more serious than ever. "Seventh Master, I have long since lost hope in him. The man I wish to marry is right before my eyes." With that, Huo Siyu handed her half of a short flute. "Miss Su, go to Qing Shan Temple and seek out a Taoist named Kong Yuan. He owes me a favor. Present the flute and tell him that a person named Wu Ming is making wild claims outside, and he will assist you." Nanyi accepted the flute, and the following morning, she set off for Qing Shan Temple. "Uncle Wang, what brings you here?" As she exited the gates of the Su residence, Nanyi spotted Uncle Wang waiting for her. "Miss Su, Qing Shan Temple is quite a distance. Allow me to take you. I have met Kong Yuan a few times, so I'm somewhat familiar with him. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Nanyi, intrigued, realized Uncle Wang was there for Sister A. Jing. "Get in the car." She was the first to enter the old man's vehicle. Uncle Wang hesitated. "Miss Su, can this old man's car go on the highway?" Nanyi tilted her head, feeling a bit troubled, yet it was her only vehicle. The others were all from the Su family, and using them required reporting her whereabouts. Fortunately, Uncle Wang had come prepared. "Miss Su, Seventh Master has gifted you another car." Upon seeing it, She recognized it as the Ferrari from the previous day. Had seventh master discarded it after just one ride? She felt beneath the seat and discovered a tracking device. She removed it, pondering whether Huo Siyu had sent her the car knowing she had secretly installed it. Uncle Wang, acting as the driver, chatted casually. Miss Su, the Bai family's patriarch, is over 80. At his age, he desires nothing but to believe in fortune-tellers. That Wu Ming is a master he has engaged for divination. Your marriage to the Bai family is also tied to that master. Su Nanyi was taken aback. The astute old lady Bai was surprisingly superstitious. What did this have to do with her? Miss Su, I only heard it from seventh master. The fortune-teller predicted that your destiny is intertwined with Bai Chengli. If you marry him, the Bai family will ascend to the pinnacle of aristocracy and remain prosperous for 10 generations. How laughable. Old Lady Bai is truly antiquated. Laughter erupted in the car. Yet, Su Nanyi could not muster a smile, for the fortune-teller had indeed spoken the truth. In her past life, Bai Chengli had relied on her to become the heir, and the Bai family had risen to the top of the social hierarchy. Bai Chengli was no business prodigy. He merely deceived himself, expecting Huo Siyu to provide the necessary support from the Huo family. Tears welled in her eyes. She had been so foolish, so very foolish. Soon, they arrived at Qingshan Temple, perched atop a mountain, accessible only by foot. Uncle Wang periodically inquired, "Aging, are you tired? Do you need a rest?" Each time, Enruging would tap his head playfully. "What does this mountain matter? When I accompanied my young lady to the countryside, we had to scale such mountains daily." They had indeed endured hardships in the countryside for a while, but ever since her mother and sister Aging had opened their first agritourism venture, life had improved significantly. Su Shirwan lagged behind, utterly exhausted. She had stealthily followed Su Nanyi after discovering that the young lady had left with the butler, completely unaware that they would venture to such a desolate place. "Second miss, shall we return?" Xiao Lu, a helper summoned by Lin Hui from her family, suggested, knowing Su Shirwan could not endure such hardship. Su Shirwan gasped for breath. "I'm too tired. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. You go and find out what Su Nanyi is really doing here. Understood?" Yes. Though Xiao Lu begrudged the task, she had no choice but to follow, panting heavily. However, just as she was catching her breath, a sudden weight pressed down on her neck, and she fainted. Ling Tian dragged her to a secluded spot. "You think you can follow Miss Su with just your capabilities?" After a long trek, they finally reached Qingshan Temple. It was serene and chilly. Under Uncle Wang's guidance, they soon met Master Kong Yuan, who was surprisingly youthful. After handing over the short flute, Su Nanyi articulated her purpose as instructed by Huo Siyu. Master Kong Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. "I knew Wu Ming would cause trouble down the mountain again. He was once a disciple of Qingshan Temple, but was expelled by me. Miss Su, rest assured, I will certainly teach him a lesson." Once the matters were settled, as they were being escorted out, Master Kong Yuan specifically addressed Su Nanyi. "Miss Su, you have acquired an additional thread of life. Your fate may thus be altered." Chapter 21. Proposed to Su Shirwan. Su Nanyi gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, Qingshan Temple concealed remarkable talents. Then, "Master, may I inquire how will my destiny unfold?" Master Kong Yuan smiled faintly. "Miss Su, destiny lies in your own hands. No one else can foresee it." Meanwhile, Su Shirwan waited anxiously, yet Xiao Lu did not appear. "Damn it, the people my mother brings are utterly unreliable." Instead of Xiao Lu, she spotted Su Nanyi and her entourage descending the mountain. "Who is that man in the robe? He looks rather handsome." "Sister, what a coincidence. You're also here to hike." Su Shirwan feigned a chance encounter. Su Nanyi's expression turned frosty. "Sister, what brings you here? I recall you dislike hiking. Are you waiting for someone?" "Surely not for me." Undeterred by the awkwardness, Su Shirwan inquired about the identity of the robed man. Uncle Wang interjected, "Second Miss Su, this is someone seventh master invited. He has taken his leave." Su Nanyi and Su Shirwan departed in the same vehicle. "Sister, that elderly man was seventh master's butler. You aren't still entangled with seventh master, are you? He is a vampire. Keep your distance, or you'll be in for big trouble." Su Nanyi chuckled coldly. "You're right, sister. Seventh master is indeed a vampire. If I stay with him too long, I might also become one. You better keep your distance. Or I might just drain your blood at night. Su Shirwan was speechless, and Rujing laughed as well, prompting Su Shirwan to retort, "Pa, what do you think you are? When I speak with my sister, what concern is it of yours? You're merely our family's gatekeeper, unable to bully Su Nanyi." She figured she could still intimidate Amir and Rujing. Oof. But Su Nanyi would not permit anyone to bully her wet nurse, just as she was about to speak. And Rujing interjected, "Miss Su, your necklace is truly exquisite." At this mention, Su Shirwan's heart tightened. Nevertheless, she haughtily replied, "It is beautiful, a gift from Brother Chengli, and quite expensive. You could never afford one in your lifetime." And Rujing maintained her composure. "A second-hand necklace worth 400,000? I wouldn't even glance at it." "Well, what? How could Amir Butler know such details?" Panic surged through Su Shirwan. "No, it must be a fabrication. What 400,000? What's second-hand? Is she out of her mind? Thinking I would buy second-hand items like her?" And Rujing glanced at her. "Miss Su, do you think you know who sold you that necklace?" Su Shirwan could hardly believe it. It's impossible for Rujing to own such an expensive necklace. "Second, Miss Su, you better show some respect in the future. I'm sure you wouldn't want your peers to find out about your second-hand luxury purchases, would you?" The Untamed Wild Rose. Su Shirwan's face turned ashen. The Untamed Wild Rose was an account she had secretly registered under a pseudonym. If Rujing knew about that account, it seemed the necklace indeed came from her. She wished she could discard the necklace right then and there. Su Nanyi discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Her wet nurse was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Master Kong Yuan had arrived at the Bai family's old residence and entered directly. "I seek Bai Taizhong. I am Wu Ming's senior brother." Upon hearing this, the man did not dare to be negligent, for it was well known that the old master had been particularly fond of Master Wu Ming, summoning him for fortune-telling daily. "Master Kong Yuan, what brings you here?" Bai Taizhong was seated in a position of authority. Master Kong Yuan, devoid of any visible emotion, replied calmly, "Bai Taizhong, Wu Ming is my junior brother. I sense he has caused trouble down the mountain, and I have come to bring him back." "Caused trouble?" Bai Taizhong grew anxious. Wu Ming had been residing in the Bai family. When had he caused any trouble? Just as he was about to inquire further, Wu Ming returned from outside. Upon seeing Master Kong Yuan, he felt both anger and fear, for it was this very senior brother who had expelled him from a sect. "What do you want?" "I don't recall having any relation with you," Wu Ming questioned. Master Kong Yuan sharply rapped his forehead. "How dare you, with your lack of skill, presume to calculate fortunes down the mountain? If you make a mistake, can you bear the consequences?" Wu Ming retorted defiantly, "What did I miscalculate? Everything I predicted has come true. Just ask Bai Taizhong." Bai Taizhong stroked his beard. "Indeed, Master Wu Ming is quite adept. Almost every prediction has proven accurate, especially as Wu Ming had foretold that he would soon experience a second bloom in life, rectifying the regrets of his youth." Master Kong Yuan's gaze sharpened. "The family's future is of utmost importance. How did your master instruct you? If you lack the skill, do not meddle in family fortunes, for you cannot comprehend them." Wu Ming snorted dismissively. "Who says I cannot comprehend? I have already predicted that the Bai family will flourish, as long as they marry Su Nanyi. They will remain prosperous for 10 generations." Yet this time, as he calculated, his brow furrowed. Something was amiss. Bai Taizhong also noticed his unease. "Master Wu Ming, what is happening? Wasn't it said that we would become the foremost aristocratic family?" Nameless dared not utter a word. He could not discern any signs of the Bai family ascending to the pinnacle of wealth and influence, nor could he envision a prosperous future. What was amiss? He hastily cast a glance of desperation towards his senior brother for assistance. Kong Yuan sighed. "Alas, Master Bai, my junior's lack of proficiency in the arts has wrought this calamity. It is not Su Nanyi who brings fortune to your Bai family, but rather Su Shirwan." Master Bai was taken aback. If it were not her, then who could it be? Kong Yuan's tone was airy. "It is Su Shirwan. He would not normally meddle in such sordid affairs, but a decade ago, Huo Siyu had saved his life, and he was bound to repay that debt." Stating that fortune favored the Bai family through Su Shirwan was also what Huo Siyu desired him to convey. "Nameless, why do you linger here? Return with me to Qingshan Temple. I shall impose upon you the task of sweeping fallen leaves for 3 decades and forbid your descent from the mountain." As for himself, Having disrupted the karmic balance of the mortal realm, he would spend his life in seclusion, seeking atonement. Upon hearing Master Kong Yuan's words, Master Bai immediately gestured to the steward, "Bring the betrothal gifts to the Su family." The steward, still bewildered, replied, "Sir, I send Team Miss Su reluctant?" Master Bai's expression darkened. "Deliver the betrothal to Su Shernwan. At this juncture, who cares about that wretched Su Nanyi?" Bai Chengli, upon hearing of this development, was astonished yet elated. "Master, I shall accompany you." He intended to mock Su Nanyi thoroughly. She had feigned and pretended for too long, and this time, unless she groveled before him, he would never take her as his bride. At the Su residence, luxury cars lined the entrance, their esteemed owners disembarking, each followed by crates of betrothal gifts. Su Xingxiang bent low to welcome them. "Master Bai, forgive my lack of proper reception. I shall summon Nanyi at once." "No need," Master Bai replied, brimming with resentment. Previously, he had heeded nameless advice and had extended multiple invitations to the impolite young lady, only for her to audaciously refuse. Truly a display of ingratitude. "I have come specifically to meet Shernwan." "Ah," Su Xingxiang thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. It seemed Master Bai was finally ready to relent. His Shernwan would at last marry into a prominent family. In the hall, Su Shernwan blushed with joy. Master Bai had personally come to see her, bringing with him such lavish gifts. She felt that her perseverance had finally borne fruit. As for Su Nanyi, what was she in comparison? She would soon cast her sister aside. "Shernwan, do you wish to become our Bai family's granddaughter-in-law?" Master Bai donned a benevolent smile once more. Su Shernwan feigned shyness. "Master, I am willing, but wasn't he your previous choice for granddaughter-in-law my sister?" Master Bai's displeasure was evident. "Shernwan, why bring her up? From now on, you shall be our Bai family's granddaughter-in-law. No one dares to dispute that." Su Nanyi observed this scene from upstairs. It had only been a short while since she had consulted Master Kong Yuan, and already Master Bai had changed his tune. It appeared that Master Kong Yuan was indeed reliable, and she must extend her gratitude to Huo Siyu. She had merely intended to watch the spectacle. Yet Bai Chengli had misconstrued her demeanor, believing her to be despondent. He deliberately proclaimed, "Shernwan, you are the love of my life. Marrying you is my greatest fortune." He then glanced upward, yearning to see even a flicker of jealousy or regret on Su Nanyi's face. Yet she merely mouthed a retort, "Fool." Thereafter, she returned to her chamber, leaving Bai Chengli in a state of frustration. Su Shernwan, perceiving their interaction, wore a discontented expression. "Chengli, are you still thinking of my sister?" Bai Chengli hurriedly denied. "Shernwan, do not harbor such thoughts. My heart belongs solely to you. As for your sister, humph, she isn't even worthy to carry your shoes." Yet he could not help but notice her growing beauty, especially as she seemed to be willing to invest in her appearance. The previous awkwardness had vanished entirely, igniting a sense of longing within him. Inside her room, Su Nanyi pondered what gift to present to Huo Siyu as a token of gratitude. As the heir of the Huo family, he had undoubtedly encountered countless rare treasures. She yearned to offer her sincere affection, yet he seemed uninterested now. Just as she was mired in frustration, an Rujin entered with a firm knock. "What troubles you? Are you thinking of Lord Hua?" She saw through Su Nanyi's thoughts in an instant. Su Nanyi sighed. "Sister Jing, how should I express my gratitude? Had it not been for him, I would have found no means of escape." And Rujin casually suggested, "Appease his inclinations, gift him what he desires, for he has likely never received such tokens." The words struck a chord, and Su Nanyi suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "Thank you, Sister Jing. You are truly my greatest ally." And Rujin, rarely affectionate, tenderly ruffled her hair, sighing, "I do not hinder your brave pursuit of love, but do ensure you do not replicate your mother's mistakes. She fell for your scoundrel father at first sight, yet you have witnessed the tragedy of her past. In her previous life, Su Nanyi had once sought a talisman for Bai Chengli at a temple. At that time, she had been coerced into marrying Huo Siyu, while Bai Chengli faced relentless oppression from him, enduring a harrowing period. Su Nanyi prayed fervently at the temple for 6 hours. But Bai Chengli had dismissed the talisman with contempt. "Huo Siyu has been relentless in his assault on our Bai family. Nanyi, plead with him, submit to him, flatter him, and persuade him to cease his madness. Nanyi, do you not love me? Will you stand idly by? Later, Huo Siyu caught wind of her quest for the talisman. That night, his eyes aflame with rage, he disregarded her protests and tears, tearing her clothing apart. It was a night of utter humiliation, one that she felt had obliterated her very existence. Yet now, she understood how misguided she had been. With resolve, she donned comfortable clothing and prepared to leave. But Enrujin, concerned, accompanied her. The temple was desolate and cold as night fell, and a gust of wind sent chills down their spines. Nanyi knelt at the starting point, bowing with each step, while Enrujin maintained a respectful distance behind her, choosing not to interrupt. She bowed for 6 interminable hours, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. A temple attendant approached, offering her the talisman and glancing at her with curiosity. "Miss, who is this talisman for? You truly possess remarkable perseverance." Nanyi cradled the talisman as though it were a precious treasure. "It is for the one I cherish, wishing him peace and success." The attendant marveled. That person is truly fortunate to have someone who cares for him so dearly. Nanyi remained silent. In her previous life, Huo Siyu had known no happiness, but in this life, she vowed that would no longer be the case. In Yiyuan, it was nearing 8 p.m., and still, Nanyi had not made an appearance. Ling Tian and Uncle Wang, the steward, awaited her arrival with anticipation. Huo Siyu withdrew his gaze, pondering what more he could hope for. Hope inevitably leads to disappointment, and he had resolved not to entangle himself in romantic affairs this time. To Jinting Zixin, he commanded, his tone reverting to its customary chill. "Seventh Master, shall we not wait a while longer?" Ling Tian asked, eyeing the empty courtyard, but was met with a shake of Huo Siyu's head as he departed to drive. Jinting Zixin had been the residence of Huo Siyu since his grandmother had found him. For 7 years, the Huo family had presumed him dead until his grandmother insisted, without a body, he must still be alive. After locating him, she personally guided him, compelling the then heir, her eldest son Huo Changzong, to permit him to study at the Huo family. Initially, he began in a marginal department in a lowly position, but through perseverance, he gradually emerged from obscurity. Ultimately, he garnered the affirmation of the family as highest authority, Old Master Huo, becoming the heir to the Huo family at merely 24 years of age. "Ayu, it has been so long since you last visited. Let your grandmother see you." Huo Siyu's grandmother, her hair now white, gazed upon him with unyielding affection. "I prepared dinner. Let's partake together." Huo Siyu nodded, and Huo grandmother understood. Alas, her grandson's affliction, his aversion to sunlight, showed no signs of improvement. "I have sought the counsel of a distinguished physician named Bruce, whom I have arranged to visit you next week. It is said he specializes in psychology and psychiatry. To this day, no one knows why he fears the sun. Countless examinations and innumerable medications have proven futile, prompting Huo grandmother to consider a psychiatric approach." Huo Siyu acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall meet the doctor you have chosen." "Grandmother." She gazed at him affectionately, "Such a good boy. By the way, how fares the young lady you fancy? Has she accepted your proposal?" Huo Siyu paused, his chopsticks suspended mid-air as memories of Nanyi's fervent promises flooded his mind. "I shall prepare your meals daily," she had vowed earnestly, her gaze pure and unclouded when she looked at him. How adept she was at deception, and he, almost a victim of her charm. The flavors of the meal dulled, and he wiped his hands. "Grandmother, I did not propose." Although surprised, grandmother nodded in agreement, thinking it for the best. Ayu's condition was unresolved, and she wished not for him to marry so soon, especially given his peculiar illness that few young women would overlook. Chapter 23. Miss Su even wishes for me to set off firecrackers in welcome. "I trust your uncle's family has not troubled you lately?" A chill flickered in Huo Siyu's eyes, though it quickly softened. "No, grandmother, rest assured. That is good," she replied. "Your uncle's family keeps a watchful eye on you, believing you have usurped the Huo family's inheritance. They fail to consider that had you possessed any real merit, your grandfather would not have been blind to it. You shall stay here tonight. Do not leave." Seeing Huo Siyu offer no objection, grandmother hastily instructed Wan Xing, "Please tidy up the study and the bedroom on the second floor." Of course, she replied dutifully. Wan Xing was a poor orphan whom grandmother had taken in while searching for Huo Siyu. At that time, she thought that by rescuing a helpless girl, perhaps others would feel compassion for the wandering Yu and offer him a home. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass. The 7 years he lost were filled with suffering. Reflecting on this, Huo grandmother discreetly wiped away her tears. Huo Siyu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Grandmother, it is all right. In the study, 7th Master, everything is in place, Ling Tian reported. This visit to Jinting Jixin also carried a significant purpose, to discreetly install surveillance. In a previous life, grandmother had been poisoned and met her demise. By the time he returned to the country, she had already been laid to rest. The Huo family merely disposed of a few servants as if the matter was settled. He dispatched 10 shadowy figures to guard her discreetly, while arranging for Dr. Zhang to reside next door. Understood. A knock resounded. Wan Xing entered. Brother, I have prepared some fruits for dessert. Do not overexert yourself. Huo Siyu accepted them. Wan Xing hesitated, then inquired, Brother, have you and Miss Su made any progress? If she is willing, we could bring her to meet grandmother. Huo Siyu's expression turned frosty. No need. She would not agree, nor do I wish for that. The thought of her casual jest, which he took to heart, caused a twinge of pain within him. Disregarding it, he soon immersed himself in work. At 2 in the morning, Nanyi finally arrived at Yuyuan. Fortunately, the staff there followed Huo Siyu's schedule, and it was still the time for work. Everyone remained alert. Miss Su, you have finally arrived, exclaimed Butler Wang, lamenting, alas, you have come too late. Miss Su, 7th Master is not at Yuyuan. He has gone to Jinting Jixin. Jinting Jixin, then he must be visiting grandmother. Nanyi promptly turned her car toward Jinting Jixin. On the way, she sent him a text. 7th Master, I have not forgotten my promise. I prepared a surprise for you, which is why I was delayed. I am on my way now. I will arrive in half an hour. Love you. Nanyi could now express her love for him with ease. Yet she awaited his reply in vain. Half an hour later, the gates of Jinting Jixin were firmly shut. As she pondered how to enter without disturbing grandmother, Ling Tian graciously opened the door. Miss Su, this way. I will lead you to 7th Master. He had received Butler Wang's message and had been waiting for them. But unfortunately, 7th Master was preoccupied and could not be disturbed. Moreover, even if he had spoken up, 7th Master might have insisted on not seeing Miss Su. However, he knew that 7th Master was merely putting up a front. Deep down, he still cared for her. Ascending the stairs quietly, Wan Xing, who had not slept, heard the noise and opened the door. Miss Su, what brings you here? Nanyi turned to look, her eyes bright with surprise. Wan Xing, it has been so long. She rushed forward to embrace her warmly. This left Wan Xing bewildered. Miss Su, you probably do not remember me. After all, she had only seen Nanyi in secret a couple of times, curious to know what kind of girl her brother liked. To be frank, she found Nanyi rather lacking. How could she possibly be enamored with someone like Bai Chengli, a mere pretty boy and constantly associate with that green tea stepsister? Truly poor judgment. Nanyi realized her reaction was excessive and quickly clarified, Oh, I have heard 7th Master speak of you. Today is our first meeting. In her previous life, when she was confined in Yuyuan, it was Wan Xing who cared for her, offering counsel and solace, making her only friend. Later, she learned of Wan Xing's unfortunate marriage, facing mistreatment, and that the scoundrel had an affair resulting in a love child, leading her to despair and take her own life. With coffee in hand, Nanyi entered the study, where Huo Siyu remained engrossed in his work, not lifting his gaze. You may leave after placing it down, he said curtly. Otherwise, what are you doing standing there? I do not recall grandmother employing such an inept servant. 7th Master, she chimed, her voice melodious. Huo Siyu nearly thought he had misheard. Upon looking up, it truly was her. Miss Su? His elbow rested on the desk, several buttons of his shirt undone, revealing well-defined muscle contours. The light cast a stark glow on his face, lending his dark eyes a chilling intensity. 7th Master, have you not seen the message I sent? I said I would come find you. Nanyi feigned annoyance, huffing slightly. Huo Siyu, when preoccupied, would often silence his phone and had indeed not received it. Nonetheless, he replied, You have come. Yet Miss Su wishes for me to set off firecrackers in your honor? His gaze returned to the desk as he resumed his work, fingers striking the keyboard with a fervor meant to mask the flutter of his heart upon seeing her. Nanyi understood that this man sometimes spoke harshly, and thus she did not take offense. She retrieved the precious talisman from her pocket and presented it with both hands. Seventh Master, I sought a talisman for your safety. I earnestly prayed for it, kneeling for 6 hours, which is why I could not make it to Yuan. I did not intend to stand you up. I apologize. The talisman, a small piece of yellow paper folded into a triangle, was delicately held at her fingertips. You prayed for me? Huo Siyu felt a moment of disorientation. He recalled her having prayed for Bai Chengli, a shadow passing over his features. You think I would cherish something unwanted by another? No, I prayed for you. It has nothing to do with that scoundrel Bai Chengli. Do not misconstrue. Nanyi felt both anxious and exasperated, stepping forward to argue with him. However, her foot accidentally struck the edge of the table, and her fragile knees could no longer withstand the impact, causing her to topple forward. Fortunately, Huo Siyu swiftly caught her in his arms. Her head nestled against his chest, feeling the solid and powerful muscles. Nanyi deliberately rubbed against him, savoring the intimacy that had blossomed between them over the past week. Seventh Master, she murmured, tightening her embrace and allowing herself to comfortably settle into his arms. However, Seventh Master's face tightened, and he gritted his teeth as he called her name. Nanyi, stand properly. Yet, she refused to let go, her hands clasping even tighter. She wasn't foolish. Why would she forego such an opportunity, especially with someone as exquisite as Seventh Master? Unfortunately, Huo Siyu was the one to suffer. As the warmth radiating from her enveloped him like an unyielding tide, her scent acting as a potent toxin that dulled his senses. With each passing second of proximity, he felt himself teetering on the brink of irreversible surrender. Chapter 24. Wasn't he once her devoted admirer? He muttered, pushing her shoulders away and commanding Nanyi, if you don't stand properly, I will have someone drag you out. His voice was colder yet trembled with an undeniable intensity. Nanyi detected the tremor and, emboldened, burrowed even deeper into his embrace, her hands daringly exploring. Having indulged her whims, she quickly withdrew her mischievous hands in surrender. Seventh Master, help me sit down. My knees hurt terribly. You can check for yourself. Seeing her scrunched-up face, Huo Siyu relented, helping her onto the sofa, as she carefully rolled up her pant legs. The sight revealed red, swollen skin marred with bruises. Seventh Master, now do you believe me? I truly sought a talisman for your safety. Please refrain from mentioning that scoundrel. It irritates me. Huo Siyu felt an indescribable mix of emotions, sweet yet bitter. He fetched alcohol and cotton swabs, applying them with utmost care, while his words were far from gentle. You are still young. Don't indulge in such superstitions. A talisman cannot guarantee safety. The talisman she clutched tightly in her hand drew her gaze, and with a hint of grievance, she murmured, but I want you to be safe. This talisman carries my sincerest wishes. Her eyes sparkled with innocence and sincerity, a visage that was both captivating and deceptive. Huo Siyu found himself repeatedly ensnared. Having learned this lesson in a previous life, he accepted the talisman, acknowledging its significance, and placed it in the drawer of his desk. However, once Nanyi departed, he retrieved it, carefully tucking it into his jacket pocket, closest to his heart. Ling Tian drove them back to the Su residence. Huo Siyu instructed Wan Xing to call the Su family in 40 minutes, using his grandmother's name to express gratitude for Miss Su's company that day. In the car, Rujin suggested, Nanyi, Seventh Master, shares a close bond with his grandmother. You should consider making more appearances before her to win her favor. Nanyi felt a shiver run down her spine at the thought. Although grandmother was kind and gentle, her previous foolishness had squandered the elder's goodwill, leading to a cold and stern demeanor toward her. However, Rujin's advice rang true. His grandmother was someone Huo Siyu cherished, thus making her significant in Nanyi's life as well. Ling Tian suddenly chuckled. Miss Su, pursuing our Seventh Master is a piece of cake for you. Wasn't he once your devoted admirer? After realizing the implications of his words, he glanced around nervously, relieved that seventh master was not nearby. Nanyi smiled shyly. He wasn't a devoted admirer. That just makes me foolish for not recognizing who truly mattered. Ling Tian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Miss Su, it's evident that you have awakened to the truth. One day, seventh master will be moved by you again, and I believe it won't be long before he proposes once more. Again? Nanyi pressed, eager to know if Huo Siyu had intended to propose previously. Ling Tian, puzzled, replied, Miss Su, it seemed that seventh master suddenly changed his mind. He had even prepared a ring, but then declared he wouldn't propose and handed the ring to me. What? He gave you such a beautiful ring? Nanyi's voice rose in disbelief. Ling Tian beamed. Indeed, seventh master is incredibly generous. It's the most exquisite ring I've ever seen. I want to return it. Nanyi sighed, you keep it. I'll make sure he gives me an even better one when I win him back. And Rujin felt relieved, sensing that Nanyi wouldn't follow in her mother's footsteps, especially since the man she admired was far superior to her own father. Nanyi, as the saying goes, a strong woman fears a persistent man. If he runs, you pursue. If he hides, you follow. Sooner or later, seventh master will be yours. The atmosphere in the Su residence was as frigid as an ice house. Su Xingqiang clenched his fists, his face dark as coal. His unmarried daughter had stayed out all night without anyone knowing her whereabouts. Beside him, Su Shiwan prepared to play the dutiful daughter. Dad, you can't blame sister. She's grown. It's normal for her to socialize. Perhaps she's even looking to marry. Su Xingqiang's anger flared even higher. If she wishes to marry, she should inform me. I would find her a suitable match. What good can come from her staying out all night? Only ruffians and rogues await her. This is a disgrace to our family. Bai Chengli, who was staying the night, overheard the commotion and descended the stairs, his face darkening upon learning that Nanyi had not returned home. His heart burned with anger. How pretentious she was, pretending to be aloof while refusing to marry him. Yet now she was frolicking with hooligans. Su Shiwan seized the opportunity to tarnish Rujin's reputation. Dad, I think the new housekeeper bears significant responsibility. Sister never used to stay out late until that housekeeper arrived. She's led her astray. With the words hanging in the air, Su Shiwan sneaked a glance at Su Xingqiang, who was visibly enraged. And Rujin, do you think you're worthy to contend with me? Dad's sister, why are you all still awake? Nanyi entered, instantly sensing the tension in the room. Su Xingqiang had never been one to keep vigil, yet today he was wide awake. Noticing Su Shiwan's triumphant expression, she realized who had instigated this uproar. Su Xingqiang slammed his fist on the table, shattering a cup. Who are you gallivanting with? Speak. Nanyi, you have no shame. Others know how to fetch a good price for their worth. Yet you lower yourself to consort with ruffians. Why can't you be more like Wan, who is obedient and well-behaved? Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have brought you back from the countryside. A tearful smile graced Nanyi's face. This was her father, whose life had been filled with nothing but insults and blame. And Rujin was equally infuriated, realizing that Nanyi had endured such a life from a young age. She stepped forward, chin held high. Mr. Su, how grand your demeanor is, berating your own flesh and blood with such words. This girl is a daughter of my family, not your beloved Lin Huihui. Su Xingqiang was left speechless, his face devoid of color. Su Shiwan immediately chimed in. And Rujin, you're merely a housekeeper. You have no right to speak here. Do you believe my father will dismiss you? And Rujin did not retreat, but advanced further, ignoring Su Shiwan's presence and fixing her gaze on Su Xingqiang. Today, I stand before you not as a mere housekeeper, but as the wet nurse of Nanyi, and moreover, as the sister of your lawful wife, who entrusted Nanyi to my care. Should you fail to treat Nanyi with the respect she deserves, I shall take her away, far from you, never to allow her to see her beastly father again. The words resonate with conviction, a powerful declaration. In Chapter 25, it is not one who seeks to usurp your boyfriend. An eerie silence envelopes the living room, perhaps stirred by an inner guilt towards the legitimate wife or some other sentiment, as Su Xingqiang hesitantly opens his mouth. Jing, I only fear that Nanyi would stray from the right path. At that moment, The telephone in the living room rings urgently. "Father, it is a call for you." From the whole family matriarch. The mention of the home matriarch catches Su Shengqiang off guard as he picks up the receiver, humility and respect etched across his face. "Mr. Su, I presume Miss Su Nanyi has returned home? My grandmother specifically asked me to convey her gratitude for Miss Su Nanyi's company this evening." Su Shengqiang, taken aback, stammers. "To thank my Nanny? Not at all. It is merely her duty." But how does she know the home matriarch? On the other end, Wanxing relays Huo Siyu's instructions. "Mr. Su, my grandmother encountered Miss Su Nanyi while out for an evening stroll, and they hit it off splendidly, conversing at length. I do hope she returned home at a reasonable hour. I trust you did not reprimand her?" A wave of embarrassment washes over Su Shengqiang. Yet he is more elated by the prospect of his eldest daughter being favored by the home matriarch, which could fetch a lucrative alliance for their family. "Not at all. My Nanny possesses a kind heart. It is indeed a blessing that she has garnered the affection of the home matriarch. Why would I chastise her?" After hanging up, the previously furious Su Shengqiang swiftly adopts a more affable demeanor, flattering her. "Nanny, look at you. You were merely chatting with the home matriarch, and you should have mentioned it sooner. This is splendid news. Had I known, I would not have scolded you." The home matriarch? The venerable elder of the Ho family, who commands respect even from Lord Ho. How could she possibly associate with Su Nanyi? This is inconceivable. Su Shernwan's eyes brim with indignation. "Father, surely there has been a mistake. Perhaps it was merely her dubious friends impersonating her. How could such a distinguished figure take notice of her? Enough of your disdain. This is indeed a fortunate turn for our entire Su family, with Nanyi having caught the eye of the home matriarch." He turns to Su Nanyi, his face plastered with insincere smiles. "Nanyi, do retire for the night. You must be weary. Tomorrow, bring some nourishing gifts when you visit the home matriarch again." Su Nanyi harbors a deep-seated aversion towards her despicable father and his sycophantic demeanor. She has yet to meet the home matriarch, but should she genuinely admire her, it will be based on sincerity rather than social standing. Thus, she rolls her eyes at Su Shengqiang, uttering not a word as she retreats to her room, followed closely by Enrujin. This call was likely orchestrated by Master Ho. He is quite thoughtful. As Enrujin contemplates this, Su Nanyi envelopes her in a warm embrace. "Nurse, how I cherish your support." The moment you appeared, Su Shengqiang was utterly intimidated. "You are truly remarkable." "Nothing to it. Now do get some rest." Enrujin playfully pinches her nose. In her bed, Su Nanyi is so fatigued she can barely keep her eyes open. Perhaps it would be wise to align herself with Huo Siyu's routine, sleeping by day and engaging in activities by night. She struggles to retrieve her phone. "Master Ho, your timely call has averted a familial crisis. My heartfelt thanks." After a few minutes of silence, exhaustion overwhelms her, and she is on the verge of sleep when an untimely knock disrupts her tranquility. "Who is it?" she inquires, her tone brusque, met with silence. Upon opening the door, her expression cools upon seeing him. "You have the wrong room." Just as she attempts to close the door, Bai Chengli thrusts his foot inside. His countenance is stormy as he interrogates. "Whom did you meet tonight?" "Do not claim it was the home matriarch. I cannot believe that. Have you been with some rogue?" Su Nanyi is astounded by the audacity of his inquiries. She forcefully pushes the door. "Why do you care whom I meet? Get lost. Your presence irritates me." Bai Chengli winces as the door pinches his leg, yet he persists. "Do not provoke me, Su Nanyi. You must clarify who that man is. Did you meet him tonight? What transpired between you two? Did you sleep with him?" Before she can retort, his eyes roll back, and he collapses at her feet, a small stone rolling beside him. From the shadows, the maid Au observes silently, her sole duty upon entering the Su household, to protect Su Nanyi. "Thank you," Su Nanyi murmurs, picking up the stone, and with the Yu's assistance, they move Bai Chengli to the stairs. "You can remain here for the night." She delivers 2 firm kicks to him. The following afternoon, she awakens to the clamor from downstairs. Peering out the window, she discovers that the Bai family has sent yet another round of betrothal gifts. How predictable that Su Shernwan would wear a triumphant smile. "Miss," the door is knocked upon, revealing maid Au, who whispers, "Lin Huihui has returned. I overheard her conspiring with Su Shernwan. They plan to take you to the Bai household for a few days. You must exercise caution." Very well, continue to monitor them. Descending the stairs, she indeed finds Lin Hui and Su Shernwan huddled together. Lin Hui revels in the misfortune. Nanyi, do not be disheartened. It seems Master Bai has set his sights on our Nguan as his granddaughter-in-law, sending gifts repeatedly. It is not Nguan who wishes to take your boyfriend. You're still so young. My father and I will keep an eye out for suitable suitors for you. Su Shernwan's face glows with delight as she theatrically clutches Lin Hui's hand. Sister, Master Bai insists I move in immediately. You should join me. Brother Chengli has an elder brother, Bai Chengli, who is also unmarried. Come live with me. I shall introduce you. Su Nanyi withdraws her hand. Sister, I think not. You are newlyweds. My presence would only intrude upon your bliss. Moreover, I am unacquainted with Bai Chengli. There is no need for your introduction. Su Shernwan feigns disappointment. Oh, sister, are you truly not interested? What a pity. I have already persuaded Master Bai, and father wishes for you to go as well. Amidst the joyous chatter of betrothal gifts, Su Shengqiang approaches, his tone reproachful. Nanyi, do not be so ungrateful. Look at you. You are riddled with faults. After so many years in the Su family, you still have not shed those petty habits. This visit to the Bai household could be an opportunity for you to cultivate your refined demeanor, enabling you to marry well. So Nanyi es leaks Kurl Daumbart. Father, such refinement is nurtured through wealth from a young age. The reason I lack it is precisely because the Su family is not of high standing. If you were a renowned magnate, who would I find it difficult to marry? Therefore, the issue lies with you, not with me. You. Su Shengqiang is taken aback, his face darkening. It is probably for the best that you do not go. Do not tarnish your sister's reputation. By the way, since you have established a connection with the home matriarch, ensure you do your utmost to win her favor. Do you understand? Su Nanyi raises her hands in surrender. Palms upturned. And what are the funds? Chapter 26. Master Ho harbors feelings for her. What do you need money for? Su Shengqiang demands suspiciously, as he has always been miserly towards her. Su Nanyi rolls her eyes. If you wish for me to curry favor, how can I do so without funds? Am I to rely solely on my words? Lin Hui hurriedly interjected. My lord, do not bestow her with such a substantial sum of money. What if she is deceived? Besides, does she not possess a considerable inheritance already? She should spend her own. Su Nanyi, hands on her hips, feigned indignation. Surely I cannot spend it. My sister is on the verge of marriage. As her elder sister, I must prepare a generous dowry. Is that so? Lin Hui's eyes gleamed with the image of banknotes. Her family was lacking, with little wealth to offer. Marrying into the Su family was already a significant leap. With Nguan's impending marriage, her financial capabilities were limited. Over the years, bolstered by what Su Shengqiang provided and her own endeavors, she had managed to accumulate a mere few tens of millions. Yet, the land bequeathed by Su Nanyi's mother was indeed valuable. If only she could access those funds. Su Shernwan, with a bashful smile, chimed in, Sister, there is truly no need for that. Those assets were left to you by your mother. To give them to me as a dowry would be quite inappropriate. Observing their avaricious expressions, Su Nanyi replied, Sister, who said I would be gifting you all my assets as a dowry? I may grant you a portion, but the amount shall depend on your conduct. This was merely a ruse. She had no intention of relinquishing even a fraction of her mother's inheritance. Therefore, father, you must provide me with funds. I must bring a gift when visiting old Lady Huo. Su Shengqiang begrudgingly extracted a card containing 500,000 yuan, advising her to spend it wisely. A mere 500,000. It seemed the Su family's financial resources were indeed strained, both impoverished and stingy. Before dusk, Bai Chengli drove to collect Su Shernwan, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Su Nanyi, igniting a spark of desire. Ever since she had removed the birthmark from her face, she had transformed into a striking beauty. Furthermore, he had intended to enter her room last night, only to inexplicably faint, awakening to find himself on the stairs. Chengli Gij, let us depart, Su Shernwan urged, tugging at him, fearful he might steal another glance at Su Nanyi. Nguan, did you not mention that Su Nanyi would accompany us home? Let's take her along. Before Su Nanyi could respond, Su Shernwan interjected, no need. My sister is reluctant to visit the Bai family, and we should not force her. Come, Chengli Gij, Wan is hungry. This time, Lin Hui accompanied them, intent on strategizing to ensure the wedding transpired without a hitch. As the vehicle prepared to depart, Su Shernwan leaned out, inviting, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Tomorrow evening, I'm hosting a singles gathering at the Mize Club. Sister, you will definitely attend, won't you?" Su Nanyi smiled and nodded. She was indeed going. She recalled a similar singles event in her previous life, whereby Chengli heroically rescued her, leading her to impulsively bestow him with the land. She had thought it insignificant, unaware that the Bai family had no need for such assets. Little did she know, Bai Chengli had received insider information, realizing those plots were located within a designated economic development zone. Using those lands, he established a thriving commercial area, rapidly securing a foothold in the western part of the city. These plots had been purchased by her grandfather decades prior, as her mother had wished for a grand maze to play in during her childhood. He had not anticipated their future value. His sole desire was to provide joy for his daughter. Now, by some twist of fate, they had become some of the most promising lands. In this life, she needed to prepare in advance. After dining, Su Nanyi proceeded to the royal garden. At a traffic light, a woman hastily dashed through a red signal, and Su Nanyi narrowly avoided a collision, the woman brushing against her leg. "Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Su Nanyi quickly exited her vehicle. The woman turned, her complexion pale, as if she were gravely ill, yet her beauty was striking, evoking a sense of familiarity, as though they had met before. "No need, thank you." With that, the woman swiftly departed, disappearing into a car, the driver's visage eerily reminiscent of Ling Tian. Su Nanyi pressed the accelerator to follow, only to lose sight of them. Could she be Ling Tian's girlfriend? And Ru Ji mused. Su Nanyi shook her head. That was unlikely, for Ling Tian had no girlfriend nor intentions of seeking one. "Never mind, you can inquire with Seventh Master later," she suggested. Upon arriving at the royal garden, Butler Wang awaited at the entrance, a bouquet of roses in hand. "Ah Jing, you have finally arrived. Like these roses, you have gently entered my heart, taking root and blooming in exquisite beauty. My heart has lost its direction, confined to this rose garden through all seasons." Su Nanyi savored his words, surprised by Wang's heartfelt sentiment, and Ru Jin chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Come now, it's drizzling. You shouldn't be standing out here." Butler Wang appeared forlorn. "Ah Jing, you still refuse to accept my roses." "Uncle Wang," Su Nanyi whispered, "gifts should align with one's preferences. Sister Ah Jing does not favor roses." Upon hearing this, Wang immediately discarded the roses, muttering, "Humph, what garish flowers. What kind of flower shop sends the wrong ones?" At that moment, Huo Siyu also appeared at the entrance. He nodded, coolly addressing, "Miss Su, you have arrived." Su Nanyi suppressed her urge to rush into his embrace, maintaining a smile as she greeted Seventh Master. She had convinced herself that he harbored feelings for her, though she could not comprehend why he consistently denied his affection. Nonetheless, she believed he cared for her. She was willing to start anew as friends, refraining from the casual intimacy she had displayed the previous night, unless her restraint faltered. Walking beside him, the scent of his post-bath fragrance enveloped her, creating a comforting ambience. Ah, how she longed to be embraced by him. Su Nanyi inhaled deeply. No, she must resist. Huo Siyu glanced at her, noting her unusually composed demeanor today. Typically, she would approach him, often engaging in playful antics. "Seventh Master, did you wait for me at the entrance?" Su Nanyi invited, lifting Herchin. With a hand in his pocket, Huo Siyu tilted his head to regard her. "Miss Su, you are rather self-absorbed." "Very well then," Su Nanyi replied, brushing her nose, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Ling Tian followed behind, musing to himself about his master's stubbornness. Despite having waited since 7 o'clock in the evening, first in the living room, then at the entrance, Seventh Master remained resolute. This time, Su Nanyi had made a point to inquire about his culinary preferences, but Huo Siyu remained uncommunicative. He was not particularly picky with food. In her previous life, he had only served her dishes she enjoyed, dutifully eating whatever was prepared. "Miss Su, please prepare what you like," he suggested. Chapter 27. The Infatuated One. Su Nanyi widened her eyes in realization, her heart aching as she furrowed her brow. Seventh Master, let us try each dish together. Eventually, you will discover what you enjoy. I will not repeat any recipes. If you find one to your liking, please let me know, all right? This tone of coaxing, akin to that used with a child, surprisingly resonated with Huo Siyu. He felt warmth blossoming within him and, after a moment's deliberation, nodded in agreement. Once Su Nanyi headed to the kitchen, Ling Tian approached to report, Seventh Master, everything has been arranged. She has accepted. Uncle Wang, having shared an amusing anecdote, had succeeded in eliciting peals of laughter from Enrujin. Huo Siyu turned to the side and asked, Anan, I wonder how capable you are? This was the first time that Seventh Master had spoken to her. Enrujin replied, Seventh Master, I possess no remarkable skills. I can merely climb trees and catch fish. Once, when someone spoke disrespectfully to my lady, I broke his arm. Such abilities are sufficient only to deal with petty ruffians. Faced with a professional thug, I stand no chance. If she were willing, she could train here with Ling Tian, with sessions 4 times a week encompassing wrestling, boxing, shooting, and physical conditioning. He could not forget how, in his previous life, Enrujin was murdered, and the blame for her death was unjustly placed upon him, leading to the grievous misunderstanding by Su Nanyi. If he truly wished to kill, he could do so without anyone ever knowing. Enrujin was puzzled as to why Seventh Master made such a suggestion, but boxing and shooting? That sounded intriguing. Very well, I thank you, Seventh Master. In the kitchen, Su Nanyi overheard their conversation. She rushed out, Seventh Master, I too wish to enhance my physical training. Please allow me to join. This way, should she encounter danger in the future, perhaps she could protect herself. Huo Siyu regarded her with curiosity. In this life, she was indeed different, transformed in every conceivable way. However, she continued, I have one more request. Su Nanyi feigned a teasing tone. Seventh Master, could you personally teach me? I promise to study diligently, and I won't complain. I want to be your most outstanding student. Please grant me this. Her playful tone left both Huo Siyu and Ling Tian astonished, especially Ling Tian, who frowned in disbelief, as if confronted with a strange creature. How could the former Miss Su, who was always sharp-tongued and scolding Seventh Master, now act this way? Meanwhile, Huo Siyu wore a faint smile, and even his typically pale complexion bore a rare blush. Very well, I shall agree to your request, but each session will include assessments. Should you fail to meet my standards, I will cease your instruction. Su Nanyi leapt for joy. How splendid! She could learn skills while enjoying close interaction with Seventh Master. At the dining table, Huo Siyu continued to sample every dish, while Su Nanyi observed closely, noting that none of the dishes lingered in his favor. She silently registered that today's offerings were not to his liking. Seventh Master, has Ling Tian recently started dating? She inquired discreetly while he was absent. Huo Siyu fixed his gaze upon her, his tone sharp. What? Are you interested in him? Su Nanyi nearly choked at the absurdity of his thought process. She waved her hands, explaining that she had seen him with a woman earlier that evening. That was likely a relative, Huo Siyu explained curtly. This matter needed to be kept confidential. It could not be disclosed. After Su Nanyi departed, Huo Siyu descended into the basement. The woman there immediately stood, Seventh Master. She was the same one Su Nanyi had encountered on the street. Your illness can only be managed. It cannot be cured. You likely have about 10 months left. He stated. Ling Tian must have informed you of this, he added. Zhang Yinlu had long been aware. She had contracted AIDS, a disease with no cure, especially in its late stages. In a few days, I will arrange for you to meet with the old man of the Bai family. You know what you must do? He instructed. Zhang Yinlu nodded, having grown up in poverty, forced into prostitution by a cruel stepfather. 6 months prior, she had collapsed at a hotel entrance, only to be rescued by Ling Tian. She had a 3-year-old daughter with congenital heart disease. All she needed to do was win over old Master Bai and seduce his grandson, Bai Chengli, to complete her task. Seventh Master, I am very worried. Do you think they will truly take a liking to me? Huo Siyu scoffed. The Bai family is filled with lecherous individuals, and you bear a striking resemblance to the old man's first love. No need for any pretense. Just be yourself. He favors women he can control. I will arrange for your daughter's illness to be treated, and once your mission is accomplished, I will provide you with 10 million. Tears streamed down Zhang Yinliu's face as she knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Seventh Master. At the Charm Club, Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli arrived early, plotting their scheme. First, let us get Su Nanyi slightly tipsy. I'll then help her to a room to rest, and at that moment, your people can take action. A group of drunken men harassing a fragile woman. How utterly despairing it would be for her. At that moment, he would descend upon her like a divine savior. Bai Chengli smirked at the thought. After his heroic rescue, Su Nanyi would surely fall at his feet. Whatever he desired, she would undoubtedly provide. As the evening unfolded and guests began to arrive, Su Nanyi also made her entrance. Sister, have you set a date for your wedding? I can hardly wait to drink your wedding wine. She feigned enthusiasm. Su Shernwan eagerly grasped her hand. Sister, the wedding date is set for the 10th of next month. Just half a month away. We shall celebrate until we are thoroughly inebriated. Those attending the singles party were all Su Shernwan's acquaintances, among them a man named Zhao Qi, her #1 admirer. He wore a perpetual scowl. So you're Su Nanyi? I thought Bai Chengli was your boyfriend. How could you let him go to your sister? He blamed Su Nanyi, convinced that had she not existed, he would still have a chance. Su Nanyi raised her glass. So you're the first of my sister's admirers. All those flowers you sent, they ended up in my family's trash can. Next time, choose gifts that suit her taste. She adores exquisite jewelry. Zhao Qi scoffed. Shernwan is the kindest and most considerate girl in the world. You're merely envious, no matter how you belittle her. She will always be my princess. As for you, you're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Su Nanyi had prepared for this encounter. She pulled out her phone, displaying several photos, evidence of the flowers, necklace, earrings, and hand-knit scarf he had gifted her, all of which had been discarded. I should warn you, Su Shernwan doesn't care for your cheap gifts. Zhao Qi felt as though a wound had been opened in his chest. He was incredulous, yet compelled to believe her. Su Nanyi continued, You may not know, but Shernwan has long been entangled with Bai Chengli. All the rumors are true. She has been eager to marry into the Bai family. As for her relationship with you, it was merely to keep you as her devoted admirer. Where exactly did you book a room? Zhao Qi clenched his fists, indignation radiating from his gaze. Shernwan has always been my girlfriend. How could she be with Bai Chengli? She told me it was old Master Bai and you who pressured her to marry him. The one she loves is me. Another victim of deception, Su Nanyi shrugged. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Why not ask her yourself? Meanwhile, Su Shernwan was busy confirming their plans with Bai Chengli via her phone when she sensed a piercing gaze upon her. It was Zhao Qi. She sneered, what a pathetic man. Daily, he showered her with cheap gifts, which she found utterly embarrassing. Had it not been for his unwavering adoration, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Now, with Bai Chengli in her life, she had lost all interest in him. Were it not for his potential usefulness, she wouldn't have invited him to this gathering. Shernwan, Zhao Qi's tone turned hostile. Why do you seem so happy? Did you not claim you weren't willingly marrying Bai Chengli? He wrapped his arms around her waist. Just as Bai Chengli stepped out to handle some matters, likely to return at any moment. Su Shernwan hastily pushed him away. Qi, I was never willing. But what other choice do I have? I can't even take charge of my own marriage. What is the meaning of my existence? Zhao Qi licked his lips and replied with a sardonic smile. Wan, then let us die together, for you seem to wish for nothing more than to cease living. Su Shernwan's eyes widened in shock, frightened by his words. Qi, don't speak such nonsense. If anything were to happen to me, the Bai family would never let it slide. Zhao Qi tightened his hold around her waist. Wan, it's clear you don't truly wish to die. You were flirting with Bai Chengli while we were together, and now that you've achieved your desires, you intend to discard me, don't you? Su Shernwan panicked. Qi, that's not true. Did Su Nanyi tell you that? Don't listen to her. She just bullies me. Please, let go. Bai Chengli is coming. Zhao Qi refused to release her, inhaling the scent of her hair. Isn't it better that he arrives? You'll tell him you're my girlfriend and will not marry him. If you fail to say so, I'll make you regret it. Bang! A fist struck Zhao Qi directly. Who do you think you can harm? Bai Chengli entered the room and immediately saw the man holding Wan, igniting a surge of hatred within him. Wan is my girlfriend. She has been with me for a long time. Zhao Qi found himself at a disadvantage, but still shouted defiantly. Bai Chengli, you're the third party. Su Shirenwan realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Brother Chengli, this person has been harassing me. I'm not familiar with him at all. Please don't believe his words. Hurry and drive him away. Zhao Qi, with a few teeth knocked out, glared at Su Shirenwan with venomous eyes. The love he once bore had transformed into equal hatred. Su Shirenwan, just wait. I will not let you go. In the end, Zhao Qi was no match for Bai Chengli and his allies and was expelled from the venue. Brother Chengli, are you all right? That man is a lunatic. He has been bothering me for a long time. Su Shirenwan quickly cleared the air. Bai Chengli also regarded the man as insane, believing Wan would never truly associate with a madman, yet a thorn remained in his heart. Thus, when Su Shirenwan reached for his hand, he rejected her outright. Brother Chengli, I will explain everything to you. For now, let us begin our plan. Su Shirenwan had a clear goal tonight. She must compel Su Nanyi to relinquish her inheritance. The uproar surrounding Zhao Qi failed to create any waves. The people present were all followers of Su Shirenwan, already aware of her true nature behind closed doors. It was merely a case of sycophant being sent away. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Su Shirenwan resumed her facade of a cheerful smile, striding in high heels towards Su Nanyi in the sofa area. She raised her glass high. Sister, once I move to the Bai family, our opportunities to meet will dwindle. Tonight, let us drink until we can't return. Su Nanyi remained impassive, finishing a glass of wine in one go. Noticing that Su Shirenwan had yet to take a sip, she urged, Sister, why aren't you drinking? We agreed to drink until we can't return. It can't be that I'm the only one drinking. Of course not, sister. I'll accompany you. With that, she downed a glass as well. She felt a sense of triumph, for her glass contained water. She had switched it long ago. Tonight, she must make Su Nanyi drunk. However, after finishing one glass, something felt amiss. Why did the water taste like wine? Su Nanyi had already instructed you to switch the drinks, and now Su Shirenwan was consuming alcohol. Su Nanyi poured her another glass. Sister, let us have another drink. Su Shirenwan, unable to hold her liquor well, still complied to avoid suspicion, gulping down another glass, which made her head spin. Su Nanyi insisted on making her drink more, but Bai Chengli intervened. Enough, let us not force Wan. She can't handle her liquor well. Su Nanyi smiled. All right, then you drink in her place. You have a good tolerance, right? I'll have a few drinks, and so shall you. Bai Chengli had his own schemes. He knew Su Nanyi was not much better in terms of alcohol tolerance. Once he managed to get her drunk, he could have his way with her. Yet, to his surprise, with each glass, Su Nanyi showed no signs of intoxication. Instead, he found himself feeling a little lightheaded. When did your tolerance become so good? He asked, his words becoming somewhat slurred. Su Nanyi bore a barely perceptible smirk, feigning a light head. Oh dear. I'm nearing my limit. My head feels so heavy. Bai Chengli immediately perked up, signaling his 3 lackeys to come over and toast her. Nanny, let us toast you as well. Su Nanyi did not refuse and drank 3 more glasses. Afterward, she pretended to be drunk, staggering as she proclaimed, Keep drinking. Raise your glasses. Sister, stop drinking. You're already drunk. Let me take you to rest. I've booked a room next door. You can sober up there, and I'll take you home later. Su Nanyi allowed herself to be supported as she lightly closed her eyes, fully aware of what was happening. Su Shirenwan only knew how to employ underhanded tactics, intending to find a few ruffians to harass her, allowing Bai Chengli to come to her rescue like a knight in shining armor. In her past life, she had been foolish enough not to see through such a ploy. Having been led out of the private room, a Yu at the door nodded at her, signaling that everything was in order. The men ambushed in the stairwell had already been dealt with by a Yu. They were now all tied up and trapped in a room. Thus, Su Shirenwan guided her around for several laps without encountering the intended ruffians. Where on earth had they gone? Su Nanyi laughed softly. Sister, haven't we arrived yet? Where exactly did you book a room? It feels so far. Su Shirenwan quickly replied, Sister, we'll be there soon. It's just ahead. She pulled out her phone, intending to call Bai Chengli for clarification. But before she could see the person's face, a dark shadow passed by, and she was pulled into a nearby room. Chapter 29. 7th Master, you are so wicked. Why are you here? What do you want? Su Shirenwan found herself pressed against the door, facing Zhao Qi, who had supposedly been expelled. How had he returned? Bai Chengli was still in the private room. He must not see them. Wan, so you have been deceiving me all along. But I am not interested in pursuing your faults any longer. As long as you maintain our relationship, I will not expose you to Bai Chengli. Su Shernwan never imagined that he would cling to her like a stubborn gum. You wishful thinking. I intend to marry Bai Chengli. You can't compare to him in any way. Zhao Qi felt a pang in his heart, but soon realized that if she could use him, he could likewise exploit her. If you do not agree, I will loudly call Bai Chengli over. Do you think he will still marry you after seeing us like this? You dare threaten me? Zhao Qi chuckled softly. Wan, I love you. Why would I threaten you? Rest assured, I've already knocked Bai Chengli out. He won TB coming. Now, let us not waste any more time. Su Shernwan, still uneasy, replied, My sister is outside. She will hear us. Zhao Qi kissed her neck. I doubt she'll hear anything. She is too drunk. And besides, she has no evidence. Finally, Su Shernwan ceased her hesitation and, with her eyes closed, wrapped her arms around his neck. She still needed Zhao Qi. He operated in the gray areas, making it convenient for her to handle certain matters. Outside the door, Su Nanyi listened intently to the commotion inside, filled with confusion. She had not arranged for Zhao Qi to enter. What was happening? Seventh Master, everything has been taken care of, reported Ling Tian in the mice box. That pitiful Zhao Qi has been expelled by Bai Chengli's men and can no longer enter mice. Under the instruction of the Seventh Master, Ling Tian escorted him inside. Huo Siyu's voice was frigid. Bring me the room's footage tomorrow. Ling Tian replied, Yes, Seventh Master. I notice Miss Su is also here. Should I offer her a ride home? Huo Siyu rose. No need. She is quite capable of walking. He learned from Yu that she had not consumed alcohol tonight. She had wisely replaced it with water. She was increasingly full of surprises. The sounds emanating from the room made one blush, particularly for Su Nanyi, who had experienced marital life in her previous life. It was difficult not to indulge in wild imaginings while gazing at the closed door. She shook her head vigorously, deciding it was best to leave before it became too glaring. However, as she turned, she caught sight of a familiar figure down the corridor. It was the Seventh Master. What a coincidence! She hurriedly followed him, pretending to be dizzy, clutching her head and swaying unsteadily. Huo Siyu, recognizing the footsteps behind him, halted and observed her clumsy act of approaching him. He watched as she feigned stumbling, her head colliding with his chest. Her hands, as if guided by instinct, slipped around his waist, and her head nuzzled against him. How warm. Don't leave. She was acting quite convincingly. With such talent, she would struggle to gain recognition even in the entertainment industry. Huo Siyu tugged at her collar, pulling her back. Miss Su, cease your charade of fainting. Su Nanyi frowned, feigning discomfort, and continued her act. I just want a hug. Please don't go. She leaned further into him. Huo Siyu, unyielding, swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the private room. Su Nanyi cracked open her eyes, momentarily believing the Seventh Master had finally come to his senses. To her surprise, he took her to the window, flung it open, and a gust of wind rushed in. His voice, rich yet laced with mockery, resonated in her ears. Miss Su, if you do not awaken soon, I shall toss you out of here. Feeling the wind's chill, Su Nanyi could no longer pretend to be unconscious. I'm awake. I'm awake. Seventh Master, please don't throw me out. She wore a look of utmost grievance. Are you certain you are awake? Huo Siyu inquired with a smile. Su Nanyi nodded, her innocent eyes blinking. Seventh Master, how did I end up here? I didn't do anything to you, did I? If I have taken advantage of you, please let me know. I will definitely take responsibility. Huo Siyu disregarded her claims of responsibility, knowing they were merely her excuses for flirtation. Miss Su, you were astute enough to swap your drink for water, avoiding intoxication. Your performance today was commendable. Su Nanyi tilted her head. You truly know everything. That Zhao Qi was arranged by you, wasn't it? No wonder he was driven away by Bai Chengli. How could he still enter mice? Only the Seventh Master possesses such influence. Wait, does that mean you anticipated Zhao Qi would drag Su Shernwan into a room and then eagerly do this and that? Seventh Master, you are truly wicked. Su Nanyi laughed, flattery laced with mischief. Huo Siyu, What improper thoughts has this child conjured? He turned to leave, but Nanyi followed closely behind. Seventh Master, may I ride in your car? Would you take me home? He bluntly refused. No. Why not? You drove here. Nanyi clutched the Ferrari keys in her pocket. Seventh Master, I can't drive. I've had a drink. You haven't had any alcohol. You stingy man. The following day, Nanyi enjoyed a restful sleep until you knocked on her door. Miss, someone is looking for you. It's a girl named Wanxing. Wanxing? Why has she returned? Nanyi hid downstairs. Wanxing, whose full name was Sheng Wanxing, had been brought back by Elder Madame Huo and had always carried her surname, growing up under her care. Miss Su, my grandmother wishes to see you. She nodded gently, her speech as soft as water. A flicker of unease crept into Nanyi's heart. Why would Elder Madame Huo wish to see her at this moment? When the car arrived at a shopping mall, Nanyi quickly urged her to stop. Wanxing, I want to buy a gift for Elder Madame Huo. It is my first visit, and arriving empty-handed would be impolite. Wanxing halted the car and followed her, thinking that Nanyi seemed better than she remembered. Perhaps being around Bai Chengli and that green tea sister had influenced her negatively. Wanxing, what do you think I should buy? You're familiar with Elder Madame Huo. What is she like? After pondering, Wanxing replied, my grandmother is very easygoing. Anything you buy would be acceptable. If I had to mention her preferences, she enjoys practicing calligraphy. Nanyi's mind sparked with an idea, realizing they shared a passion for the same art. She made a beeline for a stationery store. Wanxing, what style of calligraphy does Elder Madame Huo prefer? Large seal script. How fortuitous. That was also her favorite. Nanyi selected a brush from the Jiangnan brand. Chapter 30. She was now free. The shop owner approached her. Miss, you possess exquisite taste. This brush was crafted by our master over an entire year. And there's only this one. Nanyi was quite pleased. Please wrap it for me. The owner raised an eyebrow. Miss, this brush is quite expensive. Are you certain? It costs a full 500,000, not a cent less. Wanxing grasped her arm. Miss Su, this gift is too extravagant. Please don't act impulsively. My grandmother wouldn't use a brush this costly. Nanyi insisted, unperturbed by the price. Spending on Elder Huo and Huo Siyu was a pleasure, and she felt no remorse. Moreover, the card Su Xingqiang had given her contained precisely 500,000. As they neared Jinting Jixin, Wanxing still held Nanyi back, offering some advice. Miss Su, my grandmother likely wishes to speak with you about my brother. He harbors feelings for you, and she is aware of it. She simply wants to meet you. If you do not reciprocate his feelings, you may express that openly. My grandmother will not pressure you. Nanyi tightened her grip on Wanxing's hand. Thank you, Wanxing, but I do like your brother. I wish to become his wife. Wanxing was taken aback. Do you truly have feelings for my brother? But who was it that pursued Bai Chengli so fervently that it became common knowledge throughout the city? Or had she genuinely changed her affections, seeing the merits in Huo Siyu? Elder Madam, I am Nanyi. Upon entering, Nanyi slightly bent at the waist, greeting her with a smile. This was her first encounter with Elder Madame Huo, and the rumors circulating about her were far from the truth, claims of her being unrefined, bearing unsightly scars and lacking any talents. They even suggested she had a wild nature, having pursued Bai Chengli to the point of notoriety. However, upon meeting her today, none of these descriptions held water. Her complexion was fair and clear, devoid of scars, and she wore simple yet elegant attire that suited her figure. Her features were striking without being overly alluring, making her quite endearing. It was no wonder you had taken notice. Elder Madame Huo took her hand, instructing someone to prepare fine tea. Miss Su has also brought a gift for you, Wanxing interjected. Nanyi promptly presented the gift. Elder Madame Huo's eyes lit up upon recognition. From Jiangnan's brush shop? This brush was crafted by Master Li. Miss Su, this is quite an extravagant gift. I cannot accept it. She understood the Su family's financial standing, especially as Nanyi was merely an overlooked daughter. Presenting such a valuable item was likely a challenge for her. Nanyi spoke candidly. Grandmother, this gift is indeed quite expensive. To be honest, it has depleted my entire allowance, yet I harbor no regrets. My only concern is that it may not be sufficiently valuable for you. I also take pleasure in practicing calligraphy, and encountering a fine brush is rarer than finding a kindred spirit. I simply hope it serves you well." Her words were both appropriate and eloquent, prompting grandmother Huo to inquire, "Miss Su, do you also enjoy calligraphy?" Nanyi nodded. "Indeed, like you. I have a particular fondness for the Great Seal script." "Oh, would you care to join me in the study for some practice?" Grandmother Huo's eyes lit up. They prepared the paper and lit incense. And for a full hour, they practiced in serene silence before grandmother Huo finally set down her brush. Observing Nanyi's writing, she nodded in approval. It was evident that Nanyi had put in considerable effort. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a remarkable talent for calligraphy and the ability to maintain her focus. How could such a person be the subject of rumors claiming she was both foolish and unattractive? Clearly, these were mere fabrications. Grandmother Huo thought to herself that her grandson could never be so shallow as to choose someone unworthy. "Quickly, Xing, have the kitchen prepare dinner. And call the garden to invite your brother over to dine," she commanded. When Huo Siyu arrived at Jingzixin, he was greeted by the sight of his grandmother and Nanyi enjoying a pleasant conversation, a scene that had never occurred in his previous life. However, he did not ponder this for long. After all, ever since his rebirth, Nanyi seemed like a different person. "Ayu, I must speak to you about something." Grandmother Huo began with a faux sternness. "What a wonderful girl Nanyi is. Why did you not bring her to see me sooner?" Huo Siyu gently massaged her shoulders. "It is my fault, grandmother." She playfully swatted his hand in reprimand. "As long as you recognize your mistake, be sure to bring Nanyi to see me more often. If you don't bring her, you needn't come at all." The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. At the dinner table, grandmother Huo cast a disapproving glance at Huo Siyu. "Ayu, do not focus solely on yourself. Serve more dishes to Nanyi. If you do not show her tenderness and consideration, how will she ever wish to be your girlfriend?" Nanyi attempted to explain, "Grandmother, it's actually that." Huo Siyu interrupted, "Grandmother speaks the truth." He then filled her plate with her favorite dishes, peeling shrimp and crabs for her. Nanyi was taken aback by the attention, her heart swelling with sweetness. The harmonious interaction was delightful and rare, and she wished to cherish it for a lifetime. After dinner, grandmother Huo instructed Xing to take Nanyi for a stroll around Jingzixin while she conversed with Huo Siyu. "Ayu, I had planned to wait until your recovery to meet her, but I heard from Xing that the Bai family has called off the engagement. Is that true? She is now free, and Nanyi is quite a commendable girl. I can see she has feelings for you. I mentioned that you cannot be exposed to the sun. Yet she does not mind. You should settle things quickly." Huo Siyu lowered his gaze, lost in thought, and simply replied, "There is no rush." Grandmother Huo paused, then realized, "I understand. You wish to wait until you're fully healed. That is reasonable. Nanyi is a good child. Do not let her suffer alongside you. However, while the matter of marriage can wait, you should at least establish your relationship as a couple. I am not pressuring you, but a girl as wonderful as Nanyi might be swept away by someone else, and you would regret it." Huo Siyu listened quietly, not engaging in conversation. He still had no definitive answer regarding whether to pursue a relationship with Nanyi in this lifetime. Yet, he sensed that his heart's balance had shifted. Just a week prior, he had sworn to let her go and to free himself as well. Yet, here he was, already reluctant to part ways again. "Nanyi, could it be that you are the calamity from which I cannot escape? By the way, I need you to find Xing's biological parents." How is that progressing? He understood that, while Xing appeared strong, she still yearned for the love of her biological parents. A fleeting sadness crossed Huo Siyu's eyes. "Grandmother, I believe it is unnecessary to continue the search." "Why?" Grandmother Huo gazed at him, puzzled. Huo Siyu had located Xing's biological parents in his previous life, but the joy of reuniting was overshadowed by the grim reality. Xing had indeed been abandoned by them. After acknowledging her origins, Xing had voluntarily returned home. But it wasn't long before news of her impending marriage surfaced. Her parents had demanded she wed, treating her as a mere commodity in a business transaction. The man she was to marry was utterly unsuitable, abusive, and unfaithful. Yet Xing, stubborn and obstinate, never spoke ill of him. The last time Huo Siyu saw Xing was when he went to collect her remains. Although he had made the biological parents and the man pay dearly, the deceased Xing could never return to life. In this lifetime, it would be better to sever the pain at its roots. Every month, I will provide her with 10,000 in allowances. For all these years, no one has sought her out. I believe she was indeed abandoned by her parents. Why should we pursue such parents? Let her stay in the Huo family for the rest of her life. Grandmother Huo sighed, contemplating, perhaps this is for the best. Very well, let it go. Do not search any further. From now on, Wangxing will be my beloved granddaughter. I will arrange everything for her, and you, as her brother, should take care of her. Meanwhile, Wangxing had taken Nanyi to Huo Siyu's room, which was immaculate and meticulously organized, adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, truly reflective of his character. Although he seldom resided there, Grandmother Huo ensured it was cleaned daily. Wangxing hesitated before asking, Miss Su, what exactly are your feelings for my brother? I had thought you liked him, yet there were rumors that you were Bai Chengli's girlfriend. What is the truth? Nanyi grasped her hand, responding earnestly, Wangxing, I was once naive and lacked discernment. I did indeed date Bai Chengli, but rest assured, that chapter is closed. I now harbor feelings solely for your brother, and I wish to be with him for a lifetime. He remains somewhat guarded around me and does not believe in my sincerity, but I will prove it through my actions. The door was ajar, and her heartfelt declaration drifted on the breeze to Huo Siyu's ears as he approached, intending to attend to some urgent matters. The coincidence was uncanny. Huo Siyu gazed at the enchanting figure within the room. He did not need to see her face to imagine the sincerity and joy illuminating her expression as she spoke. It was truly peculiar. After 7 years of marriage in his previous life, he had never received a confession from her, nor had they shared many calm conversations. In this life, how little time had passed, and yet he had received everything he longed for from his past. However, he found himself questioning whether her feelings were genuine or simply a concession made after Bai Chengli's betrayal. That was a question he could not pose to her, but rather one he had to confront within himself. He chose not to enter the room, instead heading downstairs. Inside, Wangxing stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, Miss Su is truly courageous. To express her feelings so openly and resolve to prove her sincerity is remarkable. How brave! I admire her so. Miss Su, I believe in you. My brother has feelings for you. It won't be long before I start calling you sister-in-law. Wangxing's playful teasing endeared her to Nanyi even more. Reflecting on Wangxing's tragic fate in her previous life, a sharp pang of sorrow gripped Nanyi's heart. Wangxing, do you have someone you like? Listen to me. If you do, be sure to bring them home for everyone to meet. If grandmother and your brother are agreeable, then consider continuing the relationship, but do not be stubborn. Wangxing was amused, remarking that she had yet to find someone she fancied. Should that day come, she would undoubtedly bring them home to show her grandmother. Nanyi felt a sense of relief. Since Wangxing was the sister of Huo Siyu, she too was akin to her own sister, and she would certainly keep a watchful eye on her. That evening, Grandmother Huo insisted that she stay over. Nanyi playfully pouted, saying, Grandmother, I hope that one day I can reside here as your granddaughter-in-law. But for now, I must return home, otherwise my nurse will worry. Grandmother Huo beamed with delight, clearly pleased with Nanyi, and cast a sidelong glance at Huo Siyu. You heard what Nanyi said. Make sure to take care of this matter promptly, or I shall not spare you. On their way back, Huo Siyu handed her a card, stating there's 500,000 within, and it has no password. Nanyi crossed her arms defiantly. Why would you give me 500,000? The gift I presented was from the heart. There is no need for you to compensate me. And I want to accept it. Huo Siyu persisted. Miss Su, how much pocket money does Su Xingqiang provide you monthly? Nanyi felt a surge of indignation at her biased and unscrupulous father. Her voice softened as she replied, 10,000. Huo Siyu calculated at 10,000 a month. It would take you 4 years and 2 months to save 500,000. Your sentiment has already been acknowledged by grandmother. She cannot genuinely allow you to deplete 4 years' worth of savings. Accept it. Nanyi firmly refused to accept it, but she leaned in closer, playfully beckoning with her finger, prompting Huo Siyu to lower his head. She whispered, Seventh Master, how about a barter for services rendered? Feeling the intoxicating scent enveloping him, Huo Siyu's mind grew hazy. and he instinctively wanted to distance himself, yet Su Nanyi pulled him back. Seventh Master, if I care for your stomach, you could compensate me with 500,000. What do you say? Huo Siyu caught her mischievous hand, his calm voice betraying a hint of amusement. Miss Su, if you wish to care for my stomach, there is no need for your hand to wander. Retracting her hand, Su Nanyi discerned that his silence implied consent. She shook her phone, declaring, I am now your doctor, and I will monitor your health closely. If I message you, you must respond. You cannot pretend not to see. Adopting a rather possessive girlfriend demeanor, Huo Siyu composed himself and escorted her back to the Su residence. Recently, Su Xingqiang was in high spirits. His beloved daughter was set to marry into a prestigious family. And now Su Nanyi had caught the eye of grandmother Hua. The Su family had also received financial support from old Master Bai, and he was gleefully rubbing his hands together. Upon seeing Su Nanyi return, he hurried over to inquire, I heard it was grandmother Hua who sought you out. How did it go? You didn't embarrass us, did you? Su Nanyi internally scoffed at her father, who only knew how to ingratiate himself with the wealthy. With the Su group now flush with funds, a little deception wouldn't hurt. Dad, I presented a gift to grandmother Hua today, and she adored it. Simply couldn't part with it. Su Xingqiang's face lit up. Oh, that's wonderful. As long as grandmother Hua likes it, feel free to purchase whatever you wish. Don't concern yourself with the cost. Su Nanyi feigned hesitation. Father, this gift cost me 1 million. I only paid 500,000, and grandmother Hua invited me to accompany her on outings. I can't very well ask her to spend her money. Su Xingqiang slammed the table in agreement. Indeed, to win over grandmother Hua, one must not mind the expenditure. Nanyi, do you have any money left? Would you like me to give you some? Suppressing an eye roll, Su Nanyi thought, of course. She had said all that to elicit his financial support. Dad, I truly have no money left. My expenses are high, and I'm struggling to make ends meet. Could you manage to give me around 10 million? Su Xingqiang gaped in disbelief. How dare you ask for that much? You used to receive 10,000 a month, which was already generous. Clearly, she cannot be allowed to experience too much of the world. Chapter 32. Who are the scoundrels? Nanyi, it's not that your father is unwilling to help. It's just that we have many financial obligations at home. Wan is getting married, and I must prepare a substantial dowry for her. How about this? I will give you 1 million now. Please use it to repay the 500,000 you owe, and you can keep the remaining 500,000 for yourself. Negotiating over a mere 1 million was absurd, especially when he gave Su Shernwan 300,000 pocket money monthly without a second thought. How miserly! Accepting the 1 million, Su Nanyi ascended the stairs, where her nurse, and Rujin, was leaning against the railing, having overheard the entire exchange. Little Nanyi, come here, she beckoned. Upon entering the room, and Rujin retrieved a jewelry box from her luggage containing several bank cards. Here, take this, it has 10 million. Use it as you wish. She casually handed Su Nanyi the cards, as if parting with 10 million was no more significant than giving away a few candies. Jijia, how can you be so wealthy? Su Nanyi's admiration was evident on her face. Her nurse was indeed generous and affluent. And Rujin explained, I previously worked as a housekeeper for your family, and your grandfather paid generously. I saved up quite a bit and later opened a countryside inn, which also earned me a fair amount. This 10 million is just a fraction of my wealth. Take it and spend it without the need to repay. Moved to tears, Su Nanyi embraced Rujin, sobbing, Nurse, how can you be so kind and wealthy? Why am I the only poor one? And Rujin chuckled, patting her head. Enough now. You're still a student. You're young, so there is no need to rush. Your time will come. Just don't forget to treat me well when you're successful. So Nanjival, Nurse. As long as I have food, you shall have soup. And Rujin playfully kicked her rear, saying, Is that all you've got? Do you want to make some money? I have a scheme to hoodwink your father. Su Nanyi perked up at the prospect of revenge against her scoundrel father and his biased favoritism. And Rujin elaborated. Your father wants to enhance the family's image as a scholarly lineage, so he has allocated a budget of 30 million for me to purchase antiques and valuable collectibles. Su Nanyi listened intently. Jijia, what do you mean? And Rujin tapped her forehead. Exactly what you think. Do you believe Su Xingqiang and Lin Huihui can truly distinguish between antiques And replicas? Your stepsister might have some skills, but she can only recognize jewelry. What they truly care about are the appraisal certificates. They spoke in unison. I checked on my phone, and the authoritative appraisal agency is merely a trivial enterprise under 7th Master Huo Si's oversight. He would surely be willing to assist you with this. Wonderful. That means we just need to find some decent antiques at the market. They agreed to split the 30 million evenly. Determined. Nanyi planned to visit the market first thing the following morning. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was a you. Miss, I saw that the second Miss Su's car has arrived downstairs. She came looking for you this afternoon. You should be cautious. It was likely related to last night's gathering. Indeed, when Su Shernwan entered, her first words were, "Sister, how did you get back last night? I went to the restroom and asked you to wait for me, but when I came out, you had vanished, leaving me worried all day. So Nanyi fei concern. Sister, I was looking for you everywhere. Did you really go to the restroom? I didn't see you. I thought you had a date with someone." Su Shernwan's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Sister, I am to marry Bai Chengli. How could I possibly date anyone else? I returned home with brother Chengli yesterday. That's good. By the way, Zhaoqi hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" Su Nanyi deliberately steered the conversation towards that topic. Su Shernwan hurriedly distanced herself from it. "No, he hasn't shown up again. We had no relationship to begin with. He insists on claiming I'm his girlfriend, such a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Su Nanyi smiled faintly, remaining silent. Zhaoqi was indeed a sycophant, but not one to be trifled with. She recalled that in her previous life, Su Shernwan had struggled to shake off this sycophant, nearly facing dire consequences. "Sister, it was my fault for not seeing you home after yesterday's gathering. I must make it up to you. How about dinner at Qing Tian restaurant tomorrow night, with brother Chengli treating you?" Su Nanyi smirked inwardly. Very well. She agreed readily, eager to see what tricks Bai Chengli and Su Shernwan would concoct to secure the land in her possession. Su Shernwan had come back specifically to say this, and, as she prepared to leave, she noticed a stunning Ferrari parked in the garage. "Sister, whose car is that? Why is it at our house?" she inquired. Su Nanyi placed her hands on her hips. "Oh, this car? Someone gifted it to me. Isn't it beautiful?" Jealousy bubbled within Su Shernwan. After all, the car Bai Chengli had given her paled in comparison to this one. "Sister, who gave it to you? Is someone pursuing you lately? Whose is it?" She was desperate to extract every detail. Su Nanyi graciously opened the car door, taking the driver's seat, and laughed invitingly. "Sister, hop in. Let me give you a ride." Su Shernwan turned her head, her expression stiffening. "It's just a junk car. What's so special about it? Brother Chengli's gift is 1,000 times better." Su Nanyi raised an eyebrow at her ridiculous pride. She stepped out of the car and went straight back to her room, uninterested in engaging with Su Shernwan's antics. Before bed, Su Nanyi concocted a new batch of stomach-soothing pills. Last time, she had only given Huo Siyu a week's supply. Tomorrow, she would provide him with more. "7th Master, I want to be able to dine with you tomorrow night, as I have to meet with some scoundrels. See you in the afternoon." Wondering if Huo Siyu would respond again, she waited 5 minutes before her phone vibrated. Wonderful, it was a message from him. Who are the scoundrels? Su Nanyi quickly replied, "Bai Chengli and Su Shernwan. 7th Master, keep your distance from them. I fear their vile nature may taint you." Understood. Ah, still so aloof. She pondered how long it would be until she could once again see that man who knelt before her, tenderly calling her Yi. In her dreams, Su Nanyi was awakened by a loud shout from downstairs. "Fire!" Moments later, a Yu knocked on her door. Without hesitation, Su Nanyi threw on a coat and got out of bed. A Yu hurriedly reported, "Miss, your car is on fire. It appears to have been set intentionally." "My car?" Su Nanyi asked urgently. A Yu panted, "It's the Ferrari that 7th Master gifted you." At these words, Su Nanyi's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, her gaze betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. She rushed downstairs, and, indeed, flames soared as her Ferrari was engulfed, reduced to mere charred remains. Who did this? Who is responsible? What happened? Su Shengchang, also clad in a robe, descended in a frenzy. Is this attempted murder? Not murder, but Su Nanyi glared at the raging flames. Wishing she could drag Su Shernwan into the fire herself, Su Shengchang continued to shout, "Call the police. Immediately. This is the Su family's territory." Who dares to commit arson here? Oh, calling the police sounds good. Su Nanyi agreed, surprisingly sympathetic towards her foolish father for once. She dialed 110. Hello, officer. Someone has set fire to my property, resulting in the loss of a Ferrari. Standing amid the flames, her calm voice provided a sense of security. Yet, Su Xingchang saw the murderous intent in her eyes, causing him to shudder. After hanging up, Su Nanyi accessed the surveillance footage from the front yard. Cameras were installed in every corner of the Su residence except for Su Xingchang's room, as she found it distasteful. And Ru Jing joined her, and together they watched the footage. It depicted a man wearing a hood, who doused the car in gasoline before retreating to his vehicle, igniting a lighter and tossing it towards the Ferrari, which then erupted into flames. Do you have any leads on this man? And Ru Jing inquired. Su Nanyi saved the footage. None. I don't recognize him, but Su Shunwan surely does. Are you suggesting Su Shunwan did this out of jealousy? And Ru Jing quickly deduced. If it were true, how pitiful it would be. Destroying someone else's car simply because she didn't possess one is fine. What are you two whispering about? What does this fire have to do with Nanyi? Su Shengchang interjected, overhearing their conversation. With Nanyi's wedding to the Bai family imminent, there must not be any negative news at this critical time. He immediately tried to intervene. Do not call the police. Su Nanyi, you must tell them it was an accident, that you accidentally started the fire. Su Nanyi regarded him coldly, treating him as if he were invisible. Why are you panicking? We have no evidence. It might not even be your precious Nanyi, he stammered, but she met his gaze, her complex emotions igniting a spark of confusion within him. That is precisely why we should call the police and let them handle it, Su Nanyi asserted, standing firm by the door, refusing to engage further with Su Shengchang. Half an hour later, the police arrived. Su Nanyi presented the surveillance footage. He's wearing a hood, making identification difficult, but I trust the police's expertise will reveal his true identity. Su Shengchang leaned in anxiously, eager to view the footage. Nanyi, you have surveillance? How did you manage that? Why didn't you inform me? What do you mean by this? Understanding his concern, Su Nanyi shot him a chilling glance. Rest assured, Nanyi's image does not appear in the footage. Such a despicable act as burning a car. Su Shunwan would undoubtedly hire someone to do it. The police took photographs and asked a few questions before departing. As Su Nanyi planned to return to her room, Su Shengchang blocked her path. I warn you, I do not care who burned that car. It must not implicate Nanyi in any way. She is about to marry and cannot have any negative news surface. Su Nanyi scoffed and retreated to her room. Her father was a useless, infuriating waste of space, but thankfully, and Ru Jing remained by her side. Su Shunwan was utterly detestable, jealous of her good fortune, not realizing how laughable it was. Once they caught the arsonist, it would surely lead back to Su Shunwan. Nanyi, do not fret, and Ru Jing reassured her. Su Nanyi smiled faintly. Whether the police could trace this back to Su Shunwan was of no concern to her. This debt was already marked against Su Shunwan, and she would exact her revenge. It was already late at night. Yet Su Shunwan at the Bai residence remained wide awake. It was only when Zhao Qi sent her the video of the burning car that she smiled with satisfaction, casually deleting the chat history. The call from Su Nanyi flashed on her screen, nearly giving her a heart attack. What are you doing calling so late? I was already asleep. She feigned grogginess as she spoke. Su Nanyi's voice struck her heart like cold raindrops. Su Shunwan, do you think you can escape? What? The question lingered on her lips when the call abruptly ended. How could Su Nanyi lock on her so swiftly? Whatever, she had no evidence against her. It was 3 a.m, and Su Nanyi had devised a plan for revenge. Sleep eluded her. After all, Huo Siyu was known to be awake at night, so she thought a call wouldn't be considered harassment. She initiated a video call, which rang for a long while before being answered. Huo Siyu had likely just finished exercising and taken a shower, his hair still slightly damp, cascading down in a way that added a touch of fragility to his demeanor. He lacked his usual sharpness and coldness, his dark eyes gazing at her quietly. Suddenly, she missed him terribly. This unplaceable longing left her at a loss. Even though he was right before her, her heart felt incomplete. She burst into tears unexpectedly, her sobs falling like pearls from a broken string. Huo Siyu was at a loss, completely unprepared for her tears. Don't cry. He didn't know how to comfort her, nor was he privy to her troubles, merely repeating, "Don't cry." Yet, her sobbing intensified. "Stop crying." His tone grew firmer, and one could almost anticipate his next words. "Keep crying, and I might just hit you." Through her intermittent sobs, Nanyi managed to say, "Seventh Master, I'm sorry I couldn't protect the gift you gave me. I'm sorry that the car you gifted me was burned. There's nothing left. I'm so sorry." She wiped her tears, her eyes reddened, not wanting him to witness her disarray, so she concealed herself from the screen. Huo Siyu sighed in relief, realizing it was merely the loss of a car. His typically indifferent tone softened slightly. "It's all right, it's just a car that burned. As long as you're fine, there's no need to be upset. I'll get you another one." Nanyi shielded her eyes and returned to the screen. "Seventh Master, thank you. This time it was my fault. I will definitely protect your gifts from now on. And I won't let anyone harm them again." Huo Siyu chuckled softly. "What does it matter if a gift is destroyed? As long as you're safe. Isn't that enough?" The moon ascended in the night sky, and soon Nanyi, exhausted from crying, gradually fell asleep. A sudden noise by the window startled her awake, and before she could voice her question, she saw the person before her. "Seventh Master," she exclaimed, leaping out of bed in excitement. Without a second thought, she wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling his hands rest on her shoulders, and she pleaded, "Please don't push me away." Chapter 34. Why didn't you close the window? Why didn't you close the window before sleeping? After a long embrace, they finally parted, and Huo Siyu sat down at her vanity, his first words addressing this very issue. Nanyi, who had never cultivated the habit of closing the window before bed, teased, "Seventh Master, if I had closed the window, you wouldn't have been able to come in tonight, would you? I certainly have other means of entry." He wasn't boasting. At least in the Siyu household, he could come and go as he pleased. The locks on the doors and bedroom were mere decorations to him. Having been held for a while, her heart warmed, and she obediently nodded. "All right, I'll close the window from now on." Huo Siyu's trench coat bore some creases, still marked by her tears. He rose, his tall figure blending into the night. "I came just to see if you were all right. Now I must leave." He ruffled her hair affectionately. As his warm hand departed, Nanyi felt a twinge of reluctance. She wished to lead him out through the front door, but Huo Siyu was remarkably agile, swiftly reaching the trunk of a tree 3 stories high from the window, landing gracefully on the ground before disappearing into the moonlight. Nanyi focused her gaze and noticed a new car parked in the yard, the sleek black contours exuding power and elegance. This was the Maybach that Seventh Master had gifted her. No wonder he had asked about her preferred car during the video call. She had replied that she liked vehicles that offered a sense of security. This understated yet refined Maybach was the epitome of safety. The Ferrari had been burned, and he had promptly presented her with another. Whether in this life or the next, Seventh Master would always support her in her times of need. How could she not love such a remarkable man? Her heart swelled as if buoyed by water. She opened the car door and nestled against the steering wheel, drifting in his slumber under the moonlight. In the UN, Ling Tian dragged a blood-soaked man. "Seventh Master," he confessed. He was sent by Zhao Qi to burn the car. Zhao Qi is a small-time loan shark. Huo Siyu cast a dispassionate glance at the man, who trembled violently. "I'm sorry, Seventh Master. I didn't know it was your car. If I had known, even with 1,000 lives, I wouldn't have dared." He crawled on his knees, begging for mercy. Huo Siyu kicked him hard in the shoulder, intensifying the man's fear. "Clean this up and create some trouble for Zhao Qi." Ling Tian quickly set to work. Loan sharking was inherently illegal, and Zhao Qi had thrived over the years due to his strong connections. He believed he could live without worry, especially since he had his uncle in the relevant department backing him. However, he hadn't anticipated the chaos of that night. First, dozens of his subordinates were arrested. Then his gambling den was raided, and now he was being pursued. His uncle called him furious. "I told you to keep a low profile. Why didn't you listen? Now the higher-ups have issued orders to crack down on loan sharks, and your name is on the list. Who have you offended?" Zhao Qi suspected it might be related to the car-burning incident, but the Siyu family was just an ordinary household. He hadn't heard of any significant backing. "Uncle, you must help me. I know I was wrong. I'll definitely keep a low profile from now on." After all these years, his uncle had received many benefits from him, and it hadn't reached the point of no return yet. I'll help you this time. I'll find a scapegoat for you. In half a month, when the storm passes, you can return. The next day, at the Siyu household, the police arrived. They presented a photograph. This morning, this man turned himself in, admitting to burning your car. We will handle it according to the law. Su Xingqiang looked at the man who had burned the car, unfamiliar to him, and wondered why he had targeted the Siyu family. However, since it had nothing to do with Nanyi, he felt reassured. Please wait a moment. Su Nanyi's words pulled Su Xingqiang's heart back from the brink. He scolded. Su Nanyi, what do you want? He has already confessed. What more do you want? Don't make things difficult for the police. Let this matter end here. What are you so anxious about? Su Nanyi cast him a cold glance and approached the police, inquiring, May I ask if he mentioned who instigated him? The officer replied truthfully. He said the instigator was Zhao Qi, and we are currently pursuing him. He thought to himself that Su Nanyi was quite the strategist. He wondered who was behind her, as her inquiry had kept their entire department busy all night. Su Nanyi expressed her gratitude. A figure adorned in a headpiece was able to crack the case within mere hours. That individual even turned themselves in, and without a shadow of a doubt. She knew it was the handiwork of Seventh Master. She pulled out her phone and typed, Seventh Master, thank you. I will prepare some delicious food for you tonight. So wait for me. The charred remains of the vehicle had already been towed away from the courtyard. Su Nanyi surveyed the empty expanse and called Su Shernwan. My dear sister, it seems Zhao Qi has quite the unique relationship with you, doesn't he? He listens to your every command without hesitation. This unexpected remark left Su Shernwan momentarily stunned. She was still oblivious to the fact that the incident of the burning vehicle had been exposed. Thus, in a high-pitched tone, she retorted, Sister, what do you mean by that? I have no relationship with Zhao Qi. He is the one who keeps pestering me. It's utterly exasperating. With a face like a toad, how could I possibly have any feelings for him? Su Nanyi snorted in response. Has Zhao Qi not had the chance to inform you? He is currently wanted by the police. You instructed him to burn my car, and I have duly noted this. Just as Su Shernwan was about to further explain, Su Nanyi hung up the phone abruptly. Su Xingqiang had changed his clothes and was preparing to head to the company, with the driver waiting by the car. He noticed an unfamiliar vehicle in the front courtyard. Su Nanyi, where did this Maybach come from? I didn't see it here yesterday. Did you buy it? His expression darkened. This model was prohibitively expensive, and their family already possessed 3 cars. Did they really need to purchase such an extravagant vehicle? Was he unaware of the family's financial burdens? And Rujing emerged from the front door and, upon hearing his inquiry, scoffed. Master, what a fanciful dream you're having. How much pocket money have you given Nanyi that she could possibly afford such a car? Su Xingqiang pressed further. Then where did this car come from? Su Nanyi was candid. Someone gifted it to me. Who? Su Xingqiang inquired, his curiosity piqued. The man capable of bestowing such a fine vehicle must possess considerable wealth. Whether he was merely putting on a fade or genuinely affluent remained to be seen. Su Nanyi, do not be foolish. Now that old lady Huo has taken a liking to you, you should endeavor to please her. Which man from the Huo family would not surpass the one who gifted you this car? Su Nanyi covered her ears, expressing her annoyance and unwillingness to listen. You. Su Xingqiang fumed, yet he found himself powerless. He had come to realize that ever since she had insisted on breaking off the engagement, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. In the past, he could reprimand her at will. Now, even voicing his discontent was met with resistance. Who has spoiled you so? Chapter 35, The Daughter of the Mistress. Su Xingqiang strode directly towards the Maybach, eager to experience the sensation of the new car. However, before he could reach the door, Su Nanyi's voice rang out behind him in rejection. This car is for me alone. Her words were laced with an icy demeanor. Su Xingqiang felt his pride wounded, his face darkening. It's merely a car. What in your possession was not procured by me. Without me, could you possibly live so well? You would deny me the chance to drive a car gifted by a man, would you? Indeed, it could cost me my life, Su Nanyi declared, positioning herself in front of the vehicle as a barrier. The driver, who had been waiting for Su Xingqiang, hastily approached to remind him, Master, you have a meeting this morning. If you do not leave soon, you will be late. Only then did Su Xingqiang grunt in annoyance and depart. And Rujing smiled as he approached. If Seventh Master were to hear your words just now, he would surely be moved. After breakfast, Su Shenwan rushed over in a flurry. Sister, I'm terribly worried. The car being burned is minor. Are you both unharmed? Su Nanyi cast a sidelong glance at her, her tone unfriendly. That rather depends on how you instructed Zhao Qi. Did you tell him to burn the car? Or to harm someone? Su Shenwan feigned innocence, her expression that of a doe caught in headlights. Sister, I believe you've misunderstood me. I rushed over without even eating, and the burning of your car truly has nothing to do with me. After that gathering, I ceased all contact with Zhao Qi. She then cautiously glanced at Su Nanyi. Is it possible that you've provoked someone outside? If you need assistance, I can certainly speak to Brother Chengli. He would undoubtedly help. Su Nanyi seized upon her words. Indeed, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Shenwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is it? Su Nanyi, with a commanding presence, declared compensation. For the car that was burned last night, I'll give you a discount, 3 million. Bring it to me. She raised her hand, exuding an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Su Shenwan hurriedly waved her hands. But it's not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. Why should I pay? Su Nanyi's gaze turned steely. Su Shenwan, my patience is limited. You have 1 day to procure 3 million. If you fail to do so, I will expose your mother's past as a mistress. And you wouldn't want your wedding with the Bai family to be ruined, would you? Though the elite were known for their hedonistic and chaotic lives, such matters would be swept under the rug within their circle. If it were to be brought to light, everyone would lose face, especially the Bai family, who valued reputation above all else. They might very well cancel the wedding. A rare crack in Su Shenwan's facade of innocence appeared. Sister, you must be mistaken. My mother and father are a match made in heaven. How could she be a mistress? My mother married into the Su family only after your mother divorced. She is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. She would never acknowledge herself as the daughter of a mistress. Su Nanyi observed her trembling hands. Knowing she had struck a nerve, she understood Su Shenwan's strong sense of pride and jealousy, so reminiscent of her mother. For years, Su Shenwan had viewed herself as an unwelcome thorn, rooted in her insecurity regarding her identity. In her eyes, only through her own demise or disappearance from the capital would the past of the Su family remain hidden. And then she would become the sole daughter of the Su family, with her mother, Lin Huihui, rightfully recognized as Su Shengqiang's legitimate partner. But Su Nanyi would not allow her to achieve that. My dear sister, do you think my mother left the Su family empty-handed? As she spoke, she retrieved a small iron box from the drawer, containing 2 yellowed letters. These are the love letters exchanged between Su Shengqiang and Lin Huihui. Ironically, they bear names and dates at the end. Su Nanyi casually selected a passage to read aloud. Huihui, I beg you not to be angry. I should not have allowed you to suffer. My heart belongs solely to you, and I will divorce her sooner or later. Just wait for me. This was penned by Su Shengqiang. She then read a segment written by Lin Huihui. Darling, I do not want to pressure you into divorce, but I am already pregnant, and I do not wish for our child to be born without a name. Do you want her to be called an illegitimate child? After reading those 2 passages, Su Shenwan stood frozen, her lips as pale as snow, fragile as the 2 yellowed letters that seemed on the verge of disintegration. She stared intently, muttering, How would you have those? Su Nanyi carefully tucked the letters away, locking the iron box, and handed it to Enrujing. Are these pieces of evidence sufficient? If you find them lacking, I have more. Should I choose to expose these, the label of illegitimate child will forever cling to you. Su Shenwan sniffed, Sister, but if you expose this, the affair will be revealed, and the entire Su family will suffer disgrace. You cannot escape either. More threats? So Nanyi Rose, a manic smile gracing her face. Do you think I care about the Su family? As she turned, an unsettling longing for destruction flickered in her eyes. Su Xinwan, 3 million must be in my account by the end of the day, or I will expose everything. Forced into a corner, Su Shenwan relented. I will give you the money, but you must return all the letters to me. Not a single one can be kept. Su Nanyi chuckled derisively. You'd best comprehend the situation. I hold the reins here, and you lack the qualifications to negotiate terms. Rest assured, I shall retain everything for myself. Not a single item shall be bestowed upon you. Disinterested in the splendid expression on Su Shenwan's face, She ascended the stairs to change her attire and summon you before setting off for the antique market. Once again, interrupted by the ringing of her phone. She opened it to discover a call from Su Xingqiang. What's the matter? Are you out again? Stop wandering aimlessly. You ought to reflect on how to win over old Lady Huo. If she is pleased, perhaps she'll introduce you to one of her grandsons. Ah, here we go again. Su Nanyi mused with curiosity. Father, whom do you wish old Lady Huo to introduce me to? Su Xingqiang pondered seriously. Aside from Huo Siyu, I would mind who it is, just ensure you stay clear of him. He is a leech, and you know it. If you're drained dry, that's one thing, but don't bring our Su family down with you. So Nanyi up. P Street is renowned for its antique offerings, where one can find both inexpensive trinkets and priceless genuine antiques. What Su Nanyi sought were the finer pieces, worth several tens of thousands. Upon entering a quaint shop, the proprietor, noticing her refined attire, recognized that a lucrative customer had arrived. Miss, what are you looking to purchase? Everything in our store is authentic. Behold this exquisite blue and white porcelain, centuries old, and this Yixing teapot, once used by the Empress Dowager herself. Su Nanyi, uninterested in his roundabout sales pitch, directly stated, if I were seeking genuine items, why would I come to your shop? I require some high-quality replicas. Show me what you have. Recognizing her expertise, the shopkeeper ceased his rambling and promptly retrieved over 10 items from the glass display. Vases, calligraphy from renowned figures. These are all top-tier replicas. Only an expert could discern them. How many would you like? If you purchase in bulk, I can offer a discount. Su Nanyi examined the offerings. They were satisfactory, not inferior imitations, but rather skillfully crafted copies. Chapter 36 spent 280,000 on replicas. She selected 4 large Qing dynasty vases, a piece by a well-known modern calligrapher, beautiful porcelain, and a few poems inscribed by famous individuals, items that could be showcased for prestige. Very well, I'll take these. Shopkeeper, please ensure they are exquisitely packaged. I'll send someone to collect them tomorrow evening. After settling the bill, she had spent a total of 280,000. Feeling fatigued from her shopping, she intended to find a nearby restaurant for a meal. Just as she entered, she unexpectedly bumped into a familiar face, Bai Chengli. He appeared somewhat taken aback. Miss Su, could it be that you are also here to purchase a wedding gift? Your sister is to marry my brother next month. Su Nanyi nonchalantly replied, indeed, but I'm uncertain about what to choose. Mr. Bai, may I inquire what you have purchased? Bai Chenglin's expression suddenly soured. The provocation and resentment in his gaze no longer concealed. The best gift for an enemy, of course, is poison. So Nanyi demandan fast. The two decided to dine together in a private room. He broached the subject first. Miss Su, your sister has taken your fiancé. I cannot believe you harbor no resentment. Surely, you cannot simply let this slide. Su Nanyi calmly sipped her tea, aware that the more anxious he became, the greater the sincerity he would reveal. Mr. Bai, what does it matter if I am upset? Su Shernwan is the favored daughter in our family. What recourse do I have against her? Furthermore, your family has already acknowledged my sister. Alas, I can only resign myself to fate. The very words resigned to fate were the most unwelcome for Bai Chengli, especially after learning that his grandfather had acted on the advice of a so-called fortune-teller, leading to such blunders. His face darkened. Miss Su, if you resign to fate, others will trample upon you. If you resign, your sister will not allow you peace. If you resign, everything you desire will be snatched away. Only the weak resign. I shall never resign. The teacup in his hand shattered, the shards cutting into his palm. I shall reclaim everything. The heir of the Bai family must be me. He articulated his ambitions and desires plainly, lowering his head to meet her gaze, the hatred in his eyes unmistakable. Let us join forces and retaliate. Su Nanyi set down her teacup, recognizing that Bai Chenglin's animosity had reached a boiling point. Mr. Bai, do you know why old Master Bai is so intent on making Bai Chengli the heir? I do. Su Nanyi replied languidly. As long as we make old Master Bai understand that the fortune-teller was mistaken, his position as heir will be precarious. Bai Chengli became intrigued. What do you mean by that? Su Nanyi smirked coldly. Why pretend to be ignorant? Old Master Bai believes Bai Chengli can lead the Bai family to prominence. We merely need to shatter his illusions. Once he inherits the conglomerate, we will create obstacles for him, leading to investment failures. When the Bai family's stability wavers, Old Master Bai will naturally lose faith in him. Bai Chengli smiled with satisfaction. Miss Su, choosing to collaborate with you is my wisest decision. After their meal, they exchanged contact information and parted ways. However, they were soon followed by a couple of tailing figures. Yu was the first to notice. Miss, someone is tracking us, just 2 individuals. Nanyi inquired, can you handle them? Yu's face was filled with confidence. Miss, fret not. Even 10 would be no match for me. Reassured, Nanyi instructed her to be cautious, and the 2 deliberately turned into a narrow alley. Come out and speak. Why are you following me? Nanyi demanded coldly. The 2 men, caught off guard by being discovered, attempted to flee, but Yu intercepted them, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that left them both sprawled on the ground. Please spare us. We meant you no harm. We were hired to follow you. We're just doing our jobs. Please let us go. Who hired you to follow me? The men dared not hide the truth. We only know their surname is Su. That must be Su Shernwan. Do you know how to report back to her? We'll say you went out shopping and dining, but we didn't TC you. Nanyi's expression darkened. Did you see me buy anything? Upon hearing buy, their expressions turned even more fearful. They quickly corrected themselves. No purchases were made. Nanyi smirked, recognizing their compliance, yet resolved not to let them off easily. Yu, take pictures of their faces and send them to 7th Master. Ascertain their identities. Upon hearing 7th Master, the infamous Huo Siyu, the 2 men were terrified, nearly wetting themselves. We swear we will not speak out of turn. Please spare us. Nanyi continued to intimidate them. 7th Master's men will be shadowing you. Should you utter a single word, I shall have your tongue severed. Now, disappear. Having dealt with the matter, Nanyi returned to the Su residence. She recounted her purchase of the 280,000 replicas to Enrujin, who felt a sense of vindication. Years ago, Su Xingqiang had been an ordinary worker. With his handsome looks and silver tongue, he had ensnared the young lady's heart. He feigned generosity by presenting her gifts. Yet all were counterfeit, and she could hardly voice her disappointment, believing he had merely fallen victim to deception. Now, karma had come full circle, and it was finally his turn to receive counterfeit goods. By evening, her bank account reflected a transfer of 3 million, courtesy of Su Shernwan. Nanyi could easily envision the fury etched on her face as she pressed the confirmation button. In high spirits, she accepted the transfer and promptly sent a screenshot to Huo Siyu. 7th Master, at least your gift was not in vain. See you tonight. The Su residence was bustling with activity today. Both Su Shernwan and Lin Huihui had returned from the Bai family. Observing Lin Huihui's anxious demeanor, laden with unspoken words, it was evident that her visit was driven by the matter of the love letters. Indeed, Lin Huihui approached the door, a plate in hand, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Nanny, I noticed you didn't eat much this afternoon, so I had the kitchen prepare some fruit and these delightful little cakes, all your favorites. Nanyi, unwilling to beat around the bush and waste time, directly stated, I possess your love letters, but do not harbor any illusions. I will not be handing them over to you. Lin Huihui's smile faltered. Nanyi, you are still young and do not understand the complexities of adult relationships. My connection with your father is not as simplistic as you presume. We are genuinely in love, and we have never harmed your mother. Crossing her arms, Nanyi replied, Aunt Lin, you are correct. I am indeed young and lack comprehension of your sentiments. However, what if I were to publish these love letters online, allowing those more experienced in love to weigh in? Lin Huihui, alarmed, exclaimed, Oh no, please, Nanyi. This is a family matter that doesn't need to be broadcast. The more we escalate this, the more amusement it brings to others. I'm not asking you to reveal the letters. Instead, why not keep them for your father? Such a cunning scheme, drawing parallels between Su Xingqiang and Lin Huihui. Chapter 37. The choice to poison and eliminate him. Glancing at the clock on the table, it was nearing 7 in the evening, and she still needed to head to the UUN for physical training. Aunt Lin, rest easy, as long as you refrain from causing me trouble. I will keep the love letters to myself. Having risen, she grasped Lin Huihui's shoulders, applying sudden pressure that caused Lin Huihui to frown. I noticed someone following me today. Such occurrences should not repeat. Otherwise, I will be compelled to share the letters online. As she strode away, Lin Huihui stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, still grappling with the shock. Her mind churned with a singular thought. The love letters must never see the light of day online. Her Wan must marry into the Bai family smoothly, and no one should dare to obstruct that. Yet, now that Sunan Yi was resolutely ignoring her, it seemed necessary to enlist her father's intervention. Initially intending to take the Maybach to the Yuan, she was surprised to find Butler Wang awaiting her at the door. "Miss Su, Jing, I'm here to escort you." Sunan Yi playfully nudged her shoulder, jesting, "Thank you, Jing. It's only through your good fortune that I can enjoy a comfortable ride." Jing laughed, reaching out as if to tap her on the head. But Sunan Yi dashed ahead into the car. Butler Wang watched, chuckling heartily. Ling Tian served as the head coach, known for his strict demeanor once he entered work mode. However, Jing need not worry. I've already given him a heads up. He wouldn't dare make things difficult for you. Just train comfortably. And Ru Jin was indeed quite serious. How could she simply train comfortably? Butler Wang's eyes brimmed with admiration, recognizing Jing's excellence. It was no wonder she excelled in school. Upon arriving at the Yuan, Butler Wang led in Ru Jin to the backyard while Sunan Yi ascended the stairs in search of Huo Siyu. Huo Siyu had only recently awakened. Emerging from the bathroom, refreshingly clean and exuding an aloof charm that made Sunan Yi wish to strip him of his clothing. Seventh Master. However, she knew she had to temper her enthusiasm for the moment. Huo Siyu discerned the mischief lurking in her eyes and took a few steps back to maintain distance. "You may peruse the curriculum. Let me know what you wish to learn first." Sunan Yi accepted the document, which detailed courses in shooting, combat, self-defense, reconnaissance, and more. With a bright smile, she said, "Seventh Master, I wish to learn about poisoning. It's the simplest and most effective method." Huo Siyu was taken aback by her choice, memories of the past surfacing in his mind as he lowered his gaze. While poisoning may be straightforward, acquiring various poisons is quite challenging. Possessing the ability to poison without access to the substances is futile. Let us start with basic self-defense instead. He deliberately diverted the subject from her desire to learn about poisoning. Sunan Yi's eyes sparkled at the mention of self-defense. It was indeed useful, serving both protective and opportunistic purposes. Huo Siyu, not missing the glint of mischief in her gaze, playfully tapped her forehead, cautioning, "Miss Su, keep those ulterior motives to yourself. If you do not take your studies seriously, I will cease to instruct you." Sunan Yi quickly adopted a serious demeanor, affirming, "Yes. Seventh Master, I will study diligently." In the basement, the spacious training room awaited, and they changed into appropriate attire. "I will teach you the fundamental moves. Follow my lead." Huo Siyu taught with diligence, while Sunan Yi was earnest in her learning. Unfortunately, her lack of a solid foundation and insufficient training resulted in sluggish reflexes and insufficient strength. "Seventh Master, do my legs feel good to you?" she teased during a sparring session as Huo Siyu ensnared her leg. He coughed awkwardly and released her leg, pointing out, "Too soft, lacking muscle. Do not slack off at the Su residence. Start working out." Sunan nodded, aware that no one knew how many hidden dangers she might encounter in the future. Strengthening herself and learning to protect herself were indeed her most urgent tasks. However, amidst the seriousness, she added, "Ahem, Seventh Master, you are right. My legs do lack strength. May I touch yours? Not with any ulterior motive, just to understand what strong legs should feel like." No sooner had she spoken than she was met with Huo Siyu's piercing glare. He spoke without mercy, "Get away." 2 hours later, the training concluded. Drenched in sweat, Sunan Yi longed to dash to his room for a shower, only to be yanked downstairs by the back of her collar. With her innocent eyes gazing up at him, she clutched his sleeve. "Seventh Master." Huo Siyu gestured to the left side. "You may shower here or return to the Su residence to wash up. It's one or the other." Sunan Yi, her head drooping in disappointment, entered the bathroom in the basement. Huo Siyu ascended the stairs, enveloped by a wave of sorrow at that moment. "I wish to learn about poisoning. It's the simplest and most effective method." Those were her words. Was that why, in her past life, she had chosen to poison him? The sensation of heartache surged once more as Huo Siyu pressed down, summoning the strength to ascend the steps. The pain was overwhelming. Seventh Master, may I place this box with you? It contains evidence of Su Xingqiang and Lin Huihui's infidelity, and it is unsafe at my place. After her shower, Su Nanyi emerged, radiating sunshine and freshness, standing before him with a beaming smile, hands cradling a small iron box. Noticing Huo Siyu's indifferent expression, she hastily added, Seventh Master, I won't impose on you for free. I secured 3 million in compensation from Su Shernwan, and I'll pay you. Huo Siyu finally chuckled lightly, appreciating her ability to procure 3 million from Su Shernwan for the damaged car. Her tactics were commendable. Very well, you may leave it with me, and I won't charge you. Elated, Su Nanyi placed the iron box on the table and continued to inquire, Seventh Master, what did you have for dinner tonight? Was it as delicious as mine? Huo Siyu shook his head, indicating it was not as delectable as her cooking. Then I shall come early tomorrow and prepare dinner for you, she offered. He responded with a simple all right. Su Nanyi, perceptive to a change in his demeanor, sensed something amiss. It seemed his mood had soured since training, and now, as he sat in the light, his tall figure appeared elongated. Loneliness? That word was the first to emerge in her mind. His eyes, which always pierced her soul, were now partially obscured by lowered lashes. What thoughts occupied his mind? What has transpired to elicit such melancholy from him? Is it because of her, or perhaps someone else? In her previous life, she often noticed such expressions on his face. Yet since her rebirth, his sorrow has been a rare occurrence. She had vowed to protect and love him. Su Nanyi approached his side, and as he looked up at her with a puzzled expression, she gently enveloped him in her embrace. Her hand caressed his abdomen softly, as if she believed that through this touch, she could dissolve his profound sorrow. Seventh Master, I am truly sorry, her voice barely above a whisper. Huo Siyu regarded her delicate hand, his body stiffening with confusion. Why? Su Nanyi closed her eyes, for everything. Seventh Master, although I have awakened to my senses in this life, and have committed no wrongs against you, in my previous life, I indeed caused you genuine harm. Please allow me to make amends for you, if you would be so kind. Chapter 38. The Elements Disrupting Family Harmony. In the car, Su Nanyi pondered the name Bruce. Just moments ago, Seventh Master had informed her of their meeting scheduled for tomorrow. She recalled that Huo Siyu had been undergoing treatment, yearning to cure his sunlight-averse ailment. Yet in her past life, he never found a remedy before his demise. She retrieved her phone to investigate Bruce's credentials, a prodigious doctor, adorned with accolades, internationally acclaimed, with patients queued for consultations a decade in advance. Could even such a remarkable individual fail to heal him? Su Nanyi felt a pang of sorrow. Just moments apart, her thoughts drifted back to Huo Siyu. Was he taking his medicine diligently? Was he eating on time? Was he yet again consumed by work? She typed a message, Seventh Master. From now on, please send me a photo before each meal. I must ensure you are eating well. Shortly after, Huo Siyu replied, Miss Su, my daytime is your nighttime. How shall you inspect me? Su Nanyi quickly responded, Seventh Master, I will check upon waking. Daily inspections are mandatory. Do remember to eat well. At that moment, a call came through, Su Xingqiang. As soon as he connected, his voice erupted in a furious, grating shout. Su Nanyi, where on earth have you been? Guests have arrived at the Huo residence. Miss Wanxing, you must return at once. Do not keep the guests waiting. After hanging up, Su Xingqiang resumed his obsequious demeanor. All smiles. Miss Wanxing, Nanyi is en route. It is quite unacceptable to have you waiting. Rest assured, I have scolded her. Wanxing offered a polite smile. Her expression consistently mild, yet internally, she held a strong distaste for Su Xingqiang. She could not fathom why he would yell at his own daughter, while an outsider like herself received such deference. If she were to have children, she would never treat them in such a manner. Su Nanyi. The sudden sound of her voice echoed from the front door. Why are you running about at this hour? Is it for Grandmother Huo? Su Nanyi recalled that Grandmother Huo had also been unwell, having undergone a significant surgery in her later years. Wanxing pointed to a wooden box on the table, her smile radiant. Grandmother is quite well, Nothing to worry about. I have come to deliver gifts from her. She particularly adored the brush you sent. So, she has prepared some gifts in return. You must accept them. A box of such size merely contained a brush? How could it warrant such a grand return? She intended to decline, yet Wan Xing urged, do not be so hasty. Open it and see. Only then did Su Nanyi pry open a box. While Su Xingqiang leaned in curiously, eager to discover whether Grandmother Hua had bestowed any valuable items. If they were indeed precious, it would certainly mean Su Nanyi had won Grandmother's favor. If not, well. As the box opened, Su Nanyi's expression turned to one of confusion. What are these? Inside lay embroidered textiles, calligraphy, and some antique jewelry. Wan Xing explained, Nanyi, these are belongings from your grandmother when she was younger. My grandmother and your grandmother were dear friends, frequently exchanging gifts. These are items your grandmother gifted to her. Knowing you never met your grandmother, she wished to pass these on to you. Thank you. Her throat tightened. A myriad of unspoken words caught within. Her grandmother had passed away at the age of 40, leaving Su Nanyi with no memories of her. Now, as she gazed upon these relics, she could begin to piece together an image of her grandmother in her youth. Surely, her grandmother had been an elegant, gentle soul who cherished life. There is one more item. My grandmother specifically instructed me to present it to you. With that, Wan Xing carefully unveiled a silk handkerchief, revealing a jade bracelet of exquisite craftsmanship, its interior subtly lined with gold threads. This bracelet was given to my grandmother by her mother-in-law. Now, I shall adorn you with it. From this moment forth, you shall be the most cherished granddaughter-in-law in her heart. The cool, comforting touch encircled her wrist, and Su Nanyi cherished the bracelet immensely. Su Xingqiang was taken aback, hastily bending forward to inquire, Miss Wan Xing, might I ask which of the Hua family's 4 grandsons your grandmother intends to match with Nanyi? Wan Xing, disliking Su Xingqiang, especially after noticing his fleeting disappointment when the box was opened, replied without reservation, Mr. Su, our matriarch has 4 grandsons. I wonder which one has captured her interest. Without waiting for his response, she bid farewell to Su Nanyi and departed. Su Xingqiang had no choice but to pull Su Nanyi aside, but she was disinterested, heading straight to her room. The room had been disturbed. She had only been away for 3 hours, ample time for Lin Hui to rummage through her belongings. Although everything appeared to have been restored well, Su Nanyi could discern the subtle signs. She called for you. Please assist me in tidying the room. Discard everything on the table and replace the sheets and blankets with new ones. I no longer wish to keep anything that has been touched by her. You moved swiftly, immediately getting to work, while Su Nanyi opted to wait on the sofa downstairs. Before long, Su Xingqiang and his associates appeared in the living room. Su Nanyi offered a faint smile, already aware of their intent regarding the love letters. Su Xingqiang spoke first. Su Nanyi, I've heard you possess some old items. Where do they come from? She owed her gratitude to Sister A Jing, who had brought the letters from the countryside. Thinking that if Su Nanyi were unhappy at the Su residence, she could hand the letters over to threaten her father. Initially a precaution, it had unexpectedly found its purpose swiftly. Dad, what old items? I have never seen them. Where are they? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Su Xingqiang's face flushed with urgency, his hands gesturing wildly. You must have a tin box containing 2 pieces of paper. Lin, Yi, and Wan have both seen it. Quickly retrieve it and hand it to me. Those items are of great significance. And what if you lose them? His frantic demeanor inspired nothing but disdain from Su Nanyi. His first instinct was to worry about the letters potentially causing trouble. Without a thought for the hurt she felt upon discovering his infidelity, she remained unfazed, merely reflecting on the depths to which Su Xingqiang had sunk. With her long, fair fingers gracefully arching in the air, she casually remarked, I threw them out last night. What? You threw them away? Su Xingqiang, Lin Hui, and Su Shernwan exclaimed in unison, their voices piercing enough to shatter the chandelier above. Su Nanyi feigned puzzlement as she gazed at them. Indeed, I discarded it. What purpose would it serve to retain something that disrupts familial harmony? Her tone was laced with an air of nonchalance. This left the 3 of them utterly flabbergasted, especially since they had braced themselves for a fierce confrontation over this matter. Particularly, Su Shernwan had clandestinely reached out to Zhao Qi. Little did they know she would so effortlessly utter the words, I threw it away. Chapter 39. Believing this would sever their bond. Where did you dispose of it? It was Su Xingqiang who reacted swiftly. Su Nanyi replied, in the river not far from home. I weighted it down with stones. Is that true? He inquired again. Without a moment's hesitation, her expression remained unyielding. Absolutely. Lin Hui remained skeptical. After all, she had threatened her with the love letters during the day. How could it be that they were discarded by night? Yet, despite rummaging through the room, she found nothing. Of course, she would find nothing, for Su Nanyi had cunningly concealed the iron box with the seventh master. This ticking time bomb was meant to be utilized strategically to detonate at the most opportune moment, obliterating the entire Su family. The following day, Su Nanyi indulged in a languorous slumber until the phone rang. It was Bai Chengli. The urgency in his voice was palpable. My grandfather has already declared Bai Chengli as the heir and entrusted him with the development project in the western part of the city. If he succeeds, your sister will truly become the CEO's wife. The Western Development Project? Huh, what are you so anxious about? After all these years in the Bai family, you must have some connections and resources. Surely Bai Chengli cannot overshadow you in every regard. Bai Chengli was thrown into disarray, but more importantly, he was eager to ascertain what capabilities this woman he was collaborating with possessed. So what do you suggest we do? He feigned a casual inquiry. Su Nanyi was acutely aware of his intentions. She snorted lightly before stating, he won't succeed with the Western project. What do you mean? Grandfather has already given him the green light. He has the entire resources of the group at his disposal and is actively purchasing land in the West. A smirk played upon her lips. He cannot acquire the most critical plots, for they are in my possession. Shortly after hanging up, a knock echoed at the door, revealing Su Xinwan. Su Nanyi couldn't help but admire her. She was truly adept at wearing masks. Just yesterday, when threatened to relinquish compensation, she had exuded an aura of vengeance. Yet now, only a few hours later, she was all smiles. Anyone unfamiliar with her might mistake her for possessing a pleasing personality. However, Su Nanyi knew that behind that seemingly innocent smile lurked venomous fangs. Sister, she said, settling beside Su Nanyi on the bed, I wish to apologize. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you yesterday. I was simply anxious, fearing you would expose those love letters from back in the day. Su Nanyi subtly distanced herself. You were indeed justified in your anger, especially since you owe me 3 million. How much savings do you have left after that? The Su family was hardly among the wealthiest in the imperial city, particularly as the Su corporation had seen better days, earning less each year. A fleeting look of resentment flickered in Su Xinwan's eyes, quickly masked. No worries, I can see you genuinely like that car. It was unfortunate it was burned by someone unknown. Consider this 3 million as my gift to you for a new car. After all, we are sisters. What does money matter? Such sweet words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Su Nanyi remained silent, observing her, awaiting her true intentions. As expected, she could no longer contain herself. Sister, I've reserved a table at the Qing Tian restaurant. I'd like to invite you to dinner with Brother Chengli. As a gesture of my apology. Very well, Su Nanyi acquiesced. In the afternoon at the Qing Tian restaurant, Bai Chengli was still plagued by doubts. Why had the last plan failed? He had intended to take the inebriated Su Nanyi to a private room, where his men would humiliate her, allowing him to swoop in and save her, ensuring she would be utterly captivated by him. Such a perfect scheme had gone awry. He had fainted inexplicably, and Su Nanyi had vanished, with even Su Xinwan claiming to have been drunk. Moreover, all his men had mysteriously disappeared overnight. Wan, did you leak our plan? Could Su Nanyi have learned of it in advance? He believed this to be the only possibility. Su Xinwan felt a wave of panic. That night, she had spent an intimate moment with Zhao Qi, and she could never let him know. Brother Chengli, how could I possibly reveal our plan? I am on your side. Helping you is helping myself. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Su Nanyi was simply lucky. Bai Chengli considered this, acknowledging that regardless, this time there could be no failure. Everything is prepared, correct? He asked, his unease prompting him to inquire once more. Su Xinwan gestured reassuringly. Brother Chengli, do not worry. She knows what to do. Half an hour later, Su Nanyi arrived with a ewe. Ever since witnessing her prowess, she took a ewe along whenever she ventured out. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you both here so early? Su Nanyi maintained her composure. Su Shernwan plastered a false smile on her face. Sister, Brother Chengli and I were worried about being unprepared, so we came early to make arrangements. The chef is already preparing your favorite dishes. Bai Chengli chimed in. Indeed, Wan is a wonderful sister. She cares deeply for you, always worried about your well-being at home. Su Nanyi felt a wave of nausea at such blatant fabrications. Who did they think they were fooling? She queried. By the way, brother-in-law, that night I was picked up by you. Zhao Qi didn't he cause you any trouble afterward, did he? As anticipated, Su Shernwan froze, her complexion paling. She hastily interjected, No, sister. Why mention him? That night, Brother Chengli dealt with him, and he hasn't dared to bother us since. We haven't seen him again. Su Nanyi feigned realization. Oh, how fortunate. I must have been mistaken. Don't take it to heart, sister. Bai Chengli, sensing something amiss, pressed. What do you mean? Did you encounter Zhao Qi that night? Where did you see him, and who was he with? His distrustful gaze turned to Su Shernwan, who appeared to be under immense scrutiny, her throat dry with anxiety. Su Nanyi pretended to be in a quandary. I've already said I must have been mistaken. Brother-in-law, please don't press the matter. Bai Chengli could no longer remain composed. You must tell me. Did Zhao Qi meet with Wan again? His piercing gaze shifted to Su Shernwan. You told me you were drunk and asleep. If you dare deceive me. Su Shernwan feigned a pitiful demeanor. Brother Chengli, we are to be married. How could you not trust me? I did not see Zhao Qi again that night. He has always harassed me, but my heart belongs solely to you. Without your trust, I would rather die. In her fervor, she made to dash into a wall, causing Bai Chengli's heart to melt. Indeed, how could he doubt Wan? She was the kindest, purest girl in the world. It must have been Su Nanyi's machinations. She believed she could sow discord between them. Thankfully, he had realized this early on. Chapter 40. The oil soup spilled on Su Shernwan's back. Su Nanyi reclined in her chair, tilting her head back, comfortably watching this farce unfold. When a moment came for a dramatic display of self-sacrifice, she chuckled, feeling utterly detached from the proceedings. Brother-in-law, you too. Why is your temperament so impulsive? I already mentioned that I was just seeing things. Look at how you pressured Wan. She's so flustered. How can you inherit the Bai family business like this? Bai Chengli snorted in discontent at her reproach. Yet he was acutely aware that he needed her assets. Those plots of land were situated in the heart of the western city, and he had to secure them. As dishes were served one after another, Su Shernwan resumed her attentive demeanor. Sister, I know your favorite dish is boiled fish, but unfortunately, it's not the specialty here. Brother Chengli has specially invited several renowned chefs from the south just for you. I'm certain you will enjoy it. A server arrived with a large basin of boiled fish, and Su Nanyi observed the somewhat unsteady server, who was already preparing for Su Shernwan's imminent leap. Be careful. It's hot. The server called out. Suddenly, the basin tilted, and it appeared the scalding broth would spill over. Su Shernwan dashed forward, shielding her sister with her hands, shouting, Sister, be careful. Su Nanyi saw through the charade, but chose to remain silent. Pretending to be frightened, she tugged fiercely at Su Shernwan's clothing, causing the dish to topple uncontrollably, and the oily broth splashed all over Su Shernwan's back. A piercing scream escaped her lips, utterly genuine. After all, the pot's contents had indeed been entirely absorbed by her back, with only a few drops landing on Su Nanyi's thigh. Through her pants, she found the temperature manageable, not nearly as hot as expected. Bai Chengli rushed over, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Was it deliberate or merely an accident? It seemed like a ploy for sympathy, but was it worth risking one's life over? Despite his inner turmoil, he quickly adopted the role. Wan, how are you? You foolishly shielded your sister from such scalding broth. Su Shernwan, overwhelmed by pain, could think of nothing but shouting. Hospital! Take me to the hospital! My skin mustn't be harmed. Seeing her expression of agony, Bai Chengli understood that the pain was truly severe. Should they continue this act of sympathy? Just as he was mulling over this dilemma, Su Nanyi made her entrance. She stood up abruptly, her expression exaggerated, grasping Su Shernwan's hand dramatically. Sister, you've moved me so deeply. You sacrificed your beauty for me. I saw it all. The broth was aimed at me. Had it not been for your bravery, it would have splashed all over my face. Her words were indeed accurate, aligning perfectly with the reaction Su Shernwan had envisioned. However, at that moment, Su Shernwan could think of nothing but extricating her hand. Sister, I must go to the hospital. We can talk later. Su Nanyi tiktinit hadgudip, refusing to let her escape. Sister, rest assured, if your skin bears any scars, neither the Bai nor Su family will abandon you. Remember to seek the best hospital and use the finest medications. Do not even think about saving money. Even if you are broke, I shall cover all expenses for you. I want to go to the hospital. Su Shernwan was frantic and furious, nearly in tears. Su Nanyi continued, Sister, do not worry. Trust in medicine. Do not burden yourself psychologically. Your Chengli brother will not forsake you. She then turned to Bai Chengli for a lecture. Wan is a girl who values her beauty. She is about to marry you. Regardless of her looks or whether she bears scars, she is your wife, and as her husband, you must never abandon her. Bai Chengli was in a state of disarray. Plans rarely survive contact with reality. Originally, he only needed Su Shernwan to deflect the broth and suffer a minor burn. But he never anticipated that an entire basin would be splashed upon her back. Now he could hardly think of anything else. To the hospital first, enough talk. Only then did Su Nanyi release her grip, shouting after them as they left, Wan, do not cry. Be strong. You go to the hospital. I will return home to fetch some burn ointment and come and find you afterward. Once they departed, the false concern in Su Nanyi's eyes faded, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her stare on the cowering server. I'm sorry, Miss Su. I truly didn't mean to. I just lost my grip. The server trembled, frightened by the terrifying look in Su Nanyi's eyes, as if she might devour her whole. You lost your grip? Su Nanyi signaled to a Yu, who promptly entered and slapped the server across the face. My lady is kind. I'm giving you a chance to confess. If you lie again, we shall have no choice but to call the authorities. The server, now terrified, divulged everything. Su, it was your sister who instructed me to do this. She paid me to spill the broth on your face, claiming no one would notice. I'm so sorry. How malicious, to splash broth on her face. Even if it did not disfigure, it would surely leave a scar. What temperature was the broth, freshly boiled? The server's eyes brimmed with tears. Miss, it was not freshly boiled. Your sister told me to let it cool before serving. I truly regret it. Please spare me. Su Nanyi ordered you to expel her. For forgiveness was out of the question. She would not pardon someone who was paid to harm her. Miss, I understand now. Second, Miss Su intentionally orchestrated this to provoke your sympathy. She must have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Su Nanyi grasped what Su Shernwan desired. With the rapid development of the western city, her land was worth its weight in gold. However, she would not relinquish it. When Su Nanyi visited the hospital, it was already 4 hours later. She leisurely dined at a restaurant and took her time, returning to the Su residence before heading to the hospital. Sister, is your back all right? Will there be any scars? Su Nanyi peered around to see. Su Shernwan gritted her teeth in rage, wishing nothing more than for Su Nanyi to perish, but she could not afford to reveal her true feelings just yet. Sister, it's a bit serious. I need to be hospitalized for 2 weeks. The doctor says there's a strong possibility of scarring. That would look terrible, especially with my upcoming wedding. My wedding will surely be ruined. Su Nanyi gently lifted the bandage to take a look. It was indeed somewhat serious and would require time to heal. But scarring was unlikely. To evoke her sister's sympathy, Su Shernwan was indeed spinning a web of lies. It was not freshly boiled broth and did not possess such lethal properties. Chapter 41. Be my lover, and I will make it up to you. Su Shernwan continued to sob. Sister, I do not regret it, for had I not shielded you, the broth would have splashed all over your face. Your beautiful face must not be ruined. Finally, I could protect you just this once. Her words were indeed beautifully spoken. Given the circumstances, Su Nanyi had to respond with some acknowledgement. Sister, I will not allow you to suffer unjustly. I've already decided. I will compensate you. A smile broke through Su Shernwan's sorrowful expression, elated that this fool was finally stepping into her trap. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Su Nanyi were to offer half of her fortune, she would be set for life, and Brother Chengli could firmly establish himself within the Bai group. Little did she know, Su Nanyi simply stated, "Sister, I will cover all your medical expenses, hiring the best specialists. During your hospital stay, I will also arrange for professional caretakers to look after you. Just focus on your recovery." Ah, Su Shunwan clicked her tongue. Is that all? That is not enough. Su Nanyi, with an innocent twinkle in her eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Indeed, this meager offering is far too scant for you. You have but half a month until your wedding. I must prepare a suitable gift. What shall it be?" Su Shunwan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, her heart silently clamoring. "That's right, you wretched being, I require a gift, something of greater value. Don't pretend you can't think of the inheritance left to you by your mother." Yet, Su Nanyi insisted on pulling the strings. "Ah, I shall bestow upon you my most sincere blessings." "What is that?" Su Nanyi struggled to suppress her laughter. "I offer you my most heartfelt wishes. It is said that if one prays for half an hour on the eve of the wedding, the bride shall find everlasting happiness. I shall pray for you." "Go to hell," retorted Su Shunwan. "Warm, what on earth happened? How did you end up in the hospital?" The voice of Su Xingxiang rang out as he entered hastily, his heart aching at the sight of Su Shunwan's pallid complexion. Su Nanyi quickly interjected, "Dad, it's all the fault of the restaurant staff. They spilled soup all over my sister. Thankfully, we acted swiftly and brought her to the hospital immediately. The doctor advised a month of rest, but with the right medication, she will bear no scars. I have already arranged for a caregiver, so please don't worry." Su Shunwan glared at her in fury. Damn it, she had already said all the good things. "Dad, it's not like that," Su Shunwan protested, tears brimming in her eyes. But she was interrupted by Su Xingxiang. "A month of rest? You must recover quickly. The wedding cannot be delayed." Su Nanyi chimed in again. "Dad, I have already contacted the hospital. She will receive the best doctor. She will definitely recover in a month. Money is no object. After all, you gave me 500,000, which I have already entrusted to the hospital." Su Xingxiang's heart swelled with pride. "Nanyi, how wonderful. I always knew you were a dutiful daughter. I will provide you with the 500,000. Dad, it's not like that. I was the one who shielded my sister from the hot soup and got hurt." Su Shunwan cried out in frustration, feeling wronged, as she endured the pain while Su Nanyi took all the credit. This time, Su Xingxiang exhibited rare favoritism. "Enough. Why are we discussing this now? Your sister has already given you 500,000. If you had been more careful, you wouldn't have been injured. Be more cautious in the future. If this affects the wedding with the Bai family, I won't let you off. By the way, where's Bai Chengli?" Su Shunwan pouted, outside smoking. After a few more words, Su Xingxiang left, leaving only the two sisters in the hospital room. Suddenly, Su Shunwan buried her face in her hands and sobbed. "I'm disfigured. I can't face anyone. I want to get married. No one truly cares about me. I might as well just die." Su Nanyi propped her chin on her hand, watching her sisters break down with amusement, occasionally interjecting, "Sister, you should stop smiling and just cry. When you smile, you look hideous. When you cry, you at least look somewhat human." Su Shunwan felt an overwhelming urge to skin her alive, but at that moment, she grasped Su Nanyi's sleeve, playing the emotional card. "We share the same father, but unfortunately my mother isn't from a wealthy family like yours. Now that I'm marrying into the Bai family, the dowry she can prepare for me is limited. Can you please help me?" Su Nanyi raised her eyebrows, realizing that her sister was directly asking for assistance without pretense. "How can I help you?" Su Shunwan's ambition gleamed in her eyes. "Sister, didn't your mother leave you the land in the west of the city? Just lend it to me first. I'll invest it, and we'll split the profits 70-30. You won't lose anything." Su Nanyi feigned reluctance. "Oh dear, that doesn't seem right. After all, it's a legacy from my mother. If I give it to you, what if it fails?" "It won't fail, sister. I promise," Su Shunwan replied eagerly, sitting up and disregarding her back pain. "Let me let you in on a secret. Brother Chengli has secured the development rights for the west of the city. As long as there's land there, any investment will yield returns. Your land is located in the west. Isn't it?" Su Nanyi squinted. "Sister, you seem to know a great deal about my assets. One might think you covet them." Su Shunwan's muscles tensed. "Sister, I'm just showing concern for you." "Very well, I agree." Just then, Bai Chengli, having finished his smoke, walked in and heard her words. He immediately understood that Su Nanyi still harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she so easily part with her inheritance? Her dramatic antics were merely a manifestation of jealousy. Now that he was set to marry Wan, she was anxious. The inheritance was being managed by his mother's lawyer. He needed to inform him today, as he would be off work tomorrow to prepare the transfer paperwork. Su Wan beamed with delight. Great. Sister, you can trust me with all those assets. Bai Chengli felt a rush of vanity at her quick agreement. Nanyi, let me escort you downstairs. He gestured gallantly. Su Nanyi had no desire to be near the scoundrel for even a moment. Yet she couldn't ignore the fiery jealousy radiating from Su Wan. She smiled. All right, I appreciate it. In the elevator, Bai Chengli leaned against the wall, casually tossing his hair, convinced of his own charm. I can make you my lover. Marrying Wan is my grandfather's wish. My heart belongs only to you. So Nanyi? What a preposterous statement. Bai Chengli, you continue to disgust me as always. She strode out of the elevator, unwilling to look back at the scoundrel. Yet Bai Chengli pursued her. Su Nanyi, have you had enough of this? I admit my fault. If you become my lover, I will make it up to you. If only she had a knife in hand. Su Nanyi would have relished the thought of splitting open his head to see if it was filled with excrement. Chapter 42. Treatment for AIDS. Ling Tian arrived at the hospital to pick up medication, only to unexpectedly bump into Su Nanyi, who was followed closely by Bai Chengli. Miss Su, do you require assistance? Su Nanyi's eyes lit up. Ling Tian, is the seventh master here as well? Ling Tian replied, not at all, Miss Su. Is this man bothering you? Upon realizing that Su Nanyi genuinely cared for the seventh master, Ling Tian's demeanor towards her shifted. Young Master Bai, you would do well to leave Miss Su alone. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. Ling Tian positioned himself protectively in front of her. Bai Chengli, aware of Ling Tian's close association with the seventh master, could not afford to dismiss him entirely. So, he plastered a smile on his face and said, Assistant Ling, it's all a misunderstanding. Nanyi and I are good friends. Just playing around. You go about your business. Don't mind us. Su Nanyi placed her hands on her hips. Who has friends with you? I'm a human. And you're a dog. All you do is bark. Go find your own master and stop wagging your tail in front of me. You. Bai Chengli's jaw trembled in anger. This was the first time Ling Tian witnessed her sharp tongue, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Tian, why are you at the hospital? Is the seventh master ill? She asked. No, the seventh master is fine. I'm here to pick up some medication for my family. Upon returning to the car, Su Nanyi bombarded him with questions. Ling Tian explained that he was there to fetch medicine for Zhang Yanlu, who had just had a chance encounter with old Master Bai. The seventh master isn't ill. I came to get some medicine for my family. Su Nanyi's expression turned sympathetic when she subtly observed the medication he had packed away. It was clearly for treating AIDS. Once back at the Su residence, Su Nanyi called Bai Chengli. All right, the plan is initially complete. Now it's your turn. Bai Chengli revealed his menacing fangs as he instructed his subordinates. Bai Chengli's project in the west of the city has been a resounding success. Spread the word and ensure the entire city is aware. The Bai family, enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, found old Master Bai in high spirits as he patted Bai Chengli on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well, it is no surprise that my esteemed grandson has excelled. Taking on such a substantial project for the first time, you managed to accomplish it with remarkable speed and quality, earning the unanimous admiration of the board members. You truly deserve the title of the Bai family's heir. Bai Chengli, basking in the praise from his great-grandfather, felt a surge of pride, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. Although he had not disclosed the project to anyone, the sudden influx of congratulations felt somewhat disconcerting. Yet, he chose to disregard it, focusing solely on his elation. For years, he had lived under the shadow of Bai Chengli, but now, he was the pride of the family. The vague worry in his heart about Su Nanyi potentially retracting her offer of land evaporated. He was lost in the euphoria of victory, unaware that it was Bai Chengli who had fanned the flames of this joy. Congratulations, brother. You managed to secure such valuable land in the western part of the city. Clearly, you possess a remarkable talent for persuasion. I am thoroughly convinced that grandfather's choice of you as the heir was indeed the right decision. Bai Chengli remarked leisurely as he descended the staircase, his frame concealed behind his frameless glasses, behind which lay a dormant ambition. At that moment, the butler approached with news. Great-grandfather, there is a Miss Zhang Yanlu at the door, seeking your presence. Bai Taigong immediately stood up, his face lighting up with delight. Excellent. Bring her in at once. Before long, Zhang Yanlu entered, pulling along a small suitcase. Great-grandfather, she called softly, her voice imbued with delicate longing, her eyes sparkling with an innocent clarity. Bai Chengli and Bai Chengli exchanged alarmed glances. Zhang Yanlu bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Taigong's first love from his youth. The sudden appearance of such a woman could not bode well. Grandfather, who is she? Bai Chengli inquired. A hint of bashfulness crept onto Bai Taigong's face as he approached her, taking her hand and introducing her. Chengli, this is Zhang Yanlu. A few days ago, I accidentally hit her with my car, and she will be recuperating at our home for a while. Today is your first meeting. Grandfather, that is unacceptable. Bai Chengli and Bai Chengli spoke in unison for the first time in over 20 years of rivalry. If she needs to recover, she should go to the hospital. The Bai family can cover her medical expenses. There is no need to take her home and assume responsibility. You insolent wretches, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Bai Taigong thundered, striking Bai Chengli across the face. Stunned, Bai Chengli quickly realized he had overstepped by contradicting his grandfather. Grandfather, what I meant was that Miss Zhang surely has family. It would be better for her to receive care from them. We can assist in locating her relatives. That would be more appropriate. Yes, grandfather, you are the most benevolent, and no one can deny that. However, what my brother suggested is indeed the best course of action. Bai Chengli hastily chimed in. Bai Taigong snorted, his graying beard quivering slightly. What do you know? Yanlu has no family. Her parents have long passed away. A young woman adrift in the city with nowhere to go. She will stay until she is healed. And now you both will kindly refrain from speaking. With that, he personally escorted Zhang Yanlu to her designated room. Yanlu, settle in here for now. I will be right next door. If you need anything, just call for me. He acted like a love-struck youth, fussing over her every need, eager not to neglect the one who captured his heart. Zhang Yanlu trembled, feeling out of place even while seated at the edge of the bed, her eyes reflecting fear and timidity. Great-grandfather, I think I should leave. I feel uncomfortable here, and you must feel the same. I am fully recovered, and I do not wish to be a burden. Bai Taigong, unexpectedly flustered, hurriedly explained the situation to her. Yanlu, where else would you go? You would be deceived even in your job search, and there are many ill-intentioned people out there. Renting a place is not cheap, and your earnings would scarcely cover the rent. Instead, why not work for me? I can provide you with accommodation and meals. With tears glistening in her eyes, Zhang Yanlu looked at him. Great-grandfather, I cannot. I lack education and skills. What could I possibly do to assist you? You must recognize your own advantages. You are young, efficient, and diligent. How about serving as my assistant? Thus, Zhang Yanlu consented to stay. Outside, Bai Chengli and Bai Chengli dispatched their respective teams to investigate Zhang Yanlu's background. Regardless of whether she was a fraud or not, she could not remain near Bai Taigong, especially with her striking resemblance. In the end, Ling Tian hurriedly reported, 7th Master, Zhang Yanlu has successfully settled into the Bai residence. Additionally, Bruce is waiting downstairs. Bruce, an internationally renowned expert invited by the matriarch, was, unbeknownst to them, a morally corrupt doctor in the employ of their uncle. Huo Siyu closed the file cold, bloodthirsty glint igniting in his eyes. Those who betrayed or harmed him would face dire consequences. Break his hands and dispose of them in the Pacific. Ensure that the matriarch remains uninformed. Chapter 43. He was consumed by fish. 7th Master, it has been taken care of, Ling Tian reported. That Bruce has a surprisingly soft disposition. He wet himself in fear in no time. Ho Changzong would likely remain quiet for a while, too intimidated to send anyone else. However, it was evident that he was not one to give up easily, employing numerous schemes to vie for the position of heir. Yet his 2 inept sons were like mud that couldn't be molded. Entrusting the whole family to them would be akin to handing it over to swine. As usual, Nanyi arrived at the UN punctually, exchanging a knowing glance with Ling Tian before stepping aside to hand him a package from her bag. Ling Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" Su Nanyi whispered, "This is your medicine, a special remedy developed in our clinic, which may help alleviate your condition. I understand you may feel embarrassed to ask, but it is perfectly okay. I harbor no discriminatory sentiments." Ling Tian remained bewildered. Huh? Su Nanyi thought to herself how oblivious he was. "I saw you at the hospital this afternoon. The medicine you picked up is for AIDS, right? That is nearly an incurable disease. How could you be so careless?" Ling Tian sighed, forcing a smile. "Miss Su, I am not ill. That medication was for someone else." Su Nanyi nodded vigorously. Yes, it is for your family, I understand. Please do not refuse. Just accept it. I promise to keep it confidential." Ling Tian upon reaching the training room. Huo Siyu was already dressed and waiting. "Seventh Master," Su Nanyi called cheerfully, her spirits high after seeing Su Shirenwan bested earlier that day. As her mood elevated, so too did her desires for him. Seeing him standing by the window, arms crossed, his gaze filled with tenderness for her, her heart swelled with sweetness. With a beaming smile, she ran towards him, arms wide open. However, just half a meter away, she was halted by Huo Siyu's fist. "Stand still. Do not rush at me," he refused. Furrowing her brows, Su Nanyi feigned displeasure. When Huo Siyu lowered his fist, she darted into his embrace like a gust of wind, her eyes sparkling. "Seventh Master, I must collect some interest. Don't you think?" "What interest?" Huo Siyu grasped her audacious hand. Her head nestled against his muscular chest. "Seventh Master, what is wrong with me coming daily to cook for you and hug you? Don't be so stingy." Huo Siyu tightened his grip on her chin, unwilling to allow her to take further liberties. "Su Nanyi, behave yourself. If you keep this up, I will cease to teach you." Each time, he used this threat against her, and she, too, had her temper. Su Nanyi scrunched her nose, crossing her arms in a display of defiance, portraying a demeanor that no one could appease. Yet, upon stealing a glance at his indifferent expression, she relented. "All right, I promise I won't take advantage of you anymore." "Seventh Master, please do not be angry." Huo Siyu gently ruffled her hair, his previously stiff tone now softened. "I am not angry. Go change your clothes. Today's training will be more exhausting than yesterday." Su Nanyi changed into her attire, deliberately securing the loose hem with a hairpin. Satisfied with the perfect curve reflected in the mirror, she smiled. "Seventh Master, what are we learning today?" she inquired, leaning closer to him. Huo Siyu immediately noticed her transformation, stepping closer and reaching his hand around her waist. Su Nanyi, thinking he was finally going to embrace her, was startled when the hairpin slipped from her clothing. He tossed the pin into the trash. One should not underestimate such a small tool. If wielded correctly, it can be a lethal weapon. Never allow such an item to fall into the hands of an enemy, lest you find yourself unaware of how your demise came to be. "Impressive," Su Nanyi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration, only to receive a sharp rap on her forehead from Huo Siyu. His stern reprimand echoed in her ears. "Follow my lead." "Why are you in a daze?" Today's lesson was on proactive offensive techniques, and it wasn't long before Su Nanyi was panting from exertion. Overwhelmed yet determined to learn this high-intensity exercise, Huo Siyu decided to pause, granting her a moment to recover. "Have you begun your training?" he asked. Su Nanyi, breathing heavily, replied, "Not yet. Today has been too busy." Huo Siyu handed her a damp towel, adding, "You don't necessarily need to learn self-defense. Hiring more bodyguards could suffice." Su Nanyi's cheeks flushed, and she stubbornly shook her head. "That won't do. Bodyguards can only protect me from harm outside. At home, I must fend for myself." "Huo Siyu," curious, asked, "who at home would wish to harm you?" Su Nanyi began to list. Su Shirenwan, Lin Hui, even Su Xingqiang, along with several suspicious maids. "I'm not a piece of meat. Why do they all seem to stalk me like rabid dogs?" Had she not retained memories from her past life, she would have been utterly defenseless. Feeling his warm touch on her cheek, Su Nanyi looked up to meet his tender gaze. He was remarkably handsome, radiating a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. She squinted her eyes, her smile curving her brows, but her enthusiasm was so vigorous that it rendered her expression somewhat foolish. "Huo Siyu remarked, I was just about to commend your newfound cleverness." Su Nanyi, susceptible to flattery, especially from him, immediately leaped into his embrace, swiftly pressing her lips against his before he could react. A brief touch, and she released him, retreating several steps. Nanyi, as she anticipated, Huo Siyu's eyes darkened, making him appear even more formidable. She leaned in, teasing, "Seventh Master, why not kiss me back?" Huo Siyu simply walked upstairs, and Nanyi, sensing that today's training was drawing to a close, headed to the bathroom for a shower and changed her attire. "Here is the antique appraisal certificate you requested. Take it and deceive as you wish." Huo Siyu handed her a stack of documents. Nanyi accepted it, recalling that she had not seen any unfamiliar faces upon her arrival at the Yew Garden. She hurriedly asked, "Seventh Master, where is Bruce? Did he not come to treat you? Are you quite familiar with him?" Huo Siyu raised an eyebrow. "How could I be familiar with him?" Nanyi replied helplessly, "Seventh Master, I only wish to be familiar with you. You are the most important person to me. That's why I care about your health. Does he have a way to treat your ailment?" The pretense of healing was a ruse. His true intent was to take a life. Huo Siyu's demeanor reverted to its usual, icy demeanor. "Miss Su, Bruce is dead. I had his hands broken and tossed him from a plane into the sea. He was devoured by fish, not a bone remains. Are you afraid?" If she were afraid, she would withdraw, just as she had in her previous life. Fearful, worried, and reproachful. Trembling at the thought of him. They labeled him a blood-stained executioner, vengeful and merciless, who would spare no one, not even family. Such a person deserved no pity and was unworthy of love. Yet in this lifetime, Nanyi approached him, her warm hands clasping his, effortlessly calming his tumultuous heartbeat with a simple phrase. "Seventh Master, he deserved to die. You did right." Chapter 44. Is it so shameful to kiss her? Standing resolutely by his side, Huo Siyu's eyes brimmed with doubt and curiosity. "Aren't you going to inquire about the reasons?" Having been foolish in her past life, Nanyi was no longer fixated on his motives for murder. "You must have your reasons. He was in the wrong. It's all his fault. He didn't harm you. Did he?" She reached out, inspecting his injuries, her concern palpable and genuine, far from mere performance. Huo Siyu was taken aback by her reaction. "Miss Su, anyone who plots against me or seeks my life will meet with no mercy. I will not spare anyone, not even those closest to me. This time, I had Ling Tian handle it, but who knows when I might take matters into my own hands. Would you prefer to witness me gouging out their eyes or severing their hands? Either is fine. Torment them mercilessly. Those who threaten you are not good people. And what you do is right. It will eliminate future threats." Originally, he intended to reveal his true self to her, hoping to frighten her away, to convey that he was a monster through and through. The civility, the gentlemanly demeanor he had displayed before her was but a facade, a wolf luring a naive rabbit. He wished for her to scorn him, despise him, and distance herself, never to set foot in the Yew Garden again, nor in his heart, just as she had done in her previous life. Yet, she completely defied his expectations. Lowering her gaze, her red lips were tantalizingly close, vibrant, and beautiful, seemingly exuding a sweet fragrance. He grasped her chin, unable to restrain himself any longer as he kissed her. She did not resist. Instead, she leaned in, her fair hands wrapping around his waist. What on earth was he doing? Regaining his composure, Huo Siyu abruptly pushed her away. In her astonished gaze, he opened the door. "Uncle Wang, please escort Miss Su home." Nanyi was baffled by his sudden change. Was kissing her truly so unbearable? Her pride wounded, tears flowed uncontrollably, and her voice dropped. "Seventh Master, before you send me away, I have one more matter to discuss." She produced a contract she had prepared in advance. "Seventh Master, let us collaborate. I know how lucrative the Western City Development Project is. Everyone wants a piece. The land my mother left me is at the core of the planning. I want to entrust it to you for development, with profits split 50-50, or I could even concede a bit more." Uncle Wang was taken aback. "Miss Su, we all thought you had given it to Bai Chengli." Nanyi wrinkled her nose, her eyes filled with disdain. "Give it to Bai Chengli? He is not worthy." Huo Siyu took the contract. "I will consider it." As Nanyi reached the door, her heart felt heavy. She had been dismissed without clarity today. Was this truly the retribution of her past life? Yet, her heart burned with determination. She turned, her reddened eyes igniting with resolve. Huo Siyu, I will not give up. Prepare yourself to be entangled with me. Upon returning to the Su residence, the batch of counterfeit antiques had been delivered. Su Xingqiang hung the paintings in prominent places. Having spent a fortune, yet still feeling a twinge of anxiety. Jing, are these antiques definitely genuine? What if we were deceived? Did those people trick you? And Rujing, unfazed, produced the appraisal certificates. Sir, human eyes can be deceived, but appraisal certificates cannot. Every antique I purchased has been authenticated by the most professional institutions. They are absolutely genuine. Su Xingqiang hurriedly opened the appraisal results, and upon confirming their authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. As he lifted his gaze to examine the calligraphy and paintings once more, his satisfaction grew with each passing moment. Truly, these were genuine artifacts, far superior to their counterfeit counterparts. Just look at the finesse of the brushwork, the intricacies of the patterns, and the palpable aura of history. The Su family has always been a lineage steeped in literary tradition. It was high time to adorn our home with such antiques. Jing, you have done well in this matter. I shall grant you a raise, he declared. And Rujing interjected, Master, Nanyi has contributed significantly. She has been instrumental in coordinating the purchase of genuine items and the overall decoration. She has been the one managing communications throughout. Su Xingqiang mused that Su Nanyi had indeed been a bit temperamental of late, yet she had caught the attention of old Madame Huo, enhancing her utilitarian value. He praised, excellent. This child Nanyi has become increasingly sensible. Her efforts have been commendable. And Rujing continued, Master, we should also consider rewarding Nanyi. If we do not increase her allowance, it would be unjust. The second young lady receives 300,000 monthly. Surely, Nanyi deserves the same. Otherwise, people might think you are mistreating your original daughter. Su Xingqiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had provided Su Shirenwan with a substantial allowance because she had numerous expenses. Luxury purchases, beauty treatments, and mingling with high society all required considerable funds. As for the meager 10,000 he allocated to Su Nanyi, it was merely due to her navet. If given more, she would likely be swindled. Besides, she had little need for money until now, but that was no longer the case, as she had now established a connection with old Madame Huo. Filled with resolve, Su Xingqiang decided, very well, let us raise Nanyi's allowance to 300,000. And Rujing nodded in agreement, then recalled something and said, the second young lady is to be married next month. The family will provide a generous dowry. It would be prudent to seize her allowance and instead allocate the entire 300,000 to Nanyi, resulting in a total of 600,000 monthly. What do you think? Su Xingqiang hesitated, questioning whether that might be excessive. In the past, when he only granted Nanyi 10,000, she had not seemed to lack for anything. And Rujing countered, how can you say she doesn't need money? Just look at her wardrobe, comprised solely of inexpensive garments, devoid of jewelry. She's far too modest. Going out like this tarnishes your reputation. At the mention of reputation, Su Xingqiang immediately acquiesced. Suddenly, her allowance skyrocketed to 590,000, and Su Nanyi gaped, giving Rujing a thumbs up. Her wet nurse truly excelled in her duties. She accepted the card handed to her, filled with the funds designated for purchasing antiques. Her heart swelling as she realized she had successfully extracted 15 million from her unworthy father. She was now, in her own right, a little heiress. Before bed, Su Nanyi pulled out her phone. The photos of the meals sent by Huo Siyu were still there, as per her request. How sweet of you, Seventh Master. Well done. Seventh Master, I am off to sleep. Good night, love you. She expected no reply, but to her surprise, he responded, good night. Excellent. She would eventually melt his icy heart. The following day, Su Nanyi anxiously awaited in the living room, instructing Ayu to prepare tea. Before long, Bai Chengli and Su Shirenwan arrived at the door. Sister, how is the process for the gifting paperwork coming along? Has your mother's lawyer not arrived yet? She could hardly contain her impatience, her fade of calmness cracking. Bai Chengli was equally anxious. News of his acquisition of the Chengxi project had spread like wildfire, and he needed to secure the contract immediately lest others think he was merely boasting. Sister, do not worry. Once my mother's lawyer arrives, you shall be ready to claim your inheritance. Not so fast, Bai Chengli thought gleefully, draining 2 large cups of tea, unaware that it had been specifically prepared for him. Nanyi, sorry to keep you waiting. Just then, a middle-aged lawyer entered, a familiar figure from her childhood whom she had always referred to as Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong appeared troubled, stroking his chin and shaking his head. Alas, Nanyi, this is not feasible. The gifting paperwork cannot be processed due to a conflict with your mother's will. What do you mean the gifting paperwork cannot be processed? Bai Chengli slammed the table in frustration. What are you implying? Nanyi has agreed to transfer the assets to us. What cannot be done? You do not intend to keep it all for yourself, do you? Uncle Zhong adjusted his glasses. Mr. Bai, one must speak with evidence. If you accuse me without basis, I will take legal action. While Nanyi does possess land, she currently does not meet the conditions for inheritance. What conditions for inheritance? Bai Chengli and Su Shernwan inquired hastily. Uncle Zhong produced a document. According to the will of the deceased, Nanyi can only inherit once she is married and has reached the age of 28. Until both conditions are met, I will manage the assets on her behalf. As it stood, Nanyi was neither married nor 28 years old, and thus could not inherit the estate, nor could she gift it. Su Shernwan's complexion turned ashen. Is there no other way? After all, these assets rightfully belong to Nanyi. Can you truly prevent her from disposing of them as she pleases? Uncle Zhong's expression hardened. Miss Su, are you attempting to challenge the law's authority? I am sworn to uphold my client's directives. If you wish to obtain these assets, there is but one solution. What solution? Su Shernwan pressed, her voice rapid. Uncle Zhong replied, unless you possess the ability to resurrect my client and persuade her to alter her will. Was this not a fool's errand? Uncle Zhong sought to convey that any aspirations to claim the inheritance were futile. Bai Chengli yelled at Nanyi, are you toying with us? You knew all along that you could not inherit, did you not? Everything you have done was merely to mock us, to take revenge for my not marrying you. Was it not? Nanyi, you are truly malicious. Indeed, she had done this deliberately. She wanted to witness Bai Chengli's embarrassment and humiliate him before everyone. However, to suggest that it was revenge for not marrying him was laughable. Bai Chengli, you are overthinking it. I had no knowledge of any inheritance conditions until now. Just as you did. Shouting at me serves no purpose. Besides, it is merely a piece of land. The Bai family will not perish without it. You, in his desperation, Bai Chengli raised his fist. You swiftly intervened. Young Master Bai, if you dare to harm our young lady, you must first contend with me. Su Shernwan scrutinized the will once more. If it were not forged, it was a binding document. Curse be it. Why must we discover now that there are conditions for inheritance? Without Nanyi's land, Bai Chengli's Chengxi development project lost its critical support and would surely falter. Ironically, since yesterday, congratulations had poured in for him for securing the project. This was utterly humiliating. Sister, Su Shernwan's eyes brimmed with tears. This will is a forgery, is it not? You have simply changed your mind. You no longer wish to give these to me, do you? You could just refuse outright instead of concocting this convoluted scheme. Would she cry? Nanyi defiantly sniffled. Sister, what words are those? I am not a faithless person. You see the situation. I cannot inherit the estate, and therefore I cannot gift it to you. You might as well wait a few more years. How can I wait a few more years? If we cannot acquire this land, the project will collapse. Bai Chengli felt as if his lungs might burst from anger. He was about to erupt when he realized his throat was constricted, rendering him speechless. His attempts to yell only resulted in pitiful whimpers, much like a dog. Nanyi quickly exclaimed, Goodness, have you turned mute? Sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take him to the hospital. You do not wish to marry a mute, do you? With a glare directed at her, Su Shernwan begrudgingly led the way out, taking her companions with her. Uncle Zhong finally spoke. Nanyi, fortunately, you have discerned their true nature. A few months ago, when you mentioned giving them all your assets, I was genuinely taken aback. Nanyi smiled sheepishly. Uncle Zhong, I apologize for causing you concern. I shall not entertain such foolish thoughts any longer. Uncle Zhong felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is splendid news. You have truly displayed wisdom this time, at least for the next few years. They will not be able to lay claim to your fortune. Meanwhile, in the Bai family, Bai Chengli remained oblivious to the fact that the elder had learned all the news and was still attempting to quibble, only to be reprimanded by the elder, who pointed a finger at him. You useless wretch. Since you cannot secure that land, so be it. This project was merely intended to be a practice for you. I never expected you to complete it. And look at what you've done. You lied, boasted, and now you spread tales of unfinished work. What a disgrace. The old foxes in the group no longer respect you. I regret allowing you to inherit the Bai family so soon. You are utterly worthless. He also cast a disapproving glance at Su Shernwan, for the master had claimed she would bring prosperity to the Bai family. Yet it seemed she was of no use at all. The elder pondered, could it be that the fortune teller had erred? No, the master had predicted his second spring. Thus, Su Shernwan's matter must also hold some truth. Sighing, the elder declared, you must immediately go to Bai Corporation and clarify the situation, stating that it was a mistake made by your subordinates. Under no circumstances should anyone think you are eager for recognition. Bai Chengli found himself at a loss for words. The elder kicked him lightly and scolded, why are you still standing there like a dog? Speak up. Have you lost your voice? Bai Chengli was at a loss, unable to articulate anything, resorting only to frantic gestures. Su Shernwan quickly interjected, Elder, Brother Chengli has had some issues with his voice. I have taken him to the hospital, and he needs a few days of rest. Allow me to clarify on his behalf. Bai Shangyan emerged from the room, donned in a full suit, wearing a gentle smile that belied his ambitious nature, clearly having prepared for this moment. Naturally, Bai Chengli was unwilling to let him seize the limelight, but his protests fell on deaf ears. The elder glared at him, silencing his childish whimpering. Very well, Shangyan, you shall go. You must help clean up the mess your brother has created. You are far more reliable. Bai Shangyan nodded with a smile. He found it amusing that now they deemed him reliable. If that were the case, why had the position of heir been bestowed upon the inept Bai Chengli? His heart brimmed with resentment, yet he maintained a facade of compliance. Grandfather, we are family. Since my brother is once again afflicted with his speech issue, it is only right that I step in. He deliberately mentioned the speech issue. Indeed, Bai Chengli had suffered from temporary aphasia as a child. Under stress, he would be rendered mute, but he had long since recovered a decade ago. Initially, the elder had looked down upon Bai Chengli due to this ailment, deeming him useless and a liability. However, this time, it was not a relapse. His inability to speak was a consequence of the tea he had consumed at the Su family home. Chapter 46. 30 million. Not a single one left unbroken. Bai Shangyan set off for Bai Corporation, sending a message to Su Nanyi. Our collaboration has been quite delightful. Su Nanyi deleted the text, and shortly thereafter, Su Shernwan's call came through. Sister, you have truly brought disaster upon us this time. The elder is furious, and Brother Chengli has been punished. If only you had clarified earlier that you could not inherit, we would not have taken it seriously. You owe us compensation. What audacity! She had attempted to swindle the Bai family and now demanded compensation? Su Nanyi was curious to see just how low Su Shernwan could stoop. Sister, what do you expect me to use to compensate you? Su Shernwan seized the opportunity. In 2 days, it will be my birthday. I will be hosting a birthday banquet. Could you invite Grandfather Huo? Why would you want to invite Grandfather Huo? It is Brother Chengli who wishes to invite him. For what reason, I do not know. But sister, you are so familiar with Grandfather Huo. Surely you can persuade him to come. Was she trying to provoke her? Yet Su Nanyi refused to rise to the bait. Sister, who says I'm acquainted with Grandfather Huo? He does not even know me. I cannot invite him. Su Shernwan grew anxious, with the City West project bringing shame to Bai Chengli. He needed a significant order to restore his reputation. The Huo family was the most prestigious in the entire empire. If he could secure a collaboration with Grandfather Huo, no one would dare question his worthiness as the Bai heir. Sister, how can you say you are not familiar with Grandfather Huo? Just last time, you ate the meal he packed for you, and that car was also a gift from him. Surely you do not mean to withhold your assistance from me? Indeed, I do not wish to assist you. Sister, I was merely deceiving you. Grandfather Huo is far too esteemed to pack meals for me, and that car is lent to me by someone else. What fanciful notions are you entertaining? I cannot help you. Seek assistance elsewhere. She hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end, Su Shernwan's expression darkened. Bai Chengli approached and inquired what happened. Did she agree? Upon hearing her claim of unfamiliarity, Bai Chengli stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. Last time in the hospital, Ling Tan, as grandfather Huo's assistant, had defended Su Nanyi. He assumed it was at grandfather Huo's behest. Now, however, it seemed that Su Nanyi's connection was not with grandfather Huo, but rather with Ling Tian. Continuing his pursuit of Su Nanyi, he recalled how she had once shielded her from scalding soup. Even now, she bore the marks of that encounter. What right did she have to refuse him? Had she not always been obedient? If he could not manage such a simpleton, what use was there in marrying him? Su Nanyi had merely taken a brief nap when you entered, reporting, "Miss, Lin Hui has returned and is currently arguing with Butler and downstairs." Downstairs? Lin Hui glared at the suddenly appeared antique paintings, disregarding her image as she began to curse. "And Rujin, I truly underestimated you. I leave for just a week. And you incite the master to start spending money. I dare say these antiques are fakes. Did you swindle the master's money? Someone break her mouth." None of the servants dared to move, except for a few bodyguards brought by Lin Hui, who advanced. "I dare you." As Su Nanyi descended the staircase clad in a white gown, sunlight illuminated her, making her shine resplendently, captivating even Lin Hui. "Aunt Lin, what is the matter? What has my nurse done to provoke you so? If my father were to see this, he would not be pleased." Lin Hui despised the daughter of the original wife, having deliberately raised her to be ugly and difficult. Yet recently, she seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. Not only was she no longer affectionate, but she also opposed her at every turn. "Su Nanyi, I understand you wish to protect your nurse, but look closely. Has she fulfilled her responsibilities as a housekeeper? She has pilfered from the Su family. Demand she leave at once, or I shall report her." Su Nanyi seated herself on the sofa, exuding an air of composure and authority, a stark contrast to her previous timid and foolish demeanor. "Aunt Lin, kindly clarify how my nurse has stolen from the household. These paintings and vases are genuine treasures. As my father said, he wished to purchase them." "Genuine treasures? Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Hui haphazardly lifted a piece of blue and white porcelain, large and clumsy, lacking beauty. While she may not understand antiques, she was astute enough to discern deceit. This country bumpkin would undoubtedly swindle money. Such low-grade imitations, and you dare claim they are real? You are truly unscrupulous in your quest for money," Su Nanyi confidently asserted. "Aunt Lin, these are indeed authentic. If you do not believe me, we can invite an expert to authenticate them." "Bah, I shall smash these fakes today. Fakes will forever remain fakes, just like in Rujin, merely a housekeeper, not worthy of recognition." A crisp sound echoed as the exquisite blue and white porcelain shattered upon the floor, splintering into countless fragments. Su Nanyi did not intervene in the slightest. Rather, she found amusement in the spectacle, relishing the destruction. The more she breaks, the better, she thought. And what are those paintings? How could such atrocious calligraphy possibly belong to a master? "Someone, take them to the kitchen and incinerate them." With a subtle gesture, Su Nanyi signaled to a Yu, who promptly complied, carrying the pieces to the kitchen to be burned. "Aunt Lin, while you may break these, please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not touch that purple glass cup. It is centuries old." Su Nanyi, fearing that Lin Hui might overlook the cup, pointed towards it. In the next instant, Lin Hui let it fall. "Aunt Lin, enough is enough. You absolutely must not break that tea set." Yet Lin Hui persisted, reveling in the destruction. The living room lay in disarray, littered with shards. Su Nanyi, with her keen eyes, caught sight of Su Shengxiang's furious silhouette at the doorway. She hastily rose, feigning an attempt to stop the chaos. "Aunt Lin, these are antiques, certified as such. You cannot destroy them. I understand your grievances with the steward, but this is not the way to express them." "What are you doing, Lin Hui?" Su Shengxiang's voice thundered, having not addressed her by both name and surname for many years. Lin Hui turned, only to be met by the wrathful visage of her husband. With a resounding slap, she was sent sprawling to the ground. "Foolish girl, I spent 30 million on those antiques, and you have shattered every last one. You wasteful creature, Why are you even back here instead of overseeing the wedding preparations at the Bai family? Dazed, Lin Hui, though shaken, had shed her earlier arrogance. Tugging at his pant leg, "Master, you have been deceived. How could these items be genuine antiques?" And Ru Jin, a mere country bumpkin, knows nothing of authenticity. She must have come to con you out of your money. Su Xingqiang retrieved the authentication certificates from his drawer, flinging them at her face. Open your eyes and see. They are all genuine. 30 million down the drain, all because of your carelessness. How you intend to compensate me? Tears threatened to spill from Lin Hui's eyes as she stammered. No, it can't be. They must be fake. However, as she glanced at the name of the institution, her heart sank. Ah, it was from the prestigious Huo family, the most esteemed family in the imperial city. Realization dawned on her. She had been gravely mistaken. Master, I had no idea. I thought it was all in Ru Jin's fault. She must have wanted me to break them. I am innocent. Su Xingqiang seized her collar and delivered another resounding slap to her right cheek. Do you take me for a fool? I witnessed you break them with my own eyes. Your stupidity is one thing, but to shift the blame? With your intellect, you would only bring shame to the Bai family. From now on, you are to remain in your room. Do not set foot outside. Someone, escort the madam back to her quarters. Master, please, I understand my mistake. I apologize for breaking the antiques and for speaking ill of Stewardin. You cannot confine me to my room. Wan's birthday is coming up. I must be there for her. You may leave the house the day after tomorrow. There will be no further discussion. Su Xingqiang had made up his mind, and Lin Hui was swiftly ushered away. Once she was gone, Su Xingqiang donned a facade of cheerfulness. And Jean, Hui is not usually like this. She was once gentle and understanding. Lately, she seems to have lost her mind. And Ru Jin interrupted, Master, there is no need for you to defend her. Lin Madam is not targeting me. Her outbursts aim to undermine Nanyi. Why does she dare to trample over your own daughter? Surely you must understand that it is due to your negligence that the stepmother feels empowered. Su Xingqiang was rendered speechless, confronted with the unsettling thought that he had indeed overlooked Su Nanyi for far too long. Had Hui ever bullied her? He turned to Su Nanyi, attempting to muster a benevolent smile. She turned on her heel and ascended the stairs, resolutely denying her father any opportunity for false displays of affection. Chapter 47, no longer dropping out. The urgent ringing of the phone pierced the silence once more. And without a glance, Su Nanyi answered. The irate voice of her teacher boomed through the receiver. Su Nanyi, weren't you planning to drop out? Then hurry to school and handle the paperwork. I have time today, but if you don't arrive by 4, I won't wait for you. You'll have to figure out the signature business on your own. Drop out? Signatures? All right. She had mentioned her intent to withdraw from school to her teacher before her rebirth, but in the flurry of recent events surrounding her annulment, she had completely forgotten. She quickly sprang to her feet, respectfully responding, My dearest teacher, please, I have changed my mind. I was momentarily deranged to even consider dropping out. I am clear-headed now. I absolutely refuse to leave. The elderly man hesitated. Really? No more foolishness for the sake of your grand romance. Embarrassed, Su Nanyi buried her face in her blanket. Teacher, I see my errors. I wish to continue my studies, to become your most accomplished student, and to excel as a physician. The teacher's voice boomed as always. Then get to the lab. Do you think summer vacation is for play? Your classmates are advancing ahead of you. If you don't hurry, you'll never graduate. Su Nanyi scrambled. Teacher, I'm on my way to the lab. After hanging up, the old man, with his half-gray hair, felt a mix of joy and concern. Su Nanyi was exceptionally gifted and diligent. Indeed, the finest student he had encountered in his lifetime. If she devoted herself to her studies, she was destined for greatness. Yet, her obsession with love had once driven him to the brink of despair. When she first mentioned dropping out for a man, he nearly lost his composure. Thankfully, her mind had finally returned to normal. He dialed another number. Seventh Master, you need not worry about Nanyi. She will not be dropping out. I did not persuade her. She has come to this conclusion on her own. The old man sighed. Despite having such an outstanding suitor as Seventh Master, how had Su Nanyi ended up with Bai Chengli? Months ago, Seventh Master had implored him to dissuade Su Nanyi from dropping out. Yet Bai Chengli only wanted her to return to domestic life. The choice of a suitable partner was quite evident. Within the confines of the UUN, Huo Siyu was no longer surprised by her decision. It seemed she had long ceased to be the Su Nanyi of old. Just as he was no longer the Huo Siyu he once was, both he and Su Nanyi were now charting their own paths in life. Su Nanyi, have you truly thought this through? If you ever mention dropping out again, I will no longer consider you my student. Do as you please. In the office, the old man sat sternly, his beard quivering in agitation. Teacher, I promise I will no longer act foolishly. I am here solely for the purpose of learning. Su Nanyi raised her hand in a vow. At last, the old man's stern demeanor softened, although he quickly resumed his serious facade, mindful not to let her see his smile. After all, he was a most formidable mentor and could not afford to be overly familiar with his students. He pulled several documents from his drawer. The global selection for the X laboratory has begun again. I have recommended you to the academy. The other 3 mentors will also recommend their students. 1 representative will be chosen from 4 of you based on a competition, so prepare yourself. Ah, truly? Thank you. Teacher, you are so kind. Unable to contain her elation, Su Nanyi felt as if she could leap 3 feet into the air. The X laboratory is the most authoritative and renowned medical institution globally, where many cutting-edge treatments and theories originated, making it a hallowed ground for those in the medical field. Furthermore, the X laboratory holds a global selection every 5 years, with only the last standing candidate qualifying for membership. Su Nanyi firmly believed that within the X laboratory, brilliant minds would devise a method to treat Huo Siyu's aversion to sunlight. In the laboratory, a lively discussion ensued among the students. Alas, what is the point of our relentless toil when we remain overshadowed by others? Those who curry favor with the teachers easily secure their positions, while we are left to wallow in despair. Indeed, throughout this entire summer, she has scarcely been seen in the laboratory. Wasn't she once Bai Chengli's girlfriend? Surely, the Bai family has employed some underhanded means to assist her. It is utterly unjust. This election process is rife with corruption, a blatant affront to us impoverished students lacking any connections. How many families in the imperial city can rival the Bai clan? Su Nanyi, alongside the old man, left the premises, their ears inundated with the vile slander. Instead of concocting baseless rumors, you ought to engage in more experiments to enlighten your intellect. Su Nanyi independently advanced the treatment methods for the grass mold disease a year ago. Could any of your dim-witted minds conceive such an achievement? You cannot even clean a measuring cup properly. If you have grievances about my decisions, you may leave. After all, you are not my students. Your advisor begged me to allow you to assist. I do not require your presence. The old man's face darkened ominously, prompting the students to rise and apologize promptly. Forgive us, teacher. We should not have spoken ill of our senior. Please, we beseech your pardon. Forgive? You should inquire of Nanyi whether she is inclined to forgive you. The old man was livid. He had always detested those who lacked talent, yet reveled in slander. Su Nanyi, smiling, sought to placate him. Teacher, do not be angry. As you said, they are but fools. What use is it to reason with such individuals? With that, she followed the old man out of the laboratory, entirely disregarding the envious slanderers. I am infuriated. Must that wretched Su Nanyi truly seize opportunities that rightfully belong to us? Moreover, how has she become so striking? She eclipses even the school bell. Surely, she has undergone cosmetic surgery. It is evident. The scars on her face have vanished. She has taken our chances, and we shall ensure she suffers for it. After all, she still has to compete against the other 4, and we shall see her defeated. As these malicious schemes brewed, the protagonist Su Nanyi arrived at the playground, intending to run 10 kilometers as a warm-up for her training. Nanyi, is that really you? Alas, you're still warming up, interrupted a voice. The speaker, Xia Yin, was Su Nanyi's sole acquaintance at school, though not a true friend. It's you. It has been a while. Su Nanyi greeted her perfunctorily, as she had not forgotten how Xia Yin had betrayed her in her past life. Ostensibly friends, Xia Yin secretly served as a sycophant for Su Shernwan, spreading rumors and gossip about Nanyi, alleging that she had an inappropriate relationship with her mentor. Claiming she was vain and had been financially supported by a benefactor, and even insinuating that she had coerced Huo Siyu into marriage. All the disparaging rumors surrounding her were orchestrated by Xia Yin. Yet, Xia Yin had profited handsomely by doing Su Shunwan's bidding, ultimately entangling herself with Wan Xing's husband, a connection that could not absolve her from Wan Xing's demise. Chapter 48. Waiting for her to pay like before. Still lost in thought, Xia Yin's voice floated over. Nanyi, why have you come to school today? Didn't you say you would drop out? What about Bai Chengli? Su Nanyi replied coldly, What's this? Has your esteemed master, Su Shunwan, not informed you? The one Bai Chengli intends to marry is not me, but her. I have no intention of dropping out. Xia Yin's mouth hung agape, realizing that she was woefully uninformed. For several days, Su Shunwan had not responded to her messages. It had only been a brief summer break, yet such significant changes had transpired. If Su Shunwan was to marry Bai Chengli, that would indeed be advantageous. Winning favor with Su Shunwan was far more promising than maintaining a friendship with Su Nanyi. However, for the time being, she still needed to befriend Su Nanyi, as it was a task assigned to her by Su Shunwan. Nanyi, how could this happen? Why isn't Bai Chengli marrying you? Don't be disheartened. I believe he still has feelings for you. Shall I accompany you to confront him and clarify any misunderstandings? Su Nanyi narrowed her eyes, her words as frigid as ice. Clarify misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? What are you talking about? Xia Yin found herself momentarily speechless under Su Nanyi's piercing gaze, stammering, if there were no misunderstandings. Why would he marry you? Su Nanyi raised her chin defiantly. Xia Yin, let it be clear, it is not that Bai Chengli does not wish to marry me. Rather, I, Su Nanyi, have chosen to sever ties with him. He and Su Shunwan are indeed a match made in heaven. If they do not come together, it would be a disservice to me. Do you comprehend? The oppressive atmosphere made Xia Yin swallow hard. Are you truly not upset? Nanyi, you can confide in me. You have assisted me so much. Now that you have experienced heartbreak, I will always be here for you. She even reached out to grasp her hand. Ugh, how distasteful. Su Nanyi shook her hand free. Enough. I am busy training and have no time for idle chatter. You may attend to your own affairs. Why was she so distant? Surely, being rejected must weigh heavily on her heart, but she did not want to appear weaker than her sister, thus feigning strength. Xia Yin believed she had unraveled Nanyi's psyche and plastered a smile on her face, inching closer to her. Nanyi, I understand completely. Although I do not have a sister, I can empathize with your feelings of not wanting to be overshadowed by her, especially since she is so accomplished. But do not fret. Her superiority over you is an undeniable fact. Relax, Su Nanyi. She genuinely felt that Xia Yin should seek professional help. However, I have recently discovered a point in which you surpass your sister. Xia Yin, oblivious to the emotions of others, continued to encroach upon her space. Your emotional intelligence appears quite high. Su Nanyi. Xia Yin rambled on. Enough of this charade. You cannot hide it from me. You must have undergone cosmetic surgery. Or how else could you suddenly look so beautiful? The transformation is impeccable, not a cookie-cutter face. And your skin, how has that scar vanished? Did you undergo skin grafting? Once, Su Shunwan had been more beautiful than Su Nanyi. But now, with the unsightly scar gone and a new wardrobe, Su Shunwan paled in comparison. Xia Yin, she called suddenly. You truly are foolish, both dim-witted and malicious. Do not be upset. Let us go shopping. Your sister's birthday is the day after tomorrow. We must prepare a gift. Shopping? Su Nanyi regarded the overly eager Xia Yin, aware of her ulterior motives. In her past, Su Nanyi had been insecure and timid, overshadowed by Su Shunwan's radiance. Shunwan was the beloved princess, while Nanyi was the ugly duckling without a single friend. Thus, when Xia Yin approached her with ulterior motives, she unwittingly accepted her as a close friend, spending her meager allowance freely. Was Xia Yin now attempting to exploit her again during the shopping trip? Su Nanyi withdrew her hand, a sly smile gracing her lips. Very well, let's find her a birthday gift. They ventured into a high-end shopping mall, where Xia Yin halted in front of luxury handbags, unable to move. Nanyi, I truly envy you. Your family is so wealthy that purchasing a handbag is a trivial matter. Unlike me, whose savings over the years could scarcely afford one. Su Nanyi smirked cunningly. Xia Yin, if you like it, buy it. While you are young, Adorn yourself and treat yourself well. This way, you will not regret it when you look back on your youth. Xia Yin's greedy desires were undoubtedly ignited. Nanyi, is it really okay? Can I truly choose a handbag? Wouldn't that be too extravagant? Su Nanyi patted her hand reassuringly. The joy you derive is priceless. Choose whatever you wish. A handbag is hardly a significant expense. What is extravagant about it? After all, she would not be the one footing the bill. Xia Yin immediately began to select bags, deliberately choosing the most expensive ones. The sales clerk mistook her for a genuine heiress, treating her with fervent enthusiasm and tirelessly presenting various options. All right, I'll take this one, she declared, ultimately settling on a bag priced at 400,000. She glanced at Su Nanyi, anticipating she would pay as she had in the past. However, Su Nanyi merely observed her from the sofa. This one is quite nice. It suits you perfectly. Hurry up and pay so we can leave, Xia Yin urged, her expression turning to one of shock. What was happening? Su Nanyi had always been the one to foot the bill. Nanyi, why are you still sitting there? You need to pay. Ah, you're the one buying the bag. Why should I pay? Su Nanyi asked loudly on purpose, leaving Xia Yin utterly humiliated. At that moment, the clerk caught on, thinking, isn't this just a vain person without money? Miss, are you going to buy it or not? If you're not going to just say so, why bother buying something so expensive if you can't afford it? Would you like me to recommend a few stores that sell knockoffs? Xia Yin felt her face burn. True, she couldn't afford such an extravagant bag, but she could not back down now that her finances were under scrutiny. Who says I have no money? Don't look down on me. Here is my card. See if I don't have 400,000. She had borrowed money online previously, and now she had 500,000 in her account. Initially, she had intended for Su Nanyi to pay, but now her friend was just sitting there. Nanyi, are you planning to disown me as a friend? After leaving the store, Xia Yin, with the 400,000 bag slung over her shoulder, angrily confronted Su Nanyi. Feigning surprise, Su Nanyi replied, Oh, how could that be? Xia Yin, you're indeed my good friend. You and T think I don't consider you a friend just because I want to spend money for you, would you? If you were such a mundane and materialistic woman, I would have to reconsider our friendship. Wait, Nanyi, I didn't mean it like that. We will always be friends. Xia Yin quickly looked down as she still needed Su Nanyi's support. Not wishing to linger in the mall any longer, Su Nanyi returned to the Su family home. Inside, Lin Hui was directing the servants. Place this bonsai here and be careful. This is Wan's birthday banquet. If you mess this up, I will not let you off easily. Yu hurried to her side to explain, Miss. Madame Lin said she wants to host a birthday banquet for the second young lady, so the master has restored her freedom. Chapter 49. The bracelet is for the daughter-in-law of the Huo family. Su Nanyi nodded and addressed Lin Hui. Aunt Lin, don't tire yourself out. If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. Lin Hui looked at her with barely concealed irritation, knowing she still needed her help. Nanyi, I really do need your assistance. I heard you are quite close to old Lady Hua, and you have some connections with Lord Huiqi. Su Nanyi shook her head. Not really, Aunt Lin. Old Lady Hua is particularly kind, treating me like any ordinary junior. As you have previously said, my personality is rather weak. How could I possibly aspire to the heights of a noble family? Now she was throwing those words back at her. Nanyi, but I heard the master mention that old Lady Hua even gifted you the family heirloom bracelet. She must hold you in high regard. Could you do me a favor and invite Lord Huiqi? Bai Chengli wishes to discuss business with him. Su Nanyi's gaze turned icy. Fine, I will mention it. But whether Lord Huiqi agrees is beyond my control. He wouldn't be interested in the meager assets of the Bai family. Su Nanyi set off for the Imperial Garden, but it was certainly not for Lin Hui's sake. She was not worthy of it. In the study, Seventh Master, half of the old foxes in the western city have already compromised. They have agreed to transfer the land they hold to us. The Bai family must be anxious. Huo Siyu had resolved to compete for the development project in the western city. Tell them that collaborating with the Bai family means opposing me. Huo Siyu, let them weigh their options. Those who remain obstinate should be bound and taken to the Guishi warehouse. The Guishi warehouse, as the name suggests, was not a legitimate warehouse. Those who went there faced two fates. Either they complied with Huo Siyu's demands and emerged half alive, or they were carried out dead. Everyone in the imperial city was aware that Huo Siyu, the living king of hell, was not to be trifled with. Footsteps approached, and the door swung open as Su Nanyi's cheerful voice rang out. "Seventh Master, are you still busy? Let us eat first. Lin Tian, you may leave." Su Nanyi understood he had something to discuss, so she quietly sat across from him. "Miss Su, I agree to collaborate with you. Here is the contract. Profits will be split 50-50. He pushed the signed contract toward her. Su Nanyi took it, noticing his bold signature on the last page. She traced her fingers along his strokes. "What is wrong? Is there an issue with my signature?" Huo Siyu inquired. "How could there be a problem?" Su Nanyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Seventh Master, your handwriting is truly beautiful." It was the first time someone had praised his handwriting. "My grandmother taught me. If you have the time, she would be happy to teach you as well." Upon mentioning his grandmother, Su Nanyi remembered the second reason for her visit. "Seventh Master, old lady Huo gifted me a special present, and I thought I should inform you, as it is quite unique and valuable." She displayed the luminous bracelet on her wrist, which Huo Siyu recognized immediately. "Grandmother actually gave this to you? It seems she truly holds you in high regard." Su Nanyi pointedly remarked, "Seventh Master, I heard from one Xing that this bracelet is passed down to the daughters-in-law of the Huo family. Would it be inappropriate for me to accept it?" Her bright, clear eyes blinked innocently, her thoughts evident on her face. Huo Siyu chuckled at her. "Then perhaps you should return it." "Return it?" Su Nanyi immediately adopted a pitiful expression, resting her chin on the desk, her eyes glistening. "Seventh Master, that wouldn't be right. After all, it is old lady Huo's heartfelt gift. Returning it would surely embarrass her. I think I shall keep it." Huo Siyu chuckled lightly. "Aren't you the one with a plan? Why bother asking me?" Su Nanyi stood up, her demeanor straightening as if she were about to bow. "Seventh Master, rest assured, I will take great care of this bracelet and will not let old lady Huo down." She would also demonstrate through her actions that she would no longer disappoint him. During dinner, Su Nanyi informed him that she had qualified for the preliminary selection of the X Research Institute. Huo Siyu was not surprised. "Then you should prepare well. Only the winners can represent your school in the new selection." Su Nanyi paused her chopsticks, gripping his sleeve as she inched closer to him. "Seventh Master, once I enter the X Research Institute, I will gather everyone to cure your illness." Her declaration was quite bold, though her restless hands had already reached his abdomen and were inching upward. She was truly pushing her luck. Huo Siyu forcefully swatted her hand away, his deep gaze filled with warning. "Miss Su, mind your hands, or I might just chop them off." Su Nanyi felt a chill run down her spine and quickly withdrew her hand, thinking he is so fierce. Today, there were no new training activities, so she had no opportunity for legitimate physical contact with him. With a hint of longing, she asked, "Seventh Master, do you know about the encouragement of love?" Huo Siyu did not give her the chance to continue questioning. "That is all useless nonsense." Su Nanyi persisted, "Seventh Master, it is useful. Although I received the qualification from the old man, what if I lose in the first round without your encouragement?" "You will not lose." His tone was resolute, leaving Su Nanyi momentarily stunned before breaking into a radiant smile. "Of course, my abilities are evident. The old man said I am a once-in-a-century medical prodigy at this school." With her unwavering confidence and elevated posture, Huo Siyu found himself subtly influenced, the corners of his mouth curving into a discernible smile. Su Nanyi, keenly observant, reached out to touch his face, wishing to preserve that expression. "Seventh Master, you look splendid like this. I hope you can smile like this every day," she expressed. Huo Siyu grasped her hand, conceding, "All right, let us dine." The stew pot still held the soup she had prepared, and the chef was keeping a watchful eye on it. Su Nanyi withdrew her hand and stood up, saying, "Very well, I shall check if the soup is ready." After taking a step, she returned, bending down to swiftly peck his lips. Before he could frown, she beamed a radiant smile. "Thank you, Seventh Master, for your affectionate encouragement." Huo Siyu. That evening, Su Nanyi noted that he had consumed an extra bowl of soup, a detail she mentally recorded. It was through such persistent attempts that she could discover his culinary preferences. Suddenly, Ling Tian burst into the room. "Seventh Master, it's a call from the old residents." Huo Siyu set down his chopsticks, his expression turning icy as he took the phone outside to answer. Su Nanyi observed his figure stiffen. The wind outside must have been fierce, as she perceived impatience flickering in his narrowed eyes. Has Huo Changzong already reported you? Huo Siyu remarked sarcastically. On the other end of the line, a deep voice scolded, What Huo Changzong? He is your uncle. After all these years, hasn't he learned the proper etiquette? Huo Siyu's nostrils flared with a cold laugh. Grandfather, if I hadn't discovered it early, my mother might have been harmed by Huo Changzong. I merely incapacitated a few of his subordinates, and you rushed to mete out justice. He emphasized the term justice with particular weight. Chapter 50. Should the proposal continue? On the other side, the old master Huo angrily slammed the table. I do not care what the reason is. You are all members of the Huo family. While squabbling in private may be overlooked, if you dare to bring it to light and provide others with fodder for laughter, do not blame me for intervening. Inside the room, Su Nanyi inquired of Ling Tian, is the seventh master's relationship with his grandfather strained? Ling Tian hesitated, unable to divulge the intricacies of the seventh master's familial affairs, and answered vaguely, in such families, familial relationships tend to be quite complex. Su Nanyi refrained from pressing further. She recalled that Huo Siyu's position as the heir of the Huo family had been sanctioned by the old master. The old master had 2 sons and 4 grandsons, all of whom had their eyes set on the heir's position. It must have been a considerable struggle for the seventh master to emerge victorious. Huo Siyu returned after ending the call and handed his phone to Ling Tian. Tomorrow, pick something inconspicuous from the storeroom to send to Huo Changzong. A soft touch graced his hand, and when he looked down, he found Su Nanyi holding his palm. She smiled gently, offering an unspoken comfort. He felt a stirring in his heart, realizing it was getting late. I shall have Ling Tian escort you home. Su Nanyi agreed, this time not pressing to stay. Is there nothing else you wish to say to me? Huo Siyu inquired, caressing her palm, aware of the intentions harbored by her stepmother's family. Are you certain you do not wish to speak up? Su Nanyi did not grasp his meaning. But if it was about having something to say, of course she did. Seventh master, then why not give me a kiss? She stated candidly. After all, he had asked first, so she felt justified in responding. Huo Siyu. He truly wished to impose a heavy punishment on her audacious lips, daring to speak so freely. Ling Tian, escort Miss Su home. This served as a polite refusal, yet Su Nanyi was not perturbed. She smiled brightly as she bid him farewell and followed Ling Tian out. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Huo Siyu, I shall claim you. Uncle Wang, witnessing the entire exchange, remarked with curiosity, Seventh Master, it seems Miss Su has changed. She has become quite reliant on you and enjoys clinging to you. Huo Siyu noted these changes as well, pursing his lips. Seventh Master, Uncle Wang hesitated before speaking. Will your proposal still proceed? No rush. Lin Huihui awaited at the entrance of the Su residence, eagerly scanning for Su Nanyi's arrival. Upon spotting her, she hurried over with a question, so, will the seventh master come the day after tomorrow? Su Nanyi sighed, it's quite troublesome. The seventh master is unwilling to come. He said he has matters to attend to and instructed me not to disturb him in the future. Aunt Lin, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. The seventh master is such a domineering person, he would never give face to anyone. Lin Huihui's expression soured instantly. Humph, Su Nanyi, you run to the Huo family daily and have achieved nothing. So what are you so proud of? Just because you know the old lady Huo, you truly believe you can marry into a wealthy family? Ha! Su Nanyi, turning cold-hearted? Lin Huihui stomped up the stairs in her high heels, her own frustration mounting. Rumor had it that Bai Chengli had recently fallen out of favor with the old master Bai. His position as heir was facilitated solely by the old master's support. Without that backing, life at the company was proving to be quite challenging. Now, he could only make amends by shifting his focus to the booming medical technology field, where the Huo family held a monopoly. If he could collaborate with the seventh master, it would be a significant coup. Before long, Su Shenwan called, her tone anxious. Sister, what is going on? Mom says you didn't manage to invite the seventh master? Didn't you say you would help me? Su Nanyi scratched her ear, unhurriedly responding, Sister, I did say I would help you, which is why I approached the seventh master, but he declined. Su Shenwan resorted to emotional manipulation. Sister, Brother Chengli is currently being neglected by the old master, and it's all your fault. If you hadn't mentioned transferring the assets to us, we wouldn't have fallen for your tricks. Shouldn't you compensate us? Su Nanyi chuckled, though. I can certainly provide compensation. Su Shenwan thought she had a chance. Really? You can still invite the seventh master? Su Nanyi replied, what are you thinking? My offer of compensation is not what you assume. I'll give you 2 gifts tomorrow. Consider one of them compensation, and don't be too polite. You. The sound of her impending outrage echoed through the line, prompting Su Nanyi to hang up. And Rujing pulled Su Nanyi into the bedroom, her expression grave. Nanyi, there's trouble. For your sister's birthday banquet, Lin Hui has not allowed me to participate. She has arranged for her family to handle the drinks and food. Be cautious the day after tomorrow. She is undoubtedly scheming to embarrass you. Su Nanyi was already accustomed to such antics. Whenever they were present, regardless of how low-key she tried to remain, she always ended up being the target of ridicule. Whether it was getting drunk and encountering ruffians or being wrongfully accused of theft, her reputation would be tarnished. At that time, Su Shenwan and Lin Hui would emerge to defend her. In her previous life, she had truly been blind, mistaking her stepsister and stepmother for heroes. In truth, they were the masterminds behind it all. Rest assured, Sister Jing, I will be cautious. They won gain an ounce from me. And Ru Jing patted her head. That's good. By the way, I overheard Lin Hui on the phone. It seems she has reserved a private room at Mai's. After the banquet, she will likely drag you all there for a gathering. I suggest you don't go. A birthday banquet and a Mai's gathering? That aligns perfectly. No, I must go and give them a grand surprise. Later that evening, Su Shenwan returned from the Bai residence, having stayed there for several days. Dad, Mom, this is a gift from me and Brother Chengli, she exclaimed. Sister, you have one too. Su Xingxiang and Lin Hui smiled with flushed faces, resembling individuals intoxicated on counterfeit wine. Lin Hui retorted sharply, Wan, you truly are thoughtful, unlike the others in our family who contribute nothing. You can't even manage to invite someone over, so how can you possibly have the audacity to accept gifts from you? Su Nanyi, undeterred, insisted on taking the gift and proceeded to unwrap it in front of them. It revealed a star-shaped necklace. Sister, thank you. You are so generous. This necklace must have cost quite a bit. It seems Bai Chengli has provided you with ample funds to spend. Lin Hui snorted, of course. Unlike you, who has been living off your family, unable to even access your mother's inheritance, claiming you'll inherit only after marrying at 28. I suspect that's just a ruse. Su Shenwan stepped in to mediate. Mom, we are family. Let's not dwell on this. My sister didn't receive love from the family when she was young, so it is only right for us to look after her now. Once tonight passes, she would ensure Su Nanyi comprehended the true meaning of despair. Let her not blame her for being ruthless. Had it not been for Su Nanyi's antics that caused Brother Chengli to lose face, and her refusal to assist with even a simple invitation to Seventh Master, she would never have acted so harshly. Everything was Su Nanyi's fault. Chapter 51. Close the window. In the room, Ayu studied the necklace, her face taut. Miss, this necklace contains a listening device, she scribbled on the paper. The mockery in Su Nanyi's dark eyes was evident as she tossed the necklace into the toilet and flushed it down. And Rujin lamented, Nanyi, you are too hasty. It was a necklace after all. I intended to help you sell it. However, Su Nanyi understood Su Shenwan's character well. Sister aging. She sees me as a thorn in her side, loathes me to the core. How could she possibly gift me an expensive necklace? That necklace is a fake, worthless. On a windless night, vehicles sped down the road. Huo Siyu soon arrived at the hospital. After his mother, Gu Jiushuang, nearly succumbed to poisoning last time, he had transferred her to this hospital shortly thereafter. Seventh Master, you've arrived, said Bo Wenji, a friend of Huo Siyu and one of his private physicians. After encountering a medical dispute, Huo Siyu had intervened, and since then, Bo Wenji had remained by his side. How is she? When can the surgery be performed? He inquired about Gu Jiushuang's condition. Bo Wenji placed the examination report aside and replied respectfully, Seventh Master, her condition is improving. The tumor in her brain can be prepared for removal. We can schedule the surgery for next month. After Gu Jiushuang's car accident years ago, she had not died but remained in a coma. Had she received timely treatment and proper care, she would not have languished in slumber for so many years. However, By the time Gu Jiushuang left with Huo Siyu, she had already divorced. Huo Siyu's father refused to take responsibility, and Gu Jiushuang's family dared not offend the Huo family, resulting in a lack of careful tending to her. This led to her worsening condition. Had it not been for the meticulous care from the members of the X-Research Institute, she might never have awakened. Very well, let us proceed with the surgery. Huo Siyu decided. Bo Wenji escorted him out of the hospital, offering him a cigarette, which Huo Siyu declined. No way, seventh master, have you quit smoking? Bo Wenji widened his eyes, realizing that a sudden cessation must indicate a significant change. Could it be, seventh master, has that Miss Su accepted your proposal? He was aware of the story between seventh master and Miss Su, knowing that Huo Siyu had been preparing to propose for quite some time. Huo Siyu replied indifferently no. Bo Wenji felt a pang of sympathy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Seventh master, it's all right. There will always be a woman worth your devotion, implicitly suggesting that this Miss Su was not that woman. Huo Siyu shot him a piercing glare. It is I who have not proposed to her. Bo Wenji's hand trembled, unable to believe it. But seventh master was so enamored with this Miss Su. I had heard you were preparing for the proposal. Why the silence? I'm leaving. On the way back to Yu Garden, Huo Siyu glanced at the fork in the road, unexpectedly changing his mind. Turn right. Ling Tian complied, puzzled, then heard Huo Siyu continue to the Su family. This meant he was going to find Miss Su. Ling Tian grinned. Previously, he had disapproved of Miss Su's poor choices and bad temper, disliking that seventh master concerned himself with her matters. But now that Miss Su had seen the light, he was pleased to see seventh master seeking her out. Huo Siyu caught a glimpse of Ling Tian's grin in the rearview mirror. Have you lost your mind? Ling Tian immediately tightened his lips. Seventh master, are you certain you don't want to go in to see Miss Su? Even if you parked a bit closer. At such a distance, apart from seeing a window, what else could they discern? Huo Siyu rolled down the car window, his head tilted, his eyes fixed on the brightly lit window. That was Su Nanyi's room. Occasionally, her figure appeared by the window, only to vanish again. But her window remained wide open. Excellent. She evidently hadn't heeded his words. The room's light was turned off, suggesting she was preparing for bed. Soon after, his phone buzzed, the sound echoing throughout the enclosed car, causing his heart to tense momentarily. He received a message from her. Seventh master, good night, love you. He stared at it for quite a while before finally replying. Close the window. He then instructed Ling Tian drive. In her bed, Su Nanyi sat up abruptly upon seeing the message. She rushed to the window, shoes forgotten. The road below was deserted, devoid of vehicles. She had thought seventh master was downstairs at her building. Disappointment washed over her as she clutched her phone and sent him another message. Seventh master, you tricked me. I'm upset. Holding her phone, she waited patiently, and after a long while, she received a simple head pat emoji from him. Su Nanyi immediately burst into laughter, shutting her phone and sleeping soundly through the night. As for Huo Siyu, Ling Tian's phone rang incessantly, filled with calls from Bai Chengli and those connected to him, all merely seeking collaboration. They had been a nuisance for several days. Ling Tian simply turned off his phone. Before long, it was time for the birthday banquet. Su Nanyi sat at the table, sipping her own red wine. Lin Hui had called her more than once to greet the guests arriving to celebrate, only to receive her eye rolls in response. Aunt Lin, it's a blessing for Wan to have you as her mother. You can greet them at the door. It's not my birthday banquet, so why should I be so eager? Lin Hui spat derisively. Su Nanyi, we'll see if you can still smile later. Xia Yin was the first to arrive. Nanyi, what gift did you prepare for Wan? Su Nanyi pointed to the large gift box that you was holding. See that? That's my gift for my dear sister. It's filled with treasures. What did you get her? Xia Yin opened the long gift box to reveal a necklace. I didn't have much money to buy an expensive gift, but this one looks quite nice and isn't too costly. Su Nanyi glanced at it and immediately recognized it as genuine. After all, she had to cling to Su Shernwan's coattails, so how could she give something fake? Unlike a few months prior when she received fake jewelry from Xia Yin on her own birthday, with a vow to one day replace it with something real. My Nanyi deserves real jewels. Su Nanyi was so moved by those words that tears welled in her eyes, and she promptly paid off Xia Yin S100,000 yuan online loan. Silly girl. As she delicately toyed with the exquisite necklace, Nanyi tentatively remarked, "You are truly thoughtful. Surely this necklace must cost no less than 100,000, if not more." Xia Yin felt a tightening in her chest at the thought. It had indeed cost her 100,000 yuan. She had borrowed a total of 500,000 yuan online, 400,000 for a handbag and 100,000 for the necklace, leaving her utterly penniless. After spending that amount, she was relieved to find she still had some savings, or else she would have been unable to pay. She muttered in frustration. Nanyi's eyelids flickered, revealing a hint of impatience. "Since you have savings, you should repay the money you owe me. The gifts I bought for you don't need to be returned, but the 200,000 yuan I help you with for your online loans, along with your living expenses, must be settled. Let us say you owe me 220,000 yuan. I will give you 3 days. If you do not repay me, I shall report you to the authorities." Xia Yan's eyes clouded with despair. She had never expected Nanyi to adopt such a stance. Previously, she had refused to pay for the handbag, and now her demands had escalated to requiring repayment of the money. How could this be? Those were funds Nanyi had willingly spent. It would be foolish for her to repay. Chapter 52, 220,000 yuan is taking my life. Nanyi, what are you saying? Aren't we friends? Must you be so meticulous about these matters? I am currently struggling financially and have relied on you a little. Once I am successful, I will certainly repay you. Not wishing to endure her incessant prattle, Nanyi reiterated firmly, "Repay the money, and nothing else is open for discussion." Xia Qiao, taken aback by her obstinacy, grasped her hand in a desperate plea. "Nanyi, how have you changed so? I hardly recognize you. Whatever happened to the helpful and kind person you used to be? Shouldn't friends support each other? You've forgotten that I promised to buy you a grand house and fill it with jewels once I am prosperous." Nanyi rubbed her ears, overwhelmed by the noise. Noticing her neglect, Xia Qiao resorted to emotional manipulation. "You are all I have left. You cannot treat me this way." Demanding 220,000 yuan is akin to taking my life. "There is nothing I cannot do," Nanyi retorted, having yet to unleash her harsher tactics. And as for her claim that 220,000 yuan was taking her life, the money she had received for aiding Su Shenwan in wrongdoing far exceeded that amount. "Xia Yin, I hereby declare that we are no longer friends. It is only natural to repay debts. I helped you with your previous loans, but I will no longer play the fool. Return my money, and we shall owe each other nothing." When Xia Yin attempted to grasp her wrist, she was brusquely shaken off, prompting her to shed crocodile tears. "Nanyi, you know my parents passed away early, and the family that adopted me is impoverished and unkind. I am grateful to have met you. You have given me the courage and opportunity to survive." "Thank you." Nanyi interrupted her nostalgic recollection. "If you wish to thank me, then return the money swiftly. Spare me your incessant chatter. My ears are not free to listen." She then summoned a Yu. "Make a note of this person's face. If she has not repaid me in 3 days, chop off her hand and discard it in the wilderness." A Yu, ever obedient, began to scrutinize the woman intently. Xia Yin could hardly believe that the formerly soft-hearted and easily deceived Nanyi had truly chosen to sever their friendship. As her plea for sympathy fell flat, Xia Yin adopted a frosty demeanor. "Nanyi, what are you so proud of? You are merely a discarded woman that Bai Chengli no longer wants. Now that no one wishes to marry you, are you upset? Do you think that by venting your anger on me, he will pay you more attention? Dream on. You cannot compare to Su Shenwan. If I were Bai Chengli, I would not want you either." A Yu, fiercely protective of her mistress, seized Xia Yan's arm and began to lead her toward the storage room. "A Yu," Nanyi called out, "do not create too much of a scene. The banquet is about to begin. If she cries out too pathetically, others may think my family is mistreating her." A Yu nodded, pushing her through the door and locking it with swift efficiency. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Who do you think you are?" Slap. A resounding slap echoed in the room. "I will have one dismiss you." Slap. Another fierce strike followed. "You will regret this. I will not let you off easily." Slap. Another blow landed, leaving Xia Yin dazed, pleading for mercy. "Please stop. Don't hit me anymore." At last, a Yu relented, pulling out a vial and sprinkling the powder over Xia Yan's face. Her visage swelled like a pig's head, to avoid trouble for her mistress. You applied a special ointment to reduce the swelling. You have 3 days to find a way to repay my mistress, or I will chop off your hand and leave you in the wilderness. In the main hall, time was drawing near, and the guests had nearly all arrived. Old Master Bai was gracious enough to attend personally to congratulate the birthday celebrant. In-laws, Sun Wan will be my Bai family's granddaughter-in-law. I thank you for giving birth to such a clever and delightful daughter. The birthday gift was a custom-made longevity lock, identical to the one Bai Chengli had received as a child. Su Xingqiang accepted it with utmost respect as he welcomed the elder to the head seat. The Bai family support had preserved the Su family. Not only was he prepared to treat guests with respect, but he would also willingly kneel and acknowledge old Master Bai as his father if necessary. Go check on Wan. She will be making her entrance shortly. The elder instructed Bai Chengli. Inside the room, Su Shernwan was set to make a dazzling appearance, having hired a styling team to transform her into a heavenly princess. However, the thought of Su Nanyi's naturally captivating face, even without makeup, made her clench her fists in frustration. In checking her hair accessories, she accidentally tugged at her own hair, causing her to lash out with a slap. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You pull my hair. Can you afford to compensate me? The styling team fell silent, too intimidated to speak, while the person who had been struck covered their face, stifling their tears. Enough. Why are you getting angry with them? Leave. I don't want to see you. Bai Chengli wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his head against her shoulder. How are the arrangements coming along? Su Shernwan's eyes glinted with a confident yet malicious light. Do not worry. Today, Su Nanyi must embarrass herself. She has toyed with them and caused me such humiliation that I will not let her off easily. Bai Chengli gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Yet her breathtaking visage lingered in his mind. After today, Su Nanyi would become a pariah, and the only one capable of aiding her would be him. She will still come seeking my help. As the spotlight shone on the staircase, the impeccably dressed Bai Chengli led the equally well-dressed Su Shernwan down slowly. Wow, Wan looks truly stunning today. However, she hasn't quite reached the level of breathtaking beauty. Have you seen Su Nanyi? Has she had her scar removed? Without it, she is truly enchanting. Not in a seductive manner, but rather, she stood there exuding an alluring charm, completely unaware of her own allure. I still do not understand what happened. Why did the bride suddenly change? Was she not meant to marry Su Nanyi? You are unaware? Su Shernwan has long been entangled with her brother-in-law. Surely, Su Nanyi must have rejected him, allowing Su Shernwan to benefit. The opening dance was naturally performed by the birthday girl, Su Shernwan, alongside Bai Chengli. As the lights dimmed, Xia Yin approached once more. Nanyi, I was too impulsive earlier. We're still good friends. I will repay you for the online loan, but I am currently quite stretched. Could you possibly grant me a little more time? Seeing her feigned amiability, Su Nanyi couldn't help but smile. How long will it take you to repay me? Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Xia Yin gestured with her fingers. Su Nanyi raised an eyebrow. 5 days? Xia Yin, 5 months. How audacious she is. Nanyi, have you forgotten? You had a high fever right before your birthday, and you were so delirious. At that time, I was utterly broke and couldn't afford taxi. I carried you all the way to the hospital, not uttering a single complaint along that long road. I truly considered you a friend. Are you now willing to forsake our friendship over a mere 200,000? Nanyi, is our camaraderie worth so little in your eyes? Su Nanyi let out a cold laugh from the tip of her nose. What friendship was there between her and Xia Yin? Xia Yin was merely Su Shernwan's sycophant and spy, always calculating against her. Are you certain you carried me to the hospital? Which route did you take? Chapter 53, No Trickery. Xia Yin casually replied, just westward out of the school gate. That's the fastest route to the hospital. I was worried about you and wanted to get you there as quickly as possible. The truth was unveiled. Su Nanyi had harbored some doubt about the authenticity of her words, but with that question, she confirmed that the person who brought her to the hospital was not Xia Yin at all. That road had collapsed and had only been reopened a week ago. How could you have taken me via that route? Did you sprout wings and fly over? I didn't. I must have remembered it wrong. She attempted to defend herself. Su Nanyi felt her heart grow colder with each passing moment. The truth was indeed such. She had thought she glimpsed Huo Siyu's shadow upon waking from her hospitalization, wanting to chase after it, but her head was spinning terribly. Thus, it was Huo Siyu who took her to the hospital. Him, who cared for her, aided her, cherished her, yet never sought recognition for his deeds. She wanted to pull out her phone and inquire why he was so foolish. But now, she had to deal with Xia Qiao first. She picked up the glass of wine that Xia Yin had brought over. Let us end this here. Return the money to me, and I shall not utter another word. After you drink this glass of wine, we shall exist solely as debtor and creditor. The red wine swirled, shimmering under the flickering lights, reminiscent of human blood, vibrant yet toxic. Xia Yin promptly raised her glass, eager for Su Nanyi to drink it. That was what Su Shernwan had instructed her. As long as she witnessed Su Nanyi drink, the 50,000 in online loans would be secured. Nanny, I'm still very glad to have met you. After all, you were once such an excellent mark. Su Nan eats down the wine in one go, and Xia Yin hurriedly followed suit. Little did she know, Su Nanyi had already switched the glasses, and what Xia Yin drank was the spiked one. Now, back in the socialite circle, as she mingled and drank, her mind grew increasingly hazy, her vision blurred. A persistent voice echoed in her mind. Uncomfortable, unpleasant. After the opening dance concluded, the lights in the venue dimmed for a minute, leaving only the spotlight on Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli, giving the audience a moment to applaud. This was an excellent opportunity for Su Nanyi to escape. She had to use support Xia Yin into a guest room, while she herself slipped back into a room on the second floor. Inside the guest room, several men prearranged by Su Shernwan were already waiting. Where has sister gone? Su Shernwan feigned concern as she toasted, deliberately asking this when it was Su Nanyi's turn. The other guests took note. How could she not be present on her sister's birthday? It was truly impolite. Without a mother to guide her, she clearly lacked decorum, leaving so many waiting. I reckon it's deliberate, feeling overshadowed by Nuan. She's hiding to seek attention, one suggested. Su Shernwan displayed a gracious demeanor. I have not attended to my sister's feelings properly. I will go find her in the room. Please wait a moment. Saying this, she headed toward the guest room, with Bai Chengli following. The thought of what he might see when the door opened pained him. Yet, upon reflection, if it weren't for Su Nanyi's tricks that embarrassed him, he wouldn't have been driven to this point. Ultimately, it wasn't Su Nanyi's fault. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Those who relish gossip and scandal followed suit. Lin Huihui deliberately raised her voice. Wan, don't go looking for her. Everyone is still waiting for you. I could check on her. You're just too kind-hearted. One might mistake you for the elder sister. At this moment, Su Xingqiang sensed something amiss. He grasped Lin Huihui's hand and asked quietly, where has Su Nanyi gone? What are you all doing? What is happening in that room? Lin Huihui tugged his hand forward. Master, you'll find out if you go take a look. Just follow me. Even Su Xingqiang, though slow on the uptake, knew there was surely a trap ahead. Moreover, it was a trap that would ruin the entire reputation of the Su family. Yet under their persuasion, the majority of guests moved toward the guest room. Even the esteemed Elder Bai cast his gaze this way. No, Elder Bai is now my benefactor. I must not let him see anything scandalous. He hurried over to Elder Bai. Elder, I have arranged a resting room on the second floor. Allow me to escort you there for a moment. Elder Bai sensed something was amiss and had heard the news of Su Nanyi's disappearance, while his younger sister, Su Shernwan, was so eager to lead people to the guest room. Family feuds and underhanded tactics. He had long been unperturbed by such matters. Although he had no desire to interfere, the thought of Su Nanyi being the one to embarrass herself brought him satisfaction. After all, she had repeatedly declined the Bai family's marriage proposals, displaying a lack of gratitude. Let us go. Take me to have a look. He extended his hand, and Su Xingqiang hurried to assist, only to receive a glare. At that moment, a delicate, boneless hand reached out. Elder, I'll support you, her voice sweet as honey. It turned out she was Elder Bai's companion. He had thought she was some young lady from a prominent family, considering Elder Bai was nearing 80. How admirable! He cast an envious glance. Su Shernwan had already brought the group to the guest room and was met with sounds that would make anyone blush. All held their breath, unable to fathom that such audacity could occur at a grand birthday banquet. It sounded as though there were not just one man present. Goodness, how thrilling. Su Shirenwan feigned surprise and embarrassment, hiding in Bai Chengli's embrace. Sister is not like this. I believe in her. There must be someone else inside. Bai Chengli played along. Whether it's your sister or not, we'll find out once we open the door. The embarrassing sounds grew louder, and Su Xingqiang's face darkened, contemplating that he could no longer stop it. Perhaps it was best to act decisively. Tomorrow, he would announce that Su Nanyi was no longer his daughter and expel her from the Su family, thus salvaging what little dignity the Su family had left. With that thought, he kicked the door open, accompanied by his most venomous curses. Su Nanyi, you really must be so promiscuous. You're truly a disgrace. Before he could finish his tirade, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Not Nanyi, who are you? Su Xingqiang pointed an accusatory finger. Such an event occurring within his family was unforgivable, regardless of who was involved. Someone, throw these men and women out. They are never to set foot in the Su family again. At that moment, the effects of the drug had worn off for Xia Yan. Seeing so many people staring at her, while she was scantily clad, made her scream, "Ah! Wan, save me. How did this happen? That wine. Wasn't it you who gave it to me? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and kick this woman out." Su Shirenwan hastily commanded, wanting to expel her. Things had gone awry, and she had almost been exposed. Useless fool. Her smug smile vanished. The person who fell into the trap is Xia Yan. But what has become of Su Nanyi? Chapter 54, To the Private Room. Some onlookers began to realize the gravity of the situation. Who is this person? How can they act in such a manner in someone else's home? Were they not here to find Su Nanyi? Where has she gone? I can't shake off the feeling that something is amiss. It seems as though Su Shirenwan has intentionally lured us here. The lascivious individual is not Su Nanyi. Her demeanor has completely shifted. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I had heard rumors of discord between the sisters, but I never expected Su Shirenwan to be so malicious, stealing her own brother-in-law and now wishing to see her sister humiliated. The whispers grew louder. Su Xinuan, needing to salvage the situation, immediately put on an act. How wonderful. It's just as well that it's not my sister. I knew she wouldn't stoop to such behavior. Let us not make a spectacle of ourselves. Everyone, please return to the banquet. At that moment, a melodious voice broke through the tension. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? It was none other than Su Nanyi. Where have you been? What are you doing wandering off during your sister's birthday party? Su Senukian Limandiv. His expression darkening. Su Nanyi replied calmly, Father, there was an inconsiderate person who spilled wine on me, so I want to change my outfit. What has transpired? She appeared ethereal in a flowing white gown, with a touch of makeup, her hair slightly curled, and her doe-like eyes blinking innocently, exuding both allure and purity. The crowd felt as though they had been slapped in the face. How could someone as angelic as Su Nanyi possibly engage in debauchery at the banquet? She merely went to change her attire. What were they all thinking, following her to the guest room to gawk? Oh, right, they were all led by Su Shirenwan. Discontented glances were cast towards Su Shirenwan, and several distinguished young ladies promptly departed. A few kind souls approached Su Nanyi. Be cautious of your sister. Su Shirenwan's expression soured. Today was her birthday celebration, a stage meant for her. Yet now, Su Nanyi had not only evaded the trap, but was also being favored by the guests. Su Shirenwan was left speechless, desperately seeking to amend the situation. Sister, so you were just changing clothes? We were worried about you. It seems it was all a misunderstanding. At that moment, Xia Yan and several men were forcibly escorted out by security. Su Nanyi feigned surprise. What is happening here? Xia Yan, how could you be associating with these men? They look so familiar. Sister, are they not your friends? I remember you speaking with them on the street, just yesterday. Ah, could it be that you summoned them to bully Xia Yan? She was merely fabricating a story. Yet, it would be challenging for Su Shirenwan to clarify. With a scowl, she retorted, Su Nanyi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly know these people? I don't even know Xia Yan. Why would I call someone to bully her? Am I insane? Now Xia Yan and that group had been expelled. Su Nanyi shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Perhaps I was mistaken. But why did you rally everyone to search for me? Didn't I tell you I was going to change clothes? There were no garments for me in the guest room, so I went upstairs instead. With that, the audience realized that this farce had been orchestrated by Su Shirenwan herself. It appeared the men in the guest room had indeed been summoned by Su Shernwan, presumably to humiliate Su Nanyi. However, Xia Yin had ended up as the unfortunate scapegoat. The expressions of the guests shifted dramatically. This sister was truly despicable. In the distance, old Master Bai's countenance darkened further. Was this truly the granddaughter-in-law chosen by the fortune-teller? To have orchestrated such a poisonous and humiliating play, and to have it unfold like this? Her ambitions were high, yet her methods were shockingly inept and vile. Did she genuinely possess the capability to bring prosperity to the entire Bai family? He shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment. However, recalling that the fortune-teller had predicted she would bring fortune after marriage, perhaps the timing simply was not right. He resolved to expedite the wedding arrangements. Old master, let us not linger here. It's stifling. Allow me to escort you home, spoke a voice as gentle as water, captivating those who heard it. The woman accompanying him at the banquet was none other than Zhang Yanlu. Su Nanyi was momentarily taken aback. This was the same woman she had unintentionally bumped into and seen entering Ling Tian's car. What was the truth behind this? Lost in thought, old master Bai departed the Su residence under Zhang Yanliu's charming coaxing, and Su Nanyi turned to find Bai Chengli gaze following Zhang Yanlu. Su Nanyi, what on earth is happening? Had it not been for the Bai family's reputation, far fewer guests would have attended Su Shernwan's birthday celebration. With old Master Bai's departure, many who disapproved of Su Shernwan's tactics also left without a word. Su Xingqiang could not salvage the situation, turning to glare at Su Shernwan with palpable fury. Look at the mess you've created. Su Shernwan bit her lip. Father, it's not as my sister described. I didn't set her up. She's framing me. Enough. Su Xingqiang interrupted sharply, feeling exasperated with her. What has become of the clever, sensible Nguyen who once made me proud? Thankfully, there remains the engagement with the Bai family. It is currently the only source of pride I have. Go find Bai Chengli. He seems displeased. You'd better soothe him. If anything goes awry and he calls off the engagement, I'll spare you. With that, he ascended the stairs, passing by Su Nanyi, who he knew had endured humiliation that evening. Yet he felt indifferent. This farce had ruined the birthday banquet. Guests were leaving early, and he had lost face. Su Shernwan had performed poorly, but what about Su Nanyi? They were both troublesome daughters. Su Shernwan approached Bai Chengli, her head lowered. Brother Chengli, she escaped this time, but I refuse to believe she can elude her next misfortune. Rest assured, I have everything arranged at Mai's. Yet Bai Chengli did not respond. Su Shernwan followed his gaze, watching as that delicate, slender figure disappeared around the corner. Clenching her fists, she murmured, Brother Chengli, who is that person? Is she the one old master has his eye on, Zhang Yanlu? Bai Chengli withdrew his gaze. That is none of your concern. You claimed that this time there would be no mistakes. Yet Su Nanyi remains unscathed, and old master is dissatisfied with you. Su Shernwan felt a pang in her heart. Wasn't she doing all of this for Bai Chengli? Yet now she had failed. On what grounds could he criticize her? Next time, I will not falter. As night fell, only a sparse few guests remained at the banquet. All sycophants of Su Shernwan. I've booked a luxurious private room at Mai's. Let us all head over to enjoy some drinks and have a good time. Su Shernwan feigned nonchalance, moving towards Su Nanyi. Sister, you should join us. Su Nanyi composed herself. All right. Seventh master, Zhang Yanlu has already succeeded halfway. Su Shernwan thought to herself. Having made it halfway means she has already embedded herself in old Master Bai's heart, and there has been physical contact as well. Furthermore, Bai Chengli and Bai Shangyin are investigating Zhang Yanlu. Having uncovered her false identity, Bai Chengli likely harbors other intentions towards Zhang Yanlu. Ling Tian reported from the side. Chapter 55. What kind of toad dares to act as my financier? Huo Siyu scattered fish food into the pond, the fish clamoring to devour it. With one unfortunate fish being flung ashore, never to return to the water. The Bai family will, sooner or later, face the same fate as that fish on the bank. Huo Siyu dealt with his enemies with ruthless precision, swift as a knife, drawing blood with every strike. This was the first time he employed such methods. In his previous life, old Master Bai had contemplated using a similar approach, to infect Su Nanyi with AIDS, then pass it on to him. Were it not for his decisive strike that felled that old wretch, he might have succeeded in his nefarious plans. Such despicable tactics, if not returned to that old fool, would truly rob one of much amusement. Seventh Master, those individuals have all affixed their signatures to the contract. The Bai family has no hope left for the project in the western part of the city, unable to withstand the torment and torture. Even those who initially resisted the land transfer have yielded. Huo Siyu, with an air of calmness, has aided the Bai family, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Furthermore, Miss Su is also at Mai's tonight. It appears to be her sister's birthday. Should we extend a gesture of goodwill? After all, given the natures of Su Shernwan and Bai Chengli, it would be impossible for them not to cause harm. No need for that. Huo Siyu has discerned that Su Nanyi has acquired discernment and the ability for self-preservation. He eagerly anticipates what further stratagems she may unveil. In another private room, Su Shernwan wore a radiant smile, expertly concealing her animosity. Sister, shall we share a drink? The glass brimmed with red wine. Su Nanyi swirled her glass, her eyes scrutinizing the swirling liquid while piercing into the depths of Su Shernwan's gaze. Sister, I dare not indulge in your wine. I recently heard that Xia Yin became that way after drinking it. You wouldn't resort to such tactics against me, would you? A blush of embarrassment crossed Su Shernwan's face. Sister, you misunderstand me. I have never intended to harm you. It is merely that your previous antics left me somewhat discontented. However, we are sisters, and after this toast, let bygones be bygones. Su Nanyi accepted the wine from her hand and downed it in one go. She was aware that there was nothing extraneous in the drink. To employ the same trick twice would truly be foolish. Su Shernwan retreated to Bai Chengli's side. He tilted his head and inquired, "Are they all prepared?" Su Shernwan's eyes glinted with venom. They have arrived and can enter at any moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengli approached Su Nanyi, who reclined against the sofa, exuding an aura of languor and indifference. His lips curled into a smirk as he envisioned her descending into despair. Is it too noisy here? I recall you once preferred a tranquil environment. He sat down and offered her his glass. Su Nanyi remained motionless, her previously indifferent gaze now shifting to one of disdain. Knowing I favor tranquility, yet you chatter incessantly. Do you find yourself lacking in irritability? He was baffled. The former Su Nanyi had trailed after him daily, yet recently, her demeanor had soured considerably. Their conversations, once light, had devolved into sarcasm or outright hostility. Frustrated, he exclaimed, Su Nanyi, I am extending an olive branch. Do not spurn it. If the Su family lacked our support, it would have crumbled long ago. I sustain your lifestyle. I am your benefactor. Do you comprehend this? Su Nanyi sukol futkoldi. Bai Chengli, if you possess any ability, command your grandfather to cease the financial aid to my family. I would relish seeing it fall apart. Do you think I care? You a mere toad, dare to be my benefactor? Ha! Her sharp tongue surely masked a sense of trepidation. Bai Chengli took but a moment to reassure himself. The more you berate me, the more you care. You harbor feelings for me. Why not admit it? Though your bearing of fangs is somewhat endearing, prolonged displays will only lead to my weariness. With that, he produced a card from his pocket. This is the address of my villa in the suburbs. Think it over. I expect you there tonight. Su Nanyi. She took the card, forcefully tore it in half, and elegantly discarded it into his wine glass. Losing all patience, she stood, declaring leave. Su Nanyi, this is the path you have chosen. I await your kneeling plea for mercy. With that venomous remark, Bai Chengli stormed off, impatiently instructing Su Shernwan. Bring them in. I long to see Su Nanyi on her knees begging for mercy. Su Shernwan intentionally arranged for everyone else to be in different rooms, leaving only the three of them. The door was kicked open, and three burly men entered, their sights set on Su Nanyi. Su Nanyi, do you believe hiding here will save you? A modern handgun was aimed at her forehead, while an underling produced a debt note. No one dares to default on debts with Brother Dao. You are the first, Su Nanyi. 3 months ago, you borrowed 50 million from us. If you do not repay it, your life will be forfeit. Su Nanyi regarded the unfamiliar faces before her, then glanced at Su Shernwan, whose eyes gleamed with delight at the unfolding drama, and she understood everything. 50 million? I have no recollection of such a debt. You must not know. I have a half-sister named Su Shenwan. Yes, the one right behind you. She bears some resemblance to me, though she is less attractive. You have mistaken the person. Su Shenwan was taken aback that she still dared to joke at such a moment. Sister, did you borrow that money or not? If you did, repay it quickly. You're being threatened at gunpoint and still jesting. Brother Dao flung the debt note in front of her. Look closely, your signature, your fingerprint. Su Nanyi, don't even think about defaulting. I recognize your face. You borrowed high-interest loan from me. Su Nanyi cast a sidelong glance at the signature. The crooked scrawl was laughable. Calmly, she replied, I have never borrowed money. If you demand 50 million, I do not have it. However, the man behind you, Bai Chengli, the heir of the Bai family, would be more than capable of raising such funds. Kidnap him instead. He could produce not just 50 million, but 500 billion. Brother Dao, he certainly recognized who that was, but Zhao Qi had ordered them to kidnap her. Their circumstances have been dire lately due to police crackdowns, forcing them to hide. Even Zhao Qi had fled the city. Just days prior, Zhao Qi had called, instructing them to capture a Su Nanyi, promising 100,000 upon completion. A lucrative job, worth the risk of being discovered by the police. Shut your mouth. If you cannot produce 50 million, I will take your life. A silenced gun discharged a bullet, piercing the right side of her sofa and leaving a hole. Are you not afraid? Brother Dao was astonished. Su Nanyi felt fear, but was immobilized by her numb legs. She raised her hands. Fine. If you insist that I owe you 50 million and I cannot repay, then take me away. She resigned herself. And Brother Dao had never encountered such a willing target before. Chapter 56, His Inner Demons. Bai Chengli crushed the glass in his hand, his eyes aflame with anger and resentment. Despite the circumstances, she still did not plead for him. Su Nanyi, do you know the torments they inflict, especially upon women? Do not expect to emerge unscathed. It's merely 50 million. I can help you repay it. However, his tone shifted, but you must kneel and beg me. Kneel before Bai Chengli? He was hardly worthy. Su Nanyi shot him a displeased glare. What are you waiting for? Buy me. Aren't you supposed to be forcing me to repay my debt? You surely know whose territory Mai's is. If you do not take me now, you will not escape. Truly fearless, then let us oblige her. Walk between us. Do not attempt any tricks, or I will shoot you. Su Nanyi complied, and flanked by their threats. She approached the door. Wait. Bai Chengli, still unwilling to relinquish hope, could not believe she was genuinely unafraid. Once you step through that door, your life or death cannot be assured. If you plead with me, I can assist you at any moment. Su Nanyi, not even bothering to turn back, replied. Not necessary. Upon reaching the corridor, Su Nanyi smiled brightly at the camera above. I'll see you. How bold she is. Without hesitation, Huo Siyu rose and departed, while Ling Tian felt as if a gust of wind had swept past him. In the parking lot, Su Nanyi was forcefully shoved into a sleek black sedan. Bang! Before they could comprehend the situation, a bullet, originating from an unknown source, pierced through the glass, striking the driver in the head. A life extinguished. Brother Dao swiftly drew his gun, shouting at the driver, "Start the car." But it was already too late. The vehicle was surrounded, the dark silhouettes of Huo Siyu's subordinates looming outside the windows. Brother Dao aimed his firearm at Su Nanyi, but before he could issue a threat, the car window shattered, and Huo Siyu intervened, effortlessly twisting Brother Dao's arm until it broke. The gun clattered onto the seat, and Su Nanyi bent down to retrieve it. Aiming it at Brother Dao's head, she felt an exhilarating surge of power in that moment. Don't play around. Huo Siyu swiftly confiscated her weapon, ensuring she was unharmed before casting a glance at the incapacitated Brother Dao. He disposed of his arms, leaving them at the police station entrance. After tidying up the parking lot, Su Nanyi lingered in the car, her hand resting on her side, her expression pained. It hurts a bit. They kicked me, she said softly. Huo Siyu chose not to reveal her pretense. Extending his hand, he said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Su Nanyi looked up at him. Emboldened, "No, I can't get out of the car. You must carry me." Ling Tian instinctively took a step back, pondering why he was here and witnessing this. He had seen the tenacity and resolve of Miss Su, and he wondered how their seventh master would respond. The next moment, He watched as the seventh master bent down to lift Nanyi, carrying her to the Maybach and gently placing her in the back seat. "Get in and drive," Huo Siyu commanded. Ling Tan hurriedly followed, a wry smile gracing his lips. Miss Su certainly had her charm. When would the seventh master ever show such tenderness toward him? He shuddered at the thought. It was too unsettling to consider. "They are not good people, Miss Su. Your audacity is astonishing. Have you thought about how to extricate yourself?" Once inside the car, he resumed his indifferent demeanor, leaning against the window. Nanyi subtly leaned closer to him, her fingers clutching his sleeve, planning to hold his hand once he showed no resistance. "Seventh Master, you are my way out. I know you are the owner of Mize. Moreover, I am aware that you would be here tonight." Her smile was earnest and open, her hands quietly gripping his wrist. Noticing his brow furrow slightly, she bravely leaned closer to his ear. "I know you is your person. She will report my whereabouts to you, right? So, I am certain you will come to my rescue." The whisper tickled his ear, causing a slight blush. Huo Siyu tugged at her collar, pushing her away slightly. "Miss Su, at this moment, you ought to blame me for having someone monitor you. You should have grievances against me." "Indeed," Nanyi nodded emphatically. Huo Siyu assumed she would launch into her usual tirade about the infringement of personal freedom. However, to his surprise, Nanyi clung tightly to his arm, her features scrunched up in indignation. "Seventh Master, you should monitor me personally." "What?" Huo Siyu thought he must have misheard. "I said, you should monitor me personally. Come stay in my room, and then my life would be completely open to you." "Seventh Master, would you consider this proposal?" Huo Siyu brushed her restless hands away. "Nanyi, do not utter such words again." She noticed that whenever the seventh master was angry, yet felt powerless against her, he would call her by her full name rather than the more formal Miss Su. Alas, she still felt a long way from the intimacy of... Huo Siyu closed his eyes to rest. Nanyi gazed at his chiseled profile, lost in admiration, her hand tracing the contours of his face in the air. As she reached his lips, the tumultuous cries of her heart erupted. "Just a kiss. He is asleep. He won't notice, will he?" The moment that thought ignited, she knelt on the seat, leaning closer to his lips. Just then, Huo Siyu's eyes snapped open, devoid of warmth, his hand gripping her chin firmly. "Miss Su, what do you intend to do?" Nanyi nearly jumped out of her skin. "Seventh Master, why were you pretending to be asleep? Do you realize how frightening it is when you suddenly open your eyes? Are you blaming me?" The grip on her chin tightened. Nanyi raised her hands in surrender. "Seventh Master, I don't blame you. It's my fault for being unable to resist your allure. I was just about to steal a kiss. Please forgive me." The apology was swift, her demeanor sincere, yet she remained unrepentant, her smile indicating her intent to repeat the act in the future. Huo Siyu released her. He turned his gaze to the window, the streetlight's elongated shadows, casting a soft, melancholy glow on his face. He had merely dozed for a moment when he was once again plagued by that recurring dream, over and over, in a relentless cycle. It was always the day she poisoned him in the kitchen, and he succumbed to that bowl of toxic kanji, ultimately meeting his demise at her hands. No, it was not merely a dream. It was the conclusion of his past life. Since his rebirth, he had been haunted by this nightmare daily. It was his torment, his inner demon. The latter part of their journey passed in silence. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Huo Siyu handed her a small USB drive. "This contains footage from a bed. The protagonist is Su Shernwan. You have leverage over her. She won't dare to scheme against you again." Nanyi stared at him in bewilderment. "Footage from the bed? Of Su Shernwan?" Huo Siyu, somewhat exasperated, urged her, "Stop overthinking. Just take it." Observing her perpetual confusion, he added, "Don't watch it. It'll tarnish your eyes." "Nanyi." "Understood. I'll just take a quick look." After she exited the car, the tranquil interior echoed with Huo Siyu's words. "Arrange for a business trip for me, as far away as possible. I'll leave tomorrow." Chapter 57. How long will this stubbornness persist? "Arrange for a business trip for me, as far away as possible. I'll leave tomorrow." Anywhere would suffice. No matter how long. He simply needed to distance himself from here, primarily to avoid her for the time being. He turned his gaze to her window. The light was on, casting a gentle silhouette against the curtain, breathtakingly beautiful. He could not linger any longer. The longer he looked, the more he would yearn, believing that such beauty could belong to him for a lifetime. She was splendid, always had been, but he needed to maintain his distance. Ling Tian was astonished. Why did the seventh master want to go on a business trip at such a time, especially one so far away? Miss Su was evidently becoming more reliant on and trusting of the seventh master. This was an opportune moment for their relationship to develop. However, seeing the weariness and despair etched on the seventh master's face through the rearview mirror, he dared not speak a word. At the Su residence, Lin Huihui had not gone to Mai's. Instead, she remained at home, glued to her phone. Upon hearing Su Shernwan announce that Su Nanyi had been taken away, she stomped her feet in excitement, as if avenging a great wrong. But soon after, she saw Su Nanyi walk through the door. What are you doing back? Su Nanyi understood her astonishment and retorted, Aunt Lin, how can you say that? This is my home. Why can't I return? Do you think I wouldn't come back tonight? Lin Huihui defended herself. Weren't you supposed to be out drinking? Why did you come back alone? Su Nanyi dismissively replied, Oh, I didn't want to be a third wheel while your daughter and son-in-law were drinking. What was I supposed to do, just stand there? Turning, she ascended the stairs, while Ru Jin scrutinized her from head to toe, ensuring she was unscathed before feeling relieved. Su Shernwan has plotted against you several times without success. Be wary of her desperation, as it may lead her to harm you. Su Nanyi produced a USB drive. I am not afraid. Seventh Master has provided me with leverage against Su Shernwan. What leverage does she possess? Upon recalling the illicit footage, she decided against letting the wet nurse see it and hurried back to her room, locking the door. After a few minutes, Su Nanyi stood transfixed, her fragile heart shaken and stimulated. Despite the thick encryption, she understood that Zhao Qi was Su Shernwan's loyal admirer. Yet she never anticipated that Su Shernwan would willingly engage with him. Did that not mean Bai Chengli had been utterly cuckolded? How delightful! He deserves it. In the private lounge, Bai Chengli lit one cigarette after another, yet his craving remained unquenched. Su Nanyi had been taken away. The ensuing fate would surely be dire. That group of loan sharks lacked nothing but lives. Su Nanyi was fully aware of this, yet she continued to walk away without looking back. She would rather be taken by the loan sharks than kneel and plead with him. Su Nanyi, how long will you persist in your stubbornness? Observing his troubled demeanor, Su Shernwan grew anxious. Brother Chengli, what are you thinking about? It's not about sister, is it? Yu wouldn't suddenly. Her arm was tightly twisted, and she locked eyes with Bai Chengli, whose gaze was dark and furious. Wan, how do you know those loan sharks? He had always perceived her as a quiet, beautiful, and innocent person nurtured by the Su family. Such a refined young lady should not associate with those individuals. Yet, just days prior, when discussing how to teach Su Nanyi a lesson, she had volunteered to assist, effortlessly arranging a meeting. He did not know these figures from the gray industry. Could it be that Wan was not as simple as he presumed? Feeling uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze, Su Shernwan replied, Brother Chengli, I don't know those people. I just have a friend who borrowed from them before, and I asked him for a favor. His distrustful eyes swept over her face before he inquired, What is your friend's name? Bai Chengli snorted. It wouldn't be Zhao Qi, would it? Su Shernwan grasped his hand, her expression innocent. Of course not. Brother Chengli, please don't mention him. He is merely a nuisance who harasses me, and I have severed all ties with him. As she released his hand, she reached into his clothes, pressing her body against him, her eyes glazed with seductive allure. Bai Chengli, captivated by the moment, leaned in eagerly to kiss her. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely her strategy. She was well aware of his vulnerabilities. If she did not act this way, he would certainly press her for information about the person who borrowed from the loan sharks. Once he was distracted, he would forget all about it. As she welcomed his kiss, she diverted his attention with other topics. Brother Chengli, do you regret it? I just saw how much you care for sister. You and don't think foolishly, be good, Bai Chengli replied, urgently kissing her neck. Wan, we are getting married next week. My heart belongs solely to you. Su Nanyi is your sister. I only wish to afford her some dignity. Wan, now it's just the two of us here. We have yet to experience this in such a place, As their passion ignited, fueled by liquor, they were caught in the moment. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted. It was his assistant. Bai Chengli, on the verge of losing control, was now extremely displeased. "What is it?" The assistant hurriedly replied, "Sir, it's bad news. All the executives who signed contracts with us want to breach them. It concerns the Chengxi project breach. Do they not know they owe tenfold in penalties? Sir, they know and are willing to pay. They insist on severing ties with us." Who is behind this treachery? He slammed his fist onto the sofa. It must be Bai Chengli, undoubtedly. He quickly donned his clothes and prepared to return to the Bai family, while Su Shenwan, having overheard the conversation, swiftly tidied her attire. "Your brother is truly despicable. He does not wish for you to prosper. Perhaps he should be eliminated." Bai Chengli fixed her with a stare. "Do you have a plan?" Su Shenwan momentarily faltered. No, not really. She had merely spoken offhandedly, as her attention was entirely focused on dealing with Su Nanyi. Bai Chengli spat in frustration. "Then what good are you? Get lost." In the Yu Garden, Ling Tian reported, "Seventh Master. Bai Chengli has learned about the breaches and is currently in a heated argument with Bai Chengli. Bai Chengli, that pretender who always acts like a good person, is a complete fool." Huo Siyu tapped rhythmically on the desk. "They are all scoundrels. It's only a matter of time before they face retribution." "Seventh Master, Lady Huo called earlier. She requests your presence for dinner tomorrow night. Moreover, she insists you bring Miss Su along." He frowned in contemplation. Evidently, Miss Su had utterly captured the old lady's heart. "However, I have already informed her of your business trip, so Lady Huo has postponed the dinner." "Good. Have the X-Research Institute clear their schedule." "Rest assured, Seventh Master. Everything is arranged. The plane is waiting. We set off tomorrow morning." Huo Siyu paused. "Let us depart immediately." Chapter 58. Concerning Miss Su from the Imperial City. "Miss Su, what brings you here so late?" Uncle Wang, the butler, expressed surprise, noting the time was now past midnight. Miss Su typically arrived by 7 p.m. More importantly, Seventh Master was not even in the Yu Garden. How could she be unaware? How could Su Nanyi know? She had been at the Su residence, but was now overwhelmed with unease. No matter how she pondered, she could not grasp the reason. Forcing herself to sleep, she recalled the young woman she had seen at the birthday banquet, accompanying old Master Bai. She clearly knew Ling Tian. Yet how could she be so closely associated with old Master Bai? Their relationship was evidently more than it appeared. Fearing this would adversely affect Huo Siyu, she hastily drove over, only to hear Uncle Wang say, "Seventh Master just left on a flight." "What?" Su Nanyi's voice rose sharply for the first time, startling several birds from the branches, which fluttered away. "Do you know where Seventh Master went, Uncle Wang?" She pressed urgently. Uncle Wang was at a loss. Seventh Master had explicitly instructed him not to disclose his whereabouts to Miss Su. Yet, why was he putting on such a show when things were fine between them? Observing his expression, Su Nanyi understood the gravity of the situation. Seventh Master's movements were always confidential, and as his sole butler, he would never betray that trust. Thus, she quickly dialed Huo Siyu, but the call went straight to voicemail. Trying Ling Tian yielded no connection. She furrowed her brow, recalling that at this time in her past life, Huo Siyu should have been free of troubles. And Ru Jin interjected, "Uncle Wang, South E and I wish to travel. Anywhere will do. We just need to clear our minds. Do you have any recommendations?" Uncle Wang replied hesitantly, and Ru Jin continued, "Rest assured, if we happen to encounter anyone along the way, it will merely be fate. Even heaven cannot sever such bonds." Uncle Wang sighed, eventually offering, "It is summer now. I believe a country would be a splendid choice, with its sunny beaches." "Thank you, Uncle Wang. A country is vast. Could you recommend a specific city?" "Well then, how about Hawaii?" After expressing her gratitude, Su Nanyi promptly departed with Ru Jin. Uncle Wang stood alone, gazing anxiously at the moon, contemplating how he might evade the punishment from Seventh Master. Ultimately, he resolved to admit his fault first. "Seventh Master, just now Madame Huo called, and I mentioned that you had gone to Hawaii. Unfortunately, Miss Su, who was rushing here, overheard me. It's all my fault. I should have refrained from answering Madame Huo's call at that moment." Only after disembarking from the plane did Huo Siyu turn on his phone, discovering a missed call from Su Nanyi along with a text from the butler. Huo Siyu noted that Captain Nuo Feng of the X-Research Institute had been waiting at the airport for some time, dressed entirely in white. His preferred attire for any occasion, Nuo Feng cast a tall shadow, his white sports jacket billowing in the wind. And the gentle smile, perpetually gracing his lips, lent him an air of refinement and grace. Seventh Master. His voice resonated with a calm authority. It was daytime, and the sun here was rather intense, compelling Huo Siyu to don his heavy attire once more. A pang of sorrow stirred within Nuo Feng. Despite being elite members of the X-Research Institute for many years, they had yet to find a solution for Seventh Master's ailment. They first headed to the vacation villa. The youngest member of the X-Research Institute, Gu Yi, awaited them at the entrance, having prepared a welcome banquet. Seventh Master, do you have any directives for this visit? Although the youngest, Gu Yi conducted himself with utmost professionalism, treating Seventh Master as his sole superior. No directives. No need to be anxious. Simply continue with your research. I shall be in Hawaii for the next few days, primarily for leisure. The X-Research Institute comprised only 4 members, few in number, yet all of unparalleled capability. The other 2 members were abroad, engaged in research elsewhere. Huo Siyu retreated to his room to change clothes and took a quick wash in the bathroom, inadvertently missing Nanyi's call. Upon noticing the missed call, an imperceptible sadness clouded his brow, prompting him to power off his phone. He then instructed Ling Tian, check her flight details and send a few people to follow her discreetly for her safety. Given the vastness of Hawaii, pinpointing the vacation villa would be no easy feat. During the welcome banquet, the 3 sat together, imbibing drinks, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Seventh Master, what brings you to Hawaii this time? You were previously impossible to persuade. Nuo Feng, having indulged in some wine, spoke more casually. Could it be related to that Miss Su from Imperial City? He was aware of Seventh Master's long-standing affection for a woman named Su, but knew little else. Gu Yi, intrigued, nodded and inquired, Seventh Master, how are things progressing with Miss Su? As the topic shifted to her, the wine in Huo Siyu's glass seemed to transform into an overwhelming bitterness. Setting down the glass, he replied, all is well. Nuo Feng recognized that Seventh Master wished to steer clear of this subject, so he redirected the conversation to recent research developments. Seventh Master, the second phase of the secret medicine is already in experimentation. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Huo Siyu, almost prescient, replied, no need. It will not benefit my condition. You may halt the third phase as well. The X-Research Institute was renowned, yet few knew that it was founded solely by Seventh Master. Initially, he sought a team to cure his affliction, yet there had been no progress. While other medical research flourished, even dictating the global trends in medicine, it was unlikely anyone would believe that the team comprised merely 4 individuals. Nuo Feng astonished, noted that Seventh Master had discerned the ineffectiveness of the treatment before even trying it. Nonetheless, they had always known of Seventh Master's remarkable abilities. Seventh Master, we will recommence our research and strive to cure your illness at the earliest opportunity. At the airport, Nanyi and Enrujin disembarked from their flight. They had left without notifying anyone, and upon checking her phone, she found multiple accusatory messages from Su Xingqiang. Where have you been? Out all night again? Don't think I can't manage you. If you're not trying to please Madame Hua, why are you running around? Nanyi ignored the messages, scrolling to her conversation with Huo Siyu, finding no new messages or responses from him. Let us head to the hotel, she sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. She had visited Hawaii before. In her previous life, she was confined in the U-Garden, threatening to leave him several times, but he had refused, instead bringing her here for solace. Thus, she was aware of his vacation villa, but dared not approach rashly. According to the current trajectory of events, she was still unaware of the villa's location. Therefore, she chose a hotel situated at a moderate distance, planning to create an opportunity for a chance encounter. Little Master, I've arrived in Hawaii. Shall we meet tomorrow? During her rural sojourn, she had encountered Nuo Feng, who was seeking a long-extinct medicinal herb. With an exceptional memory, she had led him to a hidden cave where he successfully found the herb, and in gratitude, he had taken her as his apprentice. Shortly thereafter, she received a reply from Nuo Feng. Sure, let us meet tomorrow. He also included an address. Chapter 59. Beautiful lady, where do you hail from? Ajing. Why has Seventh Master suddenly stopped responding to me? Lying in bed, Nanyi pondered, unable to comprehend why things had seemed fine during their last meeting when he had even given her leverage over Su Sherwin. After enduring a long flight, and Rujin, feeling fatigued and a bit lightheaded, casually remarked, "Perhaps Seventh Master loves you too much." Nanyi perked up. "Why is that? How can one love someone yet keep their distance?" And Rujin replied, "You may not understand this yet. Love can instill courage while simultaneously breeding fear. The more one loves, the more one worries about loss. This may be Seventh Master's first experience with love, leaving him uncertain on how to navigate these feelings. So he chooses to distance himself." Although her words were casually spoken, they were rooted in her own experiences. In her past, she had felt similarly when she loved someone. The following day, Nanyi arrived at their meeting point, a traditional tea house, where Nuo Feng awaited her in a window-side booth. Upon spotting Nanyi after 6 years, he waved, "Little apprentice, I'm here." Seeing him, Nanyi felt no shyness. "Little master, I'm here to find someone." Nuo Feng, sensing the scent of romance, inquired, "Oh, who are you seeking? It wouldn't happen to be your crush, would it?" Nanyi thought of Huo Siyu and chuckled. "Yes, I followed him here." Nuo Feng felt a flicker of concern. Although he hadn't seen her in years, he still kept abreast of news from Imperial City. Naturally, he was aware of her fervent pursuit of Bai Chengli, a man he quickly discerned to be ill-intentioned. Setting down his teacup, he cautioned her, "Nanyi, you're still young. Don't rush into marriage. It's better to take your time evaluating Bai Chengli. Bring him along next time, and I'll help you assess him." As Nanyi raised the teacup to her lips, upon hearing Bai Chengli's name, she nearly choked. "Little master, he is definitely not my crush. Please stop mentioning him. Whom do you hold dear?" Nuo Feng inquired, feeling both delighted and curious about her beloved. However, Nanyi merely blinked and replied, "It's a secret for now, little master. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring him to meet you." Nuo Feng naturally responded with joy. After exchanging pleasantries, Nanyi introduced the main topic. "Little master, the scenery in Hawaii is truly splendid. I plan to rent a vacation villa here. Do you have any recommendations? The area where Chi resides is entirely a resort zone." Nuo Feng couldn't help but think of introducing Nanyi to Chi, considering they both resided in the Imperial City and were among his most significant acquaintances. After all, it was unwise to let such resources flow to outsiders, especially since he suspected that Chi's affection for Miss Su remained unreciprocated. "Indeed, I shall take you to see one right away." Within half an hour of driving, they arrived at a stretch of luxurious vacation villas by the sea. The agent was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Nuo, Miss Su, we have ample listings. Allow me to show you around." After viewing several properties, Nanyi remarked, "This one doesn't have a sea view. Quite unsatisfactory. The decor doesn't appeal to me, and it's too small, too cramped." After inspecting no less than 10 villas, Nanyi, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Is there truly no exceptional vacation villa available? I'm not short on funds." The agent gritted his teeth, determined to close this deal. "There is a villa that will surely meet your expectations. It boasts an excellent location, exquisite decor, and breathtaking views. However, the entire area has been reserved by a mysterious individual, and I cannot bring anyone to view it. That said, Mr. Nuo has given me the go-ahead to show you the other properties." At last, the agent guided her to the villa closest to Huo Siyu. "This one is perfect. I think it's wonderful. I will pay the deposit right away." The agent and Nuo Feng exchanged glances, their expressions filled with curiosity. After all, they had only just arrived at the villa's entrance. Her sudden eagerness was unexpected, considering she had been quite critical during the previous viewings. Yet, seeing her satisfaction, Nuo Feng refrained from inquiring further. This villa was indeed ideal, being the nearest to Chi's residence, allowing for leisurely evening strolls that would take just half an hour to reach him. However, unbeknownst to Nanyi, these villas were not available for rent. They could only be purchased outright. In an effort to facilitate a connection between Nanyi and Chi, Nuo Feng had already coordinated with the agent, paying the full amount and instructing him to collect a symbolic rental fee of 1 million. "Little master, thank you for accompanying me to view the properties. Let me treat you to a meal." Nuo Feng contemplated inviting Qi Yi as well and replied, "How about tonight? A friend of mine has just arrived in Hawaii. Also from the Imperial City, perhaps you are acquainted." Nanyi was not averse to meeting new people, but this evening was likely not feasible as she hoped to run into Huo Siyu. Thus, she suggested rescheduling for the following evening. Nanyi intended to procure some daily necessities when a delivery truck halted nearby, the driver evidently familiar with Nuo Feng. "Mr. Nuo, here are the items you requested." Several individuals descended to unload an array of household goods. Her little master remained as attentive and considerate as ever. Whoever became his spouse would undoubtedly live a blissful life. By the way, Nuo Feng was also a world-renowned physician. A smile danced in the corners of Nanyi's eyes. "Little master, for tomorrow's gathering, I will bring someone along. He suffers from a rare illness. Would you be able to examine him?" Nuo Feng, of course, did not mind, but he inquired, "How rare is this illness?" "My little disciple is a medical prodigy. Even you cannot assist him?" Nanyi chuckled softly, wishing to help Qi Yi, but she acknowledged her current limitations. As dusk fell, Enrugine arrived at the vacation villa. "Great, I have found a person. We just need to wait until 8 o'clock tonight for you to coincidentally meet Qi Yi." Meanwhile, Huo Siyu had just awakened. Nuo Feng knocked on the door. "Qi Yi, could you free up some time tomorrow evening? I have a little disciple visiting, and I would like to host a welcoming banquet for her. It would be nice for you two to meet, seeing as you both hail from the Imperial City." Huo Siyu recalled hearing about Nuo Feng's young disciple, also from the Imperial City, and thought it a mere coincidence, so he dismissed the invitation without a second thought. "I'll give you the day off tomorrow. Go meet your little disciple." "I am too busy." Expecting such a cold rejection, Nuo Feng persisted. "My little disciple is exceptionally beautiful and shares the same surname, Su, as your beloved." "What a delightful coincidence." "Another Su? What a remarkable coincidence," Huo Siyu mused, realizing it must indeed be Nanyi. "I have a meeting tomorrow night that I cannot reschedule." With that, he turned away, heading straight for the bathroom, the sound of water echoing within. Nuo Feng could only sigh as he exited, lamenting that his wonderful disciple was being overlooked by Qi Yi. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Nanyi procured a bicycle, leisurely cycling along the coastline until she turned onto the pathway leading to Huo Siyu's vacation villa. In the shadows, several tall ruffians emerged, whistling at her with lewd and lascivious grins. "Hey, beautiful, where are you from? Local boys are here to show you a good time." Nanyi spat, "Get lost. Have you never seen a beauty before? Do you believe I won't call the police on you? Whoa, she's got a fiery temper. Brothers, seize her and teach her a lesson." The ruffians advanced, grasping her bicycle, forcing Nanyi to abandon it and flee. "Help! There are ruffians. Catch the ruffians!" she cried, her gaze fixed on the charming villa ahead, light spilling from its windows. At this hour, Huo Siyu was usually at work. If she raised her voice high enough, he would surely hear her. Huo Siyu despised noise and would undoubtedly come out to investigate. The ruffians pursued relentlessly. "Hey, beautiful, don't run. Do you think you can outrun us? Plead for mercy, and we'll treat you well. Get away. Don't chase me. I don't know you. My husband is just ahead, and he's incredibly strong. One punch could take you down. If you don't want to die, scram." The ruffians laughed derisively at her threats. "Where's your husband? Trying to fool us? You must be here on your own for vacation. It's dangerous for a beauty like you to be out alone. We're here to protect you." As they surrounded her, just as they reached out, Nanyi shot them a fierce glare, causing them to withdraw their hands hastily. The ruffians exchanged glances. "Boss, what should we do now?" They had been hired to play the role of ruffians, waiting for the hero to emerge and save the damsel in distress. But after harassing her for so long, there was not a single man in sight. Nanyi, growing increasingly frustrated, thought that if Huo Siyu did not appear soon, she would hold a grudge against him. "Help! Is anyone coming to my rescue?" After a few desperate cries, she finally heard that familiar, melodious voice filled with anger. "Do you all want to die?" Huo Siyu, dressed in casual attire, strode out from the garden gate, his expression marked by fury. The sky had darkened, the crescent moon hanging low among the treetops, and beneath it, Huo Siyu emanated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Nanyi was captivated, but quickly remembered the urgency of her situation. "Husband, save me." She dashed toward him. taking advantage of the moment to wrap her arms around his waist, then pointed accusingly at the group of ruffians. Husband, they tried to harass me and even stole my bicycle. The group of rascals, summoned by Siyu, hastily fled for their lives, exclaiming, "We apologize, we were wrong. We won't dare again." Their synchronized escape, coupled with the mischievous glint in Su Nanyi's eyes, did not escape Huo Siyu's notice. He pinched the tip of her nose. A hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Is this amusing, Miss Su?" Su Nanyi was momentarily taken aback, but before she could respond, Huo Siyu had already tugged her hand and strode into the room. His stiff demeanor signaled his displeasure. Without a second thought, Su Nanyi hurried after him, pleading, "Seventh Master, are you avoiding me? Have I done something wrong? I can change, I promise." Huo Siyu halted in his tracks, turning to see the faint redness at the corners of her eyes, filled with a humble plea. He felt a surge of self-reproach. What was he doing? The way she appeared so meek and cautious was not what he desired to see. He grasped her shoulders, his tone softening considerably. "Miss Su, do not overthink it. I am here for work, not to avoid you." Her heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found solace. She threw herself into his embrace, resolute that this time, regardless of his protests, she would not let go. Her voice, low and tender, resembled a playful whine as she confessed, "Seventh Master, I have made many mistakes in the past and have hurt you numerous times. Only recently have I come to understand my feelings. I like you. I know you may not feel the same now, but please allow me to pursue you. I promise not to disturb you for long, just for a year. If I cannot make you like me again in that time, I shall withdraw and never bother you again." She spoke slowly, laying bare her heart and determination. Finally, she gazed into his eyes, asking, "Seventh Master, may I have a year?" After a long silence, she awaited his response. As their eyes locked, he saw himself reflected in her beautiful doe-like eyes, once filled with thoughts of the Su family, Bai Chengli, and countless unrelated individuals, but now, it was distinctly himself that shone through. He was taken aback and responded softly, "All right." Su Nanyi's smile blossomed like fireworks, tightening her embrace around him, inhaling his pleasant scent. Her heart finally at peace for the first time, Huo Siyu rested his chin on her head, acutely aware that he had always loved her. They had agreed on a 1-year limit, a time frame he had imposed upon himself. He intended to conquer the shadows of the nightmare from his previous life, where she had poisoned him, to sort out his emotions, and to love her wholeheartedly without any reservations. Surely a year would suffice. Huo Siyu had a dinner prepared and brought in while he busied himself at the computer, and she sat nearby, eating her meal. Occasionally, she would lean in to see him engrossed in work, and then return to her meal quietly. By the time he finished, she had curled up beside him, comfortably asleep. When Huo Siyu bent down to lift her, the slightest motion stirred her awake. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Seventh Master, where are we going?" "Carrying you back to your room, to sleep." Su Nanyi smiled widely, but he added, "You will sleep alone." She pouted, resigning herself to the notion that everything must proceed step by step. There would come a time when he would ask her to sleep with him, she thought smugly. "Seventh Master, may I have a good night kiss?" Once in the room, he placed her gently on the bed, but she clung tightly to his neck, clearly indicating that she would not release him without a kiss. Huo Siyu found her persistence amusing. She was truly relentless. He had initially intended to leave a simple kiss on her cheek, but unexpectedly, she tilted her head, and their lips met. He swiftly rose, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Su Nanyi observed intently, feeling that blush was the most exquisite color she had ever seen. The following day, Su Nanyi stretched languidly. She had awoken, but during the day, Huo Siyu was asleep, and she chose not to disturb him, heading straight downstairs. In the kitchen, a busy figure caught her eye. Was that a man? He turned just in time, revealing a tall stature, rugged facial features, and a healthy tan, exuding a strong aura. "Are you Miss Su?" Gu Yi inquired, carrying breakfast. Seventh Master had sent him a message the previous night, instructing him to come and care for a guest, though he hadn't specified it was a woman. The only person who could be in Seventh Master's private villa was undoubtedly the legendary Miss Su. This breakfast was prepared at Seventh Master's request. "Do you have any plans for today? Anywhere you wish to go? Do you need a guide?" Tsunani offered him a friendly smile. No need. I wish to stay here. I'll just keep Seventh Master company. She did not know his identity, having never met him in her previous life, but she noticed a medal on his right shoulder, a large, conspicuous X. He was from the X-Medical Research Institute. Was he here to treat Seventh Master? She stood up and chased after him, but he had already walked far away. Chapter 61. Her every action is voluntary. Tsunani's heart was restless. Encountering someone from the X-Medical Research Institute in Hawaii was unexpected. She hurried to find her mentor, Huo Siyu, who had been entrenched in Hawaii for many years, hoping he might know something about the X Institute. Master, do you know anyone from the X-Medical Research Institute? Huo Siyu, in a villa, held his phone and wore a beaming smile. His silly disciple had no idea of his significance. Of course, why do you ask? Are you looking to consult them? Nanyi quickly typed, not for me, but for someone dear to my heart. Can you help me contact someone from the X-Medical Research Institute? Huo Siyu, ever willing to assist her, soon located Gu E, who had just arrived and was sipping tea. Help me out tonight. My little disciple is in trouble. Her boyfriend has a rare illness, and it's said that the doctors in the Imperial City couldn't cure him. We need help from the X-Medical Research Institute. Gu E had no objections, only muttering, if so many excellent doctors in the Imperial City couldn't help, it can't be a common ailment. What's your little disciple's name? She S.A. Su. Gu E shrugged, thinking it peculiar that there were so many surnamed Su. That evening, Tsunani arranged to meet at the villa she had rented. She knew Huo Siyu preferred tranquility and disliked too many people invading his space. Seventh Master, I've rented a room next door. After dinner, would you accompany me there? I have 2 friends you don't know, but they're quite skilled in medicine and specialize in difficult cases. Huo Siyu did not refuse. His illness was not easily treatable, and he and T found a solution even until his death in the previous life. Meeting new people couldn't hurt. However, she wouldn't be calling those 2 from the Research Institute, would she? The doorbell rang as Huo Siyu, seated at the bar counter, watched the 2 familiar figures enter. Tsunani was about to introduce them when Huo Siyu and Gu E both greeted Seventh Master. Huo Siyu nodded in acknowledgement. Now, only Tsunani was left in a state of confusion, staring at the 3 of them. You all know each other? She asked. Huo Siyu suddenly realized, Nanyi, so you are the one pursuing Seventh Master? Yes, the one you like? That makes perfect sense. Seventh Master's love interest has the surname Su, and you share that surname. He had wanted to introduce this little disciple to Seventh Master, but they were already mutually affectionate, making his efforts unnecessary. So, you're all from the X-Medical Research Institute? Tsunani was taken aback. Huo Siyu nodded, affirming that this was indeed Gu E. He mentioned that they had 2 other members, and they were currently at a loss regarding the illness afflicting Seventh Master. Tsunani felt a wave of disappointment. Her primary purpose for joining the X-Medical Research Institute was to assist in treating Huo Siyu. If the members of the Research Institute were unable to provide a solution, who else could possibly remedy his condition? She also learned that the founder of the X-Medical Research Institute was Huo Siyu himself. Sensing her somber mood, Huo Siyu poured her a glass of juice. Do not dwell on it too much. There will come a day when he is cured. Focus on your studies. Once you join the Institute, you may very well be my turning point. This expression of trust reignited Tsunani's determination. She silently vowed to be the one to heal Huo Siyu's affliction. Huo Siyu remarked, so my little apprentice wishes to join the X-Medical Research Institute. Does she? Just mention it to Seventh Master, and he can bring you in at any time. Tsunani's expression turned serious. I do not require that. The selection process is fair, and I intend to earn my place through rigorous evaluation. I possess the capability and do not need to resort to favoritism. Huo Siyu apologized while Gu E, who had been somewhat detached, interjected, You are Tsunani, correct? She nodded in affirmation. He gave her a thumbs up. I am aware of your achievements. Even as a student, you independently discovered improvements in the treatment of grass mill disease. Your future is boundless. Gu E was typically stern and humorless, so earning his approval was no small feat. The 4 of them conversed for a while longer until Huo Siyu took her to the balcony. His gaze fixed on her. Miss Su, I nearly forgot to ask. With Hawaii being so vast, how did you come know my location? Tsunani chuckled, Seventh Master. I mentioned earlier that it was Huo Siyu who found me a place. Who would have thought it was so close to you? It must be fate. Huo Siyu knew she was not being entirely truthful. The incident from the previous night, where she had been harassed by passers-by, was clearly a performance orchestrated by her. He had checked the surveillance. Her direction had been unmistakably aimed at his villa. Never mind. He ruffled her hair. Everyone has their secrets. After the gathering, Huo Siyu departed Hawaii, with Su Nanyi accompanying him on his private jet. However, this aircraft held many stories, particularly as they passed the lounge and she caught sight of a large bed, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She recalled that it was in this very place that she had been forcefully subdued by him in her past life. What are you thinking about? Huo Siyu had approached her from behind, unbeknownst to her. Su Nanyi shyly turned her face away and pushed him lightly, saying, "I am not thinking of anything." She quickly sidestepped him. Huo Siyu gazed at the bed, recalling a similar scene. That encounter had been coercive. He had lost control in a moment of madness, hurting her as well as himself. He resolved that it would not happen again. He wanted her to willingly choose him each time. "You should rest. It will be a long journey to the imperial city." Her routine consisted of sleeping at night and being active during the day, which was naturally different from his. However, Su Nanyi was reluctant to rest, her body instinctively resisting. She felt too shy to lie on that bed. Huo Siyu lowered his gaze and asked, "What is it? Is there something wrong with the bed?" Su Nanyi mumbled, No problem at all. I just don't feel tired." Huo Siyu thought she might be frightened, so he deliberately sat further away and explained, "I do not require rest. The lounge is only for you. If you're still uneasy, you may lock the door." "Huh?" Su Nanyi looked up at him, surprised that he thought she was afraid of that. "Me? Be afraid of that? Seventh Master, why don't you lie down with me for a bit? I feel a bit scared sleeping alone." Her expression was adorably innocent, which made him feel a stir in his heart. He placed his large hand on her head, giving it a gentle twist. "Miss Su, don't you also sleep alone at the Su residence? There is nothing to fear on the plane." With that, he stood up and walked into a room, locking the door behind him. With nothing else to do, Su Nanyi yawned and made her way to the lounge. When she next awakened, she found herself in a car. Ling Tian teased, "Miss Su, if you don't wake up, Seventh Master will have to carry you back to your room." He wondered if Su Xingqiang would be infuriated upon seeing that. At his words, Su Nanyi promptly closed her eyes again. "Seventh Master, I'm not awake. I'm still sleeping." Chapter 62. Do you think I treat you well? The car came to stop not far from the Su residence, and Su Nanyi, with an air of mystery, pulled Huo Siyu aside, insisting on sharing a secret. Ling Tian immediately exited the car, standing guard at a distance. Before he could even ask, Su Nanyi opened her phone's gallery. "Seventh Master, it's this woman. I mentioned her to you last time. She was in Ling Tian's car, but I saw her at the birthday banquet that day, accompanying old Master Bai." She couldn't quite grasp the nature of their relationship. If she was Ling Tian's girlfriend, why was she at the Bai family? She feared that those nefarious individuals were plotting something again, as she needed to alert Seventh Master. As her body leaned in closer, her hair brushed against his cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him. The fragrance of her hair enveloped him, and his fingers instinctively twirled a strand of it. "This woman is named Zhang Yanlu. She has no connection to Ling Tian. She went to the Bai family to fulfill a mission." "What mission?" Su Nanyi blurted out, her eyes lifting to meet his handsome face just a short distance away, their lips tantalizingly close, drawing her in. Su Nanyi swallowed hard, licking her lips, leaving a glistening sheen on them. Huo Siyu felt his head spin, his breath hitching. Su Nanyi must be here to torment him. "Good night, Miss Su." After uttering this, he turned to look out the other side. Su Nanyi, feeling dejected, exited the car and waved goodbye as it drove away. She couldn't understand what was going on with Huo Siyu. Did he dislike her asking questions? If so, she would refrain from asking too many in the future. She had finally managed to establish a semblance of goodwill in his heart. Surely, one question wouldn't erase it all. She opened her phone and sent him a message. "Seventh Master, I'm sorry. I won't ask pointless questions in the future." She added a pitiful expression for emphasis. There was no reply. Su Nanyi decided to shift her focus and ponder the matter of Zhang Yanlu. That face seemed eerily familiar. Where had she seen it before? She tapped her head, and suddenly it clicked. Zhang Yanlu resembled old Master Bai's first love. She had once seen a photo of the first love at the Bai residence in her past life. Now it made sense. Seventh Master might have sent Zhang Yanlu to the Bai family to confuse Old Master Bai. A beauty trap? Just as she stepped into the Su residence. Su Xingqiang was descending the stairs. You know how to come back, huh? I thought you were lost out there, gallivanting around. Raising a daughter like you is truly embarrassing. Which noble family would dare to marry you now? He shook his head as he descended the stairs, as if she had disgraced the family beyond redemption. Su Nanyi had nothing to say to him. She was tired and wanted to go upstairs to rest. Yet Su Xingqiang called out to her, wait. During the days you disappeared, old Madame Huo Siyu, Wanxing came looking for you once. I told her you were ill and couldn't meet visitors. So remember not to slip up. Su Nanyi scoffed coldly. And if I do slip up, Wanxing is my good friend. She wouldn't insult my character like you do, just because I was away for a few days. Su Xingqiang continued. Insulting your character? What character do you possess? Were it not for me, you might have perished in the countryside. Without my assistance, you would not reside in the imperial city, nor would you have had the opportunity to meet Lady Hua. Do you truly believe you possess any merit? It is solely through my support that you stand where you are. Su Nanyi remained silent, while Rujin, carrying a suitcase behind her, stepped into the Su residence just after her. She had overheard everything. The audacity with which Su Xingqiang spoke to Nanyi was not a first occurrence. He could no longer be tolerated. A lesson was imperative. Thus, on the following evening, Su Xingqiang failed to return home at the expected hour. Lin Huihui, who had been staying at the Su residence, grew increasingly anxious as time passed and her calls went unanswered. If he were merely occupied with business, it would be one thing. However, if he were consorting with another woman, she would not let it slide. Tell me, did your father mention where he was going tonight? She inquired of Su Nanyi. He didn't say anything. If he isn't at the company, where else could he possibly be? So Nanji Tortif. It was true that their disreputable father had never returned home this late. Whatever, she dismissed, not particularly concerned. Lin Huihui continued her frantic calls until the company secretary informed her. President Su left long ago. He didn't have any engagements today. Panic seized her. If he was not occupied with business, he must be with some enchantress. Men were indeed unreliable. She knocked on Su Nanyi's door again, urging, you should come with me to find him. Regardless of his faults, he is still your father. How can you be so heartless and unconcerned? Su Nanyi shrugged. Why should she worry? Besides, Lin Huihui's anxiety stemmed solely from fear of infidelity, not genuine concern for his well-being. Lin Huihui, left with no choice, cursed under her breath and set out alone. And Rujin stood nearby, observing Su Nanyi's countenance. Confirming her indifference, she finally smiled. Su Nanyi quickly caught on, Jin. Could it be that Su Xingqiang is your Shu? And Rujin placed a finger to her lips. It was not until 6 in the morning that Su Xingqiang staggered home in a disheveled state. His coat was missing, his trousers bore several rips, and most conspicuously, his face was swollen, a front tooth missing, his nose slightly crooked, and several lash marks adorned his skin. Master, what happened to you? Who did this? Lin Huihui felt a sense of relief. It was not an affair after all. She feigned concern and summoned a doctor. Su Xingqiang collapsed onto the sofa, glaring at the teacups arranged before him, and smashed them in frustration. He had been abducted after work by a gang, offered no chance to speak, and taken to a warehouse where he was mercilessly beaten. They called him Wang Erqiang, claiming they sought vengeance for his daughter, accusing him of mistreating her, denying her an education and food, and planning to sell her to an old lecher. Su Xingqiang shouted, I am not Wang Erqiang. You have mistaken me for someone else. Yet this only resulted in an even harsher beating, which they filmed. Wang Erqiang, you are a man of some repute. You surely wouldn't want this humiliating side of you exposed. They taunted, a blatant threat. Finally, they kicked him out of their vehicle and fled. Grateful to have survived, he hurried home, too fearful to report the incident. Even though he had been mistaken for Wang Erqiang, his face was unmistakably visible in the footage. He could not allow anyone to see it. He could only swallow his pride in silence. The next day, Su Nanyi anticipated Su Xingqiang would be in a foul mood, so she avoided him until nearly noon. To her surprise, he sat on the sofa, bandaged like a mummy, a pitiful yet absurd sight that she struggled to suppress her laughter at. Do you believe I have treated you well? He suddenly asked. Chapter 63. With a beautiful woman concerned, 30 lashes would pose no problem. Nanyi hesitated to respond. He continued, As your father, I should fulfill my responsibilities towards you. Should I not? Uncertain of his intentions, she merely nodded and gathered her belongings to head to school. Su Xingqiang was not one to engage in self-reflection. Having been beaten, he could only sit on the sofa and ponder his existence. The words of his assailants echoed in his mind, their accusations of neglecting his daughters, denying them basic necessities, and planning to marry them off to old men. He thought of his own 2 daughters, convinced he treated them well, providing for their needs and giving them allowances each month. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He felt he had suffered an undeserved misfortune. If he ever encountered this Wang Erqiang, he vowed to unleash his fury upon him. Meanwhile, Nanyi arrived at school, only to be intercepted by Xia Yan at the entrance. Xia Yan's dark circles and disheveled hair indicated she had not been faring well in recent days. Having been blocked from contacting Nanyi and unable to visit the Su residence, she had been waiting by the school gate, finally catching a glimpse of her. Nanyi, come with me. I have a secret to share about Su Shirwan. Do you truly think she regards you as a sister? Her intentions run deeper than anyone else's. That day at the Su residence, she endured a tremendous humiliation when so many discovered her promiscuity. It's all Su Shirwan's fault. She must have tampered with the medication. Xia Yan had confronted Su Shirwan the previous day, demanding 2 million to keep the incident quiet. However, Su Shirwan refused to comply, choosing instead to provoke her. If she insists on this path, I will ensure everything is revealed to Nanyi, inciting her to take revenge on Su Shirwan. How delightful it would be to see these sisters turn against one another, living in chaos for the rest of their lives. Her thoughts danced with malice. But Nanyi's calm response left her stunned. The secret you speak of, it pertains to the day Su Shirwan intended to drug me, correct? I was already aware of that. And? You knew. What? Then you must retaliate. How can you endure such an affront? Xia Yan urged. Feigning indifference, Nanyi shrugged. She aimed to harm me, but you drank the tainted cup, did you not? I suffered no loss. You go ahead and take your revenge. It was clear Xia Yan wanted to use her as a pawn, but that was out of the question. Growing impatient, Xia Yan pulled her aside. I will definitely retaliate. Had it not been for her, I would not have faced humiliation. Nanyi, let's join forces. I will devise a plan, and you execute it. I guarantee no one will suspect a thing. Nanyi smiled brightly, yet her eyes lacked any sparkle. Xia Yan, I have a better idea. Allow me to devise a plan for you to execute, given my intellect surpasses yours. And do remember to repay your debts promptly. With that, she turned her back on Xia Yan and stepped through the door. Such diligence, sister. Arriving at the lab so early, do you still recall your research? A fellow student ambled over with a sardonic tone. Nanyi narrowed her eyes, retorting, even if I were to forego the lab, my publications suffice for graduation, unlike you, who has yet to publish a single paper. How do you manage to sleep at night? The student, flustered, retreated to his own space. Nanyi, please come to my office. The professor summoned her. Here are the profiles of the other 3 competitors, all of whom are exceptionally talented, so do not underestimate them. The competition topic will be announced next month, granting you a month for preparation. It is advisable to delve into literature, familiarize yourself with cutting-edge research, and spend ample time in the laboratory rather than idling about. Nanyi understood that this little old man was particularly stern, having previously been exasperated by him. She raised her hand and assured, All right, I promise to complete the task. She silenced her phone, opened her computer, and searched for symptoms, an aversion to sunlight. Reflecting further, she remembered that in her past life, when she fled during the day and he pursued her, he was exposed to sunlight, marking the only occasion she witnessed him succumbing to his illness. He trembled, felt cold, and soon succumbed to faintness, with uneven black spots appearing on his body that would only dissipate after more than 10 hours. Additionally, this was accompanied by memory loss. He would be unable to recall events from the 3 hours preceding his ailment. She meticulously combined each symptom with sunlight exposure in her search, but found no relevant clues, no patients, no research. It seemed that Huo Siyu was the sole individual afflicted by this strange ailment in the world. However, she was certain that treating him from a mental or psychological perspective was sheer nonsense. The root of his illness lay elsewhere. He seemed more akin to being poisoned, or rather, a test subject for some novel reagent. Who could it be? How had he contracted this condition? Perhaps the answers resided in his past. Nanyi yearned to drag Huo Siyu to a hospital and subject him to a thorough examination with instruments. She then diligently reviewed the global medical advancement from the past few months, hoping to uncover a lead, but to no avail. Serious illnesses are difficult to treat, so she decided to first address his minor ailments. Huo Siyu's gastric issues, however, were treatable. She refined the medication she had prepared for him, opting for a gentler approach to his regimen. Having completed all this, she realized it was nearly dark and she had yet to eat lunch. She quickly tidied up and exited the laboratory. As she passed a coffee shop outside the school gate, she unexpectedly spotted Bai Chengli, who was seated opposite Zhang Yanlu. She hastily donned a mask and sunglasses, positioning herself in a spot that faced away from Bai Chengli to eavesdrop. "Young Master Bai, please do not jest. I am a person of the Tai family, and it is impossible for us to be together," Zhang Yanlu said. "Admit it, Yanlu, you harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you have brought me medicine last night? You care for me." So Nanyi listened, bewildered. It turned out that night, upon hearing about the breach of contract by a dozen partners on the project in the west of the city, Bai Chengli had rushed back to the Bai family, even brandishing a weapon towards Bai Chengli. "You did this out of jealousy because grandfather allowed me to hone my skills on this project, and you sought to undermine me. I will kill you." Fortunately, Bai Tai arrived in time to avert a familial crisis. Later, it was discovered that the breach of contract had nothing to do with Bai Chengli. Bai Tai punished him by making him kneel before the ancestral tablets for 4 hours and received 30 lashes. That night, Zhang Yanlu approached him, delicate and graceful, and secretly delivered medicine while softly comforting him. "These medications were prepared under the direction of Tai. Please do not be so reckless in the future. The pain of injury is unbearable." With such a beautiful woman concerned for him, Bai Chengli felt that he could endure another 30 lashes without issue. He felt quite pleased, thinking, "This woman harbors feelings for me." Thus, he had arranged to meet Zhang Yanlu today to confess his feelings. Nanyi thought to herself that Bai Chengli was truly insufferable, feasting at one table while eyeing another. Before long, Zhang Yanlu dashed out in fright like a startled rabbit, and Bai Chengli got up to pursue her. It seemed that the scheme of the seventh master had indeed borne fruit. Nanyi did not linger for long, intending to find a place to eat at the mall. To her surprise, there was a commotion ahead. What was wrong with that woman, lying on the ground? Was she attempting to feign injury? It seemed unlikely, given her elegant attire, indicating she was likely a woman of means. Chapter 64. Is this not coercion in a marriage? Nanyi pushed through the crowd and was met with a shocking sight. A well-preserved, middle-aged woman lay on the ground, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. Nanyi quickly assessed the situation and recognized that the woman was experiencing an asthma attack. Ignoring the others' protests, she rushed to the woman's side, while several bystanders advised, "Miss, do not move recklessly. She is faking it. Just call the police. Otherwise, if she implicates you, you could lose everything." Disregarding their comments, Nanyi called out to the crowd, "She is having an asthma attack. Please step back." She then rummaged through the woman's handbag. Asthma patients typically carry medication, and fortunately, she found an inhaler within the bag. She hurriedly assisted the woman in using it. After half a minute, the woman appeared significantly better, her eyes reflecting gratitude towards Nanyi. Before long, the woman's maid and personal physician arrived, lifting her onto a stretcher. Knowing that she was out of danger, Nanyi clapped her hands and turned to leave, only to miss the maid's anxious call. "Madame Hua, it's my fault. I should have stayed by your side." Indeed, the woman Nanyi had just saved was Li Xiaoyan, the wife of Huo Changzong. As she was carried away, her gaze remained fixed on Nanyi's retreating figure. She did not recognize this person, but was determined to repay the life-saving kindness. After finding a restaurant and sitting down, Nanyi finally had the opportunity to check her phone. Upon seeing the missed calls, she was startled to discover 5 calls from Huo Siyu. She hurriedly returned the call. "He spoke first, where are you?" Nanyi quickly provided her location. "I will come to pick you up." Without waiting for her to say anything further, he hung up. Half an hour later, Huo Siyu's car arrived in the parking lot. He sat quietly inside, occasionally glancing towards the elevator. She should be coming down soon. The call log on his phone still displayed their recent conversation. 5 missed calls, none of which she had answered. 7th Master. The car door swung open, and she entered with a smile, her expression warm and sincere, as if her joy at seeing him was genuine. Huo Siyu averted his gaze, unaware that the tension within him had dissipated considerably. "We are heading to Jintingzixin. Grandmother has invited us for supper." It was already 7:30 in the evening, and the sun had long set. Only at this hour could Huo Siyu venture out. Nanyi nodded obediently. "All right, I miss grandmother too." Her smile remained unwavering. She eagerly anticipated dining with Huo's grandmother daily, for the old lady took a liking to her, serving as a stepping stone on her marital journey. However, Huo Siyu remained silent, and Nanyi quickly discerned that he was unhappy. In an attempt to please him, she produced the medication she had prepared throughout the day, saying, "7th Master, this is the fruit of my labor today. I've improved the medicine for you. Oh, and the taste will be even better. You spent the whole day on this?" Huo Siyu's gaze finally returned to her, and upon hearing her affirmative response, his irritation faded entirely. "They're all to be swallowed. What significance does taste hold?" he remarked. Yet he took out 2 pills and held them in his palm, his gaze fixed on her. Nanyi swiftly retrieved a bottle of water from her bag. "7th Master, here." After swallowing the pills, Huo Siyu said, "Thank you." He had finally ceased to be angry, allowing Nanyi the courage to lean closer to him. "7th Master, do you think I might be ill? I constantly feel cold, but whenever I'm near you, I feel so warm. I must be afflicted with an ailment that cannot bear to be without you." Huo Siyu, where did such rustic lines come from? Grandma Huo beckoned Nanyi to sit beside her, casting an unhappy glance at Huo Siyu. "Come sit next to Nanyi. Are you afraid someone will devour you from so far away?" Huo Siyu. The distance between him and Nanyi was already quite minimal, as they were sitting side by side. However, Grandma Huo increasingly favored Nanyi, wishing to see her beloved grandson embrace Nanyi. He had no choice but to shift slightly, his leg, clad in tailored trousers, inadvertently brushing against her thigh. It was summer, and Nanyi wore a short skirt. The warmth of her body seemed to seep through the fabric of his trousers. Huo Siyu quickly adjusted his leg, yet to his surprise, Nanyi swiftly moved closer, wrapping her arms around his. Their legs are now tightly pressed together, perfectly aligned. "Grandma, 7th Master has become quite close to me privately. He's just shy in front of you. We often share sweet kisses," she said, punctuating her statement with a quick kiss on his cheek. Huo Siyu's ears visibly flushed red. Nanyi clearly noticed, feeling a blend of warmth and bittersweetness in her heart. It turned out her 7th Master was such an innocent young man. It was no wonder she felt this way. Perhaps she hadn't given him enough in their past life. Their intimate moments had been woefully scarce, let alone kisses. Thus, she planted another kiss on his cheek, causing Huo Siyu's body to stiffen slightly. Grandma Huo, however, wore a beaming smile. "Why are you standing there like a block of wood, are you? Nanyi is being so forward. Don't you have any reaction?" Huo Siyu had no choice but to lean over and gently kiss her cheek. Her soft, delicate skin was so endearing that even the fine hairs on her face appeared charming up close. Grandma Huo covered her eyes, utterly delighted. "That's more like it. You should learn a thing or two about romance. As a man, you can't always let Nanyi take the initiative. If you make her suffer, I won't spare you." Grandma Huo raised her hand high, feigning a strike. Nanyi quickly opened her arms to shield him. "Grandma, please don't hit him. 7th Master has never made me suffer. He hasn't dated before, so he just doesn't know how to be proactive or how to kiss. Don't worry, he will learn." Grandma Huo laughed heartily, reassured that Nanyi would protect her grandson. She shot another dissatisfied glance at Huo Siyu. "You should also intervene a bit. If I truly strike her, won't you feel sorry?" Huo Siyu replied with utmost seriousness, "I know you wouldn't." In this household, Grandma Huo was the one who doted on him the most. Her earlier display was merely for show, as she would never truly strike him. After a few huffs, Grandma Huo instructed, "Wan Xing, bring me what I prepared." Wan Xing, who had been observing the interaction between the brother and Nanyi, blushed at their affection. She was delighted to see them getting along so well. She stood to fetch the items, and Grandma Huo expressed her contentment. "Wonderful. You two resemble a young couple now. The first day of next month is an auspicious date. You should get married then." Nanyi and Huo Siyu were both taken aback. While she yearned to marry Huo Siyu, this sudden proposal felt rather rushed, and besides, Huo Siyu had not even expressed his feelings. Was this not akin to forcing a marriage? Chapter 65. Nowadays, it seems that love comes after marriage. Grandma Huo received the documents from Wan Xing and began to peruse them. "Nanyi, take a good look and choose a wedding dress you like. These are all creations from the world's most renowned designers. If you fancy one, I'll have them make it immediately." "Grandma, but no buts," she said with a smile. "I initially planned to give you more time to get to know each other. But Wan Xing informed me that dating is no longer in vogue. These days, it's all about marrying first and loving later. So just get married." Caught completely off guard, Nanyi turned to Huo Siyu, passing the dilemma to him. "Grandma, my illness hasn't been cured yet. It's not suitable for me to marry." Grandma Huo waved her hand dismissively. "That's not a problem at all. I knew that from your last visit. You don't care about these things. Moreover," Grandma Huo's gaze turned serious. "Nanyi, you know about a Yu's condition, right? Since he returned, he cannot stand the sunlight, which is why he rarely goes out during the day and won't be able to accompany you for outings. But there is a silver lining," she said mysteriously. "That means he won't stray. He'll either stay in the Yu garden or go to the company at night. And during the day, he'll be sleeping, leaving no opportunity to betray you." Nanyi chuckled softly. She knew Huo Siyu would never betray her. She had realized this in her past life. Once he committed to someone, he would forsake everything for that person. "Grandma, I understand his condition. I don't mind, but marrying feels too hasty. Neither of us is prepared." Huo Siyu nodded in agreement. Finally, Grandma Huo relented and ceased her insistence. "In that case, let us get you engaged first. Since you're not ready, let's keep the engagement ceremony simple. When you're ready for marriage, I'll arrange a grand celebration for you." Unable to interject further, Nanyi watched as Grandma Huo quickly began making phone calls to announce the engagement. "Yes, it's me. My grandson is getting engaged. Who else could it be but my most handsome Ayu? Oh, my granddaughter-in-law is stunning too, like a celestial being. What should we do for the traditional engagement banquet?" "Old Li, you've done it for your 4 grandsons. You have experience, so please advise me." "What? This month is not suitable for an engagement? The dates are conflicting? Nonsense. What superstitious nonsense. Calculate a better date for me. The sooner, the better." "So Nanyi, Huo Siyu." During the meal, Grandma Huo wore a satisfied expression, her smile wide. "Nanyi, who from your family will attend the engagement banquet?" She had already thoroughly understood Nanyi's family situation. With a stepmother and stepsister, their unique identities made it impossible to guarantee that Nanyi would want them present. It was better to clarify early on to avoid putting her beloved granddaughter-in-law in a difficult position. Logically, all members of the Su family should attend, but the thought of Lin Huihui and Su Shernwan made her uncomfortable. She didn't even want to see Su Xingxiang. Thus, she smiled reluctantly. "Grandma, I have a wet nurse who has been taking care of me since before I returned to the Su family. She is my kin. Aside from her, I would prefer not to invite anyone else." Grandma Huo nodded affectionately, then instructed Huo Siyu, "It's settled then. We will only send an invitation to Nanyi's wet nurse. For such a significant event as an engagement, you must inform him. After all, he is your nominal father." On the way back, Huo Siyu remained silent. At a red light, Nanyi held his hand resting on the steering wheel, gently rubbing the calluses between his fingers. It felt slightly ticklish. His fingers twitched, but did not withdraw. Only when the light turned green did Nanyi retract her hand and sit properly. "Are you willing? I mean about the engagement. Will it be difficult for you?" she asked cautiously, her gaze fixed on the road, avoiding his eyes. His gentle reply reached her ears. "Willing." Those 2 words fell into her heart like delicate snowflakes, bringing a tingling sensation. Nanyi had never felt that any 2 words could bring her such satisfaction. Turning back, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Huo Siyu's heart quivered. That simple, sincere smile resembled a spring breeze, forceful and fervent, determined to melt away the ice and snow that had settled upon his heart. Unconsciously, he reached out his hand, initially intending to caress her pure smile. But sensing an oddity, he retracted it. "What about you?" he inquired. He was willing, but would she be? Before he could ponder further, her resolute voice rang in his ears. "I am willing." He turned his head, locking eyes with her joyous yet determined gaze. All he could see were her petal-like lips parting. "Seventh Master, I wish to marry you, and only you for this lifetime." For the first time, Huo Siyu found the journey too brief. The Su family villa loomed ahead, and he halted the car. "Seventh Master, good night." Nanyi had already reached for her seatbelt. Huo Siyu unfastened his seatbelt, and before she could react, he was before her, enveloping her entire being within his broad chest. "Seventh Master, He grasped her chin, his lips descending upon hers, a gentle lick causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "You said I couldn't kiss, Is that so?" The sultry lilt of his voice was tantalizing, making her shiver. In the darkness, her senses were disoriented, save for his intensely penetrating gaze, which bore straight into her heart. Her heartbeat spiraled out of control, racing erratically. "Are you nervous?" He chuckled softly. Nanyi lowered her gaze, too timid to meet his. Yet Huo Siyu compelled her to look at him, refusing to allow her eyes to wander. "Forget it," she thought, and she reached for his neck, offering her lips. Within the confines of the closed car, the temperature soared. Nanyi wished she could slap her past self. How could she have claimed that the seventh master could not kiss? He was as skilled as a seasoned expert. Her body softened, her hands languid and pliable, yielding to his every move. Ultimately, Huo Siyu came to a halt at the last moment. He licked her lips and adjusted her clothing. "Seventh master." Her slightly flushed eyes, alluring, inquired innocently, "What is it?" Huo Siyu ruffled her hair. "I hope you are willing. I shall never force you again." Enduring the lingering emotions within her, Nanyi replied, "Seventh master, I am indeed willing." However, Huo Siyu had already exited the car, opening the door for her. Slightly bending down, "I should have considered better. We are not yet married." Nanyi chuckled in disbelief. How could her seventh master be so obedient, so both compliant and principled? Upon returning to the Su family home, Nanyi shared with Enrujin about the elderly lady's desire to arrange a marriage. Enrujin, grasping her hand, began to bounce with joy. "I have met Lady Huo. She is a wonderful woman. I cannot speak for the rest of the Huo family, but at least with her, I am assured of your marriage." Chapter 66. She is the one Huo Siyu admires. Several cars were parked at the entrance of the Su family home, and multiple bodyguards emerged, unloading boxes. Su Xingqiang had been recuperating at home for days, and upon witnessing the commotion, he feared they had offended someone. "Who are you? What is in those boxes? I warn you, my in-laws are the Bai family. If you dare to act recklessly, You must be Miss Su's father." A melodious and steady voice resonated from the front. He turned around to see a dignified, middle-aged woman approaching. It was Lady Huo, Li Xiaoyan. What is she doing here? The only connection to the Huo family was Nanyi. Oh no, Nanyi's demeanor was unrefined and unrestrained. Had she offended Lady Huo? In a bid to distance himself, he hastily clarified, "Lady Huo, you are here for Nanyi, I presume? Although she is my daughter. She has lived in the countryside with my ex-wife since childhood and was only brought back at 10. She is not particularly close to me. If she has offended you in any way, please feel free to reprimand her without hesitation." Li Xiaoyan, is this how a father behaves? Her previously amiable expression darkened. "Where's Miss Su?" Su Xingqiang hurriedly welcomed her inside and ordered someone to fetch Nanyi from upstairs. Confused, Nanyi descended the stairs and froze upon seeing the person seated in the main position. "Oh, it's you. How is your health?" The casual tone displeased Su Xingqiang, who scolded her with a stern face. "Nanyi, this is Lady Huo, the wife of Huo Chaozong. Show her some respect and apologize quickly." Li Xiaoyan slammed her teacup down. "What? Are you disrespecting my savior, Mr. Su?" "Savior?" Su Xingqiang stammered. "I wish to speak to my savior, Mr. Su. You may excuse yourself." Humiliated by such orders, Su Xingqiang begrudgingly smiled and bowed as he left. "Miss Su, during my recent emergency, I was saved thanks to your remarkable kindness. I have brought you some gifts, and you must accept them. Su Nanyi had previously been unaware that the person she saved was Huo Chaozong's wife. She distinctly remembered that the person who had sought to harm the seventh master's mother was none other than Huo Chaozong. His enemy was also hers. Thus, she distanced herself, saying, "Lady Huo, I did nothing special. Had it not been for the medicine you had, I doubt I could have saved you. I shall not accept these gifts. My good deeds are not for the sake of reward." So nonchalant, she was turning down jewels of immeasurable worth. Who would have thought that the vain and opportunistic Su Xingqiang could raise such a commendable daughter? Li Xiaoyan regarded Su Nanyi with newfound approval. "Miss Su, may I inquire if you have a boyfriend? I would like to introduce you to my son." Su Nanyi nearly spat her tea. "Lady Huo, I already have a boyfriend. We are to be engaged soon, and I love him deeply. I shall never leave him. I appreciate your kindness." Li Xiaoyan appeared somewhat regretful, but she was not one to impose her will upon others, so she accepted the situation. Su Nanyi resolutely refused her gifts, and before departing, Lady Huo handed her a business card. "Should you need assistance, feel free to call me or visit the Huo residence. With this card, no one will dare to stop you." Su Nanyi expressed her gratitude, but once Lady Huo left, she promptly tore the business card into shreds and discarded it in the trash. She was acutely aware that Huo Chaozong viewed her seventh master as a thorn in his side. A confrontation was inevitable. She could not forge a friendship with Li Xiaoyan. As soon as Li Xiaoyan settled back in her car, her assistant hurriedly called. "Ma'am, that Su Nanyi is of no ordinary status. She is the one Huo Siyu admires." "What? That Miss Su is actually Su Nanyi? Keep this under wraps. Do not let anyone know I visited her today." In the ensuing days, Su Nanyi's life was surprisingly tranquil. During the day, she attended school for experiments, and at night, she playfully teased Huo Siyu in the garden. However, she was the one being teased. Her banter was merely a facade. The true seduction lay in Huo Siyu's hands. He had an uncanny ability to leave her dazed with his kisses, and he would smirk mischievously when she became utterly soft. So this was his talent, she mused. After being mocked by him, Su Nanyi longed to reclaim her dignity. Yet, one deep kiss left her utterly helpless. Ultimately, she decided to concede. After all, losing to her own man was hardly a loss. Su Nanyi's physical endurance improved rapidly. She had not forgotten her training, coupled with her time spent under the seventh master's rigorous tutelage at the garden. Su Nanyi touched her arm, feeling a significant increase in strength. Her reflexes had also improved. Even from several meters away, she could sense the malicious gazes of others. The last time, a junior who had been ridiculed by her for his impending graduation failure attempted to harm her with bacteria he had stolen from the laboratory, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by a single punch, left utterly defenseless and sent directly to the ICU. Since then, those who had once envied her for securing a spot in the competition no longer dared to act recklessly. Until one day, upon returning home, her entire family gathered in the living room, their eyes fixated on the crimson invitation resting on the table. In the past, Su Xingqiang would not have even dared to dream of such a thing. An invitation to the 56th birthday banquet of Huo Chaozong had arrived at the Su household. Although it extended only to Su Nanyi, Su Xingqiang's eyes glistened with excitement, envisioning a future filled with prospects and wealth, as if fortune were about to descend from the heavens. His birthday banquet represented an extraordinary opportunity. In previous years, he had exhausted every effort to attend, only to be turned away. Ha ha ha, splendid. Even the heavens seemed to be favoring our Su family. Su Xingqiang raised the invitation high, joyfully howling towards the sky like a monkey emerging from the wilderness. Lin Huihui glared at the invitation, her teeth grinding in resentment. Why should it be so? Her daughter, Wan, was the true socialite, merely destined to marry into the Bai family. But what about Su Nanyi? She possessed neither talent nor virtue, simply the facade of beauty. What right did she have to earn the favor of old Lady Huo, now receiving an invitation from Huo Chaozong? My lord, the birthday banquet of Huo Chaozong is such a significant occasion. It would be embarrassing for Su Nanyi to attend. Let Wan go instead. At least she could mitigate the embarrassment. Madam, are you blind? The invitation clearly states it is exclusively for Su Nanyi, she retorted. Lin Huihui, unwilling to concede, muttered, "We shall see how long you can revel in this." When the invitation reached Su Nanyi's hands, she noted the signature, Huo Changzong's own hand. Huo Changzong. She silently repeated his name, although she was not well acquainted with him. In her previous life, after being forced into marriage with Huo Siyu, she had remained confined within the Yew Garden, only permitted to attend unavoidable family gatherings. Nevertheless, all she needed to know was that he was not a good man. Chapter 67. The banquet invited only her. Indeed, you must perform well tomorrow. Huo Changzong was the former heir to the Huo family, having managed it before the rise of Huo Chiye. If you can catch his eye, our Su family will firmly establish itself in the imperial city. Su Xingqiang incessantly reminded her to tread carefully. Remember, you must win Huo Changzong's favor. He holds significant influence in the imperial city. His every step resonates throughout. Su Nanyi was disinterested in his incessant chatter and ascended the stairs with the invitation in hand. Lin Huihui, harboring resentment, remarked, "My lord, look at her, acting as if she is someone important. It's embarrassing for her to go. I say we should prevent her from attending tomorrow." Silence. Su Xingqiang admonished her sharply. "Do you realize what a rare opportunity this is? Su Nanyi may very well become our pillar of support in the future. Mind your words, or I shall be forced to silence you." Within the Yew Garden, 7th Master, this invitation was sent by Huo Changzong's messenger, and the event is tomorrow. He may be small in stature, yet he celebrates each birthday as if fearing he may never have the chance again. Wang Shu, select something from the warehouse to serve as a gift. Su Nanyi shared the news of the invitation with Huo Siyu. "I will pick you up tomorrow," he said. Su Nanyi was still troubled. 7th Master, I do not know what gift to bring. Soon, she received his reply. "I have prepared it. You need not worry." Delighted, Su Nanyi rolled on her bed, scrolling through their chat history. Huo Siyu was truly considerate, attending to every detail. Moreover, he fulfilled every promise made, even sending her daily photos of his meals, all because she had mentioned wanting to monitor his diet. The door swung open, and Yu entered. "Miss, Xia Xiao is outside the villa, here to repay her debt." Excellent. She would reclaim her 220,000 yuan. After not seeing her for several days, Xia Xiao appeared adorned in designer brands, still clutching that 400,000 yuan bag, a bank card dangling from her fingertips, which she occasionally tapped against her palm. She arrogantly surveyed the Su family's decor, touching the sofa and kicking at the table. Su Nanyi descended the stairs. "If you don't show up to repay the money, I will have to send someone to find you." Xia Xiao scoffed disdainfully, flashing the card in her hand. "This contains 220,000 yuan. There's no password. Consider it a gift. Look at you, so pitiful that you would even need this amount." Without waiting for Su Nanyi to respond, Yu stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Xia Xiao. "How dare you hit me?" Xia Xiao screeched, flailing her arms and legs. But she couldn't reach Su Nanyi. "That slap was for your insolence. You owe me 220,000 yuan. It is only right to repay debts." Su Nanyi snatched the card from her hand, performing a quick operation to confirm the amount was indeed 220,000 yuan. "Debt settled. We are no longer connected. You may leave." Her heart felt no tremor, for what she lost was not a true friend but rather a parasite, a traitor. Good riddance. "Wait," Xiao Xiao called out. "Aren't you curious where the 220,000 yuan came from?" Su Nanyi was speechless. "Why should I care where it came from? It's none of my business." But Xiao Xiao sought to assert her presence, grinning confidently. "Su Nanyi, you're too afraid to ask, aren't you?" Su Nanyi replied. "I'm now a wealthy person. I have far more than you, the so-called affluent heiress. Even if you offer me your monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, I would dismiss it. This 220,000 yuan could sustain you for 2 years. Take it." Did she think this would wound her? How naive. Yu, seal her mouth and throw her out. 20 minutes later, Yu entered with some gathered information. "Miss, Xiao Xiao has recently found a boyfriend. Here are his details." Su Nanyi took the documents and found the man somewhat familiar. Upon seeing his name, recognition struck her. It was him. A cold light flickered in her eyes as she scrutinized the documents, particularly the man's face, which she wished to obliterate. He's the sole heir of a small real estate firm. While his family background might not rank high in the imperial city, he was undoubtedly wealthy. Moreover, he was the husband of Wan Xing in her previous life. Originally, they were not supposed to meet until years later, after He's marriage. But this time it had occurred prematurely. Even better, if He's married Xia Qiao, Wan Xing would be spared from calamity. Before bed, and Rujin cautioned, "You must be cautious tomorrow. Huo Changzong is at odds with 7th Master. He is prepared to embarrass you." Su Nanyi responded, "Really? He has already devised a plan to humiliate me without having met me?" And Rujin nodded. "Indeed, these influential figures have no need to trouble someone of your status. But given you now bear the title of Huo Chie's fiancé, your humiliation reflects upon him. Is this information from one of your admirers?" she asked, fully confident that if Rujin wished, she could uncover the secrets of every prominent family in the imperial city. Anru Jing shook her head, exclaiming, "I hardly possess that many secret admirers. This information was relayed to me by my fellow townsman, who now serves as the steward for the Huo family. He is unable to divulge any more, as that would be considered treachery, and discovery would lead to a death sentence." Su Nanyi gave her a thumbs up, remarking, "What an impressive network of intelligence you have. Aside from Lord Qi, you are the second person I admire." The following day, Su Nanyi was hastily summoned downstairs, discovering that Su Xingxiang had arranged a plethora of evening gowns overnight. "Nanyi, come and see. There are a total of 16 dresses here, all suitable for someone of your age. Try them on and see which one looks best." Indeed, Su Xingxiang had put considerable thought into ensuring she would shine at the banquet. Observing the 16 gowns, Su Nanyi noted they were elegant and appropriate for a formal gathering. She chose a greenish-blue qipao, initially indifferent to the others, but upon noticing Su Shiwan's envious expression at the staircase, she decisively pointed, "I shall take this one. Sister, feel free to pick one too." Indeed, Su Shiwan had rushed over early in the morning upon hearing that Nanyi had received an invitation from the Huo family. She was incensed, as she was already engaged to Bai Chengli and yet had not secured an invitation to the Huo family's gathering. "Sister, I do not require a gown. I have plenty already. Brother Chengli has bought me many, and great-grandfather is particularly fond of me, so my wardrobe is overflowing with dresses." Such defiance. Su Nanyi chose to ignore her. Su Xingxiang had also hired a professional styling team, and after their efforts, Su Nanyi gazed at her reflection in the mirror. With bright eyes and a radiant complexion, the greenish-blue qipao graced her like a blooming lotus. Her smile sparkled like the stars. Even Anru Jing was momentarily mesmerized. Placing a hand on Su Nanyi's shoulder, she gazed at her with misty eyes. "Nanyi, you are becoming more and more like your mother." She was dazzling in her youth. "I have yet to encounter another as beautiful in the imperial city. Alas, such beauty is often fleeting, especially when it falls into the hands of Su Xingxiang, leading to an early demise." As they descended the stairs, Su Shiwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn it, why must she dress so beautifully? Does she intend to seduce Brother Chengli, knowing he will attend the banquet?" Chapter 68, Discarding the High Heels. Su Shiwan clenched her fists. "Sister, I believe your attire is inappropriate. After all, this is a Huo family banquet, where the family members should be the focus. Your appearance will overshadow them, which they won't appreciate. I think it's you who is displeased. Are you jealous of me?" Su Nanyi replied with a smile as she walked past her, not sparing her another glance. Su Shiwan's expression soured dramatically, yet she dared not voice her grievances, her eyes wide with resentment, wishing she could consume her whole. Su Nanyi was well aware of Su Shiwan's animosity. And so what? The one with the greater abilities would emerge victorious. In her previous life, she had suffered an abysmal defeat, but this time, her resolve was unwavering. The desire to win was etched in her gaze. She would not lose. "Lord Qi," she stated as she entered the carriage. Huo Siyu consistently parked at a distance from the villa. "Do I look good today?" Su Nanyi inquired, leaning closer. She had noticed that ever since she had entered the car, Huo Siyu's gaze had been fixed upon her. "Quite beautiful." Huo Siyu nodded, not concealing his admiration. She truly looked exquisite a rare beauty in this world. Elated, Nanyi linked her arm with his. Lord Qi, I am attending today in the capacity of your fiancé. Holding your hand is hardly an overstep, is it? Of course, it is entirely reasonable, Huo Siyu replied warmly, tightening his grip on her arm. Soon, they arrived at the Huo family's ancestral home. The car halted at the entrance, and they were required to disembark and walk. The estate spanned acres, and soon Nanyi regretted wearing high heels. Brother Nanyi, Wan Xing waved ahead. She had arrived early with the matriarch. She produced a pair of flat shoes. Nanyi, these are the shoes my brother asked me to prepare for you. Try them on. They should fit perfectly and match your qipao. Surprised by the attention, Nanyi was about to express her gratitude when she felt a coolness against her foot. Huo Siyu had knelt down, removing her cumbersome high heels and replacing them with the flats. He did so nonchalantly, despite the presence of other guests. A rosy hue crept onto Nanyi's fair cheeks. Wan Xing supported her, observing her brother's focused demeanor, marveling at how only Nanyi could elicit such devotion from him. From now on, do not wear high heels. They are uncomfortable and should be discarded, regardless of whether they are people or shoes. He instructed, handing her high heels to a nearby maid, commanding, take these away and dispose of them. Nanyi gasped. Those shoes had cost her a pretty penny. There was no need to throw them away. She had only worn them once, and according to her wet nurse, items worn once could still be sold at 90 value in the second-hand market. However, she certainly did not dare to protest to Lord Qi. Thank you, Lord Qi. You are so kind to me. She nestled closer, intertwining her fingers with his. Wan Xing followed behind, thinking it was delightful and sweet. She surreptitiously snapped a photo to send to old Madame Hua. Grandmother, you need not worry. I can see my brother truly likes Miss Su. Lord Qi, the banquet has yet to commence. Please allow me to escort Miss Su to the inner hall first. The head maid suddenly appeared, indicating the inner hall was designated for family members. Huo Siyu glanced at Wan Xing, who immediately understood. Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of your fiancé. You are Nanyi, my brother's fiancé. Upon entering the inner hall, a soprano voice inquired. The speaker was Huo Changzong's youngest daughter, Huiyan, who was dressed maturely, appearing far older than her actual age. Greetings, I am Lord Qi's fiancé. Nanyi politely introduced herself. Huiyan scrutinized her, scoffing, well, you are indeed a beauty, but I have heard of your family's dubious reputation, especially with your sister and mother entangled with Bai Chengli. Such a person was beneath her notice. Nanyi, I didn't expect you to dare show up. Do you think you are worthy of the whole family? Was it you who caused such a stir with your recent broken engagement? You thought the whole family would be interested in you after Bai family rejected you? Nanyi remained composed. Indeed, I have made many mistakes in the past, misjudging people and entangled with Bai Chengli. However, I have since awakened and severed all ties with him. I am now Lord Qi's fiancé. As for my presence here, it is due to an invitation from the Huo elder. She produced the invitation card. If the Huo family believes I am unworthy, you could have refrained from sending me an invitation. I am here out of courtesy. While the Huo family is esteemed, my interest lies solely in Lord Qi, not the family behind him. Huiyan sneered inwardly at her sharp tongue. She had encountered many who claimed to care for nothing but love, but when faced with adversity, they were the first to flee. Men were untrustworthy, and women were equally so. Enough, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. After all, Huo Siyu is my brother. Whom he wishes to pursue is beyond my control. Do not presume entering the Huo family is a simple matter. You will find it difficult to gain approval from my grandfather. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards the carefree Wan Xing, who was casually draping her arm around Wan Xing's shoulder. Ah, dear sister, you finally deemed it worthy to visit the old residence. I thought you were reluctant to befriend me, she remarked. The complexities surrounding the Huo family were labyrinthine, with each member harboring a multitude of ulterior motives. Huiyan, however, was not inclined to engage in such intricate machinations, which was why she favored the unassuming Wan Xing. Moreover, Wan Xing was the granddaughter adopted by the matriarch, thus not entangled in the interests of the Huo family. After the banquet, I shall escort you to a bar. You've been following your grandmother's ascetic lifestyle? resembling a nun. Tonight, I shall introduce you to some men. Wan Xing, ever at a loss against her vivacious and unrestrained sister, could only pull her aside and say, "Ah Yin, I can accompany you to the bar, but you must promise me not to speak to Nanyi in that manner again." "Why not? What makes her more precious than us?" Hui Yin retorted nonchalantly. "She is my brother's fiancée, cherished by both him and our grandmother. Besides, you hold a bias against her. The rest of the Su family may be lackluster, but Nanyi is a fine girl." All right, Hui Yin sighed, weary of her sister's nagging, which reminded her too much of their grandmother. "I promise, I shall refrain from being sarcastic when I see her in the future." With that, Hui Yin dashed off to greet others. Su Nanyi and Wan Xing chose a discreet corner to sit. Su Nanyi contemplated the matters concerning old Master Hua. Hui Yan's earlier words rang true. She was indeed troubled by old Master Hua's disposition. He placed immense value on family lineage and interests, selecting daughters-in-law for his two sons who were of equal social standing and advantageous to the family. His domineering, patriarchal demeanor strained his relationship with grandmother Hua. Although they had not divorced, they had lived separately for decades. "Do not worry. Grandfather Hua may be somewhat intimidating, but he would not dare to act against my brother. He can protect you entirely," she reassured Wan Xing, who remained silent, assuming she was intimidated by Hui Yan's words. "Here, most fear grandfather Hua, but everyone fears my brother. You are now my brother's officially acknowledged fiancé, and no one dares to bully you." Wan Xing believed that everyone feared Huo Siyu. After all, he had experienced an accident at 8, losing both his family and memory, wandering for 7 years before being found. The descendants of the Hua family were all accustomed to a life of luxury. None could compare to Huo Siyu, who had clawed his way up from the bottom. His courage, resolve, and indomitable spirit were unparalleled. Only Huo Siyu could rise above his peers and win old Master Hua's favor, becoming the heir of the Hua family. Young though he was, his methods were ruthless. He would kill without mercy, having angered many factions behind the scenes, with numerous individuals within the Hua family gunning for his life. "If only I had met him sooner," Su Nanyi murmured. "Ideally, I would have encountered him during my wandering days. I would have treated Huo Siyu well, chased away those who bullied him, and brought him back to the Hua family." Wan Xing smiled in reply. "Fate does not necessarily favor the early. What is suitable is what is best." Transforming into a fortune teller, Su Nanyi calculated with a playful tone. "Wan Xing, I foresee that your destined partner has yet to arrive. You must not hastily embark on a romance. The consequences could range from heartbreak to peril. Only when both grandmother and your brother consent will it be deemed your true match." She sought every means to prevent Wan Xing from falling for Hizé. After all, she was the fiancée favored by Huo Siyu, and she found it amusing that Wan Xing, not having grown up in the Hua family, possessed such a lack of discernment. Behind a sheer screen, a graceful woman sipped her tea, casting her gaze downward with a disdainful scoff. This woman was Han Qinglian, Huo Siyu's stepmother, once a renowned actress who had faded from the limelight after marrying into the Hua family. Over the years, she had borne children, yet maintained her youthful beauty and elegance. "Send this cup of tea to Su Nanyi below and inform her that it is a gift from me," she commanded, her delicate fingers gripping the porcelain cup haughtily as she handed it to a nearby maid. Su Nanyi stared at the diminutive teacup before her, her eyes brimming with questions. "Miss Su, this is a gift from our madam," the maid reported, her expression mirroring disdain for Su Nanyi. Su Nanyi, however, would not overlook the maid's subtle contempt. Though she had come to the Hua family without gaining much, she had amassed a wealth of scorn and ridicule. Did they truly think her a mere grasshopper on a hot pot, easily trampled? With an indifferent expression, she lifted her chin. "What sort of service is this? You've spilled tea on me. Was it deliberate?" Her voice immediately drew the attention of others in the hall, who turned to see what had transpired. The maid, taken aback by Su Nanyi's audacity, found her demeanor quite unbecoming. After all, in the Hua family, who dared to disregard Han Qinglian's authority? "Miss Su, you must be mistaken. I served the tea right in front of you. No way could it have spilled onto your attire. Are you disrespecting me or my lady?" Gasps filled the air, and even Han Qinglian, from the second floor, stood to peer down. Su Nanyi remained unflappable, gesturing to the wet stain on her collar. If the tea stain on my clothing isn't from you, then who else could it be? My seventh master has stated that once in the Huo family, one should treat it as their own home. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I am to return the affront directly, with him backing me. Hearing this, the maid faltered, for behind her loomed the formidable figure of Huo Siyu. Previously, someone had unintentionally crossed him and had since vanished without a trace. With a clatter, the maid knelt before her. "Miss Su, I apologize. My hand trembled earlier. Please forgive me." Now she was acknowledging her mistake. Su Nanyi crossed her arms, unwilling to let her off so easily. Otherwise, others might think her a soft touch. I am indeed accommodating, amiable to others, and never one to make things difficult. However, the seventh master, he enjoys a certain assertiveness in me. How should I punish you for your transgression? The maid trembled in fear, casting a glance upwards. But she knew the madam would not intercede on her behalf. Su Nanyi stood, lifting the cup of tea with a smile as she approached the maid. With each step closer, the maid quaked in trepidation. "Look at you, so frightened. I was merely jesting. Rise, what are you kneeling for? If the seventh master sees this, he might think I'm bullying the weak." Huh? The maid was confused, unsure of Su Nanyi's true intentions. "Here, drink this cup of tea. You look quite shaken. It will calm your nerves." The cup was presented before her. The maid dared not refuse and had no choice but to drink. Before long, her stomach began to churn uncontrollably. The tea had been laced with a laxative, a fact the maid was all too aware of. Now, clutching her abdomen, she cast an embarrassed glance at Su Nanyi. "We all have our urgent needs. You may go now." At that moment, everyone comprehended the implication. The tea she had been gifted contained something unwholesome. It was common knowledge that Han Qinglian was the stepmother, often at odds with Huo Siyu, as she sought to secure a future for her own son. Yet, to employ such underhanded tactics against an unwed fiancé, it was truly beneath contempt. Whispers began to circulate among the guests. How brazen! To administer a laxative upon first meeting. It was clear that she held no love for her son's future wife, especially not to such an extent. Among them, in another private room on the second floor, Li Xiaoyan bore witness to the entire scene. Han Qinglian is truly a fool, who does not know that Huo Siyu is not to be trifled with. She is practically courting death. The trusted maid beside her remarked, "Madam, shall we lend Miss Su a hand?" She waved her sleeve dismissively. "No need, let her be. Even if we assist her, Huo Siyu will not appreciate it. Rather, it would only incite the master's displeasure." Meanwhile, Han Qinglian retreated behind the screen, beckoning, summoned Su Nanyi. Su Nanyi had already witnessed Han Qinglian's malice in her previous life. Aware of her wickedness, she could not be bothered to engage in subtlety. "And Han, why did you send someone to bring me a cup of tea laced with a laxative? Is this an attempt to humiliate me?" Han Qinglian placed a cup of tea before her, nonchalantly explaining, "How could that be? Miss Su, you are overthinking it. It's all from the same pot. Mine contains no laxative. Do sample this pre-rain Longjing." Su Nanyi lifted the teacup and drank it in one go. The pre-rain Longjing was indeed exquisite. "And Han, what is it that you desire? Wanxing is still waiting for me downstairs. I cannot linger." Chapter 70. As for the rules of the Huo family, allow me to enlighten you. With a swift motion, Han Qinglian overturned the small tea table, tearing away her gentle facade to reveal a fierce expression. "So Nanyi, do not be stubborn. A mere Su family dares to act arrogantly before me? Do you truly believe Huo Siyu holds you dear? If seventh master has no regard for you, why would he for me? Han Qinglian, cease your attempts to sow discord. I will not fall for your tricks." With that, Su Nanyi rose to leave. "Wait," Han Qinglian called after her. "I know you have not been taught proper etiquette since childhood. So let me inform you. I am Huo Siyu's stepmother. You ought to address me as Madame Huo." Su Nanyi turned back, a cold smile gracing her lips. "If seventh master acknowledges you, only then can you claim to be Madame Huo. If he does not, you remain Han Qinglian to me. Calling you Aunt Han is already polite enough." With that, she turned to leave. As she opened the door, she encountered Wanxing, who had been eavesdropping outside, her mouth agape in shock. "Nanyi, you're truly courageous, unafraid of anything." Wanxing genuinely admired such audacity, unlike herself. who had spent many years in the Huo household, yet remained cautious, wary of offending anyone. But you need not fear her. Once you approached, I texted my brother. He should be on his way. After all, he had entrusted her with looking after Nanyi, and she could not betray that trust. Nanyi patted her hand. Wanqing, if anyone dares to provoke you, promise me you will fight back courageously. Grandmother, your brother, and I will protect you. Although Wanqing was a few months her senior, Nanyi felt as though she were the timid younger sister. The two linked arms and prepared to descend the stairs. Unexpectedly, Han Qinglian chased after them. As the head matriarch, her authority was challenged by a mere newcomer, and a hint of discomfort flickered across her fair features. Nanyi, since you are acknowledged as Huo Siyu's fiancé, allow me to instruct you in the rules of the Huo family, lest you bring shame upon us. Come forth. At her command, over a dozen bodyguards emerged. Nanyi understood that if there were to be bloodshed today, escape would be impossible. Seize her. The bodyguards advanced. Wanqing, ever mindful of her duty, positioned herself in front of Nanyi. Have you all lost your minds? Miss Su is my brother's fiancée. Anyone who dares to harm her will not have it easy. The bodyguards hesitated. They feared disrespecting Seventh Master, yet Madame Huo had issued her orders. Wanqing, yim mifine. Nanyi reassured, pulling her behind her. These men were after her. She flexed her wrist, ready to test the results of her weeks of training. Before she could strike, she felt a lightness as someone lifted her, wrapping their arms around her waist. Looking up, she met Huo Siyu's frosty gaze. Instantly, she donned an innocent demeanor. Darling, you've come. They were about to harm me. I was so frightened. Clinging to his coat, she nestled against him, as if she had not been prepared to unleash her skills only moments before. Huo Siyu, well aware of her ruse, ruffled her hair and handed her over to Wanqing. Go wait for me downstairs. After ensuring her safety, he turned, the warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a stormy menace. He strode forth like a harbinger of death. His mere presence rendered the bodyguards breathless under the weight of his aura. Han Qinglian, do not lose your mind. I am merely disciplining your fiancée. She is disrespectful, shouting at me as if she owns this place. I am simply... The words died in her throat as a sharp blade glided across her throat, blood cascading down like pearls from a broken string. It was the first time she experienced true terror. She finally understood why the entire Huo family feared Huo Siyu. He truly would kill. In an instant, Huo Siyu had sheathed the dagger, disdainfully tossing it into her teapot to wash it clean. When he spoke again, his voice resonated like a warning from the depths of hell. My fiancée, he requires no one to discipline her. Han Qinglian, if you find yourself bored, I can certainly provide you with tasks to occupy your time. You. Han Qinglian recoiled to the side, clutching her neck, and shouted downstairs, Doctor, call a doctor. This madman is killed. Guests in the hall scattered in fear. Who? Who has been killed? Run. The hall erupted into chaos. Nanyi's heart sank with worry as she glanced upstairs, spotting Han Qinglian clutching her neck, blood seeping through her fingers. This was dire. Where was Huo Siyu? Would he be all right? She hurried upstairs, only to see him descending unscathed. His suit was immaculate, cold and solemn, yet his eyes warmed upon seeing her. Seventh Master, are you all right? She anxiously checked him over, her small hands moving haphazardly. Huo Siyu grasped her hands. It's fine. I'm not the one injured. As for her, it was merely a shallow cut on her neck, nothing fatal. Seventh Master, as long as you are unharmed. Nanyi sighed in relief, her head resting against his chest. She felt as though she might hyperventilate. At the slightest hint of his injury, her mind would conjure images of him bleeding, dying in her arms. The thought alone sent her into a slight tremor. Why are you trembling? Huo Siyu pulled her away, scanning her for wounds, confirming her safety before teasing her with a smile, his gaze deepening. So worried about me, my little fiancé? Huo Siyu, you are a madman. At that moment, a man burst into the room, furious. He bore a resemblance to Huo Siyu. He was Huo Changyang, Huo Siyu's father. Qinglian, are you all right? Can you hold on? His eyes were solely on Han Qinglian as he crouched down to embrace her. As he passed by Huo Siyu and Nanyi, he coldly scoffed. If anything happens to Qinglian, I will not let you off. A doctor arrived promptly. Huo Changyang slammed his palm against the table, demanding Huo Siyu, What grievance do you hold against Qinglian? She has always been unassuming in this household, never vying for attention, and has had no interaction with you. Why do you persistently target her? He continued, she is not in mortal danger, so there is no need for such dramatics. Huo Siyu reclined casually on the sofa, responding with indifferent nonchalance. This demeanor ignited Huo Changyang's fury. Han Qinglian was his beloved, the love of his life, and he would not tolerate anyone mistreating her, not even his own son. Thus, he seized a small fruit knife from the platter, brandishing the blade toward Huo Siyu's neck. The shocking act startled everyone present in the drawing room. The two faced each other with blades drawn. All the injuries she has suffered, I will repay you in kind. Should you ever dare to disrespect Qinglian again, I will expel you from the Huo family. Huo Siyu, you never belonged here. Why not follow your mother's example and simply leave? Huo Siyu, who had been lounging nonchalantly, felt a surge of anger ignite within his dimming gaze at the mention of his mother. He sprang to his feet with the swiftness of a shadow, snatching the knife from Huo Changyang's grasp before anyone could react, plunging it into his arm. Chapter 71. You shall not marry Huo Siyu. Ah, a murder! Several guests shrieked, scrambling away. Lying on the ground, Han Qinglian began to curse. Huo Siyu, he is your father. If you dare to harm him, you will face retribution. You vile madman. You deserve to descend into hell immediately. Huo Siyu smirked, unperturbed by the thought of hell. If this crowd had yet to descend, he certainly would not be the first. He withdrew the knife and tossed it to the floor with a clatter. Huo Changyang clutched his arm, his face ashen. In his ear, he heard Huo Siyu's cold voice. Huo Changyang, the Huo of the Huo family belongs to Huo Siyu, not to you. Should you dare to mention my mother again, I will personally expel you from the Huo family. His mother was a thorn in his heart, and Huo Changyang had no right to speak of her. Huo Changyang felt dizzy from the pain. After marrying Han Qinglian, he had led a carefree life, having not endured physical suffering in quite some time. Yet now, he found himself injured by his own son. His son intended to drive him out. Was there no sense of justice left? Huo Siyu, do not be so smug. Do you think there are many in this household who respect you? If you do not learn to temper your arrogance, you will eventually face retribution from us. Just wait. Nanyi observed the scene unfold from behind. Previously, she believed Huo Siyu to be emotionally detached, valuing only his grandmother. She had thought his dark demeanor repelled others, leading them to avoid him. Now, she realized the fault lay not with Huo Siyu, but with them. Apart from his grandmother, no one in the Huo family had truly accepted him as one of their own. The Huo corporation flourished under his stewardship, benefiting everyone. Yet this group of people not only failed to acknowledge his contributions, but also schemed against him, even his own father. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of him, mirroring how he had always shielded her in their past life. You need not concern yourselves with seventh masteress affairs, while you do not regard him as family. He will always be mine. I will stand by him, trust him, and care for him. You hypocrites, enjoying his generosity while refusing to acknowledge him, should be the ones to lower your heads. Huo Changyang was being treated by a doctor, the medication making him dizzy. Huo Siyu was accustomed to lawlessness. He had gone mad, and now this interloper dared to raise her voice in the Huo family. You're Miss Su? Do not think that because you have yet to marry into the Huo family, you have a say in matters here. Nanyi fixed her gaze on Huo Changyang. As long as it pertains to seventh master, I certainly have a voice. Do you not understand the words of seventh master? The Huo of the Huo family belongs to Huo Siyu. You are merely a father whose worth is negligible, only causing trouble. What gives you the audacity to dictate to him? You, who do you think you are? Huo Changyang retorted, underestimating the woman before him. He had only heard that she was favored by his grandmother, but he was taken aback by her fierce defense of Huo Siyu. How astonishing that even someone like Huo Siyu had a protector. She was clearly unaware of propriety. She had not even entered the family yet. Let me make it clear. Without my consent, you shall not marry Huo Siyu. Whether I marry him or not is for me to decide. Huo Changyang, have I given you any face? Huo Siyu pulled Nanyi closer, questioning the necessity of discussing matters with him, deeming it a waste of energy. Nanyi's cheeks puffed out. However, I cannot abide his bullying, especially when he does so while bearing the title of a biological father, behaving worse than a stepfather. Huo Siyu laughed, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he leaned down to kiss her cheek, his voice tenderly soothing. All right, my dear fiancé. As Huo Siyu entered, she immediately witnessed this tender scene. Ah, her once lonely grandson finally had someone who cared for him. Hearing of the altercation between him and his father, she rushed over, forgetting her cane. Each family banquet at the Huo residence ended in discord. She understood how capable Huo Siyu was, knowing no one could harm him. Yet as a grandmother, she was acutely aware of the emotional wounds he bore. Fortunately, aside from her, there was now someone willing to stand up for him. Huo Laotai leaned against the doorframe, a smile of contentment gracing her features. Nanyi was right. As Huo Siyu's fiancé, she was family, someone who would stand by him for a lifetime. Changyang, you must treat Nanyi well and show the generosity befitting an elder. Huo Changyang, who held great respect for the elderly matriarch, could only suppress his irritation. Mother, I certainly understand the need to care for the younger generation. But why do you not inquire about what Huo Siyu has done? Just look at Qinglian. Her injuries are severe. Enough. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Huo Laotai shot him a glance. Before you seek justice for your precious Qinglian, have you asked her what she has done? Han Qinglian lowered her head, muttering in discontent. I have done nothing wrong. Miss Su is simply ignorant. She disrespected me, provoking my maid upon our first meeting and calling me by my name. If she intends to become part of the family, someone ought to teach her some manners. Huo Siyu retorted, You have been married for over a decade. What manners have you learned? If I were to apply the standards of a traditional mother-in-law upon you, I would never have allowed you to marry in. Remember, you are merely Huo Siyu's stepmother. Nanyi is not your daughter-in-law, and should anyone teach manners, it is not your place. Reluctantly, Han Qinglian murmured a response, understood. Huo Siyu, determined to uphold justice, asserted, Is that all? Do you think I am unaware of the tactics you employ today? Why did you serve Nanyi tea under such circumstances? I did not expect the old matriarch to remain so sharp-witted at her age. Han Qinglian suppressed her dissatisfaction. Turning to Su Nanyi. Miss Su, I apologize for my oversight today. Huo Siyu then directed her gaze at Huo Changyang, striking him lightly with her cane. Do you have nothing to say? Huo Changyang could not lower his pride, especially since he did not believe himself to be in the wrong. He had never liked Huo Siyu, whose icy demeanor and ruthless tactics were hardly commendable, especially for one born of that woman. He held him in utter disdain. Huo Siyu shared the sentiment, equally dismissive of him. Thus, he took Su Nanyi's hand, passing by Huo Siyu. Grandmother, I will seek your forgiveness later. For now, I am hungry and will take Nanyi to eat. Su Nanyi quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your support, grandmother. I will accompany 7th Master now. The taciturn Huo Changzong, the elder brother of Huo Changyang and the protagonist of today's banquet, finally rose slowly from his seat. Enough of the commotion. Let us proceed to dinner. He fixed his gaze on Huo Siyu's retreating figure, loathing him for having marred his celebration. The journey to the dining area was still lengthy, and Wan Xing gradually fell behind. She was naturally slow in her stride and had no desire to intrude upon her brother and Nan's rendezvous. Suddenly, a wild cat screeched, baring its sharp claws, startling Wan Xing. Just then, a man stepped in front of her, chasing off the feline. Miss, are you all right? He turned and flashed her a smile. Chapter 72. She is your sister-in-law, and that cannot be altered. The man who assisted her was a stranger, someone she had never encountered before. Wan Xing politely expressed her gratitude, maintaining a respectful distance. Might I inquire your name, miss? This is my first visit to the Huo family, and I am quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. Perhaps we could accompany each other? He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Wan Xing, lacking experience in dealings with men, her most frequent interaction being with Huo Siyu, was at a loss on how to respond to his outstretched hand. I am Sheng Wan Xing. She stammered, refraining from taking his hand. What do you want with Wan Xing? Get lost. A figure clad in green dashed over, and before Wan Xing could discern who it was, she saw the man topple to the ground. Su Nanyi, alarmed, had been walking ahead, only realizing that Wan Xing had not followed when she turned back to find Izay entangled with her. A surge of fury coursed through her veins. Despite her best efforts to prevent Wan Xing from encountering Izay, Fate had conspired to bring them together at this banquet. Like a hen protecting her chick, she shielded Wan Xing behind her. He did not bully you, did he? Wan Xing hurriedly clarified. Nanyi, I'm fine. He didn't bully me. There was a ferocious wildcat, and he helped me. For some reason, she felt that Nanyi was overly anxious. Moreover, the sensation was akin to a mother fretting that her prize cabbage would be devoured by a pig. An unfortunate metaphor, yet it resonated with her feelings. Amused by her own thoughts, Wan Xing chuckled. Nanyi, why are you so worried about me? I've been to the Huo family many times. Who could possibly bully me? He, having risen from the ground, was not seriously harmed, though his palm bore some abrasions from the fall. I did nothing. I merely asked this young lady if she wished to accompany me. He retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Engaging as solitary, beautiful young lady in conversation was among his favorite pastimes. Yet this sudden interloper had thwarted his intentions. Huo Siyu had also cast a glance in their direction, recognizing He as the man who had caused Wan Xing's demise in a previous life. His uncle, Huo Changzong, truly welcomed all sorts to the banquet. After making a phone call, he returned shortly. In a secluded corner, only a few shadows swayed. I have an invitation. On what grounds do you bar me from attending this banquet? Who are you? He was ambushed by a group of individuals while making his way, and their disdain for his loud voice prompted one of them to knock him unconscious. After all, the seventh master had only instructed that He be expelled from the Huo family's banquet, with no stipulation regarding his consciousness. Nanyi felt a pang of fear as she clutched Wan Xing's hand. Wan Xing, listen. At that moment, it was just the two of you. He reached out to you, intending to get close. His intentions are undoubtedly dubious. You must steer clear of him in the future. Wan Xing couldn't help but smile, relishing the concern of her future sister-in-law. As for the man, she had scarcely paid him any mind and hadn't even properly registered his features. Nanyi was right. It was indeed wise to maintain a distance from him. That man is He. He exploits his family's modest wealth to toy with women. I've never liked him, Huiyin suddenly interjected. She had witnessed He audaciously reaching for Wan Xing, enraged. She was about to rush over to drive him away when Nanyi beat her to it. Nanyi, you protected Wan Xing this time. I'll accept you now, Huiyin declared, hands on her hips, her tone as assertive as ever. Nanyi, puzzled, inquired, accept me for what? Huiyin, slightly embarrassed, stamped her foot and replied, to accept you as my friend. The essence of friendship is loyalty, and your willingness to protect Wan Xing proves you are a person of honor. Noticing Nanyi's silence, Huiyin's cheeks flushed. Will you be my friend or not? Just give me a clear answer. She was a charming yet assertive girl. Nanyi extended her hand. All right, I accept. That's more like it. Huiyin clasped her hand tightly, and Wan Xing joined in, thus solidifying the trio as friendship. Upon returning from his phone call, Huo Siyu approached Nanyi. Huiyin quickly stated, Brother, I've accepted Nanyi as my friend, but whether she can be my sister-in-law is still up for evaluation. Huo Siyu cast her a sidelong glance, wrapping his arm around Nanyi's waist as they moved forward. How presumptuous. She is your sister-in-law, and that is a fact that cannot be altered. In the main hall, Huo Changzong, as the star of the banquet, was approached by numerous guests offering toasts. He responded with a smile, as if the earlier turmoil had not affected him in the slightest, until his assistant, with a troubled expression, approached him. Mr. Huo, the second young master is missing. What? Huo Changzong exclaimed. What on earth happened? His two sons were his most cherished treasures. The assistant reported truthfully. The second young master was abducted on his way to the banquet by individuals from the Wuying group. Wuying, those were Huo Siyu's men. Furious, Huo Changzong smashed his wine glass, causing a hush to fall over the room as all eyes turned to him, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. His beloved son was missing, and his fate was uncertain. Anger surged within him, prompting him to rise from the table. Huo Siyu, what have you done to Dan? The hall fell silent, with every gaze flitting between Huo Changzong and Huo Siyu. Huo Siyu remained unperturbed, continuing to serve food to Nanyi. It was Nanyi who, feeling unsettled, gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Seventh Master, did you kidnap his son? Is there some sort of grudge between you? Huo Siyu paused, placing his chopsticks on the rack, and turned to her, replying succinctly, no. Nanyi believed wholeheartedly in Huo Siyu. She immediately looked back at Huo Changzong, whose face was now contorted with rage. My seventh master says he did not kidnap your son. Huo Changzong had only 2 sons. His youngest, Huo Lindan, was just 16 years old, and his striking resemblance to Huo Changzong had made him the apple of his father's eye. It was rumored that for his birthday, Huo Changzong had lavished gifts upon him, gifting him 3 companies, much to the envy of his elder brother. Yet, despite the heavy security, his most cherished son had been abducted by the Wuying group, a blatant disregard for his authority. Huo Changzong seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Huo Siyu apart. But he forced himself to take a deep breath, suppressing his fury as he stated, Huo Siyu, I don't care what grievances you hold against me. Return Dan immediately, and I will pretend this incident never occurred. Huo Siyu smiled faintly. Uncle, what jest are you indulging in? How could I harbor any resentment towards you? As for your younger son, I have not encountered him today. Are you implying he is missing? Shall I dispatch Wuying to assist you in the search? Chapter 73. A Sharp-Tongued Young Lady. Huo Chaozong's fingers trembled with rage, as the rightful heir of the Huo family. When had he ever endured such humiliation? He instantly drew his firearm, aiming it at Huo Siyu's head. Huo Siyu, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Return Danner to me, or I will send you to your grave this very moment. In this country, personal firearm possession is strictly forbidden, and many individuals have never laid eyes on a gun. Now, with Huo Chaozong brandishing his weapon in a murderous stance, the guests were terrified, seeking refuge beneath the tables. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Huo family's steward hurriedly dispersed the attendees, leaving only the Huo family present at the banquet. Huo Chaozong's wife, Li Xiaoyun, rushed in, though she had no appetite and had not intended to attend the dinner. She was drawn by the alarming news that her youngest son had been kidnapped. He was her heart's treasure. Without him, how could she continue to live? Casting aside all concern, she knelt before Huo Siyu in front of Huo Chaozong. Ayu, I implore you, release Danner. I have never wronged you. Please do not use my son as a means of punishment. He is innocent. Tears smeared her makeup, and the poised, elegant matron of wealth knelt in despair, leaving Huo Chaozong feeling utterly humiliated. He bellowed, Li Xiaoyun, who permitted you to kneel before that wretched child? Get up. You shall not kneel, do you understand? If you do not rise this instant, I will put a bullet through you. Li Xiaoyun, fueled by desperation, retorted, Huo Chaozong, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your misdeeds, how could our Danner have gotten into trouble? I warned you against those actions, yet you insisted on proceeding. If anything were to happen to my Danner, I would have no reason to live. Huo Siyu observed this farcical scene with a wry smile. Auntie, please do not kneel before me. I am not the one who has taken your son. If you are anxious, I can call Wuying to assist in finding him. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, ready to make a call. Li Xiaoyun crawled towards him, grasping his hand that held the phone. She understood that a call to Wuying would likely result in her son's suffering, if not worse. Ayu, I apologize to you, and I extend my apologies to your mother. I know it was Huo Chaozong who harmed your mother. He should never have sent someone to the sanatorium to kill her. I bow to you in apology. I am truly sorry. With a heavy bow, her forehead soon swelled with redness. Nanyi observed her prostration, her heart unmoved. Her son was a human being who deserved to live. Was Huo Siyu's mother meant to perish? Huo Chaozong, resentful of Huo Siyu's ascension as heir, had been scheming various underhanded tactics against him. Previously, he had targeted Gu Jiushuang, who had been asleep for over a decade. It was no wonder Huo Siyu had resorted to abducting his beloved younger son. An eye for an eye, given Huo Siyu's temperament. It was impossible for him to simply let this go. Her heart ached for Huo Siyu, especially as she observed the taut lines of his face, akin to a blade. As he emotionlessly confronted the weeping Li Xiaoyun, he now possessed the means to protect himself and seek justice for his kin. Yet, what of those years when he had just returned to the Huo family? Who had assisted him then? Li Xiaoyun continued to plead on ground, while Huo Siyu's provocative gaze shifted towards Huo Chaozong. Huo Chaozong, unable to lower the firearm, wore a grimace of defeat, his heart unwilling yet compelled to relent. Huo Siyu, present your terms. You cannot have abducted Danner merely for amusement. Huo Siyu embraced Su Nanyi, his eyes softening with tenderness. I now have family and cherish my life dearly. How could I engage in such acts of kidnapping and extortion? The Huo family is a legitimate enterprise, and my associates are all business elites. Such underworld dealings are beneath us. The other Huo family members gasped in shock at his audacity. If he did not dare to commit such acts, then who would? If his associates were indeed pristine, then even crows would be the purest of creatures. Su Nanyi tightened her grip on his hand. He now stood against the entire Huo family, and though she could offer little assistance, she would remain by his side. Huo Siyu was touched by her unwavering gaze and pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. What a time it was for romantic displays amidst such turmoil. The other anxious individuals wondered if they would survive this ordeal. Huo Chaozong laughed, raising the gun once more, but this time aimed at Su Nanyi. Huo Siyu, every man has his vulnerabilities. Your beautiful fiancée, he has yet to cross the threshold of your home. You surely do not wish for her to die at my hands. Huo Siyu calmly regarded him. Speaking slowly, I have heard that your precious son was bitten by a snake while climbing his child, and he still harbors a fear of them. How unfortunate. I recently received a shipment of Southeast Asian venomous pythons. Tell me, would it be preferable for him to be swallowed whole, or to be constricted to the point of suffocation? Though both lead to death, one is surely less painful than the other. The chilling words sent shivers down the spines of all present. The mere mention of Southeast Asian venomous pythons conjured gruesome images of bloodshed. The younger ones were so frightened they vomited. A palpable terror enveloped the banquet, rendering it nearly silent. Huo Chengyang was also present. Though he disliked his brother, witnessing him threatened stirred a sense of pity within him. Yet here was another fool rushing towards his own demise. Huo Siyu, is this how you treat your uncle? Danner is your younger brother. How can you be so heartless? No wonder people call you a vampire. You truly are a monster that drains the blood of others. Huo Chengyang, if you do not speak, no one shall regard you as mute. Su Nanyi interjected, unable to tolerate the father's foolishness any longer. Huo Chaozong, sent someone to kill your ex-wife. Had it not been for 7th Master's vigilance, your ex-wife would have long been dead. Do not presume that 7th Master would not have kidnapped his son, for even if he did and killed him, it would have been an act of vengeance. Why do you have to cast blame? How dare you speak to me? Huo Chengyang's face darkened with rage. Who in the imperial city would dare to disregard his authority? Yet this little girl had the audacity to confront him directly. Su Nanyi was no longer afraid. I am indeed addressing you. It is you I speak of. How could you be the father of 7th Master when his mother has laid in a hospital bed for over a decade? Have you visited her even once? The last time she nearly met with disaster, did you express any concern? Now he seeks justice for his mother. If you cannot assist him, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Why you? Huo Chengyang stammered, his nervousness causing him to falter, unable to utter a single coherent word. Huo Siyu pulled her close, kissing her hair, his eyes filled with admiration. Miss Su, I never realized how eloquent you could be. He gently cupped her chin, effortlessly parting her lips, admiring her neat white teeth. Her words were melodious. What a sharp-tongued little lady she was. Su Nanyi nestled closer in his embrace, resolved to remain by his side for all eternity. Li Xiaoyun was on the verge of fainting from distress. Seeing the brothers engaged in a standoff only fueled her anger. If anything happens to my Danner, Huo Chaozong, I will not let you off the hook. Prepare for divorce. I will not continue this marriage. Chapter 74. Miss Su, is this how you intend to take advantage of me? The vast banquet hall was enveloped in an atmosphere that could hardly be described as pleasant, especially as everyone held their breath in silence, their gazes fixed on Huo Chaozong, awaiting his decision. The old residence of the Huo family was his domain. At the mere sound of his command, a multitude of bodyguards would surge in from outside. The act of dispatching Huo Siyu, that wretched creature, would be trivial. However, his son remained unaccounted for. He understood that the organization known as Wuing only took orders from Huo Siyu. Without the latter's command, even if he located his son, he would be unable to rescue him. Pressured by the circumstances, he ultimately lowered his weapon, bowing his head in remorse. Huo Siyu, I am guilty. It was I who sought to harm Gu Jiushuang. I bear no grudge against her, nor any enmity. I simply wished to provoke you, to thwart your happiness. Is that sufficient? His eyes, filled with reluctant fury, remained fixed on Huo Siyu. Huo Siyu, unfazed, met his anger with a calm demeanor, innocently stating, "Though your contrition may not be sincere, it is acceptable. However, I am unable to assist you regarding your precious son. What more do you desire, Huo Siyu?" he asked, veins bulging in frustration. Surely, he wouldn't be reduced to kneeling. That was out of the question. How could Huo Changzong ever kneel before such a man? "Nanyi, I apologize that today's banquet has proven unsatisfactory for you, given the abundance of distasteful matters. Allow me to escort you home," he said, extending his hand in invitation. Whereupon Nanyi took it, their fingers interlocking as they made their way out of the banquet hall. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind them. Turning around, they discovered that Huo Changzong had indeed knelt. "Return Danner to me," he implored. This was his sole request, and having knelt before Huo Siyu, fully aware of the humiliation, he felt compelled to comply. Huo Siyu smiled with satisfaction. "Uncle, Danner is still my brother. Should I receive any news of him, I will inform you at once." With that, he strode away with an air of confidence, leaving Huo Changzong to voice his frenzied outrage. "He dares to toy with me." Wan Xing followed suit, while Huo Siyu directed Ling Tian to escort her back to Jiningsixin. He then took Nanyi back to the Su residence. "Miss Su, your performance today was commendable," he remarked, contrary to his previous expectations. The fact that he had kidnapped Huo Lindan was indisputable. Within the Huo family, he was the subject of scorn, and he had presumed that Nanyi would align with their disdain, echoing sentiments about Danner being merely a child, innocent in this chaos. To his surprise, she had said nothing, steadfastly standing by his side. "Very well. Truly commendable," he mused, feeling more and more astonished by Nanyi. "Seventh Master, I will always stand by your side," Nanyi declared earnestly, believing her words would deeply move Huo Siyu. She boldly placed her hand on his thigh, emboldened by the fact that he was driving and unable to correct her at that moment. She had long coveted his perfect physique, yearning for intimate contact since her rebirth. Yet, he had persistently kept her at bay, their closest interactions limited to affectionate embraces. Now, having performed so admirably, he had no grounds to refuse her. A triumphant smile graced her lips, but the very next moment, the car came to a halt. As they waited for the green light, Huo Siyu flashed her a teasing smile. "Miss Su, are you so eager to take advantage of me?" His voice was low and seductive, sending a delightful shiver through her. "Indeed, I do enjoy taking advantage of you," she replied candidly. In an instant, Huo Siyu unfastened his tie, binding her restless hands with it. "Hey, what is wrong with wanting to take a little advantage? You could always reciprocate. I wouldn't refuse." Nanyi turned her head away, staring out the window, remaining silent for the rest of the journey. She was upset. As they drove along the road to the Su family villa, Huo Siyu loosened the tie, not binding it tightly, yet he still gently massaged her wrist. "Good night," he initiated the farewell. Before leaving, Nanyi inquired, "Last time I heard from Ling Tian, you mentioned your mother's surgery was imminent. When exactly is it? May I accompany you?" "Why would you want to accompany me? Why else?" "Seventh Master, she is your mother, and will one day be my mother-in-law. Naturally, I wish to be present for her surgery." Her palm was warm against his, and Huo Siyu smirked slightly. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Upon returning home, Nanyi promptly set an alarm, insisting that Enrujin wake her at 7 a.m. As she lay in bed, anxiety gnawed at her. In her previous life, Gu Jiushuang had succumbed to poison early on, denying her the chance to interact with her. But this time was different. She and Seventh Master had saved Gu Jiushuang together. After tomorrow's surgery, Gu Jiushuang would surely awaken. What if Gu Jiushuang did not like her? Would there be conflict between them? Would Seventh Master be affected? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she gradually fell into an uneasy slumber. At 3 a.m., a phone call jolted her awake. "Who is it?" she rasped. To her astonishment, it was Huo Yan's voice, pleading for help. "Sister-in-law, you must come quickly. We are at Jinji Bar, and there is a brawl. Wan Xing is missing, and I cannot reach her by phone." Nanyi quickly regained her composure. "Have you contacted your brother?" "Well, he nearly cried, no. If anything happens to Wan Xing, my brother will never forgive me." "Sister-in-law, Please don't tell him. It was impossible not to inform Huo Siyu. Call the police first. I will inform Seventh Master. His men are numerous and will arrive at the bar in no time. Throwing on a coat, Su Nanyi hurried downstairs, dialing Huo Siyu to relay the information about Wan Xing's disappearance. She drove to the bar, with Enrujin following close behind. I will accompany you. If a fight breaks out, I will be your ally. Jinji bar appeared as though it had been ransacked. Debris littered the floor, and many lay injured, some nursing wounds on their legs, others on their arms, wailing softly. Yet the combatants had ceased their fighting, standing aside as if to clear a path. Peering ahead, Su Nanyi spotted Huo Siyu, who had arrived before her, with Huo Yin standing beside him, her head bowed. Brother, I'm sorry. I've frequented this bar many times. I never anticipated that there would be a disturbance tonight. I promise I won't bring Wan Xing here again. Huo Siyu's expression was as cold as ice, as his men dispersed to search for Wan Xing. Why didn't you bring your bodyguards? He questioned. Huo Yin, intimidated by his demeanor, stammered, Brother, if I had brought them, our parents would learn of my visit to the bar. I feared they would disallow it. So I dismissed the bodyguards. Her voice dwindled, her head seemingly wishing to sink into the ground. Only when she saw Su Nanyi rushing towards her did she feel a glimmer of hope, promptly hiding behind her. Seventh Master, have you found Wan Xing? Su Nanyi panted. Not yet. Just then, Ling Tian emerged from the shadows. Seventh Master, we have located Miss Wan Xing. Following him was Wan Xing, limping and supported by a man. Upon recognizing the man's face, Su Nanyi's breath hitched. He's not him again. Was this deliberate? Wan Xing, how is your leg? Su Nanyi rushed forward. Shoving Hize aside as she instinctively supported Wan Xing, Huo Yin cast a glare at Hize. It's you again. Are you harboring resentment and deliberately troubling Wan Xing? I warn you, Wan Xing is not someone you can toy with. Hize's expression soured. He had merely been ejected from the banquet and sought solace in the bar. Little did he expect to stumble upon two groups engaged in a violent brawl. Disinterested, he retreated to a private room for respite. It was Sheng Wan Xing who intruded upon his sanctuary, and he had intended to take action. But the arrival of Seventh Master's men was swift, leaving him with no opportunity. Wan Xing hastily clarified, Yin, it has nothing to do with him. I twisted my ankle while trying to escape from that group of fighters, so I ran into his room. He hasn't done anything to me. Su Nanyi remained unconvinced, resolute that she must prevent any further contact between Wan Xing and Hize. If Wan Xing were to fall for Hize, it would spell disaster. Wan Xing, let me take you to the hospital. The bar owner hurried over, panic evident in his demeanor. A life had been lost, and with Seventh Master's sister injured under his roof, he would be financially ruined. Seventh Master, I take full responsibility for Miss Wan Xing's injuries, and I will compensate her. Huo Siyu shot him a piercing glance. And how do you intend to compensate? The owner bowed deeply. Seventh Master, I will cover all of Miss Wan Xing's medical expenses. From now on, whenever your people come, I will reserve the best private room, free of charge. Huo Siyu sneered. Recognize their faces. Should you allow them entry again, consider your bar closed. The owner nodded vigorously, relieved that Seventh Master was not pursuing further consequences, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he scrutinized their faces. Huo Yin, displeased, interjected, Brother, I won't take Wan Xing to the bar anymore. This incident was an accident. You can't forbid me from going to the bar. It's my only form of entertainment. Do you need me to call our parents? Huo Siyu's words made Huo Yin lower her head, daring not to voice any further objections. Upon arriving at Bo Wenji's hospital, he treated Wan Xing's injury. You likely won't be able to walk normally for a month. Remember to rest. If you can, use a wheelchair for outings. If you need follow-up care, I'll be at Jinding Jixin. Wan Xing noted his words. Thank you. Dr. Bo, don't be so polite. You are Seventh Master's sister, which makes you my sister as well. We are all family. Huo Yin chimed in. I'm also Seventh Master's sister. Why don't you show me the same patience? Bo Wenji nearly shouted, Elder sister, Wan Xing is both gentle and lovely. Look at you every time you come here. You seem intent on tearing down my hospital. Huo Yin's face flushed. I'm just trying to catch your attention. If you showed me a little more care, I could be gentle and lovely too. Bo Wenji pressed his palms together. Dear lady, I dare not imagine. You can exit through the left. Take the elevator down to the first floor and walk slowly. No need for my escort. Hua Yin huffed in frustration and ceased to engage with him. Wan Xing laughed softly at the amusing banter between Dr. Bo and Hu Yin, truly a pair of delightful adversaries. By the way, do you all know Hize? Why do you seem so tense when you see me with him, especially you, Nanyi? Huo Siyu, who had been casually listening to their chatter, focused a sharp gaze on Su Nanyi upon hearing Wan Xing's question. Indeed, her reaction was overly anxious. In the previous life, Wan Xing had been bullied by Hize, but in this life, those events had yet to unfold. She should not be reacting this way. Su Nanyi sensed Huo Siyu's keen gaze and coughed nervously. Well, there's no particular reason. I just dislike Hize. I didn't like him from the first glance. I've heard so many rumors about him at school. They say he changes girlfriends like clothes, and many girls have fallen victim to his charms. Wan Xing, promise me you'll stay far away from him. Huo Siyu discreetly instructed Ling Tian via his phone. Arrange for 2 people to follow Wan Xing discreetly and prevent Hize from getting close. With Wan Xing's leg injury treated, Huo Siyu arranged for them to return home. Su Nanyi noticed he had no intention of returning to Yu Garden and decided to stay with him. Tomorrow is Aunt Gu's surgery. I want to be here for you. She settled into his resting room while he attended to work, and she lay beside him, sleeping soundly. At the Huo family estate, the night was one of restless turmoil, particularly for Huo Changzong, whose face was a mask of fury. His beloved son was still unaccounted for. Despite dispatching numerous individuals in search of him, there was no sign of good news. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He smashed a collection of antiques to the ground. Sir, good news. There is good news. The second young master has returned, left at the doorstep, and has already been brought in, the butler reported, breathless. Huo Changzong paused, gripping the butler's clothing with a fierce glare. Is Danner alive? Huo Lin Dan's life was preserved, though he was battered and bruised, barely recognizable. Dad, you must help me. Our Huo family is paramount in the imperial city. Who dares to kidnap me? You need to kill him. Send someone to kill him. Huo Lin Dan was a pampered young master, accustomed to being doted upon, unable to endure the slightest indignity. Did you see who kidnapped you? Huo Changzong, unwilling to see his son suffer such distress, was equally furious. Only Huo Siyu would dare to commit such an act. Kidnapping his son was a blatant affront to his authority. He could not let Huo Siyu escape unscathed. Dad, they were all wearing masks. They targeted my eyes, so I couldn't see their faces. As soon as I began to regain consciousness, they came at me again. I endured numerous blows, and my body aches all over. Li Xiaoyan wept in anguish. My son, you've suffered. She then turned to glare at Huo Changzong, her eyes bloodshot. This matter cannot be overlooked. Do not provoke him again, nor trouble his mother. A woman's compassion. Huo Changzong flung her hand away in anger. From this night onward, he severed all ties with Huo Siyu. The following day, at the hospital, Nuo Feng arrived early, as he was to be the chief surgeon for Gujiu Shuang, with Bo Wenji as his assistant. 7th Master, I will do everything in my power. We have prepared for this surgery for 10 years, and I will ensure Annie survives. At 9 in the morning, the surgery commenced on schedule. Huo Siyu waited outside, silent. Su Nanyi remained by his side, spreading her fingers upward. Moments later, Huo Siyu intertwined his fingers with hers, their palms fitting perfectly. For hours later, the operating room doors swung open. A slightly fatigued Nuo Feng emerged 7th Master. The surgery was a success, and he should awaken within 3 days. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jiushuang was taken to the observation room, and Huo Siyu gazed at her from behind the glass. 7th Master, Aunt Gu will surely be fine. She hasn't seen the grown-up you yet. How could she bear to keep her eyes closed? Su Nanyi offered comfort. Huo Siyu tightened his embrace around her, lowering his head to kiss her hair. Su Nanyi had become more important than life itself. With her by his side, even the collapse of the world felt romantic. Since returning from Hawaii, the frequency of his nightmares had significantly diminished. In the past week, he had only dreamt of the tragic end from his previous life once. Those shadows would eventually pass. This life's conclusion would undoubtedly differ. Most importantly, he wished for her to be present in the final outcome. If only I could meet my mother again. He heard Su Nanyi's soft murmurs. Her mother passed away when she was just 9 years old. It has been 15 years since then. Huo Siyu felt fortunate. He had been reborn, saved his mother, and had a high probability of curing her. Yet, Su Nanyi had not been granted the same opportunity. Next time, I will accompany you to pay homage to her. Really? She looked up, excitement illuminating her eyes. Of course, it's true. Su Nanyi embraced him tightly, burying her joy in his embrace as she exclaimed, "My mother will surely adore you. You are precisely the kind of son-in-law she would have been most pleased with." 2 days later, Gu Jiushuang, now transferred to a regular ward, finally opened her eyes. After lying in a state for 19 years, she gazed at the room filled with people, none of whom she recognized. Seventh Master, Madame Gu may experience confusion and memory decline. It will be best for you to frequently discuss matters from 19 years ago with her, was Nuo Feng's advice post-surgery. Mom, do you remember me? Huo Siyu approached the bedside, his hands trembling slightly in his pockets. Gu Jiushuang stared at him, fragments of memories flickering to the surface. She extended her hand. Are you? It's me. He grasped her hand, Mom. We haven't spoken in 19 years. I have missed you dearly. Tears streamed down Gu Jiushuang's face, her body shaking uncontrollably. 19 years have passed. No wonder you've grown so tall and handsome. What has happened to me? Why am I lying in a hospital? Where's your father? Huo Siyu was uncertain whether the truth would distress her, so he cautiously inquired, Mom, what do you remember? Gu Jiushuang, being astute, deduced from her son's response that something terrible must have transpired in the past. She shut her eyes tightly, thinking until the image of that fateful car accident invaded her mind. So that's how it is. 2 streams of desperate tears cascaded down to her lips. I remember. I was supposed to take you with me. Your father had someone else in his heart, and I couldn't accept it, so I divorced him, didn't I? Yes. Huo Siyu nodded firmly. The day I left, an accident occurred. A truck hit me. She suddenly grew anxious. Were you hurt? Did anything happen to you? It's all my fault. If I hadn't taken you away, you wouldn't have had to endure that accident. The usually strong Huo Siyu felt his eyes redden. Mom, do I look like someone who's been harmed? I am well. Now that you are awake, our family will be better. Good child. I have missed you for 19 years, losing out on your growth. I must make it up to you. She would regain her health, and once discharged from the hospital, she would reclaim those lost 19 years. She would no longer let that man dictate her life. By the way, who are you? Gu Jiushuang's gaze fell upon the only girl in the ward, Su Nanyi. What a beautiful young lady. I wonder whose child she is. So Nanyi is Niflith. Quickly rushing to the bedside and kneeling with a thud. Mom. This address left Gu Jiushuang in shock, and she turned to Huo Siyu in confusion. Did I have another daughter? It was peculiar. If she remembered her son, how could she not recall this daughter? Huo Siyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, gesturing to Su Nanyi to explain herself. Mom, I am your future daughter-in-law. My name is Su Nanyi, and I am your son as fiancé. Only then did Gu Jiushuang comprehend. Fiancé? Do you truly love each other? This was her primary concern. Su Nanyi nodded earnestly. Yes, I love him, and I will love him for this lifetime. Huo Siyu lifted her, their fingers intertwined, as he solemnly addressed Gu Jiushuang. Mom, she is the wife I have chosen, and that will never change. Wonderful. How splendid. Gu Jiushuang wiped her tears with difficulty. As long as you genuinely love each other, I will bless you. A marriage without love cannot endure. Your father and I are a testament to that. Thankfully, you have not followed my path. Gu Jiushuang had been in slumber for too long. She grew weary and speechless shortly after waking. Huo Siyu led them out of the ward. Ling Tian approached swiftly. Seventh Master, your father has arrived. We have detained him on the first floor. Huo Siyu scoffed coldly. That old man hasn't cared for my mother in 19 years. And now that she is awake, he rushes over. Downstairs, Huo Changyang could hardly remain seated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Han Qinglian. What is it? Huo Siyu cut straight to the point. I heard she has awakened? Huo Changyang's face stiffened. He had a disagreement with his son a few days prior and found it challenging to address him amiably. Huo Siyu, on the other hand, was even less inclined to feign warmth. She is awake, so what? His tone remained as cold as ever. Let me see her. Not possible. The audacity of such a shameless request prompted Huo Siyu to feel merciful for not throwing Huo Changyang out on the spot. I'm your father. Is this how you speak to me? Huo Changyang attempted to assert his parental authority. Huo Siyu turned to ascend the stairs, deeming it unnecessary to waste time listening to his father's empty words. Wait. Huo Changyang grew anxious. I want to see her. But tell her that her divorce from me has long been finalized. She insisted on leaving, so she cannot blame me. Huo Siyu understood the underlying implications of his words. Rest assured, my mother will not pester you. Do you really think you are someone of great importance? Huo Changyang took Han Qinglian and began to leave, having made his intentions clear. He hoped Gu Jiushuang would not have the audacity to seek him out. Han Qinglian, concerned, asked Changyang, She won't come to fight me for you, will she? Fear not. My heart belongs only to you. No one can take it away. Upstairs, Huo Siyu watched them leave hand in hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. From now on, neither of them is permitted to set foot here. Otherwise, I will dismantle your hospital. Bo Wenji assured, Seventh Master, you can rest easy. The security of my hospital is top-notch. Not even a mosquito could enter. Chapter 77. I will marry you eventually. Gu Jiushuang's recovery was swift. She could now walk while supporting herself against the wall. Nanyi spent her days in the hospital, assisting her with rehabilitation exercises. Gu Jiushuang noticed the effort she put forth. Nanyi, who is your father? Since you were to marry Ayu, I wish to visit your family once I recover. If you are willing, we can arrange the marriage. The prospect of an engagement thrilled Nanyi. However, meeting Su Xingqiang? Perhaps not. He was undeserving. Dear Aunt Gu, to be honest, my relationship with the Su family is not particularly good. My father had an affair during his marriage, and after my mother divorced him, he remarried. I have a stepsister, but I don't consider them family. If you are willing, I can bring my wet nurse to meet you. She is the second person I am closest to after my mother. Gu Jiushuang felt a pang of sympathy. Her experience mirrored that of this young girl. What is your mother's name? I would like to meet this unfortunate soul who shares a similar fate. My mother's name is Guan Mingyue. She passed away when I was 9 years old. Guan Mingyue. Why does that name sound so familiar? It dawned on her. Oh, your mother is her. Poor Mingyue. How have you also suffered such a tragic fate? We are so alike. Fate works in mysterious ways. It turned out that Guan Mingyue and Gu Jiushuang had been desk mates since elementary school, only parting ways in college. The bond between the two women was akin to that of sisters, filled with endless conversations, until Gu Jiushuang married, redirecting her focus towards family, which gradually diminished her connection with Guan Mingyue. Nanyi, would you kindly take me to pay respects to your mother? Nanyi agreed. As soon as your health improves, I shall take you to see her at the earliest opportunity. Huo Siyu listened intently to their exchange, as he assisted Gu Jiushuang back to her hospital room. He took her hand and led her towards the elevator. I'll have Ling Tian escort you home. You've had a taxing day. Nanyi clutched the railing, reluctant to move towards the elevator. I'm not tired at all. Meeting your mother brings me joy. I was worried she might not like me, but now that I know she does, I can rest easy. Just wait, Seventh Master. I shall marry you eventually. Huo Siyu picked her up effortlessly and carried her towards the elevator. If you intend to marry me, you must take care to rest well. What do you mean? She protested, her feet flailing. In the confined space of the elevator, his towering figure enveloped her, his warm breath grazing her sensitive ear as he leaned in close. In his alluring voice, he whispered, What I mean is, while we're not yet wed, you should ensure your health is in order for once we are married. I shall not let you off easily. The words sent an electric thrill through her, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and flustered. Blushing, she shot him a glare. You lecher. Upon returning to the Su residence, she found herself engaged in a fierce stare-down with Su Xingqiang. Nanyi, you must have disregarded everything I taught you. Where were you last night? Despite his bandaged appearance resembling that of a pig's head, his voice was robust, betraying no signs of his supposed injuries. Nanyi thought to herself that if Su Xingqiang dared to provoke her again, she might just follow Sister Aging's example and hire someone to abduct him. I was sleeping in my room. Where else could I be? You're lying. I was right here in the morning. You never even came down from upstairs. Nanyi shrugged, uninterested in engaging further. Dad, You need to understand my sister. There is a reason behind her actions. At that moment, Su Shiwan's voice echoed from the front door. Su Nanyi crossed her arms and gazed at her sister, who was on the verge of marrying Bai Chengli, yet persistently visited the Su family. Was she truly oblivious to Bai Chengli's propensity for infidelity? Dad, we are all responsible for how sister has turned out. Our lack of concern has contributed to this. Su Xingqiang, bewildered, asked, Wan, what do you mean by that? Dad, I am 3 years younger than sister, and I am about to get married. Yet sister doesn't even have a boyfriend. She desires to marry too. If we do not help her find a partner, she will resort to seeking one on her own. Su Nanyi was nearly in stitches from her sister's words. Oh, my dear sister, you are now concerned about my lifelong affairs? You wish to introduce me to someone? Fine, if you have the capability, find me a man like 7th Master Huo. Su Xingqiang grew agitated, his bandaged fingers trembling with rage. Su Nanyi, you can choose anyone, but you must not pursue 7th Master Huo. He is a vampire. Do you understand? Do not drag our entire Su family down with you. This rhetoric was tiresome. Su Nanyi felt as though her ears were about to develop calluses. The real vampires were those in the Su family, intent on draining her vitality. I'm tired of this conversation. I'm leaving. Wait, Su Shiwan called after her. Tomorrow, I am taking Brother Chengli to have our wedding photos taken. You must come. I have no interest in attending. You must. Su Nanyi turned back. Why must I? Su Shiwan persisted. It is said that having an elder sister present during wedding photo shoots brings greater happiness to the bride. Su Nanyi grimaced. That is mere superstition. She knew Su Shiwan likely had some ulterior motives in mind, and she was not foolish enough to fall for them. Seeking solitude, Su Nanyi retreated to her room. But Su Xingqiang followed her in, anxiously inquiring, how was the banquet at the Huo family? You didn't offend anyone, did you? Su Nanyi replied, curtly. The banquet was nothing special. I offended everyone from the top to the bottom of the Huo family. What do you mean? You must be joking. Did you meet Huo Changzong? What impression did he have of you? Huo Changzong was a highly respected figure, second only to the elders. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? If she gained his favor, she could navigate the imperial city with ease, and the Su family would benefit from her success. He continued to prattle on, but Su Nanyi remained unresponsive, and Ru Jing stepped in to halt his incessant chatter. Enough. Is this all you care about? Forcing her to win over the Huo family for the Su family's gain? Why do you not care whether she has suffered any grievances there? Did she drink? Did she eat well? Su Xingqiang touched his nose, questioning the necessity of such concerns. She is not a child. If she suffers, does she expect adults to seek justice for her? And Ru Jing shot him a glare. If you do not assist her when she faces hardship, how can the Su family's progress depend on her? Su Xingqiang had a plethora of rationalizations, rambling on. If the Su family prospers, she will benefit too. How much pocket money did she have before? And how much does she have now? Shouldn't she contribute to the family? And Ru Jing snorted. How much has Nanyi received from you? If you dare to demand that she please others, I will return every penny of her pocket money to you. From now on, she will have no ties to you. Hey, wait. Aging Su Xingqiang was summarily dismissed. In the room that evening, and Ru Jing sincerely suggested, you have some savings now. I think you should move out, buy a small apartment, and cease all association with the Su family. They are all vampires. Su Nanyi shook her head. Now is not the time. With Su Shiwan and her mother still thriving, they were undoubtedly plotting something sinister. She could not leave the Su family yet, as it was the only way to keep tabs on them. However, the idea of purchasing her own small apartment was indeed appealing. She tilted her head, innocence shining in her eyes, reminiscent of her childhood. Hey Jing, how much do you think it would cost to buy a small plot next to the Yew Garden? And Ru Jing chuckled at her dream. You might as well forget it. You cannot afford it. When I first visited the Yew Garden, I checked the surrounding property prices. Our combined assets are barely enough to buy a small restroom. Su Nanyi, well then, perhaps I was being overly optimistic. After a long slumber, Su Nanyi awoke to find the fitness equipment she had ordered had arrived. She had previously asked Awet to clear out a spare room for her to use as a gym. Once the equipment was set up, Su Xingqiang barged in again. Su Nanyi, what do you think you're doing? This is not a gym. Su Nanyi smiled. Dad, you should be pleased. Just think about how helpless you were when you were kidnapped a few days ago. If you train more, perhaps you could have fought back. Do not bring that up. Su Shengqiang's face flushed. He had avoided going to the office these days for fear of being ridiculed. By the way, you are to stay home tonight for a blind date. Wanwan has arranged several wealthy suitors for you. Originally, she intended to introduce you to them at the wedding photo shoot tomorrow, but since you refused to go, she had to bring them home. Your sister is quite concerned about you, so make sure to perform well. What was initially framed as a wedding photo shoot turned out to be Su Shirwan orchestrating blind dates for her. What kind of good matches could they possibly be? She suspected Su Shirwan was merely leveraging her to fulfill some favor. She devised a plan. Fine, let them come. When night fell, under Ru Jing's cover, Su Nanyi stealthily climbed out of the window, leaping down from the tree, trunk to the ground. She dusted off her hands and left. She merely mentioned that her prospective match should come, but did not promise to wait for him. She had brought several takeout meals from a nearby restaurant to the hospital. At that moment, Grandmother Hua was standing by Gu Jiushuang's bedside. Jiushuang, after all these years, I finally awaited your awakening. I thought my old bones would not endure long enough to see this day. Once you recover, why not come and live with me? My home is tranquil, free from disturbances. Gu Jiushuang felt a surge of gratitude as she recalled the old lady's kindness, her eyes welling with tears. Mother, thank you for taking care of Ayu for these past 19 years. The elderly lady brushed away her own tears, saying, there is no need for thanks. Ayu is my grandson, and caring for him is my duty. As for you, you're also my daughter-in-law. But I've been divorced from him for a long time. I cannot claim that title indeed. Indeed, it was a good separation. He does not deserve such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you. From now on, if you do not mind, consider yourself my daughter. I only have 2 sons and am in need of a daughter like you. Gu Jiushuang accepted her with heartfelt gratitude. If she felt any lingering attachment to the Hua family, besides Ayu, it was this venerable lady who mattered most. At that moment, Grandmother Hua called over Su Nanyi, who had been waiting at the side. You have met this child, Haven Tiyu? She and Ayu are quite taken with each other. I originally planned to host their engagement banquet this month, but now that you have awakened, we shall wait until you are fully recovered to proceed, and I will ensure you have the opportunity to attend Ayu's engagement party. Gu Jiushuang felt exceedingly pleased with this arrangement, grateful to the heavens for granting her clarity at such a pivotal moment. She longed to witness Ayu's engagement and, in the future, to behold his wedding to Nanyi. Huo Siyu had taken a brief respite in the lounge. Upon waking, he washed up in the bathroom. As he emerged, Su Nanyi happened to be carrying the takeout meals. I just heated these up. Let us share a meal together. Huo Siyu dried his hair, and the dishes were set. Su Nanyi waved them over. Hurry, this fish is their signature dish. It smells divine. It's still early. Why didn't you rest a bit longer before coming? Huo Siyu inquired, naturally helping her remove the fish bones. Once he finished, he placed a piece of fish in her bowl. Su Nanyi delightedly savored the morsel he had served her, thinking that her Huo Siyu, regardless of the lifetimes that passed, remained that patient and gentle soul. Little did she know, Huo Siyu only exhibited such tenderness towards her. He bore a different demeanor with others. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Bo Wenji's head peeked in. Oh, you've already begun your meal. I had intended to invite you both out for dinner. TSK, 7th Master. How inconsiderate of you not to help me pack some food. Su Nanyi was about to explain that she had brought the meals, having forgotten to prepare something for him. Before she could utter a word, Ling Tian had already arrived at the doorway. What are you doing? You're interrupting 7th Master's meal. I just wanted to take a look. Ling Tian pushed him out the door. What is there to see? Let us go. I'll order takeout for you. Why order takeout when we have perfectly good food here? Oh dear, can't you understand? Just go already. He was dragged away by Ling Tian. The room returned to quietude. Has your stepsister been causing you any trouble lately? He asked. The matchmaking she had arranged today was likely the source of her troubles. However, these were trivial matters she could handle herself. Rest assured, 7th Master, I am no longer the foolish and naive Su Nanyi of the past. I will not place my trust in Su Shirwan again. I can see through her schemes now. Before Huo Siyu could respond, she thumped her chest and declared, My dear sister Jing said, I am increasingly resembling my mother, intelligent and beautiful. She promptly choked and began coughing. Huo Siyu pushed a glass of water towards her and rose to gently pat her back. Indeed, intelligent and beautiful. No one could dispute that. So there's no need to rush. Su Nanyi, her face flushed from choking, met his gaze. To her surprise, his eyes glimmered with a teasing mirth, as if he were laughing at her. Upon returning to the hospital room, Gu Jiushuang had fallen asleep again. Su Nanyi gently touched her limbs. A person who had slept for 19 years should have experienced muscle atrophy and degeneration. It was implausible for her to recover so swiftly. Yet, her recuperation was astonishing, and her muscle strength remained remarkably intact. It was evident that Seventh Master had arranged for doctors to care for her over the years, complemented by the medicine from their research lab, which was why Gu Ai now appeared as a medical marvel. Nuo Feng, clad in white, leaned against the door of the room. "Master, you're awake. You've worked so hard today." Su Nanyi rushed over, standing on tiptoe to knead his shoulders and pound his back. She thought simply, if not for the Master's presence, the surgery would not have been so successful, and Seventh Master's mother would not have awakened so swiftly. She wanted to express her gratitude on behalf of Seventh Master. However, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the arriving Huo Siyu. Chapter 79. How many men do you want to have? Such attentiveness, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Just moments ago, you were orbiting around me, and now you've swiftly shifted your affections to another. He grasped the back of her collar, pulling her closer, his hand pinching her cheek as if kneading dough. "Didn't you come to see my mother? Where are your eyes wandering, Miss Su?" Before she could respond, Huo Siyu domineeringly drew her waist into the room. With a loud thud, the door was kicked shut behind them, causing Nuo Feng, who had not retreated in time, to bump his nose. "Ouch, Seventh Master, this counts as an occupational hazard." Inside the room, Su Nanyi beheld his frost-like expression, his dark eyes void of color, solely focused on operating his phone to send emails. Yet, Su Nanyi understood this was a precursor to an impending storm. She threw herself into his embrace, resting her chin comfortably against his collarbone. "Darling, don't be angry. You're the only one in my heart. I was merely helping the Master because he was weary from the surgery. I was repaying you a favor. Is that so?" Huo Siyu turned his head to regard her. He did not express disbelief, but it was evident she had successfully appeased him. Su Nanyi leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Gu Jiushuang stirred slightly, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. She had awakened and witnessed the tender interaction between Ayu and Nanyi. How wonderful! This is the essence of a couple in love. "Mother, you're awake. Are you hungry?" Su Nanyi stood up, flustered. Gu Jiushuang waved her hand. "I'm not hungry. You've been a bother for so long today. Ayu, the hospital is dreary. Take her out for a walk and show some care for your wife." Su Nanyi instinctively protected him. "Rest assured, Ayu treats me exceptionally well. There is no other man in this world who would treat me as kindly." "How many men do you intend to have?" Huo Siyu suddenly interjected coldly. Su Nanyi clung to his arm. "There will forever be only you as my man." As the moon rose, Huo Siyu escorted her downstairs. "This is the high-definition recording of the surgery. You may find it useful." He handed her the footage. A complex and intricate operation that was a rare opportunity for a medical student. Huo Siyu had originally intended for her to assist Nuo Feng in the operating room, trusting in her abilities and skills. However, she had declined. "Seventh Master, there will be plenty of opportunities to operate. Today, it is your mother who is on the table, and I prefer to wait outside with you." Since that was the case, he could only present her with the recording. "Thank you, Seventh Master." She stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips again, quickly stepping back and running off. "See you tomorrow." In the car, Su Nanyi finally powered on her phone. Indeed, Su Xingqiang and Su Shunwan had inundated her with countless calls, alongside Su Shengqiang's furious and impotent messages. "Where are you? Shui Gongzi has been waiting for you for 2 hours. If you don't return soon, the Su family will no longer claim you as their daughter." Such words, as if she held any regard for her identity as a daughter of the Su family. Moreover, there was in Ru Jin's discreet warning. "I had a you inquire, Shui Fan. The only son of the tech magnate is of your age and in your school, seemingly a fine match, but your sister cannot genuinely harbor such good intentions. You discovered that he has been diagnosed with manic disorder for 2 years." If that was the case, Su Nanyi pocketed her phone and strode purposefully into the house, catching sight of an unfamiliar figure seated on the couch from afar. That must be Xue Fan, she thought, appearing frail and melancholic, his complexion a sickly pallor. He seemed youthful, yet his eyes lacked the vibrancy of youth. It was likely that his illness had taken its toll. Diagnosed with manic disorder for 2 years, he had consistently evaded treatment, even eluding his parents' attempts to take him to a doctor. Upon hearing footsteps, Xue Fan turned his gaze and locked eyes with Su Nanyi. A fleeting glimmer of color seemed to flicker in his eyes, but it vanished before anyone could take note. Su Nanyi, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how long Xue Gongzi has been waiting for you? Su Xingqiang scolded in a fit of rage. However, it was Xue Fan who interrupted first. Since Miss Su has returned, might I have a word with her? Su Xingqiang had no choice but to retreat upstairs, casting a fierce glare in her direction as he turned. Xue Gongzi, with such admirable qualities, requires a blind date? Su Nanyi inquired straightforwardly. Xue Fan did not shy away from the truth. I truly do not need a blind date. My father insisted I come. He heard that Miss Su possesses a benevolent heart, believing that if I marry you, my ailment could be cured. My father is grasping at straws, compelling me to give a try. Su Nanyi's expression darkened. I have never claimed such a thing. Xue Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Then I suppose I am unaware of who said it. However, it reached my father's ears in that manner, and I dare not defy him. Hence my presence here. It was likely Su Shernwan who had exaggerated this notion behind her back. Rumors suggested that the Xue family's domestic relations were fraught with complexity, with domineering elders who had previously driven 2 daughters-in-law to their demise. In the circles of high society, it was said that no woman marrying into the Xue family could anticipate a favorable outcome. Su Shernwan intended to push her into this pit of fire. Thus, I shall be frank, I cannot cure your illness. I am merely a medical student with a few years of study under my belt, not a miraculous healer, lacking both the capability and the desire to take on such a burden. Xue Fan laughed, a hearty sound that resonated with relief. Must you be so heartless, Miss Su? We're still alumni. After all, you deny me even this opportunity? It is my first consent to a blind date. I hope you understand the sentiment behind it. Su Nanyi raised an eyebrow, considering whether the man before her was merely delusional in believing she might harbor feelings for him. I have long had someone I care for. The idea of a blind date was instigated by my stepsister, and I agreed solely to discern what scheme she was concocting. Then Miss Su should not sever ties with me. Without me as a pretext, your stepsister will surely devise other means to trouble you. It would be more prudent to solidify our arrangement. I am willing to assist you. Su Nanyi narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing danger from the man before her. Thank you for your kindness, but I am entirely capable of handling my stepsister's ill intentions. I even have a fiancé already. I would not wish to create misunderstandings. At this, Xue Fan's expression turned serious. Your fiancé would not happen to be Bai Chengli, would he? I have heard he is with your stepsister now. Not him, Su Nanyi replied, a smile gracing her lips at the thought of Huo Siyu. He is the love of my life. No matter what transpires, I will always be with him. Xue Fan displayed a confident smile. I relish a challenge, particularly when it comes to tempting fate. The latter part of his statement was emphasized, sounding almost deranged upon first hearing. Su Nanyi found herself perplexed by the confidence radiating from this man, whom she had only just met. No one can take my heart away from me. Enjoying a challenge is admirable, but excessive arrogance can be detrimental. She rose to her feet, declaring, Xue Gongzi, do take care. I shall not see you out. Wait, it is my first visit. I have a gift for you. With that, he extracted a card from his pocket. Our family has ventured into the medical field in recent years. I recently established a medical center equipped with advanced medical apparatuses and a plethora of experimental materials. You need not compete with your classmates for laboratory access. I can even arrange for the medical experts you desire to consult. Su Nanyi chuckled lightly, her laughter akin to the alluring beauty of a tempting rose. I appreciate Xue Gongzi's thoughtfulness, but I do not require such offerings. Whenever I voice a desire, my man can provide anything for me, not merely a medical research institution. Even the stars above, he would find a way to procure them for me. With a decisive turn, she ascended the stairs without a hint of longing. Chapter 80. The blind date man engaged so swiftly. The card in Xue Fan's hand felt like a hot potato. He had believed it to be a substantial gift, only to find that she had not even glanced at it. Could her fiancé truly be that formidable? His father had attended Huo Chaozong's birthday banquet a few days ago, where he heard someone mention that Huo Chie's fiancé bore the surname Su. It couldn't possibly be Su Nanyi, could it? Impossible. Upon returning to her room, Rujin awaited her. How was the blind date? Did you discover that no one compares to Chie? She teased. Su Nanyi shook her head helplessly. This was not a blind date. Conversing with Xue Fan revealed Su Shernwan's true intentions. She aims to use the Xue family to drive me to my demise. Everyone knows being a daughter-in-law of the Xue family is no easy feat. Yet she fails to consider why I would want to become one. You already have Chie, so of course, you would not choose another. However, this matter will soon reach Chie's ears. Perhaps he already knows. Consider how you will explain it. Su Nanyi wiggled her fingers and thought about Huo Siyu. Feeling entirely confident in him, you would relay everything to him. He would not misunderstand her. Just then, Huo Siyu called, and Rujin mockingly remarked, "Could it be that our little Nanyi is about to be slapped in the face?" She answered the call. Was the blind date enjoyable? Came his voice, the tone difficult to decipher. Su Nanyi soothed, "Darling, there was no blind date at all. Did he not inform you? I merely played along to see what scheme Su Shernwan was hiding. You possess leverage over her. Would she still dare to scheme against you?" Ah, she had almost forgotten. The video Huo Chie had given her as a threat. I neglected to use that as leverage. I shall warn her shortly. No rush, he replied, a low chuckle emanating from the receiver. I heard you wish for the stars above. I would pluck them down for you. Su Nanyi felt her toes curl at his repetition of her words, an inexplicable embarrassment washing over her. I was merely jesting. I did not intend for you to fetch me stars. And now you do not call me darling? For some reason. She sensed a teasing undertone in his voice. Even across the phone, Su Nanyi felt her cheeks flush. Do not tease me. Huo Siyu was aware that although she could be flirtatious with her words over the past few months, she remained shy and demure at heart. Get some rest. Do not come to the hospital tomorrow, and make sure to close the windows. Su Nanyi absorbed every instruction he imparted. Suddenly, she felt as if they had shared a lifetime together. After hanging up, Su Nanyi pondered how things might unfold if Chie were to be reborn. Surely, he would distance himself from her, never wishing to see her again. Reflecting on this, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the seventh master remained the same as ever. Had he known the events of his previous life, their fates in this lifetime might have been entirely different. Su Xingqiang was exceedingly concerned about the outcome of the matchmaking, even going so far as to knock on her door late at night. How did your meeting with young Master Xue go? I hope it didn't go awry. Don't pay heed to those rumors. They are merely malicious slanders against the Xue family. Those women who fell ill are unrelated to them. I can see that Xue Fan has taken quite a liking to you. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about Xue Zong's opinion. You two must hasten to settle your marriage. Su Nanyi remained silent, leading Su Xingqiang to believe she had acquiesced, a broad smile spreading across his face. Once the lights were extinguished, the chill in Su Nanyi's demeanor became evident. A betrothal with the Xue family would surely leave Su Xingqiang disheartened. She was aware that the seventh master would intervene, and thus she succumbed to a deep slumber. As anticipated, the following morning, she encountered the crestfallen expression of Su Xingqiang downstairs. What am I to say to you? Su Nanyi? What can I possibly say? Bai Chengli does not want you, and now Xue Fan has cast you aside as well. Will you ever find a suitable husband? You have truly wasted so many years of my nurturing. This morning, Su Xingqiang had received a call from Xue Zong, informing him that Xue Fan was about to become engaged to the daughter of the Huang family. The Huang family was a prestigious lineage, and their union would be formidable. Yet, how could such a swift engagement materialize overnight? Was Xue Fan merely toying with him regarding the matchmaking? Finally, Su Nanyi found herself in peace. She texted Huo Siyu, Seventh Master, how did you manage it? In just one night, the Xue family has decided to betroth themselves to the Huang family. You are remarkable. After a few minutes, she received his reply. I did nothing. The Xue family values profit, and they chose the Huang family themselves. His humility was striking. Su Nanyi turned off her phone, well aware of the seventh master's capabilities. She took a taxi to the city center. Earlier that morning, she had received a call from her mentor, the little old man, who mentioned he had prepared a surprise for her. Before her stood a 4-story building, adorned with a plaque that read Medical Research Center. Her teacher, a stern yet endearing old man, beckoned her inside. "Isn't this research center impressive? It was initially set to open next year, but I have a bit of a connection with its creator, so I managed to borrow it for a few months. Our school's laboratory is rather rudimentary, after all. You can use this space anytime, so focus on preparing for the selection competition for the X-Research Lab." Nanyi had never dreamed she would one day have exclusive access to such a vast research center. The high-standard laboratory was equipped with various sophisticated medical apparatus, and even the experimental materials required for her research were readily available. It was truly the finest research center imaginable, a far cry from the school's facilities. The spaciousness was a significant advantage. She no longer had to share a laboratory with others. She could use the equipment freely and without restraint. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man held his head high with pride. "This old face of mine still has some worth. Not only have I secured this research center for you, but you won't have to spend a single penny. Nanyi, you must perform admirably. If you fail to secure the championship in this competition, do not bother coming to see me." Nanyi leaned in, her eyes fixed intently on him. "Come on, old man, just admit it. This research center isn't borrowed. It's a gift from the 7th Master, isn't it? What a coincidence that Shui Fan presented a medical research center as a gift yesterday, and today you've managed to secure such an excellent medical building for me. The 7th Master must have arranged this long ago, spurred by Shui Fan's gift." Realizing she had seen through him, the old man dropped the pretense. Over the years, he had witnessed the 7th Master's investment in her. He did not wish for the 7th Master's kindness to remain unacknowledged. "I have known the 7th Master for 10 years. He sought me out and offered a substantial sum to treat his ailment. Indeed, that affliction he cannot endure under sunlight." Chapter 81. Let us elope. Nanyi's heart tightened. She understood that the little old man possessed exceptional medical skills, rivaling even those of her mentor, Nuo. Yet, he was usually low-key and had offended many due to his integrity, preventing him from gaining recognition in authoritative circles. "Do you have a remedy for the 7th Master's condition?" The old man sighed. "If I had a solution, I would have cured him long ago. His illness is peculiar. I even reached out to my mentor, but we are at a loss." As their exchanges continued, they grew familiar. He knew she was preparing for medical school and had taken her on as a student, despite his usual reluctance to assist without thorough evaluation. Nanyi pondered, is there more to the evaluation than just the exam? Perceiving her thoughts, the old man responded. "Let me ask you, on the day of your exam, did you not save a person on the road?" Reminded of the incident, she recalled a homeless man who had stopped her, pleading for her to save his wife. Despite her fear of being late for the exam, she had followed him. His wife was feverish and unconscious, but not suffering from a complex illness. She merely needed to be taken to the hospital. The homeless man had pretended to be injured, leaving Nanyi no choice but to carry his wife to the hospital, paying for the medical expenses out of her own pocket. Indeed, this was my evaluation. While it may sound cliché, I value not only talent, but also the compassion of a healer, which you happen to possess. That is why I accepted you. It turned out there was so much more to the story. After evaluating her, the old man had taken her under his wing. It was clear that the 7th Master had been considering her future all along. Someone had truly kept her in their thoughts for so long. Yet, she had only known the 7th Master for a few years. For many years, I have observed the 7th Master's silent devotion to you. Hearing rumors of your pursuit of Bai Chengli fills me with a desire to reprimand you. Nanyi promptly acknowledged her misjudgment. "Teacher, everyone makes mistakes in their judgment. I have come to my senses. I will not let you down, nor will I disappoint the 7th Master." After touring the research center, Nanyi intended to return to school to gather some books and materials, as she would no longer be visiting the school's laboratory. She had received such a grand gift from the 7th Master and felt compelled to express her gratitude. On the way, she sent him a message. "7th Master, thank you." Huo Siyu replied, ? She smiled and replied, "I won't tell you." Taking a shortcut to the laboratory, she strolled toward the lakeside, unexpectedly encountering an unexpected figure waiting there. Let us elope. The word struck like thunder. Shui Fan, arms crossed and seemingly nonchalant, uttered this line as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Nanyi retorted, I just met you yesterday, and today you want me to elope with you? Shwef fan, do you hear how absurd that sounds? Besides, I harbor no feelings for you. I do not like you. Shwef fan shrugged. You have yet to spend time with me. Once you do, you'll come to like me. I possess considerable wealth. I can whisk you away to a foreign land where no one can find us, freeing you from your family. Nanyi had no desire to continue listening to his nonsensical ramblings, so she simply turned away, opting not to take this shortcut. Wait, do you have a connection with Master Huo Siyu? He asked urgently from behind. Nanyi bluntly replied, He is my man. Shwef fan laughed maniacally, his laughter trembling, the corners of his eyes reddening, unable to stand upright from the force of his mirth. Fearing that he might be experiencing a manic episode, Nanyi decided it was best to keep her distance. You actually like Master Huo Siyu. Do you know about his past? What past? Shwef fan grasped her hand, insisting. Come, I'll take you to see his past, lest you think you've latched onto a good man. Nanyi had learned some self-defense techniques from Huo Siyu this month. As Shwef fan dared to seize her hand, she executed a swift maneuver, throwing him to the ground, her foot firmly planted on his palm. Who gave you permission to touch me? Only Master Chi is allowed to hold my hand. If you dare to act rashly again, it won't be as simple as a mere stomp. Shwef fan cried out in pain. Nanyi released her foot. You just said you'd take me to see Master Chi's past, lead the way, and don't even think about playing tricks. The car sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Nanyi turned to gaze out the window, noticing that the path was becoming increasingly desolate, with hardly anyone in sight. For her safety, she opened an app and shared her real-time location with Enrugine. In the event of an emergency, her sister could rush to her aid immediately. At that moment, Ling Tian happened to be out running an errand for Master Chi. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if Miss Su was in the car headed in the opposite direction, but there was a man beside her. For precaution, he called Nanyi, just in case she needed assistance. As soon as Nanyi picked up to speak, Shwef fan snatched the phone and hurled it out the window. Are you insane? Nanyi snapped, unable to contain her anger. Shwef fan sneered. There is no need to call someone to report your location. I merely want to take you somewhere. I won't harm you. After all, you're the one I care for. When quiet, he resembled a frail, introverted youth, yet when angered, the stubbornness in his eyes resembled that of a madman. Nanyi turned her gaze back to the window, suddenly feeling quite unsettled at being the object of his affection. Ling Tian clearly saw that it was indeed Miss Su in the car, and just as she answered the phone, the man in the driver's seat had thrown away. Panic surged within him. Miss Su must be in trouble. He immediately turned the car around to follow, simultaneously reporting the situation to Master Chi. It was midday, a time when Master Chi usually rested, and he would not interrupt him unless it was urgent. The phone rang only a short while before being answered. Master Chi, Miss Su has been kidnapped. What did you say? Huo Siyu's voice was as cold as glacial waters. Having just emerged from the shower, he paid no heed to anything else, swiftly dressing and racing toward the garage. I didn't get a clear look at that man, but Miss Su's phone was thrown away. I'm pursuing that vehicle. Don't worry, Master. I will do everything to protect Miss Su, Ling Tian quickly explained. Huo Siyu had already instructed the driver to get the car ready. It was midday, and the summer sun was blisteringly hot, but all of Master Chi's vehicles were modified. The unique window materials and interior ensured that not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate to the back seats. Huo Siyu opened his phone, observing the direction Ling Tian was driving, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, fear rising to the surface. A rare crack appeared in his usually indifferent expression. Could she be taken to that place? Those unbearable memories surged from the depths of his recollections, gnawing at his heart, consuming his soul, like the hands of hell pulling him back into a dark abyss. Chapter 82. Master Chi's Past. The car continued down increasingly remote paths. Nanyi's mind raced to memorize the route, and she asked, Where exactly are you taking me? This place is too desolate to be related to Huo Siyu's past. Shwef fan wore a sinister smile, seemingly intent on destruction. He was lost for 8 years, found only at the age of 15. You must know this, right? I know. And then? Shwef fan turned to look at her, in such a vast empire. Do you know how difficult it is to locate a lost child? Do you know how the whole family discovered his whereabouts? Nanyi understood he expected her to answer, so she remained silent. He continued, I don't think highly of him, but I must admit, his looks are indeed exceptional. Exceptional hardly did justice to his beauty. One might say he was breathtaking, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A man who never mingled in the entertainment industry, yet frequently topped its headlines. This was Huo Siyu, with flawlessly sculpted features, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and muscles concealed beneath his attire that exuded power. He emanated an icy, formidable aura, drawing attention wherever he went. Shui Fan noticed her distraction, and his smile grew increasingly sardonic. At 13, he garnered attention across the city due to a single photograph. He truly is Master Qi, even in his plight. He had a keen business acumen. At that young age, he was selling products in high-end malls, and someone inadvertently captured his image, which went viral online. His looks not only provided the whole family with clues to find him, but also became his death warrant. Do you understand? He suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on Nanyi, mocking her. Such top-tier beauty not only attracts the opposite sex, but also captivates same-sex admirers, especially for a 13-year-old boy. Lacking connections or means of protection, encountering a group of powerful, depraved older men. His fate would have been dire. A chill coursed through Nanyi's body. She dared not imagine further. A 13-year-old child, so vulnerable. Fury coursed through her veins as she wished to shatter the bones of all those who had tormented him. Her eyes glistened with anger and sympathy. Wei arrived. Shui Fan pushed the door open and stepped out. Before them stood a 3-story garden villa, long abandoned, with ivy overtaking its exterior. Have you heard of the Little Garden news? This is the Little Garden. Shui Fan lit a cigarette, tilting his head to admire the villa, pride swelling within him. Nanyi recalled news she had seen years prior, her feet suddenly feeling cold. The Little Garden was this very villa, built by the affluent with peculiar proclivities, far from civilization, specifically for the indulgence of their desires. They toyed with lives as if they were mere objects, taking whatever caught their fancy, indifferent to whether those they captured lived or died. Fear sent goosebumps racing across her skin. You mean exactly? Shui Fan extinguished his cigarette, stepping up the stairs and forcefully kicking open the front door. This is where Huo Siyu's past lies, and I can tell you everything. Nanyi, you must not be deceived by his appearance. He led her to the second floor, where a room was arranged like a stage, with an audience area below and countless lights above. He pointed to the stage with a gleeful smile. He was tied up there, with men filling the seats below, the oldest among them likely over 60. They gazed at Huo Siyu, eyes gleaming as if they had spotted a delectable morsel. And I can only imagine the hundreds of torturous ideas swirling in their minds for him. Oh, and as for Huo Siyu, he was bound tightly. His wrists and ankles chafed until they bled, with numerous handprints on his face from being struck for his disobedience. Nanyi stood by the window, the fervent summer sun scorching her, yet she felt nothing but cold. A chill permeated her being, despite the dilapidated state of the place, cobwebs filling the corners. She could almost envision the scenes of yesteryears. Scenes unfolded before her like a cinematic reel. The defiant youth, bound to the frame, struggled in vain against his restraints, his fierce and luminous eyes defiantly glaring at each greedy and selfish man below. How difficult it must have been for him at that moment. Nanyi could almost hear the sound of her own heart fracturing. So, how do you know such specific details? She suppressed the overwhelming tide of hatred and inquired of the man before her, Shui Fan. A flicker of embarrassment and fear passed over Shui Fan's face. How could he possess such intimate knowledge? Because he had been coerced into attending, forced by the Shui family. He despised watching such repugnant displays. Yet his even more loathsome family compelled him to bear witness. It was during that fateful occasion that he first laid eyes on Huo Siyu on stage. That face was quite striking, his initial impression of him, alongside a flicker of sympathy. Yet, merely a few years later, he astonishingly transformed into the long-lost grandson of the Huo family. Not long after, he became the well-known Lord Huo Qi of the imperial city. Even the goddess of his youth succumbed to fervent admiration for him. Studies were abandoned, family neglected, friendships forsaken, as she dedicated herself solely to orbiting that man. Yet Huo Siyu, from beginning to end, never cast a glance at his goddess. Anger surged within him. He thought Huo Siyu was merely a pawn toyed with by older men. How dare he hold himself so high? How dare he reject his goddess? And now, the woman he had secretly adored for nearly a year, Nanyi, had also fallen for Huo Siyu. He could endure no more. Huo Siyu was merely a man of handsome appearance. At his core, he was base and vile. Thus, he had brought Nanyi here today, intending to unmask his fade before her. Nanyi, you must see what kind of man he truly is now. He does not deserve your affection. He is nothing but a filthy wretch. While downstairs, Nanyi had stealthily picked up a half-brick, concealing it behind her back, and now gripped it tighter, consumed by fury. Shui Fan continued, Nanyi, I care not for your past with him. Break up with him and be with me. He has his dark secrets, which I believe are psychological issues. He knows well enough that he has been played by older men and cannot face the light. In response, Nanyi hurled the brick at his head. Blood streamed down his forehead as he cried out in agony, clutching his wound. Nanyi, what do you mean by this? You do not thank me and instead strike me? Have you also sunk to Huo Siyu's depravity? Silence. Nanyi seized his collar and thrust him against the window, wishing she could push him out to his demise. But the sound of a car below distracted her attention. She saw it, the vehicle of Lord Qi. Huo Siyu arrived almost simultaneously with Ling Tian. This place, the one he least desired to remember, he was back again. Chapter 83, The Encounter from Years Ago. What a quaint little garden it was, more aptly dubbed a hellish nightmare. The cacophony of men's voices penetrated his ears. Such beauty, the reality surpasses the photograph. Such a youthful form must be handled with care. I'll leave the rest for you. This one I shall keep for myself. Why should it be so? Years have passed without encountering such a gem. Let's share it. He tilted his head back, wishing to cast away those voices. But in that instant, he caught sight of Nanyi on the second-floor windowsill, brandishing a bloodied brick with a man's head beneath her grip. His blood ran cold. One thought consumed him. She must not come to harm. As the car door creaked open, he knew Lord Qi was about to step out, and Nanyi's body went rigid with fear. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the steps leading to the entrance. There were still 10 paces from the car to the villa's door. He could not face the sun, or he would surely succumb to illness. She shouted desperately, "Don't get out, please, don't." Yet she watched in dismay as the rear door swung open, revealing his polished black shoes, unwrinkled trousers, and finally, his entire form exposed to the sunlight. Lord Qi, Ling Tian rushed towards him as he exited the vehicle. "Be quiet." Huo Siyu shot him a glance before sprinting toward the entrance. Ling Tian, concerned, followed closely, ready to support him should he falter. Nanyi, still holding Shui Fan hostage, began her descent. "Ah, Nanyi, how mistaken I was in you. I thought you merely a foolish puppet, but it appears you are also a wretch who desires a man like Huo Siyu, who is nothing but a plaything. Perhaps you too have been irreparably damaged." Without hesitation, Nanyi struck him again with the brick. "Speak ill of my man again, and I shall castrate you." Her eyes shimmered with a deadly resolve, unmistakably serious. Shui Fan was taken aback. Was this truly the gentle and demure Nanyi he remembered? He found himself being dragged along like a helpless chick. She rushed down the stairs as Huo Siyu was being assisted up. Their paths crossed on the staircase. "Lord Qi." Huo Siyu scanned her, noting the blood. So was from Shui Fan. She was unharmed, which was a relief. His gaze shifted to the brick in her left hand. Such a little thing could inflict considerable harm. She had learned well in recent days. "Come here," he called to her, suppressing the urge to embrace her tightly, for the pain coursing through his bones made standing a Herculean effort. Nanyi dropped Shui Fan, leaping down several steps to reach him. "Are you all right? Are you about to fall ill? We must go to the hospital. I'm sorry for worrying you when I shouted for you not to get out. Why did you still come?" She was in perfect health, yet he risked his own life to step out. Tears brimmed in her eyes as her hands roamed, desperate to alleviate his pain. Huo Siyu wrapped her in his arms, burying his chin in her long hair, inhaling her familiar warmth, finally feeling at ease. All he desired was for her to be safe. Don't cry. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Even in such a moment, why did he seek to comfort her? How could he possibly be unscathed? Merely holding him, she could feel the tremors coursing through his body. He was a man of remarkable endurance. Lord Qi, come with me. She felt uncomfortable lingering in this place, recalling how, over a decade ago, he had suffered at the hands of many here. She vowed to purchase this place and set it ablaze, ensuring he witnessed it turn to ash. Huo Siyu allowed her to lead him away, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her figure, following her from darkness into light. Ling Tian supported the nearly unconscious Shui Fan. Once the car door was closed, Nanyi anxiously rummaged through his pockets. Huo Siyu remained still, allowing her to search, even leaning back to facilitate her efforts. Finally, she found his phone in his pants pocket, unlocked it, and quickly dialed Bo Wenji. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Lord Qi has seen the sun. Return my phone, came his teasing voice from above. How did you know my phone password? Panic coursed through Nanyi, sending a shiver down her spine. She had been overly eager. The password was a significant date he had disclosed to her in a previous life, yet he had failed to specify which date it was. Seventh Master, I apologize. I once glimpsed how you unlocked it. She lifted her gaze to him, swiftly concocting an excuse. Huo Siyu discerned that she was not being entirely truthful. Although he had established a password, he predominantly utilized retinal recognition for unlocking. So it was improbable that she had witnessed him inputting the code. Nevertheless, he decided to let it slide. This little creature evidently harbored some secrets, and he had no intention of exposing her. What did Shui Fan divulge to you? The vehicle sped through the streets, his inquiry somewhat frail, nearly dissipating into the air. Nanyi gently rested her head on his shoulder. She was acutely aware that he despised being regarded with sympathetic eyes. Inside the car, her voice, soft and soothing, broke the silence. Seventh Master, regardless of your past, I love you. I do not mind. You are a victim, and they deserve to perish. I wish to see those wretches torn to shreds. Her final words were laced with gritted teeth and a thirst for vengeance. Huo Siyu felt as though her words possessed a curative power, alleviating the torment of his body. While the anxieties and fears that had long resided in his heart were swept away by her declarations, he cradled her face in his hands, warmth flooding into his palms, imbuing his pallid cheeks with a newfound sincerity and purity. He explained, nothing transpired. I escaped. Please do not take it to heart. He wished for her not to concern herself with it. Although the escape had been arduous, nearly resulting in a near-fatal beating, had it not been for that experience, he would not have encountered the most significant person in his life, this very individual, Nanyi. Later, he returned to the Huo family, exacting revenge upon those who had wronged him back then. Aside from the Shui family, whom he deemed to have some residual utility, there was no longer any reason to spare them, especially after Shui Fan had dared to play tricks on Nanyi. Nanyi leaped into his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her eyes locking onto his with an unprecedented resolve. He watched her delicate lips move as she spoke. Seventh Master, I do not mind. Whether or not anything occurred, I do not care. I love you, the genuine you. Her words were like heavenly music, and Huo Siyu enveloped her in his arms, exerting the strength of his desire to integrate her into his very essence. He harbored a profound disdain for this little garden, possessing 100 ways to obliterate it. Yet, he merely allowed it to remain sealed. He needed to be reminded, for this hidden despair served as a constant reminder of how beautiful their encounter had been back then. Thank you, he murmured softly.